In a quaint, rural setting, the grassroots university student Han Dong unexpectedly inherits the legacy of the ancient celestial sovereign, the Golden Crow Emperor. This event heralds the dawn of a novel paradigm in cultivation, namely solar-powered ascension, enabling him to attain the pure yang body and master an array of celestial arts. Engaging in martial pursuits, healing, exorcising malevolent spirits, and appraising treasures, he navigates the complexities of modern urban life, ultimately becoming a supreme powerhouse. Chapter 01. Every tale begins with a beautiful mistake. In Jiangzhou City, at the Bishui Yuan residential complex, Han Dong stood at the threshold of room 602, ringing the doorbell, yet receiving no response. Twisting the doorknob, he found it surprisingly ajar. Clearly, the residence was unlatched, suggesting the presence of occupants. "Brother, sister-in-law, it's me, Dongzi," he called out as he stepped inside, peering into the living room. Indeed, there was someone within, a stunningly beautiful young woman. To describe her as graceful would be a disservice. Her movements resembled a frenzied dance more than anything else. In Han Dong's eyes, her demeanor evoked the image of a shameless sorcerer performing an incantation atop the mountains of his hometown. Thud! Caught off guard, Han Dong inadvertently dropped the woven bag he carried. While the beauty of urban women was undeniably striking, it could also be somewhat intimidating. The sound of the bag hitting the floor drew her attention, and their eyes locked, creating a moment of suspended time. In Han Dong's view, some women were truly favored by the heavens, and this one was no exception. Her physique was nothing short of mesmerizing, and her features were so exquisite that calling her a divine beauty would not be an exaggeration. After physical exertion, her cheeks glowed a rosy hue, with beads of sweat adorning her skin, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from water. This captivating sight momentarily distracted him from her alarming gestures. However, from her perspective, the encounter was far from enchanting. The youth before her had unkempt hair, dressed in a t-shirt and oversized shorts, clearly the product of a cheap market. His entire demeanor appeared rather unsophisticated. What perplexed her most was how he had intruded upon her sanctuary. "What do you want? What do you intend?" With a piercing gaze filled with fury, Han Dong instinctively crossed his arms and retreated several steps. The woman nearly lost her composure at his audacity. How dare he enter her home and question her intentions? "Get out!" In a fit of rage, she seized a cup from the coffee table and hurled it at his face. In his bewilderment, Han Dong was unprepared for the projectile that struck him squarely on the bridge of his nose. Ouch. The pain surged through him, and without thinking, he wiped his nose with his left hand, unwittingly smearing blood onto the jade ring on his ring finger, which promptly absorbed the crimson liquid. Oblivious to the significance of the event, he stumbled backward. "I don't care who you are, just leave. If you don't, they'll call the police," she threatened, brandishing her phone as if to punctuate her warning. Han Dong picked up the fallen woven bag, covering his nose, and fled like a wounded rabbit. Once outside, the woman sighed in relief, swiftly locking the door behind her. "Wu you?" she called out in exasperation. "What's wrong?" A slightly plump girl emerged from the bedroom, munching on something. "Didn't I lock it?" "Did you lock it?" The girl named Wu Yu rushed over to inspect, confirming, "But it is locked." "Goodness, I just locked it." "What's the big deal?" "Nothing was lost." "Nothing lost." Did you not witness the mortifying scene that just unfolded? Enraged, she simmered at the thought of being seen in such a compromising position in her own home. The embarrassment of being exposed as a glass goddess was unbearable. "Look at you." Cursing again, classmate Shun Xianyun, despite being well-educated, must you resort to such language? He'll do more than curse, he'll scratch you too. The two girls soon found themselves in a playful tussle, their laughter echoing through the apartment. After exiting the room, Han Dong took a moment to examine the door number. This was not 602, it was 603, that realizing he had knocked on the wrong door, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He hurriedly pressed the doorbell of room 602. "Who is it?" came the voice of his cousin Han Shan through the intercom. "Brother Shan, it's me, Dongzi," he replied respectfully. The door swung open to reveal Han Shan, beaming with joy. "Dongzi, come in. Brother Shan, I brought some local delicacies from home for you." Han Dong placed the large woven bag on the floor upon entering. "We're family, you need not bring anything. These are special local products, as my mother said they cannot be found in the city." Han Dong opened the bag to reveal a basket filled with homemade salted duck eggs, dried tofu, fermented beans, chili peppers, and pickled garlic, along with 2 freshly slaughtered mountain chickens and a piece of wild boar meat. And he was right, these are treasures that money can't buy. "You've gone through so much trouble to bring them all this way," Han Shan remarked. "Not a problem, I can manage." Han Dong grinned. Just as Han Shan was about to respond, his wife, Ruan Danqing, emerged from the study, casually saying, "Dongzi is here." This was Han Dong's first encounter with his sister-in-law, and he was taken aback by her beauty. He had not expected his cousin to marry such an enchanting woman. Her stunning appearance was complemented by an aura of intellect, exuding elegance and grace far from being a mere pretty face devoid of substance. With a subtle fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk, she stirred his heart, causing it to race. This fair-skinned, statuesque, and voluptuous sister-in-law left Han Dong utterly captivated. And oh wonder the villagers claimed his brother was fortunate to have married a celestial being. It seemed the rumors held merit. "Dongzi, this is your sister-in-law," greet her. Han Shan gently nudged Han Dong to Maybe making dinner soon, please stay and join us," Ruan Danqing added. "Sister-in-law," Han Dong started to decline, but Han Shan firmly pressed him onto the sofa. "Enough, Dongzi, you're at your brother's house, there's no need for such formality." The two brothers sat on the sofa, engaging in conversation about trivial matters from their village, while Ruan Danqing set a fruit platter on the coffee table and donned an apron. To prepare dinner, a beautiful woman in an apron exuded a unique charm. "Oh, what do you think of your sister-in-law's beauty?" Han Shan asked proudly. "She is indeed beautiful. You've done well, Brother Shan. Education is vital. Knowledge can change one's destiny," Han Shan mused. Han Dong wholeheartedly agreed. Had his cousin not pursued his studies and remained in the countryside, how could he have possibly married such an extraordinary woman from the city? Since Brother Shan gained admission to a prestigious university and secured a civil servant position, the atmosphere of learning in our village has intensified. Every household aspires to raise a university student. My acceptance into Jiangzhou University is largely thanks to your exemplary influence, Brother Shan. From now on, we are alumni. Strive to surpass me," Han Shan encouraged. Both Han Shan and Ruan Danqing were graduates of Jiangzhou University, with one serving as a deputy section chief in a municipal department and the other as a deputy editor at the city's television station, both enjoying respectable careers and promising futures. In Han Dong's eyes, they were a match made in heaven. The thought of surpassing his cousin was one he dared not entertain. Chapter 2. Unveiling the Spirit Void Ring and acquiring the legacy of the Golden Crow Emperor. Persuaded by his cousin's warm invitation, Han Dong agreed to stay at their residence for a night. Although Ruan Danqing appeared to be a delicate lady untouched by the mundane, she possessed remarkable culinary skills. As Han Dong savored the meal, he lavished praise upon his sister-in-law's culinary artistry, eliciting a rare smile from Ruan Danqing. The beauty of one who often wears a stern expression is ineffable when they smile. Han Dong could not help but steal a few more glances. His cousin and sister-in-law resided in a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, comprising a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a study. Han Dong's sleeping quarters were adjacent to the master bedroom. Just before slumber, he heard the sound of a goose being chanted from the neighboring room, which ignited a thirst within him. Quietly, he ventured to the kitchen and retrieved a chilled beverage from the fridge. Guzzling nearly half the bottle in one breath, his inner flames momentarily quelled. As he entered the living room, he was taken aback to see the study's lights still aglow. Peering through the ajar door, he observed his cousin Han Shan fervently engaged in battle at his computer. What was that chant from the master bedroom all about? Returning to bed, Han Dong tossed and turned, unable to find rest, perplexed by the events. In the midst of his contemplation, his right hand instinctively caressed the jade ring adorning his left ring finger. Following a peculiar surge of energy, he suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar realm. It was a dim, expansive space, seemingly boundless. "You have finally arrived." A figure emerged from the gray mist, clad in flowing white robes, long hair billowing as if ready to take flight. "Who are you? Where's this place?" Han Dong inquired, startled by the striking figure. "This is the internal space of the Spirit Void Ring, and I am its master, the Golden Crow Emperor." "The Spirit Void Ring? What is that?" Han Dong responded, astonished. "It is the obsidian ring upon your hand. After absorbing your blood, it has unlocked its seal, awakening me from my slumber." Understanding dawned upon Han Dong. He had unearthed this jade ring while foraging for wild vegetables on the mountain at his hometown, captivated by its ancient design, and had chosen to wear it. Little did he know it was a treasure. After being struck by that enchanting beauty from room 603, fate had conspired to activate it. The figure in white spoke softly. "I ask you, what is the state of the world beyond?" Han Dong provided a brief description. "I have been in slumber for millennia, and now the world is devoid of spiritual energy, with no one left to cultivate immortality. It is a pity that my profound abilities cannot be passed on." The white-robed man lamented, his expression one of desolation. He recounted his own tale, and with each revelation, Han Dong's astonishment deepened. Eons ago, when the earth thrived with spiritual energy, deities, demons, and various creatures coexisted, all aspiring to attain immortality. The human race, intelligent and tenacious, saw a burgeoning number of cultivators, their power escalating to the point of threatening the order established by the divine. Ultimately, under the leadership of the divine, an alliance was forged among the tribes, launching a campaign aimed at the complete extermination of human cultivators. It was during that fateful battle that many human champions fell and their tribes were driven to extinction. In order to preserve the cultivation legacy of humanity, the formidable beings of various sects concentrated their primordial spirits, infusing all the secret techniques of their respective sects into the lingering soul of the supreme Golden Crow Emperor of the celestial realm, which was then concealed within the Lingshu ring, resting in slumber. By chance, Han Dong stumbled upon the Lingshu ring, unaware of its significance or how to unlock it. Unexpectedly, today, after inadvertently staining it with his nosebleed, he triggered the activation mechanism, awakening the soul of the Golden Crow Emperor. Upon learning that the world's spiritual energy had dwindled, heralding an era of diminished magic, the Golden Crow Emperor felt a profound sense of loss. Senior, you ought to see the brighter side, no matter how grave the situation. After a good night's sleep, the sun will rise again the next day. Han Dong attempted to console him. The sun? The figure in white robes was taken aback, then suddenly waved his hand forcefully. Senior, what troubles you? Han Dong thought it peculiar that this handsome elder was expressing himself in such a manner. The essence of cultivation lies in establishing a solid foundation. Before refining qi, one must first temper the body. Even in an age of depleted spiritual energy, as long as the sun endures, my disciples of the Golden Crow sect can achieve the pure yang body. This is a crucial step forward. Is it truly possible to cultivate without spiritual energy? Han Dong inquired, astonished. Indeed, the white-robed figure replied with a smile. Our Golden Crow sect's body tempering technique is uniquely innovative. One merely needs to recite the Golden Crow body tempering method at dawn, drawing the essence of the rising sun into the body to temper the flesh for an hour. Moreover, once the Golden Crow body tempering method is activated, it will operate autonomously within the body. As long as the sun remains, the body continuously absorbs the power of sunlight, refining itself. After 49 days, one can achieve a significant mastery of the pure yang body. It is well known that every endeavor begins with difficulty, and cultivation is no exception. Other sects may require at least 3 years to overcome the body tempering phase, whereas my Golden Crow sect can accomplish it in just 49 days. Cultivating the highly coveted pure yang body that all beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths envy, with limitless potential ahead. Han Dong felt his blood surge with excitement. Isn't this akin to cultivating through solar energy? It's far superior to solar power generation. Of course, body tempering is merely the first step. The subsequent processes of refining essence into qi, transforming qi into yuan, and refining yuan into pills are crucial. Although the world is low on spiritual energy, there must still be rare materials hidden within the remote mountains and rivers. Our Golden Crow sect's alchemical techniques are unparalleled throughout the universe. Particularly the yang fire, which is condensed from the essence of the sun, is unrivaled for alchemical purposes. With my teachings, one can seek out the rarest materials and concoct elixirs. Through the power of these elixirs, one can also attain the path of true immortality. Young one, do you wish to inherit my mantle and become a supreme powerhouse in this world? The white-robed figure's heart brimmed with enthusiasm. Absolutely, Han Dong replied resolutely. Even if he were to gain admission to a prestigious university, upon graduation, he would merely become another cog in the urban machine. His life was destined to be a relentless grind for a house, a car, a spouse, and children. If luck were to abandon him, he might not even qualify for the grind, condemned to a life as a perpetual bachelor. Who wouldn't desire to be a supreme powerhouse, ruling this world? I ask you this, are you still virgin? Yes, Han Dong wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling embarrassed by such a question. Fortunately, the Golden Crow Emperor also wiped the sweat from his brow. Had it not been for being a virgin during body tempering, achieving the pure yang body would have been impossible, limiting future development and making it difficult to comprehend the supreme path. Han Dong knew did, realizing the truth behind the saying that a man's worth is determined by his desires. Fortunately, I have remained virtuous, untouched even by the 5th young lady. Ha! The man in the white robe chuckled. Since you have stumbled upon the Lingshu ring and awakened me, it is only natural that we are destined to be connected. From this day forth, you shall be my esteemed disciple, the future leader of the Jinwu sect. Yes, master. Han Dong hastily knelt, bowing his head, 9 times in reverence. Upon your acceptance of my legacy, a fragment of my soul shall dissipate. Before I bestow upon you the teachings, you must pledge to me. On the day you attain the pinnacle of Yangdan, you may establish your own sect. I hope you will accept many disciples and elevate the Jinwu sect to great heights. I shall faithfully obey your command. Han Dong responded with a respectful gesture, his expression solemn. Excellent. The Jinwu Emperor smiled with satisfaction. You are still immortal, and your mind cannot fathom the vastness of the cultivation legacy. I shall use my boundless consciousness to expand your mental faculties and strengthen your spirit. Otherwise, your mind may well burst under the strain. Han Dong grasped the implication immediately. In simpler terms, he was merely immortal with insufficient mental capacity to accommodate such profound teachings. Hence, the dashing elder would assist him in enhancing his mental storage. Subsequently, the Jinwu Emperor penetrated his consciousness, relentlessly expanding his mental domain with unending spiritual power. Upon absorbing his master's essence, Han Dong's spirit flourished rapidly, becoming significantly stronger than that of the average cultivator even before commencing his training. Such an opportunity was indeed rare, occurring once in a century. Once all was prepared, the Jinwu Emperor condensed his primordial spirit and began transmitting the teachings into Han Dong's mind. Han Dong felt a tingling sensation coursing through his head, as if struck by electricity, and an overwhelming influx of information surged within him, leaving him no time to discern, compelling him to passively receive it. Time became an abstract concept as the tingling ceased and tranquility returned. Who could have imagined that eons later, the only cultivation legacy in existence would belong to my Jinwu sect? Such is the will of heaven. Such is the joy. The white-robed figure laughed heartily, his shadow slowly dissipating into the mist. Master, Han Dong felt a profound sense of loss. His weariness vanished entirely as he eagerly perused the legacy left by his master. The more he absorbed, the more astonished he became. The era of cultivation on Earth surpassed that of the technological age in excitement, igniting fervor in the hearts of youthful aspirants. It was a time teeming with formidable individuals, where summoning winds and calling rain, as well as toppling mountains, were mere dreams. Regrettably, the subsequent war of annihilation was devastating. It not only drained the spiritual essence from the world, but also led to the demise of powerful beings among humankind, resulting in the decline of legacies and the destruction of the cultivation civilization. The knowledge he now bore encompassed the entirety of humanity's cultivation inheritance, from the martial techniques of the Jinwu sect, the swordplay of the Shushan sect, the healing arts of the Tianyi sect, to the soul techniques of the Li Huan sword sect, alongside the arts of artifact refinement, talisman crafting, puppetry, beast mastery, yin-yang manipulation, and exorcism, among others. As the Jinwu Emperor employed the celestial enlightenment technique for passing down his legacy, the vast array of information he imparted incorporated the insights of the great leaders of various sections. Thus, Han Dong stood upon the shoulders of giants, no longer needing to laboriously study, but rather directly absorbing this knowledge into his mind, ensuring it would remain indelible. The Lingshu ring left behind by the Jinwu Emperor was also a treasure of great significance. With the power of his consciousness, one can carve out multiple functional zones within oneself, capable not only of gathering and nurturing souls, but also serving as a storage space. To explore this, Han Dong conducted experiments, absorbing various items from his bedroom into the Lingshu ring, repeatedly retrieving them with a mere thought. The convenience of this application in daily life is simply unparalleled. That night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep due to excitement. As dawn broke the following day, Han Dong ascended to the rooftop, facing the rising sun. He sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, with his heart directed skyward. The techniques of the Golden Crow Emperor are primarily documented in the Golden Crow scriptures. According to these scriptures, the path of cultivation is divided into 10 realms: body refinement, chi refinement, foundation establishment, Dan formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, Dharma manifestation, unity with Tao, freedom, and tribulation crossing. The Golden Crow sect's disciples cultivate a golden pill known as the Yangdan. The process of condensing the Yangdan involves 4 steps: body refinement, refining essence into qi, refining qi into yuan, and refining yuan into Dan, corresponding to the 4 realms of body refinement: qi refinement, foundation establishment, and Dan formation. The physical body serves as the foundation of cultivation. A mortal form cannot bear the destructive energy of a yang fire. Thus, The first step is to absorb the essence of the sun to temper the flesh. After 7 days, one can achieve a minor success in the Pure Yang body. And after 49 days, a major success. Han Dong silently recited the incantation, drawing the sun's essence into his body. He felt a gentle warmth radiating through his 5 hearts as streams of energy flowed continuously into him, coursing through his meridians to nourish his limbs and bones. The essence of the sun proved to be overwhelming, raging within him like an uncontrollable flame, and Han Dong felt as if his body might be scorched at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored time and again to rein in the rebellious energy with his will. Fortunately, the teachings of the Golden Crow Emperor included his own insights, granting Han Dong access to the Emperor's cultivation experience, which helped him maintain a relatively calm demeanor. Without guidance, even with the Golden Crow scriptures in hand, he would likely have perished in the face of the overwhelming heat. Drawing upon the techniques etched in the memories of the Golden Crow Emperor, Han Dong swiftly navigated through the perilous phase, directing the sun's essence along the prescribed meridian pathways. Gradually, the essence permeated his muscles, bones, blood, and organs, cleansing impurities and toxins with a force akin to a high-pressure water jet, progressively enhancing his physique. After 1 hour, the sun's essence had cycled through his body 49 times, saturating every part of him, causing visible transformations in each cell. Han Dong leaped into the air, surprisingly soaring over a meter high, as if the gravitational pull of the earth had lessened. Upon landing, the sound of cracking bones resonated throughout his body, and he felt as though he had grown taller. The Golden Crow body refinement technique, which transforms the sinews and marrow, had altered his skeletal structure after just 1 session, granting him an unexpected height increase of 2 centimeters. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Under the transformative influence of the essence of the sun, impurities and toxins within the body were expelled through the sweat pores, leaving a sticky and uncomfortable sensation, as his shirt became thoroughly soaked, resembling something that had just been washed. With no other option, Han Dong reluctantly shed his upper garment, exposing his bare arms. Fearing an encounter with others in the elevator, he opted to descend the stairs to the 6th floor. To his surprise, after traversing several flights, he felt utterly unburdened, light as a feather, and invigorated. The remarkable effects of his first day of cultivation left him feeling immensely satisfied. As he stepped into the corridor from the stairwell, the door of room 603 swung open, revealing a lady clad in a chic white dress, her long, straight black hair cascading down her shoulders. They collided unexpectedly, and Han Dong recognized her as the enchanting girl he had seen the previous day. While she looked delightful in athletic wear, it must be said that she appeared even more striking in a dress. The beauty blinked, clearly recognizing Han Dong as well. It puzzled her. The man who had seemed rather ordinary yesterday now radiated an inexplicable allure. As she gracefully entered the elevator, Han Dong shook his head with a wry smile. Given the prior day's events, it was no wonder she might feel irked. Upon returning to room 602, he discovered his brother and sister-in-law were already awake and preparing breakfast. When they saw Han Dong enter bare-chested, Ruan Danqing furrowed her brows slightly. Yet her gaze shifted to the sculpted muscles of his chest and abdomen, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. "Why are you dressed like this?" Han Shan inquired, astonished. "I went for morning exercise and I broke a sweat, soaking my shirt," Han Dong replied sheepishly. "Go take a shower, lest you catch a cold," Han Shan advised, patting his shoulder. "Okay, brother," Han Dong responded, taking a change of clothes and heading to the bathroom. "Zhongzi has just come from the countryside. You must be a bit understanding," Han Shan said apologetically to Ruan Danqing. "Indeed," she replied coolly. While bathing, Han Dong noticed a grayish, viscous substance washing off his skin, a nauseating sight, which he recognized as the impurities and toxins expelled by the essence of the sun. Once this gelatinous material was removed, his body felt as though it had shed a layer, revealing skin that was significantly lighter in tone and much smoother in texture. Gazing into the mirror, he observed that although his facial features had not changed, he appeared considerably more pleasing to the eye, and the earthy aura that once surrounded him had diminished. The Golden Crow body refinement technique was indeed extraordinary. After just 1 session, the results were astounding, raising his expectations to new heights. Once Han Dong completed his grooming and dressed, Han Shan and Ruan Danqing regarded him with curiosity. "Is it just my imagination? Or does it seem like this fellow has grown taller?" They noted that despite wearing inexpensive clothing, a mere shirt and shorts worth only a few dozen yuan, the overtly rustic demeanor had diminished considerably, and his aura had undergone a notable enhancement. Zhongzi, how tall are you? Han Shan could not help but ask. 172 centimeters, Han Dong instinctively replied. He recalled this figure clearly from his physical examination before the college entrance examination. This is not right. I stand at 174 centimeters, yet when you visited yesterday, I perceived you to be slightly shorter. How is it that today you seem almost my height? Han Shan expressed his confusion. Is that so? I cannot say, Han Dong replied, unable to provide an explanation, resorting instead to feigning ignorance. He had originally measured 172 centimeters, but after his morning training, he had grown an additional 2 centimeters, thus matching Han Shan's height of 174. Han Shan did not dwell on the matter for long and swiftly redirected the conversation. Dongzi, do you have any plans for today? Brother, today marks the day for new students to register. Oh, we need to head to work shortly. Your sister-in-law's workplace is along the same route as Jiang University. You may take her car to school. There's no need for that. I can take the bus by myself. I would want to delay my sister-in-law's work. Not a problem. It's on the way, Ruan Danxing replied with an impassive expression. Han Shan looked at his wife in surprise. She was not usually this accommodating. Chapter 4. Another year of the academic season. After finishing their meal, the three of them proceeded to the underground parking garage. Han Shan's vehicle was a Volkswagen Magotan, a suitable choice for his status. Ruan Danxing drove a modest white Volvo, a brand of relatively understated reputation. Han Shan waved goodbye and departed first, while Ruan Danxing opened the driver's side door, preparing to get in, but was halted by Han Dong. Sister-in-law, allow me to drive. Do you possess a driver's license? Ruan Danxing inquired, slightly taken aback. From Han Shan, she had gleaned some understanding of Han Dong's family circumstances. His parents were farmers with a modest income, burdened with 4 children. Acquiring a driver's license in their county would cost them $3,000 to $4,000, quite a luxury for them. After the college entrance examination, I began tutoring in the county town, and the funds for my driver's license were earned by me. Nowadays, being a ride-hailing driver is quite popular in big cities. I thought that if I were to work while studying, I could also drive, adding another option to my path, Han Dong explained, somewhat clarifying Ruan Danxing's doubts. Ruan Danxing responded, not delving further into the topic, though she felt a stirring within her. He was indeed a diligent and ambitious young man. It is often said that children from humble backgrounds mature early, and this was certainly true in his case. She had heard Han Shan mention that this cousin had a challenging upbringing, yet all the children were remarkably sensible and commendably driven. During his time at driving school, Han Dong had been a dedicated student. His driving skills were already commendable. After practicing the Golden Crow body refinement technique, his reflexes had sharpened and his control over his body surpassed that of the average person. After familiarizing himself with the car's condition, he drove with remarkable ease. This luxury automatic vehicle is far more manageable than the manual ones at driving school, he remarked. Are you truly a novice? Ruan Danxing asked, slightly surprised. Indeed. I only obtained my license a week ago. He paused before adding, the driving instructor mentioned that I possess a natural talent. Ruan Danxing nodded. Every profession has its prodigies, and it seemed that Han Shan's cousin was exceptionally gifted in the art of driving. As Han Dong navigated the vehicle smoothly, Ruan Danxing leaned back, closing her eyes to rest. The distance from Bishui Yuan to Jiang University was approximately 10 kilometers. Along the urban expressway, they arrived in about 20 minutes. Due to it being the registration day for new students, the school entrance was bustling with traffic, stretching for over a mile. Han Dong parked by the side of the road and retrieved his luggage from the trunk. At that moment, Ruan Danxing also emerged from the back seat and approached him. She took a stack of bills from her wallet and handed it to him nonchalantly, saying, "Take this to buy something delicious. Don't deprive yourself." Sister-in-law, I still have money left from my summer earnings. It's enough for me. Please accept it. This is a token from me and your brother. We're family, so don't be polite. Without allowing him to refuse, Ruan Danxing firmly placed the stack of cash into his bag. Just as Han Dong was about to protest, a figure suddenly leaped out and slapped him on the shoulder. Hey, Dongzi, you've arrived. Turning around, he saw a boy with a mohawk hairstyle, looking rather dapper. Smiling at him, it was his high school classmate, Zhang Zikai. Alongside him were 2 girls and another boy, all classmates from Ihe County No. One high school, but from different classes. This year, 5 students from their school had been admitted to Jiangzhou University, and they were all present. Hello. Han Dong greeted his classmates. Dongzi, who asked this stunning girl? Zhang Zikai asked, casting a sidelong glance at Ruan Danxing and nudging Han Dong playfully. My sister-in-law. Han Dong replied coolly, harboring a sense of displeasure. Zhang Zikai, with his good looks and a bit of family wealth, could not resist flirting with beautiful girls, which was quite irksome. I see, sister-in-law. Ruan Danqing waved from behind the car window, started the vehicle, and merged into the bustling traffic. Wow, your sister-in-law is remarkable. What does your brother do? I've never heard you mention it before, Zheng Zikai remarked, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the taillights of the Volvo. Dongzi, why didn't you call me before you came? We could have gone together in my dad's car. It wouldn't be lonely with company. Wasn't there enough space in the car? Han Dong glanced at the other 3 classmates, who had likely come in Zheng's family vehicle. A 7-seater van would indeed suffice. Slightly reproachfully, Zheng Zikai said, Dongzi, I'm not saying this to offend you, but you really should be more sociable. Why waste a ticket when you could have just called? In the future, as you step into society, connections will be crucial. Once you're in university, don't be so distant. Han Dong chose not to elaborate further, yet he was acutely aware that Zheng Zikai's sudden warmth stemmed solely from his beautiful sister-in-law. During high school, Zheng had barely acknowledged him. After all, Han Dong hailed from the countryside, and city classmates each had their own social circles, rarely mingling. Despite Zheng Zikai's charming words, had Han Dong actually called him for a ride, he most likely would have concocted an excuse to decline. Yuli was the epitome of a pure and cute girl, while Chung Yusin exuded a sultry, older sister vibe. In high school, the 5 of them belonged to different classes, and though they had little interaction, the shared experience of moving from the county to the big city unknowingly bridged the gap between them. As they chatted and laughed, they made their way onto the campus. The tree-lined paths were adorned with colorful banners, and everywhere one looked, there were slogans welcoming the new students. The sky was filled with balloons of various hues. Fresh, eager faces greeted the welcoming upperclassmen, embodying a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Zhang Peng is a student of software engineering. Yuli hails from the English department. Chung Yusin and Zheng Zikai are both enrolled in the journalism department. While Han Dong studies law, Han Dong chose to pursue a degree in law for 2 reasons. Firstly, Jiangzhou University's law program is renowned, being one of the institution's premier disciplines. Secondly, he was influenced by his cousin Han Shan's advice. Han Shan, a graduate of the same law department, believes that upon graduation, whether one seeks to become a civil servant or take the judicial examination, both paths offer promising prospects. Each major has its own designated registration area, and when they reached a fork in the road, they parted ways. Chapter 5. A grand scene of social discomfort. Han Dong arrived at the registration area for new students in the law school, where he verified his identity and received his campus card along with essential supplies. The entire process was uneventful. Everyone was warm and patient, and any uncertainties were readily addressed by the senior students nearby. Despite the fact that others carried brand new suitcases, Han Dong brought a simple woven bag typically used by migrant workers, yet no one ridiculed him. The only disappointment was that the senior female students were rather ordinary in appearance, lacking the legendary beauties he had anticipated. It is understandable, however, as true beauties often possess a certain reserve and would not engage in the task of welcoming newcomers. Han Dong was assigned to dormitory 513 in Building 7. Just as he was about to inquire about the location of the dormitory, a voice next to him chimed in. "Excuse me, senior. Could you please tell me where dormitory 7 is located?" The speaker was a stylishly dressed young man, remarkably handsome, reminiscent of the popular idol Wang Yibo, a type much favored by the current generation of young women. Standing beside him, Han Dong, in his humble attire, evoked a vivid contrast akin to a mountain chicken alongside a peacock. The moment he appeared, the gazes of the senior female students shifted, as if a pack of hungry wolves had spotted a succulent roasted chicken. "Freshman, it's normal to be unfamiliar with the school when you first arrive. Allow me to guide you," said a senior with cascading waves in her hair, her demeanor warm and inviting. This young woman was of above-average looks, and her physique was quite alluring. "That would be most helpful. Thank you, senior," the young man replied with a smile, captivating the attention of the surrounding senior women. "It's no trouble at all. It is our duty," the senior responded, visibly delighted. As they turned to leave, Han Dong clearly observed the envy in the eyes of the other senior female students. Among them, a lady in a chic, Audrey Hepburn-inspired white dress held a delicate parasol, directing a few male students in their tasks. Her hair, dark, straight, and glossy, cascaded over her shoulders like silk, while her tall, slender figure exuded elegance. The exposed portion of her calves, fair and smooth, resembled tender lotus roots emerging from water. With bright eyes and a charming smile, her gaze held an enchanting allure, captivating all who beheld her, both newcomers and returning students alike. The young man who had just left with the senior could not resist pausing in his tracks. "Is she one of our faculty members?" he inquired of the senior. "Yes, her name is Shun Qianyun," and she is the secretary of our law school's youth league committee. The senior appeared reluctant to elaborate on this beautiful instructor, hastening the handsome young man to continue on. Upon learning that this enchanting teacher was an officer in the school's committee, a flicker of intrigue crossed the young man's eyes, yet he quickly masked it. Silently trailing behind the alluring senior, Han Dong hastened his steps towards the dormitory building, his head bowed as though pursued by hounds. He recognized this captivating young lady with long black hair. She was the one he had inadvertently encountered yesterday while she was performing a ritual. Following his transformation through the golden crow body refinement, his senses had sharpened remarkably. He overheard the senior's introduction and learned that the enchanting teacher, Shun Qianyan, was a leader within the student council. Han Dong felt a wave of despair wash over him. What a disaster! He had already left a negative impression on a figure of authority before even starting his college journey. How would he navigate the next 4 years? In a panic, he quickly retreated, fearing that teacher Shun might notice him. Had it not been for the dread of his father breaking his legs, he might have considered dropping out entirely. It was inevitable that he would face social embarrassment sooner or later. The senior escorted them to dormitory 7, exchanging WeChat IDs with a handsome youth before reluctantly departing. Han Dong, unencumbered by such ties, entered room 513, where 2 classmates had already settled in. One was a stout fellow with a round face, his features amusingly squished together. The other was a taciturn individual, engrossed in a mobile game. Are you Han Dong, or Seeing Shun? The chubby one blinked his small eyes in curiosity. Han Dong. Then you'll be on the upper bunk. Nice to meet you. I'm Wu Yuanda, but you can call me Wu Fatty. Hello, Ada. You're quite unconventional, but I like it. And this is Hong Tao. We've got a new buddy. At least make some noise, Wu Yuanda urged, nudging the bed beside him. Puffed. Hong Tao lifted himself slightly to let out a fart. Is that considered poisoning? Wu Yuanda exclaimed, taken aback. Hong Tao fell silent once more. This was simply his way of greeting. Wu Yuanda shrugged with a chuckle. Han Dong chose to remain silent, focusing on organizing his belongings. The room was a 4-person dormitory, each bed and desk marked with the occupant's name. As he was tidying up, the door swung open, and a handsome youth entered. To his surprise, he discovered that they were assigned to the same room. Are all of you here? The handsome youth extended his hand with a smile. I'm Seeing Shun. Let us get acquainted. Hello, I'm Wu Yuanda. Hello, I'm Hong Tao. Han Dong. The 4 engaged in conversation, gaining a general understanding of one another's backgrounds. Wu Yuanda hailed from Sichuan province and was the eldest. Seeing Shun was from the provincial capital and ranked 2nd. Han Dong came from a rural area in Jiangbei and was the 3rd, while Hong Tao, the youngest, was from Lingnan. Seeing Shun and Wu Yuanda, being from larger cities, had broader perspectives and naturally assumed the role of conversational leaders. Hong Tao interjected occasionally, while Han Dong remained mostly silent. He lay back on his bed, closing his eyes to rest, repeatedly contemplating the teachings of the Golden Crow Emperor, striving for a profound understanding. The Golden Crow body refinement technique was in constant motion, absorbing solar energy and nourishing every meridian and cell within him. With each passing second, he grew stronger. As night fell, Wu Yuanda, the dormitory leader, proposed that they go out for a meal to strengthen their bonds. However, Seeing Shun received a voice message on WeChat, stating that she had to meet a fellow townsman, postponing the gathering. Han Dong, possessing keen hearing, discerned that it was the senior who had escorted her to the dormitory earlier that day, rather than any townsman. A chuckle escaped Han Dong's lips. It was clear that Seeing Shun's university life would not be solitary. On just the first day, she had already caught the attention of a senior. With nothing more to discuss that night, Han Dong ascended to the rooftop at dawn, greeting the rising sun while practicing the Golden Crow body refinement technique. After completing 49 cycles, he felt his physique enhancing further, each cell brimming with vitality. From that day forth, the freshmen were to partake in 4 weeks of military training. After receiving their specialized camouflage uniforms, thousands of new students gathered on the playground for the military training oath ceremony. Uniquely, the school decided against organizing by departments or classes, opting instead for a random arrangement that mixed students from various faculties within each formation. Han Dong's formation consisted of 108 individuals structured into a company, designated as the Steel 7th Company. Among the 60 male and 48 female students, coincidentally, 3 of Han Dong's high school classmates, Zheng Zikai, Yu Li, and Cheng Yusin, were also placed in this formation, aside from the 4 from dormitory 513. During a break, Han Dong introduced them, aware that comparisons could be daunting. Zheng Zikai, once a handsome lad, paled in comparison to Seeing Shun. Seeing Chun's fleeting glance at Yu Li and Cheng Yusin revealed a moment of covetousness. though he masked it well. Han Dong noticed. Yu Li and Chung Yusin, one innocent and the other alluring, each possessed their own charm, far surpassing the senior from the previous day. Hong Tao remained his usual reticent self, seemingly indifferent to matters beyond gaming. Jiangzhou University was known for its abundance of beauties, never lacking in captivating individuals. Within the Steel Seventh Company, the overall caliber of the female contingent was notably high, with Yu Li and Chung Yusin standing out, yet they were not the most striking. One girl, upon her arrival, captivated the gaze of every male, including the youthful instructor who couldn't help but steal a few glances. As the saying goes, one's appearance is often enhanced by attire, yet this girl defied that notion. Even clad in a camouflage uniform, which typically masked beauty and form, she radiated an undeniable brilliance. While Yu Li and Chung Yusin were undoubtedly attractive, they were overshadowed by her presence, akin to a graceful swan amidst clumsy chicks. Han Dong noted that she bore a striking resemblance to a young Sophie Marceau, not in looks alone, but in her unique blend of innocence and allure. On the first day of formation practice, the group was divided into two, and Han Dong found himself face-to-face with the captivating girl. Their large eyes locked in an unspoken exchange. It was undeniable. She was a visual delight, almost impossible to look away from. Perhaps it was the aggressively penetrating gaze of Han Dong, or perhaps an inexplicable magnetic field, but whenever he fixated on the pure and alluring girl, she would occasionally steal glances at him. Yet, upon being caught, she would nonchalantly divert her attention elsewhere. While the scene appeared tranquil, Han Dong could distinctly perceive a delicate flush adorning her porcelain-like cheeks, which irked Si Ying-chun, who had been observing the girl intently. Well, look, I am the most striking individual in this assembly. Han Dong is merely a rustic bumpkin from the countryside. Why would she cast her gaze upon him? During a break, several companions sought refuge under the shade of a tree. Fatty Wu rushed over, panting, and whispered, I have procured all the information on that girl. Who wants it? I'll sell it cheaply. Just treat me to a week of fried chicken. Hong Tao, indifferent, sipped his mineral water, uninterested in the conversation. Han Dong and Si Ying-chun exchanged silent smiles. Zheng Zikai eagerly interjected, Fatty, sell it to me. A week of fried chicken? Deal. Her name is Qiao Shi. She is 18 years old, studying software engineering. She resides in dormitory 506 of Building 8. Where's her hometown? What are her parents' professions? I don't know. What about her contact information, like her phone number or WeChat ID? None. Is this all the information you claim to have? Zheng Zikai's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Indeed, this is all I managed to gather. You are committing fraud. The agreement is null and void. You rascal. Are you toying with me? Fatty Wu exclaimed, his dialect slipping out in frustration. When you obtain her contact information, the promise will be fulfilled. Dongzi Yingchun, bear witness for me. If you back out then, I will make you regret it. Rest assured, as long as you satisfy me, I shall reciprocate. Han Dong frowned. Such brazen words were unseemly. Qiao Shi, beautiful in both appearance and name. Let me make this clear. I am determined to win her over. As a brother. Do not compete with me. Zheng Zikai looked towards the distance, where Qiao Shi was resting beneath another tree, entirely alone. Not a single companion surrounded her. The girl seemed hesitant to approach, while the boys, though eager, lacked the courage. She appeared accustomed to this solitude, leaning against a grand tree, gazing up at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, seemingly at peace with herself. Si Ying-chun smirked subtly, his smile restrained. He did not consider Zheng Zikai a threat. Rather, it was Han Dong who instilled a sense of unease within him. With his vast experience in reading people, he sensed that the girl's gaze towards Han Dong was peculiar. Logically, it should not be so. In terms of looks, temperament, and family background, Si Ying-chun felt he easily surpassed Han Dong by several streets. The disparity between them was glaringly evident. Why would she not spare him a glance, yet exchange glances with a country bumpkin? Was her taste unconventional? Or perhaps she was weary of the urban charm and sought a different thrill? Si Ying-chun found himself utterly perplexed. During the first week of military training, the exercises consisted merely of marching, both in formation and in step, dull and uninspiring. The only joy Han Dong found was in his game of peekaboo with Qiao Shi. Each morning, he diligently practiced the golden crow body refinement technique, making remarkable progress day by day. On the morning of the 7th day, after guiding the essence of the sun to circulate through his body for a complete cycle of 49 rotations, Han Dong suddenly perceived the sound of a critical point shattering. His bones cracked audibly, and he felt himself surge upward once more. His senses and consciousness heightened to an extraordinary degree, and the pure yang energy within him surged abundantly. This was indeed a sign of achieving a minor success in the Pure Yang body technique. Today, being a weekend, free from military training duties, Han Dong finished his breakfast and made his way to the nearby university town. He spent a mere 1 yuan to measure his height at a device located at the mall entrance, astonishingly discovering he had grown to 177 centimeters. In just 7 days, he had gained 5 centimeters. The Golden Crow body refining technique's transformation of a human physique was nothing short of miraculous. He then sought out a reputable hair salon nearby, where he spent 50 yuan to receive a stylish, dynamic medium-length haircut. The style featured short sides and layered thinning on top, with bangs that elegantly framed his forehead. The slightly plump stylist possessed remarkable skills, and upon completion, the surrounding patrons praised the haircut as exceptional. Gazing into the mirror, Han Dong was captivated by his own handsome reflection. Through daily absorption of the sun's essence for body refinement, he underwent a profound transformation. His face remained the same, yet the aura he exuded was entirely different. Each cell in his body brimmed with pure yang energy, radiating vigor and youthful exuberance. The earthy, rustic demeanor he once possessed had vanished without a trace. Chapter 07. A goddess on the bus within the hair salon. The conversation of two women who were dyeing their hair drew the attention of those around them. Did you hear? This morning, a group of bandits robbed an armored vehicle and injured someone, even seizing 2 guns. Really? Where did this happen? I was unaware. At the intersection. It's just 2 streets away from here. What happened next? Were they caught? No, they escaped before the police arrived. Han Dong couldn't help but furrow his brow. The robbers had not only stolen from the armored vehicle, but had also taken firearms and managed to flee successfully before the police could encircle them. Such criminals were not ordinary. They exhibited bravery, skill, and were undoubtedly organized with strong counter-surveillance abilities, which made their escape possible. The emergence of such a group into society posed a significant threat, albeit this matter felt distant from the lives of ordinary people. And Han Dong did not dwell on it further. Last night, Han Shan had called him, inviting him over for dinner on the weekend. Therefore, after leaving the hair salon, he proceeded directly to the Jiangdao bus station, intending to take Route 15. This bus was notoriously difficult to wait for, and a considerable number of people had already gathered at the platform. Among them was a young girl who caught Han Dong's attention. Her beauty was undeniable. With her hair casually tied back in a ponytail and dressed in the typical loose-fitting school uniform, her ordinary attire could not conceal her striking elegance. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, already embodying the essence of a goddess. Several young men stood nearby, fidgeting, seemingly wishing to approach her, but lacking the courage to do so. The girl, with her hands in her pockets and earbuds in her ears, remained oblivious to the world around her. As Han Dong approached, the girl could not resist casting a glance in his direction. Upon realizing that Han Dong was also scrutinizing her, her fair cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly averted her gaze. The Pure Yang body possesses an indescribable allure for any woman of appropriate age. At that moment, a white Bentley coupe came to a halt by the roadside. A woman in her 30s emerged from the driver's seat, her expression slightly troubled, as she made her way to the platform to make a phone call. The car is broken down at the Jiangdao bus stop. Please come and handle it right away. The 15 bus is about to arrive. I will take the bus. It's difficult to hail a taxi at this hour. All right, that's it. After hanging up, the beautiful woman joined the crowd waiting for the bus. If the young girl resembled a budding lotus, then this woman was akin to a peony, exuding national beauty and fragrance. Adorned in a dark green silk gown, complemented by a light green sheer coat and a silk scarf fluttering in the breeze, her attire, though lacking in overt brand labels, was exquisitely crafted and exuded an air of opulence. Beautiful women are a rare commodity, particularly those of exceptional caliber. It is already a challenge to encounter one. Yet this modest bus stop astonishingly gathered 2, one large and one small, creating a visual feast beyond compare. As the woman's gaze briefly lingered on Han Dong, she could not help but admire him inwardly. It had been many years since she had encountered a young man exuding such youthful charm. In a sense, men and women are merely 2 genders of the same species. If men are often perceived as rogues, women are not without their flaws either. Just as older men are drawn to beautiful young girls, mature women equally find themselves enamored with youthful gentlemen. The old bull grazing on tender grass knows no gender boundaries. However, today as youth often present themselves in an overly greasy and nonconformist manner, making the genuine, vibrant, and slightly rebellious charm of youth a rare sight. Han Dong, however, embodied these qualities. Despite his attire of inexpensive clothing and shorts, His unique aura captured the attention of the beautiful woman. Han Dong smiled slightly, showcasing his amiability, and the woman responded with a reserved nod. The girl beside him noticed the exchange between Han Dong and the alluring woman, her brows furrowing slightly, clearly displeased. The 15 bus soon arrived, and after the two ladies boarded, Han Dong followed suit. Due to the bus being crowded, he found a seat in the back row, with the two beauties seated directly in front of him. Just as the bus was about to depart, 5 men boarded. Each was of robust build, wearing construction helmets and masks, rendering their faces indistinguishable, save for their eyes. Clad in soiled work attire emblazoned with the name of a construction company. Each man carried an oversized canvas bag, bulging with contents. With his pure yang body having reached a minor level of development, Han Dong's senses were acute. He perceived the underlying ferocity, tension, anxiety, and wariness in the eyes of these laborers, despite their attempts at concealment. These migrant workers are unbearable, reeking of sweat and utterly disgusting, a young woman with bleached hair remarked with evident disdain, fanning her nose. "Haha, those from the countryside are surely filthy. Let's not stoop to their level," remarked the boyfriend seated beside. The 5 individuals cast a simultaneous glance at the couple. Han Dong distinctly sensed a trace of murderous intent in the gazes of the 5, yet curiously, they refrained from action. One of them had a canvas bag with its zipper partially undone, and Han Dong, possessing remarkable vision, could vaguely discern stacks of crimson bills within. Coupled with the information he had overheard at the hair salon earlier, Han Dong could almost ascertain that these 5 masked men were indeed the ruthless bandits responsible for the armored car heist. It was implausible for ordinary laborers to possess such vast sums of money. The police's primary focus should have been on the vehicle they fled in. They would never suspect that these audacious individuals had the audacity to escape via public transport. This city, ever evolving, sees skyscrapers rising from the ground, with construction bustling fervently every day. Men like these, clad in farmer's garb and carrying canvas bags, were far too common to raise any suspicions. Han Dong was certain they had already changed their attire during their escape, and this current ensemble was meticulously prepared in advance, distinctly different from what they wore during the crime. Of course, the surveillance system was not to be underestimated. Yet due to the focus of their investigations not being on public transport, it was unlikely they would react promptly. By the time they realized, these ruffians would likely be well beyond the borders of Jiangzhou. Indeed, it was a clever tactic of evasion, executed with perfect timing. Clearly, there had been meticulous planning prior to their actions. These bandits were desperate men, and their silence in the face of verbal humiliation was a deliberate choice to avoid attracting police attention. The blonde woman, reveling in her moment of triumph as she silenced the 5 men with her words, strutted about like a proud hen. Han Dong's immediate instinct was to call the police. However, dialing 110, even in hushed tones, would not guarantee he would remain undetected by them. These bandits were armed. Although he was a cultivator, he was still at a nascent stage, far from being able to disregard bullets. Sending a message via WeChat to his contacts, urging them to alert the authorities, was the best course of action he could conceive. Yet, just as he began to scroll through his reliable contacts, preparing to compose a message, the bus swiftly approached the next stop. A considerable number of people awaited at this station, with a dozen or so young men eagerly anticipating the bus's arrival. As the bus driver, Old Wong, prepared to halt, a sharp command pierced the air. "Keep driving. Do not stop. Otherwise, I will blow your brains out." The dark muzzle of a gun was pressed against his right temple, exuding an aura of cold, impending death. The individual threatening Old Wong was one of the 5 laborers. At that moment, his countenance was fierce, brimming with menace, a far cry from his earlier demeanor. Chapter 08, The Bus Heist. The bus sped away, leaving the waiting passengers bewildered, many stamping their feet in frustration and some contemplating calling the bus company to lodge a complaint. Among the crowd, an undercover officer swiftly reacted, immediately reporting to his superiors. "Report to the captain. The mice are alert. We may have been compromised. Regroup quickly and execute the plan. Everyone be cautious. The robbers are armed." "Understood, Chief." The supreme commander of this operation, Captain Shi Guodong of the Municipal Criminal Police, swiftly devised the next phase of the plan. Intending to collaborate with the traffic police to stage a fictitious car accident on the Jinji Lake Bridge, thereby obstructing the route of bus number 15. Only when the vehicle came to a halt would they have their opportunity. The assailants, positioned closely behind, would pursue relentlessly, with obstacles in front and pursuers behind, leaving no doubt that this band of ruthless criminals could not escape their fate. Suddenly, a dozen vehicles concealed within the traffic surged forward, closely tailing the bus. Inside the bus, one construction worker inquired, "What's happening, old two?" "There are officers at the station. We must have been compromised." "They are closing in," replied another. "These fellows are indeed formidable. But what of it? We have this busload of hostages. Are we to fear an escape from Jiangzhou? If need be, we can sacrifice a few." A woman screamed in terror, clutching her head and trembling. Her scream acted as a spark, igniting panic among the passengers. Chaos ensued as cries echoed within the bus, with some attempting to leap from the windows. At that moment, the four accomplices retrieved firearms from their canvas bags. Two were standard-issue weapons, likely the lost shotguns from a previous escort, while the remaining three were non-standard handguns, presumably illicit replicas. The bulliest among them raised his pistol and bellowed, "Silence. Anyone who dares to scream again will meet their end." The tumult within the bus ceased abruptly. Each individual huddled in their seats, quaking in fear. "We seek only wealth, not lives. If you comply and assist us in escaping the city, I assure you no harm shall come to you. However, should anyone be foolish enough to defy us, they will be courting death." Silence enveloped the bus. The imposing figure approached the blonde girl's seat and struck her twice across the face, snarling, "You little brat, you think you're tough? Kneel." The blonde girl and her boyfriend hurriedly complied, losing their previous arrogance. "Lick my toes," the burly man commanded angrily. The blonde girl shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Have mercy, brother," her boyfriend pleaded. With a sudden kick to the mouth, the burly man sent blood splattering, dislodging several teeth. The man groaned, clutching his mouth as he knelt on the ground in agony. "Trash! What respect do you think you deserve before me?" He turned to the blonde girl, his voice dripping with menace. "Will you do it? Refusal will result in your demise." The dark muzzle of the gun pressed against her forehead. I will," the blonde girl exclaimed, terror-stricken. Swiftly, she removed the burly man's shoes, suppressing her disgust as she complied. "Huh, you don't find me filthy now, do you?" he exclaimed triumphantly. Not a single passenger dared to utter a sound. All averted their gaze, unwilling to witness this grotesque scene. Han Dong understood that their earlier restraint was to avoid alerting the authorities. Now that they had been discovered by the police, they had nothing left to lose. Provoking these desperate criminals could lead to murder at any moment. After all, they were already committing a capital offense. Killing or not, the outcome would remain unchanged. The fierce bandit's gaze fell upon the young girl before Han Dong, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. The girl gazed out the window, her profile alone striking enough to captivate. With a swift kick, he sent the blonde girl sprawling and hurried to the girl's side, reaching out to seize her school uniform. "Old three, can you not be so pathetic? You'll end up dead at the hands of a woman." The leader of the bandits chided, laughing. "This girl is too exquisite to pass up. A lifetime of regret awaits if you do. What is that saying? Take her. And it's a bloodless profit, a death sentence well worth it. Hurry, make it quick. The cops are hot on our heels. Escaping is our priority." "Understood, big brother." Just as the towering bandit's filthy hand reached out, the girl could no longer endure it. She stood and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The burly bandit, taken aback, raised his gun stock, ready to strike the girl's head. "Stop," interjected a refined woman nearby, her brow furrowed. "You all seek only wealth. Why resort to violence?" Having kept her head bowed until now, she finally revealed her full visage, stunning the burly man once more. Although slightly older, her beauty and figure were unimpaired, perhaps even more alluring than that of the young girl. Those with experience know that women of such age are treasures in the bedroom. An unexpected find indeed. Who would have thought such exquisite specimens would be on this bus? And two at that. The burly bandit seized both women by the arms, yanking them forcibly into the aisle. Despite their desperate resistance, how could delicate women withstand the might of such a muscular man? "Wait," the refined woman commanded sharply as the brute lunged forward. "Fast or slow, I dictate the pace. Do you think you have any say in this?" The man's eyes danced with mockery. "I am from the Mu family of Suzhou. Is it not merely wealth you seek? Name your price, and I shall meet it." Gasps of astonishment filled the bus. In Jiangzhou, even a 3-year-old would know of the Mu family of Suzhou. The common folk never imagined they would share a bus with someone of that esteemed lineage. Jin Yong vividly depicted the national grievances and familial hatreds of the Murong clan and demigods and semi-devils. Yet he was unaware that a real Mu family of Suzhou existed. Not referring to the descendants of the Murong clan of the Great Yin, but rather the Mu and Rong families, two powerful clans locked in a rivalry for centuries. Each equally matched, neither able to overpower the other. The mere stomp of the Mu or Rong families could send tremors through Suzhou. illustrating their profound influence in this ancient city. I care not whether you are from a Mu family or the Tai family. It is I who hold the reins now. Submit obediently, and you may suffer less pain. If you choose to resist, I shall gladly accept the consequences. The refined woman was momentarily stunned, as were the other passengers on the bus. Even the Mu family was unaware of this brute. It was over. She realized she could not reason with these thugs. For the first time, panic gripped her heart. What was about to transpire could lead to horrors she could scarcely bear. The civilized rules of society were rendered meaningless before these desperate men. The burly bandit stowed his firearm in a canvas bag, laughing maniacally as he lunged toward the two women. The passengers in the vehicle bowed their heads, clutching their heads, unable to bear the sight. A dull thud echoed, followed by the astonished exclamation of a burly man. Everyone looked up in disbelief, only to witness an exceedingly bizarre scene. The robust figure was hurtling backwards through the air at an astonishing speed, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the aisle. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth, splattering the face of the bewildered blonde girl kneeling on the ground. The girl screamed hysterically, frantically wiping her face with her hands. "Do you know who it is?" the gang leader asked in a low tone. "I didn't see clearly. It happened too fast." The burly man coughed up more blood, unable to lift his arms. It was evident he was gravely injured. The gang leader noticed a distinct footprint on the chest of the burly man, indicating he had been kicked. Damn it, could I be this unfortunate? Just haphazardly boarded a bus and encounter master? The burly man, towering at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing around 200 pounds, had been kicked from the back row of the bus to the front. What immense strength would that require? It was akin to being struck by a speeding truck. Fortunately, no matter how skilled one is, they still fear a kitchen knife. Moreover, they were armed. The gang leader brandished his weapon, swiftly advancing to the rear, bellowing, "Who are you? Show yourself now, or I won't hesitate to execute all of you." Under the threat of gunfire, the bus driver slammed on the accelerator, racing down the road, desperately fleeing the city. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was charged with tension, akin to a powder keg ready to ignite. A mere spark could incite catastrophe. Not admitting it, are you? Then I shall send you all to hell. The gang leader cocked his weapon, poised to unleash a massacre. Suddenly, a figure leapt into action, soaring upwards like a hunting leopard. With lightning speed, the left foot struck the gun from the gang leader's hands, while the right leg propelled forward, landing a kick between the gang leader's chest and abdomen. Consequently, a familiar scene unfolded once more. The gang leader was propelled through the air by immense force, gliding gracefully. With a splatter of blood, this individual, seemingly less resilient than the burly man, began to spray blood midair, a mist that drenched the passengers in a gruesome shower. Without a moment's pause, after kicking the gang leader, the figure sprang off the ground, maintaining proximity in midair, gliding alongside him. This tactic was to prevent the gang leader from firing back, using him as a human shield. Among the remaining 3 gang members, one was controlling the driver, while the other 2 brandished firearms, keeping the passengers in check. Upon witnessing their leader soaring through the air, they yearned to open fire. Yet the cunning adversary had leapt into the air, shielding himself behind their leader, making it impossible to aim. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. As the gang leader hit the ground, the figure darted in like a flash, moving so swiftly that only a fleeting shadow could be seen. Before the 2 gang members could react, their weapons were snatched from their hands, and they felt as though their cheeks had been struck by a massive hammer. With tremendous inertia, they were propelled towards the windows, crashing through the glass with 2 resounding thuds, hurtling out into the open air. At this moment, the bus had traversed the Jinji Lake Bridge, and the drivers amid the flowing traffic beheld a remarkable spectacle. From the windows of the bus ahead, 2 figures emerged, one to the left and the other to the right, soaring through the air with a grotesque awkwardness, gliding rapidly across the bridge before ultimately plunging into the lake below with anguished cries. The pursuing police officers were momentarily taken aback, unable to discern whether the individuals who had flown out were robbers or mere passengers. They swiftly contacted the nearby port, dispatching water police to retrieve whoever had fallen, be they passenger or assailant, ensuring their safety. The lead officer, Captain Shi Guodong, issued commands via radio to his team. "Affirmative, Chief." The police vehicles continued to trail the bus, prepared to respond to any unforeseen developments. Inside the bus, after dealing with the 2 brazen criminals, the figure remained in motion, executing a swift 360-degree spin kick, his right foot striking the neck of the final assailant with tremendous force. The man let out no sound, his head drooping as he collapsed onto the fare box. This series of actions unfolded with the speed of lightning. By the time onlookers comprehended the scene, all 5 assailants had been neutralized. 2 had plummeted into Jinji Lake, 1 lay incapacitated at the front of the bus, and 2 others sprawled helplessly in the aisle. It was then that the crowd recognized the individual responsible, revealing him to be a youthful student, Han Dong. Though he had already attained a minor level of cultivation as a pure yang body practitioner, his time spent in training was still brief, and he had not entirely shed the traits of an ordinary person. Initially, like everyone else, he wished only to survive, especially considering the 5 adversaries were armed. He felt no absolute certainty in his abilities. When the burly thug humiliated the blonde-haired girl, Han Dong restrained himself. While the thug's actions were indeed excessive, the girl's previous remarks alongside her boyfriend had also been quite distasteful. Their punishment was not fatal, so Han Dong refrained from intervening. However, when the formidable thug's sinister intentions turned towards the young girl, Han Dong braced himself for retaliation. After all, she was merely a middle school student, and should she fall victim to the thug's depravity, her life could be irrevocably shattered. He could not bear to witness such beauty being tarnished before his very eyes. To his surprise, the wealthy woman exhibited a sense of justice, standing up for the girl. In that moment, Han Dong felt a profound respect for her. In such circumstances, her willingness to defend an unfamiliar girl not only displayed commendable courage, but also reflected an admirable character. It is worth noting that she was a wealthy individual. Most affluent people often consider their lives more precious than others. Having recently arrived in Jiangzhou, he was unaware of the Suzhou Mu family and their standing. When the thug extended his grasp towards these 2 lovely women, Han Dong could no longer endure the situation. He had not anticipated the extent of his own combat prowess. After sending the burly thug flying with a single kick, his confidence surged. The movements of these adversaries appeared to him as sluggish as those of an octogenarian. Soon enough, he realized that it was not that they were slow, but rather that he was extraordinarily fast. So swift was he that he could conclude the battle before they even had a chance to react. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is invincible. Only speed remains unbreakable. After undergoing the transformation of the Golden Crow, his speed and strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. With these 2 attributes alone, he was more than capable of dispatching these ruthless bandits in an instant. Moreover, his current physical prowess fully supported his ability to execute the actions he desired. Indeed, after a flurry of electrifying maneuvers, the 5 assailants were swiftly incapacitated. This battle decisively solidified Han Dong's confidence. Having trained for merely 7 days and achieving such formidable strength, one could only imagine the power he would wield in the later stages of his cultivation. The legacy of the Golden Crow Emperor was undeniably overwhelming. Han Dong couldn't help but grin widely. The onlookers stared blankly at Han Dong, rendered speechless. For a full minute, no one reacted. "You were incredible," exclaimed a middle-aged man, his face beaming with joy as he clapped thunderously. Soon, everyone in the vehicle erupted into enthusiastic applause. They had only seen heroes on the silver screen before, and now they found themselves witnessing one in reality. To single-handedly take down 5 opponents in an instant was nothing short of astounding. "Young man, you're amazing. Can we exchange WeChat?" asked a young lady. "Sir, are you a martial arts hero?" The passengers clamored, showering Han Dong with praise, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. The resounding applause and cheers sent shivers down his spine, revealing the exquisite joy of being respected and admired for helping others. At that moment, a beautiful woman approached with a smile, gently inquiring, "Young handsome, you must be a student of Jiang University, right?" "Indeed," Han Dong replied, glancing at the elegant lady, whose smile was truly captivating. "I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. Let me have your contact information so I can repay you properly." "There's no need for that. Your assistance was merely a small effort," he responded modestly, providing his phone number. The lady entered it into her device and asked, "What is your name?" "Han Dong," he replied. She saved the contact and promptly called him, saying with a smile, "Got it, I'm Mu Wanji." Han Dong also saved her name and number in his phone. A young girl nearby moved her lips slightly, but ultimately said nothing, quietly committing Han Dong's name and number to memory. Chapter 10. The tipsy years. The driver soon brought the bus to a halt at the roadside, and shortly thereafter, police officers rushed aboard. They immediately opened the canvas bag within, revealing stacks of cash. Seeing that there were no casualties among the passengers and that the assailants had been subdued, they breathed a sigh of relief, albeit still in shock. How was it possible that a bus full of unarmed civilians had managed to subdue 5 armed bandits? As they inquired, all fingers pointed to Han Dong. It was him. This young man saved us. The detectives exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe the account. Upon learning that Han Dong had single-handedly taken down 5 armed criminals, the officers were left astonished. It sounded like a tall tale. Only when they reviewed the surveillance footage did they witness the astonishing scene. The young man moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, the grace of an eagle, striking like lightning and dispatching the 5 assailants in a heartbeat. The enemies were armed, yet his movements were so rapid that they had no time to pull the trigger. Was he even human? What martial art is this? Inquired Captain Shi Guodong of the criminal police. I'm uncertain which school it belongs to. I learned from an old Taoist priest near my hometown during my childhood and have practiced it for many years, Han Dong replied, reluctantly passing the blame to the messy old Taoist who resided on the mountain near his home. The old man was known for his dubious practices of feng shui and exorcism, often deceiving people for money. Whether he possessed true abilities was known only to the heavens. In Han Dong's eyes, he was merely an old fraud. That old trickster passed away last year, leaving Han Dong to shoulder the blame without any witnesses to contradict him. The officers taking notes exchanged glances, recognizing this as the only plausible explanation. In the vast expanse of China, where dragons and tigers lie hidden, many still believe in the existence of transcendent beings concealed among the majestic mountains and rivers. Even those skeptical could not deny the reality before them. Han Dong's skills indeed surpassed the ordinary imagination. Thus, the robbery of the armored truck that had stirred the police station was officially resolved in a mere 3 hours, without a single casualty. Just as he stepped outside the city police station, his cousin's call came through. Dongzi, why haven't you returned home yet? I encountered some issues. I just left the police station, Han Dong responded. Han Shan seemed to turn and whisper something to his wife, and soon, Wan Danxing took over the call. Dongzi, are you in trouble? A warmth filled Han Dong's heart. Although his sister-in-law often wore a stern expression, she genuinely cared for him. He recounted the situation in detail. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Send me your location via WeChat. Stay where you are. I will come to get you immediately. After Wan Danxing concluded the call, Han Dong sent his location. Approximately 20 minutes later, her Volvo arrived. Upon seeing Han Dong for the first time, she was taken aback. He seemed taller and even more handsome. What's going on? However, there was no time to delve into that. She instructed Han Dong, you wait in the car. I will go to the police station to gather more information. Han Dong nodded, understanding that his sister-in-law was a journalist focused on public safety issues. This case would serve as excellent material for her work. With a hint of surprise, she asked, Dongzi, you know martial arts? Yes. I learned from the old Taoist on the mountain since I was little. This is the first time I've used it, and I didn't expect it to be this effective. You've done a great service this time. It was merely luck. Han Dong chuckled as he started the car, heading towards Bishi Garden. What you did this time holds significant value. If publicized, it could serve as a powerful force of positive energy for society. Would you be willing to assist me in conducting an interview? Wan Danxing suggested calmly. My grandfather always advised me to remain low-key. I had no intention of publicizing this matter, but for you, I am willing. Thank you, Dongzi. I truly hold you in high regard, she replied. Though her exterior remained composed, her inner turmoil was profound. At the police station, when Captain Shi presented the footage of Han Dong single-handedly overcoming 5 armed assailants, she was utterly astonished. Incredible. So cool. Who would have thought that the boy from the mountain village was a concealed master? Recalling their first encounter, his simple and honest demeanor was in stark contrast to the swift hero he had become. The city bureau was not far from home, and they arrived promptly. Upon seeing Han Dong for the first time, Han Shan's surprise mirrored that of his wife. Dongzi, have you consumed some miraculous fruit? How have you changed so drastically? Did you awaken your meridians and refine your essence this morning, undergoing a complete transformation? Han Dong casually fabricated a response. Since it was already an established fact that he was a martial arts master, he decided to attribute everything to that. What peculiar talk is this? I cannot comprehend. Han Shan exclaimed in astonishment. However, Wan Danxing understood, as Han Dong had elucidated the reason for his dramatic change. She then recounted Han Dong's heroic deeds on the bus to Han Shan, whose jaw dropped wider and wider, struggling to close it for quite some time. He found it hard to believe, yet he had no choice but to accept it. It appeared he knew far too little about his cousin. Soon, Han Shan seemed to have an epiphany and whispered, My dear, this matter is a remarkable achievement for both you and me, as well as for Dongzi. It is certainly worthy of great recognition. His political acumen, honed from years in municipal government, was evident. Wan Danxing nodded in agreement. It was predictable that they would soon receive accolades from the city government, and the promise of fame and fortune was inevitable. As the brother-in-law and sister-in-law of a great hero, Han Shan and Ruan Danqing would undoubtedly reap the rewards. Promotions and salary increases might not be far off. That evening, Ruan Danqing prepared a lavish feast and opened 2 bottles of red wine. Congratulations, Dongzi, on becoming a city hero as your brother and sister-in-law. We are immensely proud of you. Han Shan and his wife raised their glasses, clinking them with Han Dong's. Thank you, Brother Shan. Thank you, sister-in-law, Han Dong responded, feeling bashful from the praise. This was his first experience with alcohol, as well as his first taste of what it meant to feel pleasantly tipsy. After a couple of drinks, Ruan Danqing's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with a captivating allure that was simply breathtaking. Han Dong, a shy young man, stole glances at her throughout the night. The following morning, Han Dong quietly rose and made his way to the rooftop terrace to continue his training. Chapter 11. The interview. Han Dong opened his eyes to find the sun high in the sky. 2 hours had slipped by unnoticed during his meditation. As he prepared to descend, he noticed someone observing him from a distance. It was none other than the beautiful teacher from next door, Shun Xinyan. With her long hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a flowing home dress and flip-flops that revealed her delicate, fair feet, she looked enchanting. She cradled a silk quilt in her arms, likely to air it out on the terrace. "What are you just doing?" she asked, her face filled with curiosity. "Nothing much. Just soaking up some sun," Han Dong replied, now aware of her identity and hesitant to speak fancifully. "But your posture was quite peculiar, resembling a practice of sorts. Oh, like something out of a martial arts novel. Well, you could consider it a form of breath control, though it is not as exaggerated as depicted in those novels. My master said it strengthens the bones and muscles." "So you were indeed practicing, yet you claim to be sunbathing," Shun Xinyan teased with a playful glance. Women, after all, were always formidable beings. Not wishing to linger further in conversation with teacher Shun, Han Dong lowered his head and made his way towards the stairs. "Excuse me, have we met somewhere before?" Shun Xinyan's voice resonated from behind. Han Dong's appearance had undergone a significant transformation, rendering her momentarily unable to recognize him. Yet he bore a striking familiarity. Pretending not to hear her, Han Dong quickened his pace, hastening into the elevator. "What are you running for?" "I want tea bite." Shun Xinyan stamped her foot, feeling a tinge of displeasure. "Am I not a beloved darling of all? Why flee? How irritating." Nevertheless, there was something intriguingly captivating about this young man. She couldn't quite articulate it, but he possessed a unique charm. "Bah, he is handsome. What concern is that of mine?" The memory of Han Dong's hurried escape stirred a pang of discomfort within her. What a morning this was. "Where's my brother? Where has he gone?" Han Dong glanced around. Oh, he had matters to attend to at work and left early today. Han Dong knew dit in acknowledgement. After breakfast, Ruan Danqing entered the bedroom. Donning a light gray professional suit, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, complemented by a pair of black-rimmed glasses, an ensemble that showcased her beauty and competence, revealing another facet of her character to Han Dong. "I heard it from my sister-in-law," he remarked with a smile. Once in the car, Ruan Danqing surprised him by not taking her usual seat in the back, but opting for the passenger seat instead. Han Dong distinctly sensed a newfound warmth from this typically aloof sister-in-law. He started the vehicle and, following the navigation, headed towards the city television station. As they passed a shopping mall in the city center, Ruan Danqing instructed, "Turn in here." "Aren't we headed to work?" Han Dong queried, plötzlich. "We need to procure some attire. You're not quite camera-ready in that outfit." Han Dong glanced down at his cheap shirt, baggy shorts, and plastic sandals. Chuckling at his own reflection, Ruan Danqing's subtle suggestion about his appearance was a considerate nod to his dignity, yet the truth remained. He looked rather unrefined. They entered the mall, where Ruan Danqing guided him through several men's clothing stores. Though they were not world-renowned brands, the craftsmanship and styles were exquisite, understated yet indicative of quality. Although Ruan Danqing had never shopped for men's clothing, her aesthetic sense was evidently top tier. The outfits and shoes she selected for Han Dong fit him perfectly, and, combined with his physique, refined by the essence of the sun, he resembled a walking mannequin, capable of pulling off any look. Dressed in a cream-colored lightweight sweatshirt paired with slate-gray sweatpants and gray and white contrasting sneakers, he exuded a youthful vigor and charm, an embodiment of the quintessential university student. "Wow, your boyfriend is quite handsome," exclaimed a sales assistant, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Han Dong, feeling a wave of embarrassment, fidgeted with his toes against the ground and quickly glanced at Ruan Danqing. Fortunately, she remained composed, showing no signs of discomfort. "He is my brother," Ruan Danqing replied coolly. "My apologies, I shouldn't have assumed. the sales assistant stammered. But you two look less like siblings and more like a couple. You are quite the perfect match. Without further explanation, Ruan Danxing paid for the items, took Han Dong by the hand, and led him to explore more stores for additional outfits. First, wear what you have. When the season changes, I shall buy you more. Ruan Danxing remarked lightly. This is already sufficient. I cannot allow my sister-in-law to spend more. Han Dong scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Why does it feel as though I am being supported by a wealthy woman? I am your sister-in-law. What is wrong with buying you a few outfits? Ruan Danxing replied with a stoic expression. You still have car and housing loans to repay. The pressure is considerable. It does not affect me. I still have the funds for clothing. Ruan Danxing glanced at him. Come on, let us head to the office. Alright, Han Dong nid. Starting the car and driving towards the television station. The municipal television station, a towering 16-story building, stood adjacent to the street. Ruan's editorial department was located on the 3rd floor, and upon their arrival, they found the other staff already present. Ruan Jia, is this the chivalrous young man we heard about? He is quite handsome. Several young female editors surrounded Han Dong as soon as they saw him. Hello, everyone. I am Han Dong. He greeted with a smile. Wow, he even has dimples when he smiles. That is so sweet. The girls exclaimed. Young man, let us exchange contact information. One bold girl proactively presented her WeChat QR code. Sure, Han Dong responded graciously, pulling out his phone. The girls swarmed around him, adding him on WeChat. Ruan Danxing furrowed her brows slightly, feeling a wave of discomfort. For the first time, she felt her subordinates were being rather shameless. What were they aiming for by asking a young man for his contact information upon their first meeting? Please, let's not make a fuss. We are here to work. Ruan Danxing stated coldly. Once they immersed themselves in their tasks, these seemingly infatuated girls immediately showcased their professionalism, displaying agility and serious expressions as if transformed. Chapter 12. The true martial arts fist. Han Dong was greatly impressed. At home, she was virtuous and capable, adept in the kitchen and the parlor. At work, she exhibited the brilliance of a high-achieving journalism student, articulate and clear-minded, her discourse as refreshing as a gentle breeze, making interviewees feel at ease. Ruan Danxing's multifaceted charm captivated Han Dong. In merely 40 minutes, they completed the interview. Ruan Danxing meticulously reviewed and confirmed the content, after which the editors published the feature on the television station's online platform. The title read, In this era, do we still need heroes? In today's mobile internet age, few people watch the news on television. The online platform spearheaded by Ruan Danxing, named Gusu Video, seamlessly integrated various terminals, including television, tablets, and mobile phones. And due to its stylish, concise, and relatable characteristics, it was immensely popular among the youth. Long live Ruan Jia! The girls cheered in unison. Dongzi, if you're bored, feel free to drive around. I might not finish until the afternoon. It's all right, sister-in-law, you carry on. I'll just play at the nearby park for a while. That's fine. I'll call you when I'm done. Adjacent to the television station was People's Park. Today was Sunday, and the weather was pleasant, with a steady stream of visitors enjoying leisure time in the park. Han Dong settled on the grass by the artificial river and began practicing a set of celestial martial arts techniques he had selected from the legacy of the Golden Crow Emperor. He possessed no foundation in martial arts whatsoever. During the bus hijacking, he relied solely on the instinctual reactions of his pure yang body, using speed and strength to subdue his assailants. While this sufficed against ordinary individuals, it would prove inadequate when faced with true martial masters. Thus, it was essential for him to acquire a martial technique for his own protection. In the past, the true martial emperor entered the path of martial arts, achieving the supreme celestial body, and subsequently established a sect that flourished, the true martial school. At that time, the true martial school reigned supreme in the realm of cultivation, unmatched in close combat prowess. Even the most basic techniques of the immortals would constitute a significant disadvantage in today's martial world. Han Dong practiced the true martial fist on the lawn. Initially, he felt somewhat awkward, but after several rounds, he gradually entered a state of grace. Each movement flowed like a startled swan and soared like a graceful dragon, at times resembling the relentless currents of the Yangtze River, and at other moments, weaving like silk threads in a continuous pattern. The combination of softness and strength resonated in every stance, subtly aligning with the profound principles of the universe. Each punch he threw into the air produced a resounding crack, astonishing in its might. Upon completing the final sequence, Han Dong made a gesture of conclusion, exhaling a breath of turbid air that struck a willow tree 10 meters away like a sharp arrow. causing its leaves to cascade down and startling the birds into a frantic flight. Indeed, this martial technique of the immortals was extraordinary. Han Dong felt immense satisfaction with this set of punches. Throughout the day, he diligently practiced the true martial divine fist. He believed that both medical knowledge and martial skills were the most practical abilities for navigating the urban landscape, warranting his earnest study to make them his own. The healing arts of the immortals differed from those of mortals. They required no instruments, for once the spiritual eye was opened, one could perceive various ailments within the human body. By combining spiritual energy with celestial medicine, one could resurrect the dead and heal stubborn illnesses. Although Han Dong had yet to cultivate spiritual energy within him, the essence of the sun could provide a similar effect. Following the prescribed method, he successfully opened his spiritual eye. This eye, hidden within the spiritual platform, allowed him to see all things in the world, even with his physical eyes closed, including that which was invisible to the ordinary eye. The next morning, Han Dong drove Ruan Danqing to her workplace, having worked late into the night on a project proposal. She had inadvertently fallen asleep in her seat. As they passed by the school, Han Dong chose not to awaken her, instead continuing to her office. "I'm sorry, I fell asleep," she said upon waking and realizing they had arrived. "It's all right. I know you work hard, so I deliberately let you rest," he replied. "You can take the bus. There's a Route 15 stop right across from the television station." "No, just take a taxi. I'll reimburse you," she insisted. "No need. It's only about 3 or 4 kilometers. Not worth it." "Understood." After Han Dong parked the car, he waved goodbye to Ruan Danqing, his silhouette tall and proud. Observing his vibrant demeanor, a faint smile graced her lips as she hurried into the office. Once he departed from the television station, he lengthened his stride, reveling in the freedom of running along the sidewalk. Supported by the essence of the sun within him, this level of physical exertion felt effortless and enjoyable, requiring no sweat at all. Jiang University Affiliated High School is situated adjacent to Jiang University. As Han Dong passed by the entrance of the high school, he was compelled to slow his pace due to the incessant flow of students entering the campus. "Hey, beautiful, why not skip class today? It's my birthday. Let me take you out for some fun." A rather brash voice caught Han Dong's attention. Turning towards the source, he observed a group of poorly dressed ruffians cornering a girl by the roadside, teasing and harassing her. Students passing by quickly distanced themselves, slipping past the scene. The girl wore an expression of impatience, her gaze searching the surroundings until it brightened upon spotting Han Dong on the sidewalk. "Dongge," she exclaimed, her face lighting up as she bounded towards him like a playful fawn. Han Dong recognized her as the stunning girl from the bus hijacking incident. Although everyone had gone to the police station to give statements, Han Dong had been questioned separately and extensively. By the time he emerged, the other passengers had dispersed, and he hadn't seen her again since. "Hello," Han Dong said, hands tucked into his pockets, nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 13, Rescuing You Once Again. It was no surprise the girl knew his name. He had introduced himself while exchanging contact information with Mu Wanji, and she had been nearby. To Han Dong's astonishment, the beautiful girl linked her arm through his. "When did we become so familiar?" "I had no idea," he said, staring at her in disbelief. The group of ruffians approached menacingly. "Who the hell are you? How dare you steal my girl?" The leader, adorned with a large scorpion tattoo on his arm and a cigarette hanging from his lips, exuded an air of audacity. The motley crew behind him were equally unruly, each bearing a defiant demeanor. "He my boyfriend, a top student from Jiang University," the girl proclaimed, pressing closer to Han Dong, defiantly lifting her chin. Han Dong quickly understood. She was frightened of the ruffians and was using him as a shield. This young girl, exuding a goddess-like aura at such a tender age, undoubtedly attracted her fair share of unwanted attention, particularly from the group before them. "My boyfriend? Impossible. I've never seen him before," the scorpion-tattooed guy scoffed, blowing a smoke ring as he scrutinized Han Dong. "Damn it, another handsome guy. I loathe good-looking men. They all deserve to perish." He seethed internally. "Ridiculous. There are countless people you haven't met. Do I need to report my boyfriend to you?" The girl retorted with a cold laugh. "If you know what, that's good for you, Scram. This girl is Scorpion Brother S. She's our sister-in-law. If you dare to pester him, I'll make you regret it." A hulking figure stepped forward behind the scorpion-tattooed guy, bare-chested and wielding a spring-loaded strength training tool, his muscular physique appearing quite imposing. Han Dong casually extended his arm around the girl's waist, swiftly lowering his head to gently peck her soft lips, deliberately making a smacking sound. The girl was taken off guard, her body stiffening suddenly, eyes wide as she fixed her gaze on Han Dong. "Stop it, stop talking," the scorpion-tattooed guy growled, his face turning a shade of green with fury. Why should I care? I'm kissing my own girlfriend. Han Dong replied with a dismissive smile. Big guy. Take him down. Make sure he regrets it. The scorpion tattooed guy shouted angrily. Understood, Scorpion brother, I'll handle it. The muscular giant wielded his strength stick and struck fiercely at Han Dong's head. With a dull thud, the onlookers were momentarily blinded. And then the muscular giant was sent soaring. He ascended rapidly, and his descent was even swifter, describing an ungraceful parabola in the air. He crashed heavily into the greenbelt below. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, staining the surrounding flora a vivid red. The girl squinted her eyes, a look of satisfaction on her face. She had witnessed this scene on the bus earlier. The lowly thugs were denied such a spectacle. Jean Gang, what the hell are you doing? Are you putting on a show for me? Scorpion Boy exclaimed in bewilderment. I think I just got hit by a car. The muscular giant groaned as he struggled to sit up, clutching his chest in pain. Nonsense. Where would a car come from on the sidewalk? Stop acting and get up to fight him. Han Dong scoffed, unimpressed by the giant's attempts to rise. Huh, with 20 years of training in this leg. You think he can stand up? He mocked. What are you bragging about, Scorpion Boy? He retorted angrily. Suddenly, mid-curse, a resounding slap echoed across his left cheek. Then, his right cheek received a similar treatment. I absolutely detest hearing foul language in my presence, Han Dong said, wiping his hand on the girl's school uniform as if it had been tainted by something filthy. Hey, I paid for this uniform. The girl pouted. Scorpion Boy, accustomed to ruling the street with impunity, was thoroughly humiliated after being slapped twice. I'll ruin you, he shouted, retrieving a folding knife from his waist and lunging menacingly. With a swift motion, the crowd was momentarily dazzled before they saw Scorpion Boy howling as he was sent flying, landing beside the muscular giant. Let's take him down together. The remaining thugs rallied, preparing to swarm Han Dong. With a series of identical movements and a familiar plotline, the audience of students watched in astonishment as the gang was hurled through the air, screaming and tumbling, before crashing into the greenbelt in chaotic disarray. Well done. Let us see if you dare to trouble me again, the girl declared, arms akimbo, a fierce expression on her face. Han Dong strolled over slowly, hands in his pockets, gazing down at them with a mocking demeanor. Weren't you all set on beating me to a pulp? Come on, continue. If Scorpion Boy still couldn't grasp the situation. He had truly wasted over 20 years of his life. It was clear that this young man was a martial arts expert. Even if they bound themselves together, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Boss, I concede defeat, Scorpion Boy admitted, understanding the vast disparity between their strengths. Making threats would only earn him harsher retribution. If I see you bothering my girlfriend again, it won't just be a simple beating next time, Han Dong warned coldly. Rest assured, that will never happen again. Scorpion Boy replied reluctantly, asking, May I know your name? Are you seeking revenge? I would dare, in terms of your strength. I could practice for 10 lifetimes and still wouldn't stand a chance. I simply wish to know whose hands I fell to. Han Dong. Scorpion Boy nodded, limping away with his subordinates. Han Dong turned to the girl. Why did you kiss me without my consent? The girl maintained her icy demeanor. Did you seek my permission before using me as a shield? This is my ability. If I were merely an ordinary person, would I not be deceived by you? I sought you out precisely because I am aware of your capabilities. I would never engage in deceit. The young girl gazed at him with defiance. My prowess is my own affair. Whether or not to assist you is a decision I shall make independently. Passive acceptance is not my style. Yet that was my first kiss. The girl's cheeks flushed lightly. What is your name? Lin Rong. Well, I mentioned Lin Rong merely in passing. That brief encounter hardly qualifies as a first kiss. By the way, I have military training shortly, and I'm already running late. Farewell. The girl was momentarily taken aback by his reprimand, and by the time she regained her composure, Han Dong had already dashed far away. Watching his retreating figure, she chuckled softly. He looks rather dashing when he runs, but thinking he can evade me after taking advantage, that will not be so easy. She took out her phone, activated the friend request feature on WeChat, found Han Dong's number in her contacts, logged onto his WeChat ID, and promptly sent a friend request. Tilting her head thoughtfully, she changed her profile picture to an alluring fitness image, clad in minimal attire, her figure striking. I refuse to believe you won't accept me. The girl glanced at her new avatar, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Chapter 14. The most dreaded encounter with an acquaintance. Military training commenced at 8 o'clock. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 11 minutes past. Delayed by that girl, he was late. His camouflage uniform was stored in the Lingshu ring, and as he sought a secluded spot to change, his phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed the large face of Wu Yuanda, and Han Dong promptly answered. What is up, fatty? Dongzi, where have you been? The instructors are looking for you. Which instructor? The stunningly beautiful one we met on orientation day. It can't be Shin Xinyun, can it? A chill ran down Han Dong's spine. Had he been discovered? Yes, that is her. How'd you know? Han Dong's instinct was to bolt. Teacher Shun is a formidable figure in the department. Dealing with a new student like him would be child's play, especially since he had witnessed something he ought not to have. Degu, could you help me request a leave? I have something to attend to and one TB going today. There was a sudden pause on the other end of the line, followed by a melodious female voice. Han Dong, it's me. Are you Teacher Shin? Yes. Shin Qinyun hesitated. I heard you wish to take leave. What is the reason? Teacher Shun, did you need something from me? Han Dong thought to himself that whether he would request leave depended entirely on what she wanted. It's not me looking for you. The school is seeking you. Shun Qinyun's tone was slightly agitated. If it's not something important, please do not take leave. Your presence is essential today. All right, Teacher Shun, I'll change into my training uniform and be there shortly. No need to change. Hurry up. Everyone else waiting for you. Understood, Teacher Shun. He was now certain that Teacher Shin's call was not about the matter he feared. Thus, there was nothing to dread. After hanging up, Han Dong quickened his pace and arrived at the playground. The atmosphere today felt unusually different. Thousands of new students were arranged in several formations, seated on the verdant grass, whispering to one another, creating a buzzing sound. The podium was filled with attendees, including school leaders and several unfamiliar faces, even police officers. Below the stage, numerous journalists gathered, equipped with cameras and recording devices, all focused on the podium. To Han Dong's surprise, he noticed Ruan Danqing among them. It dawned on him that this was a commendation ceremony for acts of bravery. No wonder Teacher Shun had been searching for him everywhere. His presence was indeed essential in this setting. As Han Dong appeared, all eyes converged on him. Bathed in the morning sunlight, every strand of his hair shimmered. Ruan Danqing felt her heart race as she watched him stride forward, wondering what was happening to her with a hint of unease. On the sidelines, Shin Qinyun hurried towards him. Is it you? Upon recognizing Han Dong's face, she was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he the charming young man she had seen meditating on her building's rooftop? To think he was a student from Jiangda. Good morning, Teacher Shun. Han Dong replied with a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. You should hurry. The leaders are waiting. Shun Qinyun whispered. Han Dong nodded and followed closely behind her. In the formation of the 7th Company, a stir arose as Han Dong ascended the podium. How did Dongzi get up there? Zheng Zikai craned his neck to catch a glimpse. I have no idea. City leaders are here, and so are the police officers and reporters. The event is quite grand. But what does this have to do with Dongzi? Wu Pongzi expressed his confusion. Could it be that he made a mistake and is about to face criticism? Zheng Zikai scoffed. We'll find out soon enough, Wu Yuandao muttered. Seeing Chun furrowed her brow as she observed Han Dong on stage, sensing he was decidedly different. Clad in a fitted white shirt, blue-gray jeans, and stylish sneakers, his simple attire exuded a model-like aura. The fitted shirt subtly accentuated his muscular contours, presenting a striking and fluid silhouette. Although his face remained unchanged, the overall impression was markedly distinct. With a new hairstyle and outfit, he appeared incredibly handsome. Typically confident in her own looks, Xie Chun felt a twinge of insecurity for the first time. She understood that Han Dong's transformation was not merely due to his hairstyle or fashion sense, yet she could not pinpoint the exact cause. University indeed cultivates individuals. It is common for many rural youths to evolve into fashionable young men and women after spending a few years in the city. However, a change in demeanor is not achieved overnight. Within less than 10 days of the semester, Han Dong had shed his previous awkwardness and emerged as a striking figure. This transformation seemed almost unnatural. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Xiao. She also fixated on Han Dong, intensifying her discontent. Have you all noticed? Dongzi seems taller and more attractive. Am I the only one who thinks so? Wu Yuandao whispered. I noticed too, Hong Tao replied in a deep voice. Seeing Chun shot them both an incredulous glance. For heaven's sake, even a blind person could see that without your prompting. After Han Dong took the stage, Shin Qinyun guided him to a spot beside her to sit down, eliciting a ripple of astonishment among the students. Having perused this news, I learned that the robber wielded a firearm and attempted to escape on the number 15 bus, only to be thwarted by a remarkable individual who apprehended him with bare hands. Could it be that this legendary figure is none other than Dongzi? Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in the other's eyes. Who could have anticipated that the famed hero was hiding among us? If this is indeed true, then Han Lao-san is exceedingly modest. The most unsettling aspect is the sudden silence that envelopes the air, and the disconcerting transformation of acquaintances into unexpected admirers. Surely there must be a mistake? When Han Dong was in high school, he was once extorted by a petty thug and did not dare to speak up. How could he possibly possess such remarkable capabilities? Zhang Zikai's tone dripped with sarcasm. Surely, the police would not err in their judgment. Today, Brother Dong appears remarkably dashing. I find it credible. Chung Yusin's eyes sparkled with curiosity, fixated on Han Dong. Zhang Zikai thought to himself, "You brutish simpleton know nothing. This infatuation is absurd. Who said that good looks equate to reliability? I too possess handsomeness. Well, have I ever been deemed trustworthy? I concur that the police are unlikely to be mistaken. Perhaps Brother Dong is simply concealing his true prowess," suggested Yu Li. Zhang Zikai felt a wave of irritation. Although he had declared his intentions to pursue Qiao Shi in front of his friends, he was not entirely confident. Yu Li and Chung Yusin had long been designated as his backup options. Should he fail to win over the goddess like Qiao Shi, entertaining either of them would still be acceptable, as they are also beauties of remarkable caliber. Hearing them refer to him as Brother Dong stirred a twinge of envy within him. When did their familiarity become so pronounced? Chapter 15. The highest honor. After Principal Zhong concluded his address, it was the turn of the captain of the city's criminal police team, Shi Guodong, to speak. Briefly recounting the resolution of the 910 robbery case and affirming Han Dong's pivotal role in it. Without his intervention, even if the police had captured the culprits, the cost would have been substantial. The entire criminal police team, along with all passengers aboard the number 15 bus, expressed profound gratitude for Han Dong's actions. At that moment, it was the mayor of Jiangzhou, Kong Yang's turn to deliver remarks. He commenced by offering high praise for Han Dong, affirming the positive societal influence of his actions, and then announced, "On behalf of the Jiangzhou municipal government, I hereby confer upon student Han Dong a certificate of heroism for his courageous deeds, along with a monetary reward of 1 million yuan. The student assembly erupted in excitement. Those with a modicum of understanding in this area recognize that the title of heroism is categorized into 3 tiers: benevolent citizen, brave warrior, and heroic figure. Han Dong was honored with the highest distinction. This accolade requires approval from the provincial government. The benefits associated with this certificate are considerable. For instance, Han Dong may apply for residency in the city at any time, and should he aspire to take the civil service examination post-graduation, he would receive preferential treatment. As for the reward, the regulations vary by city, primarily dependent on local tax levels. Jiangzhou, being the 5th largest metropolis following Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, boasts a prosperous economy. Thus, it is not stingy with rewards for acts of heroism. Depending on the contributions made, the rewards can range from 31,000 to 1 million yuan. A reward of 1 million yuan is undoubtedly the maximum possible. Moreover, such rewards are exempt from personal income tax, signifying that Han Dong will receive the full amount. The mayor of Kongyang personally handed the certificate of bravery to Han Dong with great reverence. Meanwhile, the colossal check amounting to 1 million was presented by Captain Shi of the criminal police team. With the certificate in his left hand and the check in his right, flanked by the mayor and the captain, Han Dong broke into a broad smile, his pearly whites gleaming. The flash of cameras erupted chaotically from the audience as journalists captured this precious moment. Thunderous applause filled the venue. "Now, let us invite Han Dong to share his thoughts," the principal declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Han Dong approached the microphone with measured steps, surveying the crowd from his elevated position, and proclaimed, as a newly enrolled student, "If I were to claim that all of this is solely due to the school's nurturing, you would surely consider me insincere. Therefore, Principal, I beg your pardon for not being able to express it that way. To become a worthy representative of Jiang University, one must first cultivate a sincere character." A knowing smile spread among the students on the playground, while Zhong Yuesong nodded repeatedly, wearing a maternal smile. This child knows how to speak well, he thought. However, even though I have only been enrolled for a day, I am already a part of Jiang University. Wherever I go, the label of a Jiang University student accompanies me, and I take pride in being a member of this century-old, prestigious institution. That day, witnessing the villain's heinous act on the bus ignited in me a sense of honor and mission as a Jiang University student, compelling me to take action rather than stand idly by. Thus, this honor I have received is undoubtedly intertwined with Jiang University. Han Dong's eloquence truly brought pride to the school at a critical moment, filling Zhong Yuesong with joy. I was born in a rural area of Jiangbei, and the majority of my achievements today are owed to my cousin, Han Shan, an alumnus of Jiang University's law school and currently a civil servant in Jiangzhou City. He was the first child from our village to gain admission to a prestigious university, and it is through his presence that we, the village children, learned that knowledge can indeed alter one's destiny. He is my role model, my idol, and under his guidance, I have followed in his footsteps to enroll in the very law school where he once struggled. Yes, boss, the secretary responded promptly, understanding the significance of Han Dong's words. Because of this speech, Han Shan had surely caught the mayor's attention, indicating a promising future in his career. The secretary squinted, carefully observing the articulate Han Dong. This child, I wonder if this is intentional. If so, that would be quite remarkable. My brother Han Shan and my sister-in-law Ruan Danqing are both outstanding graduates of Jiang University. Although they are not my biological siblings, their support has been invaluable to me. As I ventured away from my hometown to pursue my studies in the big city, they provided me with immense assistance. I often heard people say that city dwellers look down upon us rural folk, yet in my brother and sister-in-law's home, I felt none of that alienation or discrimination. It is precisely because I experienced love and warmth from them that I am willing to extend help to others in need when they suffer. I believe that kindness and love can truly be infectious. I hope that those whom I assisted on the bus will also pass on this goodwill, so that when others face adversity, they too may lend a helping hand. If this can truly be realized, then my endeavor will bear some significance. Han Dong's words were simple yet sincere, stirring the hearts of those present. The leaders of the television station exchanged hushed remarks, their gazes towards Ruan Danqing laden with meaning. Ruan Danqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. As perceptive as she was, she understood that Han Dong's mention of her and Han Shan in this context was deliberate. He sought to cast a favorable light on his brother and sister-in-law, hoping to garner some political capital. Ruan Danqing recognized Han Dong's exceptional qualities, yet she was taken aback by his composure in such a grand setting. Typically, children from rural backgrounds might feel somewhat apprehensive in prominent situations. However, observing Han Dong's performance, it was as though he possessed a blend of clumsiness and cleverness, embodying sincerity while harboring a subtle cunning. Those he aimed to uplift were clearly embedded within his words. Even if one were to suspect his intentions, it would be difficult to dismiss him, for he was undeniably youthful. I shall cherish the honor certificate, and I have accepted the million-yuan prize, although I am inclined to donate this sum. I have previously stated that sincerity ought to be the most vital quality of Mr. Jiang. We have 4 children in our family, which places considerable economic strain on my parents. Thus, I intend to allocate this money to them as a family education fund. Therefore, I must apologize, Mayor Kong, for I truly cannot return the prize. Laughter erupted from both the stage and the audience. Mayor Kong seized the microphone, smiling as he remarked, Comrade Han Dong, this prize is rightfully yours. Your noble act has safeguarded the lives and property of our nation and its people. Every citizen of Jiangzhou should tip their hats in your honor. Our gratitude towards you is genuine and tangible. This prize is entirely yours to manage, and no one shall impose moral obligations upon you, nor demand its return. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Principal Zhong raised his hands to quell the noise. And when silence fell, he proclaimed, after deliberation, the school has decided to waive all tuition and accommodation fees for Comrade Han Dong during his time here and appoint him as the Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee at the law school. Han Dong is a hero for the entire Jiangzhou city and a hero for our university. We hope he will continue to strive for excellence in his new role, forging new paths ahead. Thank you. Thank you once more. Han Dong bowed and exited the stage, the audience's applause resonating long and loud. Chapter 16. The Emerging Lotus. The commendation for Han Dong concluded, yet the assembly was far from over. With city leaders present, the school could not miss such a splendid opportunity. Naturally, a platform was set for the leaders to inspire the gathered students. The military training session for the day was canceled, and the students dutifully sat on the playground, listening to the speeches. In the midst of this monotony, Han Dong retrieved his phone and idly scrolled through it. He noticed a new friend request on WeChat, and upon opening it, he was greeted by the image of a stunning woman, evidently engaged in fitness, clad in a form-fitting sports tank top. Her physique was striking, with a slim waist and long legs, every cell seemingly exuding the essence of vitality. With her high ponytail and an air of confidence about her, she radiated charm. Her WeChat name was simple, Lin Lin. Who could she be? Han Dong searched his memory for any recollection of this individual, but found none. Nonetheless, he accepted the request. Certainly, Dongzi would never admit that he added her solely because of her alluring figure. After all, What does a scholar's pursuits have to do with physical appearance? Who are you? He inquired, punctuating his confusion with a series of question marks. Did you truly add me? Is it because of the seductive profile picture? Lin replied with a mischievous smirk. Crazy. Who are you? We'll find out when we meet, she teased. By the way, we have a secret code. When we meet, you must write a 3-character phrase in my palm. What kind of nonsense is this? Han Dong furrowed his brow. Enough about that. I must attend class now. Lin quickly logged off. Class? What kind of class? A fitness class? Han Dong speculated. What are you doing? Inquired Shun Qianyun, leaning closer. Han Dong wished to be candid, but refrained. The principal had just appointed him as the vice president of the student committee, and Shun was the committee secretary, his superior, with whom he would need to interact frequently. Thus, he must exercise restraint. Nothing much, he replied, putting away his phone. Is Ruan Danxing your sister-in-law? Shun Qianyun's expression was a blend of amusement and intrigue. Indeed, do you know her? We live next door, what do you think? Knowing her is one thing. But why be so confrontational? You must have taken a wrong turn that day, right? Shun Qianyun's demeanor suddenly turned icy. What did you say, Teacher Shin? I don't quite understand. Han Dong feigned ignorance. Enough with the pretense. I've recognized you. Shun Qianyun discreetly pinched the soft flesh at Han Dong's side, twisting it with a firm grip. Teacher Shun, be gentle. It wasn't my intention to spy on you. Who knew you were performing rituals at home? Are you seeking death? Keep your voice down. Shun Qianyun was flustered, twisting his flesh again with a grimace. If you dare mention that incident to anyone, I'll make you regret it. Okay, I've already forgotten, Han Dong replied dismissively. Forgotten? Spare me the deceit. Tell me, why did you hastily flee when you saw me on the rooftop last time? Am I that terrifying? Shun Qianyun glared. Please, I was already aware you were our teacher then. If I didn't run, would I wait for you to recognize me and give me a beating? Nonsense. I have no such capability. It's all thanks to the police. Who do you think you are? The city bureau's leaders would fabricate stories for you? With your intellect, it's quite difficult to deceive you. See, I told you were practicing martial arts on a rooftop, yet you refused to admit it, pretending to be modest and insincere. Han Dong chose silence. Hand me your phone, Shun Qianyun commanded. What for? No more chatter, just give it here. Reluctantly, Han Dong complied. After a series of actions, Shun Qianyun added him on WeChat and saved each other's phone numbers. Since you are also a member of the student committee, we will inevitably need to communicate. It's best to have a way to reach you. Understood, Han Dong replied, accepting his phone with a calm demeanor. At long last, after enduring the speeches from the dignitaries, it was time for lunch. As the focal point of the award ceremony, Han Dong was ushered by Principal Zhong to bid farewell to the esteemed leaders. 1 bar 3 stars, colloquially known as 1 mouth 3. And to think someone so young has become a first-grade inspector. Han Dong was left in a state of astonishment. Impressed by the beauty he recognized, particularly the air of confidence she exuded, he recalled the alluring woman who had previously added him on WeChat. The contrast between her revealing profile picture and her current attire in police uniform was striking. Greetings, I am Lin Fu from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. The beautiful officer said with a smile, extending her hand. Hello, Han Dong replied, gently shaking her hand. Her name was indeed Lin Fu. Her WeChat nickname was Lin. He remembered her mentioning a secret code for their first meeting, where he was to write 3 characters in her palm. He mused that this stern officer harbored a playful spirit within. Following her instructions, he traced the 3 characters on her palm. What are you doing? Lin Fu's expression turned icy as she swiftly withdrew her hand. That was your suggestion, Han Dong remarked nonchalantly. Let us go, Lin Fu said, her face stern as she turned to leave. Hey, what is wrong? Sure, Guodong could only bid farewell and follow after her. Lin Fu, don't you want to get to know this great hero? He inquired. Why the sudden departure? Just a lecherous man, Lin Fu scoffed. That's not true. He seems quite respectable to me. Sure, Guodong replied, puzzled. You've been deceived by him. Lin Fu frowned. Had it not been for his significant assistance to the police, she would have already slapped him across the face. How dare he flirt with her? As the 2 officers walked away, Principal Zhong patted Han Dong on the shoulder, offering a knowing smile. You're still young. Don't be so impatient. What do you mean, sir? Have you noticed my little gestures? Things are not as you perceive them. It's her I didn't realize you were so perceptive, Principal. Of course. Have I never seen a pig run after having eaten one? He quipped. Such antics may work on ordinary girls, but with her, it will only backfire. Additionally, if you encounter any difficulties at school, just give me a call. He handed Han Dong his business card. As Han Dong reached for the card, Principal Zhong turned and walked away. Hey, Principal, you must understand it's not what you think so unyielding. Why can't he just listen to a proper explanation? She was the one who tempted me first. Indeed, older men can be quite stubborn. Han Dong opened WeChat, fuming as he sent a message to Lin Lin. What do you mean? You were the one who mentioned a secret code, and now you're giving me the cold shoulder? Could it be that you've met with the milk tiger? Lin Lin replied with a frightened expression. Milk tiger? Han Dong was taken aback. Are you referring to Lin Fu? Yes, she is quite fierce. Isn't she? Doesn't she resemble a milk tiger? Han Dong pondered, uncertain if she truly resembled a tiger, but she certainly was intimidating. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Lin Lin was not Lin Fu at all. Ah, you dare to send Lin officers private photos, impersonating her for your own amusement? I will call her immediately and report you. Realizing it was that mischievous Lin Rong, he seethed, You little rascal, I know who you are now. Is this how you repay your savior? This isn't revenge. It's merely a benefit, Lin Lin clarified. You have truly put me in a difficult position. Officer Lin must certainly perceive me as a lecher. Am I not? Had I not sent such a provocative avatar of stunning beauty, would you have added me? This conversation has reached an impasse. I shall block you at once. Han Dong, filled with indignation, retorted, Should you dare to block me, I will inform Nai who that you attempted to kiss me. How dare you threaten me? I merely stated a fact. I merely pecked you lightly. It was merely a lesson. How could it be construed as an attempt to kiss? When I tally the times, I have already saved you twice. Does that not make me your benefactor? Is this how you repay your debts of gratitude? Please do not block me. In time, I shall repay you. I swear. Leave your contact for observation. We shall see how you perform, Han Dong replied coolly. Moreover, we have met several times. Why the need for secret signals? How childish. Twice, indeed. A third meeting warrants a simple 3-character code. Do you not find that rather romantic? Romantic, you say? What a farce. This girl seems to have a profound misunderstanding of romance. Initially, Han Dong too suspected it was Lin Rong. Yet her insistence on a secret code bewildered him. Having met on several occasions, was such a code truly necessary? It was usually reserved for strangers. Lin Fu, Lin Rong, the exquisite water lily. Siblings indeed. Hen Dong sighed. Dong Gu is exceptionally astute. He immediately deduced the origins of our names. Han Dong rolled his eyes. It was hardly a challenge to guess. Audictin, Han Dong Ye. Farewell. Exiting the chat interface, Han Dong exhaled deeply. Both sisters were not to be underestimated. Yet their beauty was undeniable. Lin Fu exuded grace and allure, while Lin Rong possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth, a paragon of delicate youth. For now, they would remain in the pond. Chapter 17. The Mu family of Suzhou. After dining, Han Dong proceeded to the industrial and commercial bank branch near the school, depositing the 1 million yuan prize into his account. After careful consideration, he transferred 800,000 yuan to his mother, Zhao Huilan. Within 5 minutes, his mother's call came through. Dongzi, why have you sent me such a large sum of money? In this bustling metropolis, do be cautious not to stray onto the wrong path. A few days ago, by fortunate chance, I assisted the police in solving a case. And this is the reward they bestowed upon me. Is that truly the case? Acts of bravery cannot possibly yield such rewards. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Shan Gu. He is aware of the matter. Wait a moment, I must consult with Shan. It is not that I do not trust you. My son, I fear you may be deceived. Dongzi, is it true? I have heard from Deshan about the entire affair. Such a significant matter, would I deceive you? You reckless child, how bold you are. Those individuals were armed, and you dared to confront them? His mother's voice suddenly escalated in pitch. Han Dong slightly withdrew the phone, reminding himself that this was indeed his mother. Since childhood, her powerful voice had echoed in his ears, leaving him with a lasting impression. Yet, he understood that this was her way of expressing love. She may not possess the gentleness of urban mothers, her voice booming, and on occasion, she might even roll up her sleeves to confront someone, but her affection for her children was no less than that of mothers in the city. If you can contribute to the nation, a mother's heart swells with pride. But if it threatens your life, I would rather forego such rewards. I desire my son to grow up in peace and safety. Don't worry, Mom. I have it all under control. By the way, when did you start practicing martial arts? How come we were unaware of it? I learned from a Taoist on Qingfeng Mountain. I've been training since childhood. He forbade me from telling anyone, which is why I never mentioned it to you. Oh, it seems that old Taoist is quite remarkable, Zhao Huilan remarked, her voice brightening. Indeed, the skills he taught are quite impressive. Han Dong smiled and continued, I was thinking, since the reward is 1 million, I'll transfer 800,000 to you and keep 200,000 for myself. You won't need to worry about my living expenses anymore. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. and Han Dong, with his keen hearing, detected the sound of his mother's quiet sobs. Dongzi, you are such a good child. However, this money was earned at the cost of your life. We won't touch it. It will be safe for you to buy a house and marry in the future. Your father and I will find ways to manage our expenses. You need not worry. No, Mom. You need not concern yourselves with buying a house or marriage. You have already done more than enough by supporting me through university. From here on, it's up to me. Feel free to use this money as you see fit. Trust me, I can earn more. All right, I understand. Spend that 200,000 wisely. And don't be too frugal while studying away from home. Sure thing, Mom. After chatting with his mother for a while longer and updating her on his life at school, he finally ended the call. As he exited the bank, he heard someone calling his name, Han Dong. Turning towards the voice, he saw a white Bentley parked by the roadside. The window of the passenger seat rolled down, revealing a beautiful woman waving at him. It was none other than the stunning Mu Wanji, whom he had met during the bus robbery incident. Hello, Ms. Mu. Han Dong greeted with a smile as he approached the car. Get in, Mu Wanji beckoned. Han Dong opened the passenger door and took a seat. From now on, don't call me Ms. Mu. It feels too formal. Just call me sister. All right, Sister Mu. Han Dong was always agreeable to requests that did not conflict with his principles. Here to handle some banking affairs? Mu Wanji inquired. Yes, I received the reward for my act of bravery today. So I came to deposit it and also transferred some money to my mom. All of it to your family? Mu Wanji looked at him in surprise. Not entirely. I transferred 800,000 to my family and kept 200,000 for myself. What a filial child you are, Mu Wanji praised sincerely. Where are you headed now? Han Dong changed the subject, preferring not to delve too deeply into personal matters. Is there some trouble? He casually asked. Han Dong quickly grasped the situation. Do you know what illness your father is suffering from? He asked gravely. He had been studying the medical arts of the Tianyi school, and perhaps he could be of assistance. Despite their estrangement, he understood that she still had a bond with her father. Blood is thicker than water. If possible, I would like to accompany you to see him. Huh? Mu Wanji looked at him with confusion. My master not only imparted martial arts to me, but also taught me medical skills. I may be able to help. If that is the case, that would be wonderful. A glimmer of hope suddenly sparkled in Mu Wanji's eyes. Han Dong's prowess was witnessed by her own eyes. If his medical skills were equally formidable, perhaps he could indeed save her father. Recalling the myriad humiliations and discriminations endured in the Mu family, Mu Wanji's fighting spirit surged. Let us go to the Mu family together, she declared, igniting the car's engine, its roar merging with the bustling traffic. In the city of Gusu, the renowned Mu family was nestled within the elegant confines of a traditional Chinese mansion known as Mu Fu. At that moment, a heavy cloud of despair loomed over Mu Fu. The family patriarch, Mu Tiansheng, lay on the brink of death, tormented by a mysterious ailment, unconscious and unresponsive. His descendants gathered outside the door, grief-stricken and at a loss for words. The door swung open, and Professor Wu Qinglin, the director of the First People's Hospital of Jiangzhou, emerged. The younger members of the Mu family gazed at the eminent expert with bated breath. I have done all that I could, Wu Qinglin said, his expression heavy with sorrow. A cry broke from the crowd. Professor Wu, is there truly no other way? Mu Tianxing's wife, Madame Yun, blinked back tears. Given the current medical conditions, there is indeed no hope, he replied solemnly. It is not a matter of disrespect. However, if there are no alternatives, could we not allow other doctors to try? Urged Mu Shuyi, the second son of the Mu family. There is no need. Professor Wu has stated there is no hope. Let us not further agitate the old master, responded Mu Shorin, the eldest son, in a stern tone. Uncle, are you so eager to arrange for grandfather's funeral? Is this how you intend to seize control of the Mu family? Retorted Mu Yunhai, son of Mu Shuyi. Second son, control your child. Does he not know how to speak to his elders? Mu Shorin admonished Angredi. Mu Shuyi remained silent. Should their father pass away, according to the family's traditions, the Mu family would indeed be inherited by the eldest branch, unless the previous patriarch had designated an heir, leaving no opportunity for the second branch. To turn the tide, their father must not die, at least not at this moment. Countless doctors had come and gone, with the bounty for a solution escalating to 10 million. Yet it had all proved futile. Mu Shorin glared at his younger brother's family. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. As long as I draw breath, you will not have your turn. With their father's authority absent, the rift between the two brothers had come to the fore. The matriarch of the Mu family wore a grim expression. Yunhai, if you have summoned another doctor, let him come and take a look, she commanded. Yes, grandmother. Mu Yunhai replied respectfully. The divine physician I have invited is already waiting at a nearby hotel. I shall fetch him. Go ahead, Madam. You nodded slightly. With their mother's words, the two brothers dared not voice further objections. Chapter 18. The 13 ghostly needles. As two cars approached the entrance, they encountered each other. The striking red calipers harmonized beautifully with the color of the waistline, creating a captivating accent against the sleek gray exterior. The vehicle bore a temporary license plate, evidently brand new and yet to be registered. This automobile was undoubtedly the coveted dream of many men, including Han Dong, who could not resist stealing a few more glances. After watching Mu Yunhai enter with a middle-aged man clad in traditional attire, Mu Wanji finally alighted from the vehicle. Who is he? Han Dong inquired. He is my second brother's son, Mu Yunhai, Mu Wanji replied nonchalantly. Ah, let's proceed inside, murmured Mu Wanji, nodding as she followed Mu Yunhai through the threshold. Upon entering, the family members of the Mu household noticed the doctor accompanying Mu Yunhai. After exchanging a few pleasantries, their expressions shifted dramatically upon seeing Mu Wanji enter with a handsome young man who resembled a university student. Mu Wanji remained resolute, disregarding any attempts at conversation from her sister-in-law. Let us keep our words to a minimum, urged the elderly matriarch, her wrist trembling slightly. Wanji, your father may be nearing his end. Father will not be gone, Mu Wanji replied with unwavering determination. I have summoned a miraculous physician. He may very well cure father's ailment. A miraculous physician? Who is he, and where is he? Mu Yunhai inquired, glancing towards the door. It is I, Han Dong replied with a subtle smile, pointing to himself. I am a miraculous physician, summoned by President Mu. Mu Yunhai, taken aback, nearly spat out the mineral water he had just sipped. You are the miraculous physician? Then who is this? He gestured toward the middle-aged man clad in a tang suit beside him. This pretty boy with a pig's nose dares to masquerade as a physician? He appears to be no more than 20. The man, slightly plump and exuding an air of grandeur, indeed possessed a certain bearing. I do not recognize him, Han Dong replied nonchalantly. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to your elders? No wonder the Mu family has fallen behind the Rong family in these years. It seems the issue lies in your upbringing. Mu Wanji retorted angrily. What lack of upbringing does my son possess? At the very least, he has not brought shame upon our family through scandalous affairs, scoffed the second daughter-in-law of the Mu family. Whether he has been involved in indiscretions is unknown to me. But your own transgressions are well documented. Shall I disclose the name of that gigolo? You slanderer, despite the fierce tone of the second daughter-in-law. Her confidence faltered under the scrutiny of Mu Shi's fierce glare, rendering her silent. Wanji, you are at least the beloved granddaughter of your grandfather. During his final moments, I have no reason to impede your farewell. However, who is this insignificant fellow to meddle in our family affairs? I suggest you leave immediately. Mu Yunhai, filled with ire, pointed on accusatory finger at Han Dong. With a sharp sound, the room fell into stunned silence as Mu Yunhai clutched his left cheek, which had swollen instantly from a resounding slap. This slap serves to remind you that no one dares to speak disrespectfully towards me, Han Dong declared, his eyes narrowing as an aura of power emanated from him, instilling a palpable pressure upon those present, akin to standing before a formidable mountain. Despite Mu Yunhai's notorious temper, he refrained from retaliating. Han Dong is here to treat father. You would do well to show him some respect, Mu Wanji admonished, casting a scornful glance at her restless relatives. Professor Wu has declared that the old man is beyond saving. What can a mere youth possibly do to save my father? Questioned the wife of Mu Shorin loudly. If he can indeed save grandfather, the Mu family shall reward him with 20 million. Mu Yunhai scoffed, doubling the original bounty of 10 million with his declaration. Is this a promise? Han Dong's eyes narrowed. Certainly, the Mu family values its integrity. Our word is our bond. I do not believe you, Han Dong replied coolly. While Sister Mu may be a person of her word, I cannot speak for the rest of you, Han Dong stated with a weighty tone. The elder has not yet departed, yet you are already scheming over inheritance. Such behavior does not belong to those of integrity. Thus, put your earlier promise in writing, in black and white, so that when you renege, I possess a tangible proof. Very well, I shall write it down for you. But what shall we say if you fail to save my grandfather? In the gaze of many, Mu Yunhai had just received a slap and was at a loss for how to retaliate. You may dispose of it as you wish. Han Dong replied with a faint smile. That is agreeable. Mu Yunhai procured paper and pen, inscribing the aforementioned promise. Additionally, the car parked at your entrance. Han Dong remarqued nonchalantly. Certainly, no issue at all. Mu Yunhai penned another line. The essence being that should Han Dong succeed in treating his grandfather, he would willingly pay a consultation fee of 20 million, along with a brand new Porsche. He then affixed his signature. Young man, do you truly possess the means to save old Mu? Wu Qinglin inquired curiously. One would hope so, Han Dong replied with a gentle smile. Mu Yanhai scoffed. Who arrived first? You or Lin? Lin Zhongchuan cast a derisive glance at Han Dong. With your youthful appearance, do you dare compete for sustenance with me? I am a person of principle. Since you arrived a moment before me, you naturally take precedence, Han Dong stated calmly. Should I make my move? Your chance will be lost. That remains to be seen, Han Dong grinned. Lin Zhongchuan snorted coldly, clutching his medical kit, and entered old Mu's hospital room first, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, Han Dong sensed an eerie chill enveloping the entire room. The temperature difference between the inside and outside was stark, as if one had abruptly transitioned from summer to winter. This peculiar coldness stirred a deep chill within one's heart. Protected by pure yang energy, Han Dong remained unaffected, but the others shivered collectively upon entering. The room where grandfather lay was growing increasingly frigid, enough to freeze a person. Mu Yanhai could not help but comment. Han Dong furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping the room until it settled on a jade beast ornament at the head of the bed. Old Mu lay supine, his breath faint, barely clinging to life through a respirator. The fluctuations on the ECG were exceedingly weak, on the brink of ceasing at any moment. His complexion was pallid, lips tinged with a bluish hue, appearing almost lifeless. Activating his spiritual vision, Han Dong examined old Mu's condition and swiftly discerned the source of the affliction. Unable to suppress a faint smile, renowned healer Lin Zhongchuan meticulously inspected old Mu's eyelids and tongue coating, then took his pulse. What does it mean for evil to invade the body? Wu Qinglin asked. The invasion of evil, commonly referred to as spiritual possession, implies a spirit taking hold. Wu Qinglin's laughter was dismissive, clearly skeptical of such supernatural notions. The Mu family turned their gazes toward Mu Yanhai, questioning whether he had summoned a physician or a charlatan. Is he reliable? Lin Zhongchuan recognized their disbelief, but offered no further explanation, retrieving a dozen silver needles from his medical kit to begin treatment. As Lin Zhongchuan inserted the 13 silver needles into old Mu's critical points, Wu Qinglin exclaimed in astonishment. Are you employing the 13 ghost needles? Although trained in Western medicine, Wu Qinglin was well-read and had witnessed a traditional Chinese medicine master administer the 13 ghost needles, leaving a lasting impression. Indeed, Professor Wu possesses remarkable insight. Lin Zhongchuan modestly nodded, explaining that he had sealed the 13 ghost gates with silver needles, leaving only the life gate at the base of the tongue open. Through my unique technique, the malevolent energy would escape through this portal, ensuring the patient's well-being. Han Dong slightly inclined his head. One cannot deny that this renowned healer from Lingnan possesses considerable skill. Among mortals, his medical expertise is commendable. His approach to treatment is at least closer to the truth than that of others. Yet, it remains merely an approximation. A slight deviation can lead to significant miscalculations. In Chapter 19, The Art of Mastery, it is clear that the legacy of the Golden Crow Emperor does not encompass the mundane art of the 13 ghost needles, which Han Dong would not employ. However, he was certain that no matter how proficient Lin Zhongchuan's technique, it would not suffice to heal the esteemed Mr. Mu. As anticipated, after some time, Mr. Mu remained immobile. The malevolent spirit was too formidable. Lin could do nothing more and suggested seeking a more skilled practitioner. The famed healer from Lingnan sighed in despair. Earning that 10 million would not be easy, seeing that the esteemed doctor he had summoned could not resolve the issue. Mu Yanhai felt a greater sense of embarrassment. Now it is your turn, esteemed healer, he said curtly while casting a glare at Han Dong. Mu Wanji's enchanting eyes danced around Han Dong, her curiosity piqued regarding his medical prowess. 20 million and a car. No reneging later, Han Dong declared, raising 3 fingers with a grin. Rest assured, should you heal my grandfather, both the money and the vehicle will be presented with gratitude. Mu Yunfei scoffed dismissively. That is agreeable. Approaching the bedside, Han Dong placed his palm upon Mu Tianxing's head and, guided by the celestial medical techniques learned from the heavenly physician sect, infused the Baihui acupoint with a surge of pure yang energy. This energy, derived from the essence of the sun and refined through the sect's secret methods, transformed into a life-sustaining pure yang force. This is one of the remarkable applications of the pure yang body. Had Han Dong not possessed such a physique, he would be incapable of generating pure yang energy within. Although his mastery of the pure yang body was only at a nascent stage, It was more than adequate to dispel a modicum of Yin energy residing within a mortal. This Yang energy, imbued with intense warmth, coursed through Mu Tiansheng's body. While onlookers could not discern the intricacies of the process, they observed a gradual flush of color returning to the elder's face, spreading like a rolling snowball. His pallid complexion began to normalize, and the bluish hue on his lips faded away. Suddenly, Mr. Mu sat upright, his eyes wide with surprise as he expelled a mass of black blood that had surprisingly frozen, emitting a chill. The crowd instinctively recoiled a few steps back. "Why are you all gathered in my room?" Mr. Mu questioned, confusion etched upon his features. "Tiansheng, are you well?" Lady Mu inquired excitedly as she moved closer. "Well, indeed. I have never felt this light before." Mr. Mu stretched his limbs, his face beaming with joy. Wu Qinglin hastily leaned in to conduct an examination, exclaiming, "Normal temperature. Stable heartbeat. Old Mu has truly recovered." The authority of Professor Wu's words instilled a sense of reality in the assembly. Such extraordinary skill, simply miraculous. "Young Master Han, how did you achieve this?" Wu Qinglin could hardly contain his excitement. Lin Zhongxuan widened his eyes, fixated intently on Han Dong. Dr. Lin had already discerned some clues. However, old Master Mu was not possessed, but rather had been eroded by the extreme cold and deathly aura of a corpse, which had led to his loss of vitality. Han Dong explained. "Corpse aura?" Wu Qinglin queried, puzzled. "How could old Mu be infected by such an aura?" "It is precisely that." Han Dong pointed to the uniquely shaped jade beast ornament on the bedside. "If my suspicions are correct, this jade beast is a funerary artifact. The tomb from which it originates is situated in an area of extreme cold and darkness. Because the tomb is filled with a chilling aura, the corpse within has not decayed over the years, resulting in the accumulation of corpse aura. All the antique jade items within the tomb, having been long exposed to this aura, gradually transformed into malevolent objects. It remains unclear how these funerary artifacts were unearthed. But if an ordinary person were to be in close proximity to them, they would inevitably be tainted by this extreme cold and deathly aura, progressively losing their vitality. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect." Han Dong paused, the onlookers gazing at him with anticipation, eager for him to unveil the truth. "What could be more dreadful?" Mu Wanji was the first to inquire, prompting a collective sigh of relief as she articulated the question on everyone's mind. Even after death, one could still undergo a transformation into a corpse. Furthermore, upon such transformation, the individual would retain memories solely of their closest kin. Should that occur, the Mu residents would descend into a veritable hell on earth, as they would annihilate everyone they remembered. Silence enveloped the ward. Historical accounts of zombies ravaging villages did indeed exist. If Han Dong's assertions were to be believed, the repercussions would be unimaginable. The Mu family, including Mu Tiansheng, felt an icy sweat trickle down their spines. "How did you manage to dispel the corpse aura from Mr. Mu?" Wu Qinglin inquired, perplexed. "The universe is governed by the dual forces of yin and yang. No matter how fearsome a zombie may be, it still fears the light of day. As a martial artist, I cultivate pure yang energy, which serves as the nemesis of the cold, deathly aura," Han Dong elucidated. "Just now, when you placed your hand atop his head, were you transferring pure yang energy into the patient?" Wu Qinglin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Marvelous. Truly astounding. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a dreadful ailment could exist, nor that such a miraculous remedy could be employed. Master, please allow me to pay my respects." Wu Qinglin bowed deeply to Han Dong. "Every discipline has its specialists. There is no need for excessive humility, Professor Wu." Han Dong smiled, adjusting his posture. "Such remarkable youth indeed." Lin Zhongxuan sighed, reflecting on his own self-proclaimed status as the preeminent physician in Lingnan. He never expected to be outdone by a young man upon his arrival in Jiangnan. With a sense of melancholy, he departed with his medicine box in hand, while the others paid him little mind. "Does this mean we should dispose of the jade beast ornament immediately?" Mu Tiansheng expressed a hint of trepidation. "That would not be necessary," Han Dong reassured, as he gently stroked the ornament, enveloping it in pure yang energy that swiftly dissipated the chilling corpse aura. "All is well now. Even if you were to sleep with it, it would not harm you in the slightest." With newfound courage, Mu Tiansheng touched the ornament, discovering that it no longer emanated a frigid aura, but rather felt warm to the touch. "Father, did you acquire this ornament yourself? Or was it a gift from another?" Mu Wanji suddenly interjected. "The father's greatest passion lies in the collection of antique jade artifacts. The fact that he has placed this jade beast ornament on his bedside indicates his profound affection for it. Should someone have deliberately orchestrated this scenario to cater to his tastes, it would be truly terrifying. Mu Tiansheng seemed to have grasped something, his brow furrowed deeply. Mu Wanji refrained from elaborating further. Her father was an astute individual, perceptive to the slightest hint. One must harbor no ill intentions while remaining vigilant against the designs of others. She sensed that this matter was far from simple. Had it not been for Han Dong's timely intervention, the entire Mu family might have faced obliteration. This Mr. Han was indeed summoned by Wanji. As the old matriarch gently remarked, "Wanji, I owe you my gratitude for this critical assistance," Mu Tiansheng said, struggling to swallow. Although the rift remained, the mere fact that Mu Tiansheng was willing to converse with his daughter signified a considerable advancement. The rest, she believed, could only be resolved with the passage of time. "Young Master Mu, I have fulfilled my obligation by restoring your grandfather's health. Now it is your turn to honor your promise," Han Dong said, regarding Mu Yanhai with a knowing smile. Mu Yanhai, however, feigned ignorance, staring blankly ahead. "Humph, the scion of a prominent family is not so remarkable after all." Han Dong scoffed. "What is it?" the elderly patriarch inquired hastily. Thus, Mu Wanji presented the written commitment penned by Mu Yanhai to her father, succinctly clarifying the wager between Han Dong and Mu Yanhai. Chapter 20. Becoming a Millionaire. This young rascal initially thought Han Dong was merely boasting, which emboldened him to wager. Now that he witnessed Han Dong's success, he sought to renege on the agreement. "Beast, I am not yet deceased, and you're already eager to ascend," he exclaimed. "If the Mu family falls into your hands, the legacy I painstakingly built will swiftly be devoured to the last crumb. Are you truly unaware of your own limitations?" Mu Shorin and the others bowed their heads in shame, not daring to utter a word. One cannot betray a stranger, let alone our benefactor. Since Yanhai made a commitment, it must be honored. Expedite this matter. 20 million, with each family contributing 10 million. Is there an issue with that? Mu Tiansheng glared at a few disobedient descendants. "Yes." Father, Mu Shorin, and Mu Shuyi reluctantly acquiesced. "And you, Mu Yanhai, a man without integrity cannot stand. As a male descendant of the Mu family, you must uphold honesty as your foremost principle. If you are willing to gamble, you must accept the consequences. If you believe victory is assured and stake heavily, only to lament the loss later and seek to evade responsibility, who would dare to play with you again? A man aspiring for greatness must learn to be generous. With such a narrow mindset, how can you ever inherit the Mu family legacy?" "Grandfather, I realize my error," Mu Yanhai said, his head bowed in shame. "You are still young. Recognizing your mistakes and making amends is not too late," Mu Tiansheng sighed. Immediately, Mu Yanhai retrieved the car keys and handed them to Han Dong, stating solemnly, "From this moment forth, that car is yours." Han Dong accepted the keys without hesitation, pocketing them nonchalantly. If Mu Yanhai had not been so arrogant, I would have been disinclined to teach him a lesson. With the patriarch's recovery, the entire family rejoiced. Wu Qinglin, filled with trepidation, exchanged contact information with Han Dong, addressing him as Sir. There is no distinction of age in learning. The accomplished are always the teachers. Despite the significant age gap, Wu Qinglin felt a profound admiration for Han Dong's unparalleled expertise in medicine, akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. During this period, Han Dong received a notification from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, indicating that the Mu brothers had transferred two sums of 10 million each, confirming the accuracy of the amounts. While he maintained a facade of composure, his heart raced like a drum. From this day forth, he too became a millionaire. Remain calm, remain calm. After all, you're a cultivator. After lunch, Mu Wanji chose to stay home to converse with her mother, prompting Han Dong and Wu Qinglin to take their leave. Upon departing from the Mu residence, Han Dong discovered that the Porsche sports car had been registered with a license plate number, Jiang 820, an abbreviation of his name, with 820 signifying his birthday, August 20th. Mu Shorin personally handed him the property and driving certificates. Previously, Mu Shorin had requested to take a photo of his identification card, claiming it was necessary for the substantial transfer, but he had not anticipated that the license plate would be included as well. Furthermore, the insurance had been procured for 3 years, alongside a fuel card worth 20,000. Mu Tianxing's perspective was indeed extraordinary. He was remarkably generous and thoughtful towards this life-saving benefactor. Settling into the vehicle, the luxurious and technologically advanced central control area evoked admiration for the allure of a $1 million car. The interior, adorned in the most favored Bordeaux red among the youth, was both fashionable and striking. This model was the top configuration of the PAME, boasting an 8-cylinder engine capable of unleashing 650 horsepower, achieving acceleration from 0 to 100 in a mere 3.1 seconds. Additionally, it was equipped with a German-imported exhaust system that emitted a robust and explosive sound. Mu Yanhai watched as the newly acquired car gradually receded from view, his heart bleeding. That is mine. It belongs to me. The seeds of resentment and animosity took root within him. This enmity had been firmly established. Father, is 20 million for the medical fee somewhat excessive? Mu Shoren murmured. Mu Yanhai was not his son. Why should he bear the consequences of his transgressions? Mu Shoren felt a twinge of frustration. That was 10 million. Though it wouldn't cripple him financially, who would ever refuse an excess of wealth? Is the lives of all our family members worth less than 20 million? Even if what he claims will not come to pass, is my life worth less than 20 million? To have encountered a miraculous doctor who can save lives at a crucial moment, how can that be too costly? You must broaden your horizons. A man of stature should not fixate solely on the trivial sums before him. Mu Tiansheng shot him a glare. None of these two sons resemble me. They are all short-sighted. Father's reprimand is justified, Mu Shoren replied, bowing his head respectfully. Han Dong quickly became accustomed to the vehicle's handling. The most beautiful sports car on the planet felt like a tamed feline under his command, responding fluidly to his every gesture. Truly, it was $1 million sports car, with power readily available at his command. A mere press of the accelerator produced a thrilling sensation of being pushed back into the seat, coupled with the roar of the engine that sent adrenaline surging through his veins. The steering was exceptionally precise, responding effortlessly to his commands, allowing for intricate maneuvers with ease. Such a large vehicle felt like a toy in Han Dong's hands, maneuverable at will. And the joy of driving it surpassed that of his sister-in-law's 40 Series by a considerable margin. With one hand deftly guiding the car, he arrived at the shores of Taihu Lake, racing along the lakeside avenue for several laps. With both windows down, the cool lake breeze rushed in, and he reveled in the melodies emanating from the world-class sound system. Traveling through the streets and buildings, my heart is filled with steeds and hunting grounds. A young heart begins to soar, gradually unfurling its wings. The legacy of the great Emperor Jinwu is astonishingly powerful. With just a smattering of knowledge, he has managed to amass a fortune in the bustling metropolis. As his cultivation progresses, one can only imagine the miracles he might create in the future. Just half a month ago, he was a humble student from the countryside, traveling on ordinary trains to pursue his studies, too frugal to even consider taking the high-speed rail. Had someone told him that in 2 weeks he would possess over 20 million in savings and a Porsche worth 3 million, he would have smeared the sweet potato he was holding across their face, perhaps accompanied by a faintly yellowed expression of disbelief. Yet today, he has truly achieved this. Not only has he earned a substantial sum, but he has also saved a family from annihilation, earning the friendship of the esteemed Mu family of Suzhou. His accomplishments are plentiful. Chapter 21. Fear not what you touch. Indeed, with a heftier bank balance comes a newfound boldness. He now dares to flirt with beautiful women. After an hour of enjoying the wind and indulging in the thrill of driving, Han Dong turned the car around and headed towards the city center. His first stop was the Huawei flagship store in the university town, where he exchanged his second-hand Android device for a luxury Porsche edition Huawei smartphone. In addition to purchasing a tablet and a laptop, he also acquired the latest Huawei foldable phone as a backup device. Like many young men, Han Dong harbored an unusual obsession with cars and electronic gadgets, and now that his finances were more accommodating, he felt it was time to indulge his desires. Initially, he contemplated sending some money to his mother, but ultimately decided to postpone that thought. 800,000 is an enormous sum for a rural family, sufficient to support them for a considerable time. Jiangzhou University is situated in the affluent Jiangnan region, and many new students arrive in personal vehicles. Yet Han Dong's Porsche undoubtedly stands out as the most striking. During the paperwork process, several security guards circled the car, nearly drooling in awe. He secured a fixed parking spot for a yearly fee of 600 yuan, conveniently located near the teaching building. What does your family do to afford such a fine car? One of the security guards couldn't help but inquire. Farming, Han Dong replied with a calm smile. The guard was left speechless, thinking, is it true that farmers are so audacious now? If that's the case, I might as well return to my hometown and farm instead of working as a security guard. After paying the fee and receiving the electronic remote control for the parking lot, Han Dong drove his car onto campus. Once, he had watched enviously as others sped through the university grounds, and now he found himself among the ranks of those who owned vehicles. Han Dong, you've truly made it, he mused. The sleek four-seater coupe emitted a breathtaking roar as it raced down the tree-lined paths of the campus, undeniably captivating the attention of every student who crossed its path. Even in a university filled with luxury cars, the Porsche stood out like a crane among chickens. Han Dong relished the sensation of being in the spotlight. It is no wonder that so many people delight in showing off. From a sociological perspective, being recognized, envied, and admired fulfills a fundamental psychological need. Who is this handsome fellow? I've never seen him before. Several senior female students blushed, their excitement palpable. A handsome lad accompanied by a luxurious car is indeed a potent aphrodisiac. Clearly, he must be a freshman, otherwise, I would certainly recognize him. My goodness, have the younger students become so audacious? Attending school in a Porsche? Which department is he from? And in which dormitory does he reside? Within half an hour. I want all his information. If a senior is sufficiently bold, no junior can resist her charms. The older students are restless. Han Dong, this tender sprout, has just arrived at the parking lot, elegantly maneuvering his vehicle into the space. As soon as he alighted, a call from Wu Yuanda came through. Dongzi, where have you been? The brothers have been searching for you for quite some time. You made quite an impression at school today. We ought to host a celebration. It's been a while since our dormitory gathered for a meal. Why not combine the two occasions? What do you think, Secretary Han? Wu Yuanda teased. Principal Zhong had appointed Han Dong as the deputy secretary of the student union at the law school during the commendation ceremony. A moment as shocking as receiving a million-yuan prize. This was unprecedented in the history of Jian University. Never had a freshman held such a position. His starting point is remarkably high. To put it plainly, as long as Han Dong does not commit any significant errors during his studies, his future is exceedingly bright. Remaining at the university would be a simple endeavor. While a million yuan may be spent, the political capital accumulated will serve him for a lifetime. This is what everyone envies the most. It can be said that within just half a month of school, Han Dong has already distanced himself from the majority of his peers. It is no wonder Wu Yuanda playfully referred to him as Secretary Han. I have no objections. All expenses will be on Secretary Han. You don't mind us dining lavishly, do you? Han Dong chuckled. Just choose a good place and send me the location via WeChat. The tradition of students dining extravagantly during their studies persists. With such a substantial prize, it is only natural for him to treat. When shall we meet? Let us go now. We can gather at the back gate of the school. I've notified everyone else. All right. Han Dong hung up. Glancing at the time, it was already past 5. It was indeed time for dinner. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted two familiar figures approaching along the tree-lined path. It was actually Si Yingchun and Chung Yusin. Their heads were close together, perhaps watching something humorous, as Chung Yusin giggled, covering her mouth. Si Yingchun appeared less engrossed, her peripheral vision catching sight of Han Dong, causing her to pause in surprise. Han Dong, she exclaimed. Upon hearing this name, Chung Yusin flinched, quickly stepping aside, her gaze towards Han Dong betraying a hint of guilt. Dongzi, we just happened to run into each other, Chung Yusin stammered, her cheeks flushed. Han Dong chuckled. No need to explain your situation to me. Congratulations, Dongzi. The brothers are proud of you, Si Yingchun said, giving Han Dong a friendly pat on the shoulder. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Teach me a few moves when you have the chance. Just happened to encounter a stroke of luck, Han Dong replied with a smile. That was your humility. A single individual cannot triumph over 5 armed miscreants merely by luck. Speaking of this, Chung Yusin's face brightened with excitement. Donggu, you truly bring honor to us. The people of Iha, let us toast our heroic Han tonight. We shall drink until we can no longer bear it. All right. Let's go, Han Dong laughed heartily. Out of the corner of her eye, Si Yingchun caught sight of a nearby Porsche Panamera, which immediately captivated her attention. Go, you fearlessly flaunt it. This is mine, she exclaimed. Only the wealthy second generation from Suzhou could afford to drive such a car to school. Si Yingchun gazed at it with envy. What kind of car is that? How much does it cost? Chung Yusin inquired, scrutinizing the formidable beast that seemed to emanate an aura of intimidation. The latest model of the Porsche Panamera, with options, modifications, taxes, insurance, and all, it likely costs over 3 million. Goodness, with over 3 million, one could purchase a house in Jiangzhou. Chung Yusin's mouth fell agape. Si Yingchun did not associate this car with Han Dong, thus refraining from questioning him. Han Dong, too, was disinclined to claim it. What one ought to know will inevitably be revealed. For now, it was best not to bruise his pride. One day, I shall claim you for my own. She playfully aimed a finger gun at the car. Chapter 22. A gathering of blossoms. The three of them chatted merrily as they arrived at the entrance of Jian University. Upon Han Dong's appearance, several friends rushed towards him. Zhang Zikai and Hong Tao grabbed his arms, while Wu Yuandao reached out with a playful swipe. The sensitive area was under siege, prompting Han Dong to instinctively kick out with his right leg. With a thud, nearly 200 pounds of weight was sent flying 5 meters away, landing in the grass by the roadside. This was only due to Han Dong's quick reflexes. Otherwise, he would have sustained serious injury. In a flash, before the others could comprehend, Han Dong was already at Wu Fatty's side, hastily assisting him to his feet. "Are you all right?" Wu Fatty grimaced, assessing himself. "Fortunately, my ample fat saved me from disaster. Who told you to play monkey and pick peaches without warning? You're lucky I didn't take you down." Han Dong shot him an irritated glare. "Isn't it just an attempt to bask in the glory of Secretary Han?" Wu Fatty squinted mischievously. What the police said was true. Dong Gu is indeed a martial arts master. Hong Tao Mat Vai. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. Although he had missed the dramatic scene of Han effortlessly defeating 5 assailants, he had just witnessed Han kick a 200-pound man with remarkable force. That kick must have had the strength of hundreds. Of course, would the police fabricate such tales? Wu Yuandao rolled his eyes. Thus, the way they gazed at Han Dong grew increasingly complex. Zhang Zikai appeared somewhat envious. Previously, he had looked down upon Han Dong, the rural boy, as he had been the most prominent during their high school years. With excellent grades, good looks, and a wealthy background, Zhang Zikai had always overshadowed Han. Han Dong, aside from his academic prowess, had been rather unremarkable, barely making an impression in class. Unexpectedly, not long after entering university, Han Dong had become the most dazzling figure, leaving Zhang Zikai feeling profoundly unsettled. Especially the infatuated expression on Chung Yusin's face made Zhang Zikai feel somewhat nauseated. What about Lily? He deliberately changed the subject to divert everyone's attention from Han Dong. Not far away, Yu Li and another girl were gazing at them. To everyone's astonishment, the girl accompanying her was none other than the goddess Qiao, she, revered by several of the boys. She had shed her camouflage attire and was clad in a white chiffon blouse paired with peacock blue wide-leg pants, casually sporting a high ponytail. Standing there with an air of singularity, with her hands tucked into her pockets, her gaze sparkled as if starlight danced in her eyes. Yu Li, dressed in a floral dress, appeared as a pure and innocent little sister standing beside her, resembling a devoted follower. "Oh my, am I hallucinating?" Wu Panzi pinched his thigh. Zhang Zikai and the others were equally taken aback, though their surprise was predominantly one of delight. This girl usually exuded an air of aloofness. After such a lengthy military training, they had yet to exchange a word with her, let alone invite her out. Noticing the collective gaze of the crowd fixed upon her, Xiaoxi smiled lightly. "Yuli mentioned that Han Dong invited me to your celebration banquet, but I know this is not his idea." His expression just now confirms that. Han Dong rubbed his nose, chuckling awkwardly. He found himself at a loss for words. "But I still came because I hold great admiration for you, Han Dong. You have accomplished something truly commendable." Xiaoxi essentially conveyed this sentiment. Han Dong was taken aback. This seemingly delicate girl exhibited a surprising boldness in her words. Truly commendable was not a phrase one would typically associate with an ordinary girl. Just as he was about to respond, another stunning beauty emerged from a school gate. None other than the enchanting law professor, Shun Qinyun. "Hey, what are you all doing here?" Shun Qinyun, with her keen eyes, was the first to spot Han Dong. "Professor Shun, we are heading to the back street for skewers and beer to celebrate our hero, Han. Would you care to join us?" Wu Yuandao inquired, wearing a rather sycophantic expression. "Sure, I want to keep an eye on you rascals, lest you get drunk and cause trouble," Shun Qinyun replied with a smile. After all, she had planned to have dinner anyway. Han Dong had just come into a windfall, and it was only fitting to indulge a little. Shun Qinyun thought to herself, "Oh, really?" The boys exchanged glances, all pleasantly surprised. There tended to be a certain distance between teachers and students in college, unlike the close-knit relationships found in high school, especially with someone like Professor Shun, who rarely interacted with students. To their astonishment, she readily accepted the casual invitation. "But Professor, we're going to food stall, and your attire seems a bit inappropriate." Han Dong hesitated, not wanting her to join, feeling somewhat vulnerable with a secret in her possession. Today, Shin Qinyun wore a light green base with a brown diagonal striped Hermes dress, complemented by a matching handbag. She appeared both ethereal and elegant, seemingly mismatched for a casual food stall outing. Seeing Shun was acutely aware of luxury, and his heart stirred at the sight of teacher Shun, whose background was undoubtedly affluent. The attire she donned, coupled with the Vacheron Constantine adorning her left wrist, amounted to a staggering sum. What could she possibly mean by an unwelcoming demeanor? Shen Qinyun's large eyes narrowed slightly. Welcome, welcome, but I fear you might not be accustomed to it. Han Dong chuckled awkwardly. Well, that's somewhat better. Shen Qinyun retorted with a playful glare. The nature of their exchange was difficult to articulate, imbued with an unspoken ambiguity. At this thought, Seeing Chuan's heart felt as if it had toppled a bottle of aged Shangxi vinegar, brimming with an overwhelming sourness. Teacher Shen Qinyun epitomized his ideal type. The few years of age difference were inconsequential. Her beauty, poise, and privileged upbringing perfectly aligned with Si Yingchuan's desires. How could such a paragon be entangled with someone like Han Dong, a mere village lad? Such a treasure, squandered indeed. The back gate of the school led directly to a renowned street of local delicacies, affectionately dubbed Back Street. Students from Jiangda and the affiliated school, along with local residents, frequented this street for culinary indulgence. Even food enthusiasts from other parts of the city drove across town to savor its offerings. As night fell, the atmosphere buzzed with lively chatter, creating a vibrant scene. Fortunately, their early arrival secured them a spot beneath the cool canopy. Any later, and it would have been claimed by others. Chapter 23. Encountering Lin Rong again. The early September weather still bore a hint of warmth, with numerous patrons basking in a lively ambience. The group of handsome men and beautiful women, with their polished appearances, seemed to starkly contrast the surrounding environment. While Xiaoxi appeared at ease, Shen Qinyun exhibited palpable excitement, her expressive eyes darting around. Teacher Shen, I presume you've never dined in such a place before? Han Dong inquired with a smile. It's not that I was unwilling. Rather, no one brought me, and I lacked the courage to come alone, she replied. That makes it simple. Next time we gather for skewers, I shall invite you. Wu Yuanda chimed in cheerfully. You'd better keep your word. I'm jotting it down. Shen Qinyun teased, pointing at Wu with a smile. You, a leader in the youth league, mingling with us mere freshmen. Does that seem appropriate? Han Dong raised an eyebrow. Aren't you also an officer in the youth league? What's wrong with dining with colleagues? Shen Qinyun shot him a glance. Indeed, Dongzi. Teacher Shen raises a valid point. Wu Yuanda laughed. Absolutely. Zhang Zikai added with a grin. Han Dong, in his innocence, seemed oblivious. Who would ever find beauty bothersome? The more, the merrier, after all. Zhang Zikai relished this moment of vanity, perplexed as to why Han Dong would wish to distance himself from such a captivating teacher. Seeing Chun increasingly suspected that something untold had transpired between Han Dong and this enchanting teacher. Their behaviors were decidedly peculiar. It was utterly vexing. Their group was sizable, prompting the owner to bring forth a large round table, as the previous square one could not accommodate them all. While the others were content, Zhang Zikai was notably displeased, for the table boasted 4 beautiful women, and he had yet to come close to any of them. During his high school years, he was the epitome of charisma, with his peers unwaveringly looking up to him. However, upon entering university, he found himself overshadowed by Han Dongzi, a humble lad from the village. Zhang Zikai felt a strong sense of discontent, but found himself at a loss for a suitable response. As they perused the menu, Wu Yuanda and a few others ordered 2 large bowls of spicy crayfish, along with grilled oysters, scallops, mackerel, and prawns, while lamb skewers were, of course, indispensable. Zhang Zikai even opted for a few grilled lamb kidneys. The girls, preferring lighter flavors, selected dishes like grilled eggplant and enoki mushrooms. Additionally, they ordered 2 large jugs of chilled draft beer. The youngest among them, Hong Tao, poured a cup of alcohol for each person. Thank you, but I don't drink. Xiao Qian smiled politely as she pushed the cup away when it was offered to her. Tonight is Dongzi's celebration banquet, since everyone is in high spirits. A little drink wouldn't hurt. Zhang Zikai attempted to persuade her. I'm still underage, Xiao Qian replied calmly. It was then that everyone realized she had enrolled early and was still not yet 18. Let's get her a different beverage, Han Dong suggested. What flavor do you prefer? Orange juice, please, Xiao Qian responded. Wu Yuanda called over a waiter and requested a bottle of orange juice for her. The dishes began to arrive one after another, and Wu Yuanda raised his glass with fervor. Tonight, thanks to our esteemed classmate Han Dongzi, we gather here in joy. For our first toast, let us collectively congratulate Brother Dongzi for receiving the honor of being a hero for his bravery, and may his future be bright and his path expansive. Cheers! Congratulations to Han Dong, cheers! Everyone lifted their beer glasses and drank heartily. This chilled draft beer is quite delightful, Shen Qinyun remarked with a smile. Teacher, Shen, have you never had this before? Wu Yuanda inquired. No, Shen Qinyun shook her head. I've only had red wine, and just a little. That makes sense. Who would dare take a goddess like you to a barbecue stall for draft beer? Where's the goddess? I am merely an ordinary teacher. Shun Qianyun smiled modestly. If you were ordinary, then there would be no remarkable individuals in this world, they thought to themselves with a hint of sarcasm. After a few rounds of drinks and lively conversation, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Dongzi! Suddenly, a melodious female voice called out. They turned to see two girls in Jiangda, affiliated high school uniforms, standing nearby, gazing in their direction. The girl on the left was exceptionally beautiful, her extraordinary aura evident even under the oversized uniform. The girl on the right, though cute, could not compare to her companion. Lin Rong? Han Dong paused, taken aback. What brings you to the back street at this hour? I came to eat. Lin Rong smiled. I was tired of the cafeteria food, so I thought I'd change it up a bit. Dongzi, who is this? Introduce us. Zhang Zikai, unable to resist the charm of the beautiful girls, urged. I am Han Dong's girlfriend, Lin Rong. You can call me Lin Lin, she said, confidently linking her arm with Han Dong's. The adorable girl beside her nearly widened her eyes in surprise. Oh, look at you all, starting to stir the pot, Wu Yuanda teased. Dongzi, who knew you would betray the brotherhood and secretly have a girlfriend? He added, feigning a look of sorrow. All eyes were fixed upon Han Dong's face. Shin Qianyun wore a smile that was neither here nor there, while Qiao Qian appeared contemplative. Yu Li and Cheng Yusin seemed somewhat envious. Seeing Chun remain composed. Those in Zikai displayed evident displeasure. How absurd was that a mere pretty girl passing by had anything to do with this unsophisticated fellow. When I was commanding respect at Iha No. 1 High School, he was likely hiding behind someone, avoiding scrutiny. Lin Rong, if you continue with your nonsense, I might just block you. Han Dong shot her an irritated glare. It was merely a jest. Why so serious? Lin Rong clung to his arm and shook it playfully. Enough of this. I'm treating you to dinner tonight, so sit there and behave. Thank you, Donggu, you're the best of me. Lin Rong nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Oh dear, how shameless you are, commented Cheng Yusin, unable to restrain herself. Han Dong kissed me too. Is there a problem? Lin Rong replied innocently. Where did he kiss you? You was labia liing kirat. Naturally on the lips. Lin Rong unabashedly seated herself beside Han Dong, nudging Yuli aside. Wu Yuanda nearly spat out his drink upon hearing this. Chapter 24. The Fairy and the Monk's Flesh. Han Dong picked up a skewer of enoki mushrooms and stuffed it into Lin Rong's mouth. Eat, and refrain from speaking. MMM. Lin Rong nodded like a chick pecking at grains, obediently chewing. Classmate, why don't you join us? Han Dong beckoned to the charming girl. Hong Tao added a chair beside him, inviting the girl to sit. My name is Wang Keilang, but you can call me Kiki. The girl who grew up eating cute food smiled. I'm Lin Lin's desk mate and best friend. Hello, Kiki. I'm Han Dong, a friend of Lin Lin's. I know. Recently, Lin Lin has been mentioning you daily, and my ears are almost worn out from it, Wang Keilang replied, scrunching her nose. I haven tea. Lin Rong quickly protested. Stop talking. Delicious food, one tea silence your mouth. Han Dong shot her a glare. Lin Rong's previously perked shoulders instantly slumped, and she closed her mouth, daring not to utter a word. Little beauty, tell us how you met Han Dong, teased Wu Yuanda, resembling a cunning wolf. You want to let me speak? Lin Rong pointed to Han Dong. Let me explain. I know. Wang Keilang raised her hand. On the day of the bus hijacking, Lin Lin was on bus 15, and it was Han Dong who saved her. Oh, the group sighed in unison, appearing enlightened. That's not all. This morning at the school gate, I was accosted by a group of delinquents, and Han Dong pretended to be my boyfriend to scare them off. Lin Rong couldn't help but interject. What do you mean I pretended to be your boyfriend? You were the one who approached me, pretending to be my girlfriend, all right? Han Dong retoted, gloning. Wait, did I ask you to speak? Lin Rong made a zipping motion across her mouth, falling silent. Although the details were not thoroughly discussed, everyone present was astute enough to grasp the essence of their entanglement. Several girls collectively sighed in relief. It seemed that there was nothing more between Han Dong and her. It was merely a matter of chance that he had rescued her twice. At this tender age, the young girl must surely be experiencing the stirrings of first love towards Han Dong. However, it seems that Han Dong harbors no such intentions. This bewildered Si Yingchun further, pondering how this unsophisticated fellow had struck a stroke of good fortune, casually attracting a goddess-level girl. What exquisite youth he possesses. Dongzi, what are you doing? You frightened the lovely young lady, chuckled Wu Yuanda. Fear not, I shall protect you, he added, though his demeanor was rather lecherous. Lin Rong rolled her eyes dismissively. I'm the same age as Han Dong. Why is he the brother while I'm the uncle? Wu Yuanda protested. Because you're creepy, Lin Rong retorted sharply. Wu Fatty coughed. A lump of resentment lodged in his throat. I understand now, Lin Rong said as she lowered her head, focusing intently on the delectable dishes before her alongside Wang Keilang. At that moment, 2 plates of spicy crayfish were served. Yu Li and Cheng Yusin each began to peel the shrimp, simultaneously offering them to Han Dong. Their hands awkwardly collided in midair, exchanging a surprised glance. Both Yu Li and Cheng Yusin stood momentarily still. Thank you, sisters, Lin Rong said nonchalantly as she accepted the meticulously peeled shrimp, handing one to Wang Keilang. Oh, it's nothing, Yu Li and Cheng Yusin replied in unison. Han Dong, meanwhile, fell in awkwardness so profound he could almost dig a hole in the ground. Shun Qianyun squinted, her expression inscrutable as she gazed at Han Dong. Qiao Qian's lips curved slightly, a soft smile gracing her face. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao, lacking any ulterior motives, were merely astonished by Han Dong's unexpected popularity with the ladies. Although Zheng Zikai had fallen head over heels for Qiao Qian, he had not abandoned his interest in Yu Li and Cheng Yusin, initially intending to keep them as potential options. However, that recent scene ignited a sudden sense of urgency within him. He feared that in the end, Qiao Qian might slip away, leaving his backup options to swim into someone else's pond. Si Ying-chun, whose striking looks had always served him well in matters of the heart, found himself repeatedly thwarted since entering university. It seemed that all the girls he fancied had some connection to that village boy, Han Dong, which was truly infuriating. Zhang Peng's intentions were the most innocent. Having shared a class with Cheng Yusin since their first year of high school, he had harbored feelings for her for 3 years. Witnessing his crush openly fawn over another boy shattered his introverted heart into pieces. A mere act of peeling shrimp stirred a tempest beneath the surface, with each individual present nursing their own clandestine motives. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Wu Yuanda hastily poured 2 more glasses of wine, alleviating some of the awkwardness. Lin Rong and Wang Keilang, burdened with academic responsibilities and an evening study session ahead, promptly excused themselves after satisfying their hunger. As soon as they departed, Han Dong received a WeChat message. Lin, you become quite the catch. Han Dong, what do you mean? Lin, there are 4 enchantresses at the table, all eyeing you. Han Dong, stop it. You little brat, what do you know? Lin, the 2 who peeled shrimp for you have ulterior motives. The other 2 hiding in the shadows are definitely not looking at you with ordinary eyes. Han Dong, focus on your studies instead of mulling over such nonsense. Lin, does one even need a ponder? You can sense it with your nose. Han Dong, are you a dog? Your nose is so keen. Lin, I shall bite you to death. Woof woof. Han Dong, enough. Let us hurry to class. It's not safe to be out at night. Lin, oh my. I am so touched. Brother Dongzi finally knows how to care for others. Han Dong, uninterested, exited the chat interface. Lin Rong did not continue to pester him. It was Han Dong's first experience with Jiang GS barbecue, and one must say, the flavors were indeed delightful. The spicy crayfish and grilled seafood were exceptionally savory, earning the praises of all, and they indulged heartily. Chapter 25. The Charming Xiao Shi. This was Shun Qianyun's first encounter with such a roadside eatery. Compared to the elegant ambience of high-end restaurants, this place possessed a unique charm. The lively atmosphere, filled with boisterous laughter and the mingling of drinks and sweat, introduced Shun Qianyun to a novel experience, especially with the palpable essence of human warmth. Xiaoxi remained her usual reserved self. She did not partake in alcohol and did not fully immerse herself in the raucous vibe, yet she did not intentionally distance herself either. She was exceedingly quiet, speaking little, but when she smiled, she effortlessly captured the attention of all the young men present. Even with Shun Qianyun, a striking beauty, gracing the scene, it was challenging to overshadow her radiance. At that moment, a little girl passed by, carrying a basket of roses, repeating, "Sir, buy a flower for your beloved." "How much for each?" Zheng Zikai's eyes sparkled. 10 yuan. I'll take 2. Thank you, sir. The girl accepted the 20 yuan note from Zheng Zikai and handed him 2 red roses. With 1 flower in his mouth, he approached Xiao Shi, kneeling on one knee and raising the other flower with both hands. One must admit, Zheng Zikai possessed a modicum of theatrical flair. Coupled with his handsome appearance, it would likely overwhelm any ordinary girl. On a typical day, Zheng Zikai might not muster the courage, but having consumed a fair amount of alcohol tonight, emboldened by a slight intoxication, he suddenly felt that confessing his feelings was not such a monumental endeavor. Look, that handsome guy is confessing. The girl is quite beautiful too. Not just beautiful, she's simply stunning. Together. The onlookers, unaware of the context, began to cheer and create a ruckus. Why bother? Isn't it better to focus on dining? She furrowed her brow slightly. This was not the right moment for a confession, as it placed the girl being confessed to in a precarious position. If she liked him, it would be a joyous occasion. If she did not, she would have to navigate the delicate task of rejecting him without hurting his pride. At this moment, the little girl who had just sold flowers moved to another table nearby. However, the quality of those patrons was not on par with Han Dong's table. Among them was a raucous middle-aged man who, emboldened by drink, forcefully pulled the little girl towards him, his other hand inappropriately lifting her skirt. "Please don't, sir. I'm just a child," the girl cried, tears streaming down her face. A table of lewd individuals erupted in vulgar laughter. "You just said you would do anything for me, even sacrifice your life?" She teased Zhang Zikai. "Indeed, I swear." "All right." Josie suddenly rose to her feet, swiftly striding towards the table of the lecherous man. She seized a bottle of beer and brought it crashing down upon his head. A sharp crack echoed, and beer sprayed everywhere. The disreputable man clutched his head, attempting to rise, but found the world spinning around him. After a couple of dizzying turns, he rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. The young girl stared at the fallen lecher, frozen in shock, even forgetting to cry. The scoundrels at the table, witnessing their comrade's injury, sprang up in alarm. 7 or 8 ruffians, each bare-chested and adorned with tattoos, were clearly not to be trifled with. "You little wench, you really asked for it. I'll show you what I could do right here," shouted the leader, his face twisted with malice. Zhang Zikai yearned to rush in and display his masculine prowess before the beauty, but the ferocity of those at the table was intimidating. They were clearly street thugs, and confronting them would be folly. Back in his hometown, he could rely on familial connections to resolve matters, but here, in this unfamiliar city far from home, even if he were to be tossed into Taihu Lake, no one would come to his aid. Seeing Chun and the others had never encountered such a scene. They were momentarily cowed by the thug's imposing presence. "You two, restrain that girl for me. I'm going to have my way with her," the leader bellowed. "All right, Brother Snake. Enjoy yourself, and let the brothers have some fun too," chuckled the other lackeys. As they began to encircle Josie, Shun Qinyun dashed forward like a whirlwind, placing herself protectively behind her, declaring fiercely, "I am a professor at Jian University. If you do not wish to spend your lives in prison, you'd better leave immediately." "Well, look at this. Today seems to have brought us a fiery beauty. Brothers, this is a double treat," the thugs exclaimed, rolling up their sleeves in anticipation. The surrounding diners had long since retreated to a safe distance, raising their phones to capture the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a figure darted past, followed by a series of dull thuds. When the onlookers focused again, they found the ruffians had vanished, scattered across the pavement 10 meters away, with one hanging from a tree branch and 2 sprawled on the roof of a barbecue shop. A handsome youth stood leisurely before Brother Snake, hands in pockets, a bemused smile playing on his lips. The breeze tousled his hair, adding to his charm. No one had seen how he had arrived, nor how the thugs had been dispatched. It was as if he had simply materialized in that moment. "Han Handong." Shun Qinyun gazed at him, astonished. She exchanged a glance with Josie, both feeling a strange sense of comfort in being protected. "Who are you?" Brother Snake, facing a student-like young man, suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. The recent events had exceeded his comprehension. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and in an instant his lackeys lay vanquished. Anyone would be bewildered. Chapter 26, Special Remedy for All Defiance. With a sudden movement, Han Dong unleashed a powerful kick, striking the scorpion brother squarely between the chest and abdomen. In an instant, the latter found himself dangling from a decorative tree 10 meters away. Han Dong maintained a nonchalant demeanor, hands tucked into his pockets, as he leisurely strolled to the base of the tree. "Do you grasp what has transpired? Are you familiar with the notorious scorpion brother from Crossroad Street? He and I share a brotherhood, and provoking us is unwise." The scorpion brother dangled from the tree, blood pouring from his mouth. "How about I offer you a chance to call for reinforcements?" Han Dong suggested with an indifferent tone. Unfazed, the scorpion brother began to descend from the tree, moving aside to make a phone call. Approximately 10 minutes later, a van arrived at a rapid pace, halting beside Jiang's barbecue. A dozen ruffians emerged from the vehicle, each wielding various weapons, including batons and watermelon knives concealed in newspaper. The leader, clad in a sleeveless vest that showcased a vibrant red scorpion tattoo on his arm, casually held a cigarette in his mouth, exuding an air of superiority. "Who dares to provoke my brothers? Have you grown weary of life?" the scorpion man bellowed. "It is I," Han Dong replied with a grin. Upon recognizing his face, the scorpion man's fierce expression abruptly froze. "Good day to you, sir," He managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Snakeskin, why must you provoke this harbinger of doom? The very individuals you summoned are none other than him? Han Dong chuckled lightly. One hot-headed junior, who had not participated in the earlier incident and was unfamiliar with Han Dong, attempted to charge forward with his baton, only to be yanked back by the Scorpion Man, who then delivered a sharp slap across his face. What was that for, boss? The bewildered junior protested. I'm not striking you. I'm showing you love. The Scorpion Man retorted, a bitter taste lodged in his throat. If you rush in, I assure you, your fate will be far worse than those two lying on a rooftop. Sir, I am unaware of how my brother Snakeskin has offended you. But if the situation is not as dire as it appears, I kindly ask you to show mercy and spare him. I, Scorpion, will owe you this favor and shall repay you in the future. It was that man, the Scorpion Man, pointed to the lewd figure sprawled on the ground. In a drunken stupor, harassed the flower-selling girl. Mr. Han's associate dealt with him, hence our intervention. He is not one of us, merely a client. And this is our first encounter. The Scorpion Man felt a sense of relief. Perhaps the circumstances were not as dire as he had feared. Sir, he addressed Han Dong with newfound respect. I have a few conditions. First, wake that scoundrel and have him apologize to the flower girl. Second, compensate her for emotional distress. The amount is at your discretion. Third, ensure her safety whenever she sells flowers on the street. Should anyone dare to bully her again, it will not be merely a kick they receive. No problem, Mr. Han, the Scorpion Man readily agreed. A bowl of cold water was brought forth, which was splashed on the lewd man, rousing him from his stupor. After whispering to him, the man, now terrified upon learning of Han Dong's reputation, fell to his knees before the flower girl, fervently slapping his own face. I'm sorry, I drank too much cat urine. I hope you can forgive me. The young girl, frightened and at a loss, was gently inquired by Han Dong, are you willing to forgive him? If not, we can call the police and take him to the station. I do not wish to go to the police. The girl shook her head. My grandmother is ill, and I need to sell more flowers to earn enough money for her treatment. At that moment, Scorpion and Snakeskin rallied a group of their followers, pooling their money together, along with the 10,000 from the sleazy man's wallet, totaling over 30,000. Sir, this is all we have. Scorpion scratched his head. The young girl gazed at Han Dong with wide eyes, puzzled as to why they would give her such a substantial amount. This is your compensation, rest assured. You deserve it, Han Dong smiled. Thank you, big brother. The girl's eyes glistened with tears as she stuffed the thick bundle of cash into her bag. I understand now, big brother, she said through her tears and smiled as she bid them farewell. Sir, thank you for your kindness. Scorpion will remember this. Scorpion spoke respectfully. Let us go. Even thieves have their principles, and rogues have various ways of conduct. Do not engage in such despicable acts again. If I encounter you once more, I shall not be so lenient. We will heed your advice, replied Snakeskin, as he and his band of followers limped away from the scene. Scorpion and his companions hastily boarded their van, departing even quicker than they had arrived, as if they were being chased by hyenas. Well done, young man. Thunderous applause erupted around them. She looked at Zhang Zikai and slowly said, Now, do you still dare to profess your love for me? Zhang Zikai's head nearly shrank into his lap. Just a moment ago, he had vowed to sacrifice his life for her, and now, when she needed protection, he cowered in fear. It was a slap at his own face. Zhang Zikai realized he could never win Xiao's heart now. The others finally understood why Han Dong was able to overpower the 5 robbers and claim $1 million reward. They had witnessed his extraordinary skills firsthand. Seeing Chun felt a heavy weight in his heart, as he too had faltered in the face of bravery when teacher Shin Qinyun and she stood up. Wu Yuanda and the others were not much better off either. They often saw themselves as characters, but faced with those fierce individuals from society, they realized how cowardly they truly were. It was disheartening to witness such atrocities and yet remain silent. This feeling was utterly dreadful. In contrast, Han Dong not only dared to step forward, but also possessed the capability to handle the situation, beating those arrogant ruffians to a pulp and making them willingly accept defeat. Such ability was something they could never hope to attain. Just having entered their freshman year, the disparity among them was already so pronounced. The boys felt incredibly uneasy, and silence enveloped them. There was no need to continue the drinking session any longer. Han Dong settled the bill, and they bid farewell at the school gate. You're completely drunk. Aren't you afraid of being left for dead? Han Dong said sternly. Shin Qinyun fell silent. What once seemed trivial now felt more dizzying with the wind's chill. What might happen if one were to fall asleep in a car is truly uncertain. While one should harbor no ill intentions, it is wise to remain vigilant against potential threats. After exchanging goodnights, everyone parted ways at the entrance. Chapter 27. The slightly plump truly is the gem. As classmates vanished along the tree-lined paths of the campus, Han Dong pulled Shen Qianyun into the school grounds. Do you have a car? Yes, it's parked by the teaching building. That one do. You've had quite a bit to drink tonight. How could you drive? Do not forget, I'm a martial arts master. This little bit of alcohol has long been expelled from my system with my internal energy. Han Dong was not boasting. With a slight exertion of his pure yang energy, he evaporated the alcohol in his body. Shen Qianyun had no choice but to obediently follow him, striving to disregard the hand he held. He is merely my student. It is only reasonable for him to assist me since I am intoxicated. Yet, the warmth radiating from his palm made her uneasy. I must be inebriated. This is merely the influence of alcohol. Nothing more, she reassured herself. Guiding her to the parking lot, Han Dong opened the back door and gently ushered Shen Qianyun inside. Wow. Shen Qianyun was taken aback. Being from a privileged background, she certainly recognized the Porsche. Indeed, Han Dong settled into the driver's seat and immediately started the vehicle. To my knowledge, this car costs nearly 2 million. Doesn't it? How could you possibly afford such a luxury? Shen Qianyun furrowed her brow. If that were the case, she would need to admonish him. What are you thinking? I transferred the prize money to my family, Han Dong remarked, rolling his eyes. I earned this car through my own efforts. Really? How did you manage that? Shen Qianyun's interest was piqued. How impressive must one be to acquire a luxury vehicle worth millions in such a short time? Han Dong then recounted the events surrounding the Mu family. No way. You truly cured Mu Tiansheng's strange ailment? Shen Qianyun was astonished. Do you know Mu Tiansheng? Han Dong had only mentioned Old Master Mu, and thus he was surprised when Shen Qianyun brought up his name. Yes, my family has business dealings with the Mu family. We have met a few times. No wonder. Han Dong smiled. It was evident that Shen Qianyun's family background was also quite remarkable to engage in business with the Mu family. Impressive, Han Dong. I did not realize you not only excelled in martial arts, but also possessed medical skills, and so proficiently. Should you ever fall victim to an unusual ailment, I shall rely on you. Can't you just live well? Why must you think about getting sick? Han Dong rolled his eyes. Life and death are beyond human control. Shen Qianyun chuckled. As they conversed, they arrived at Bishui Yuan in less than half an hour. To do good to the end, one must see the Buddha to the west. Noting Shen Qianyun's increasing inebriation, Han Dong drove into the underground parking lot and assisted her into the elevator. Arriving at the door of 603, Han Dong glanced at the neighboring 602, wondering if his cousin and sister-in-law were resting. Shen Qianyun entered the door code, but surprisingly, she entered twice. Why won't it open? Shen Qianyun blinked in confusion. If your tolerance is lacking, remember to drink less next time, Han Dong remarked. Rolling his eyes. Who has a poor tolerance? I could handle another barrel without issue. No problem. No problem. You're the great Dionysus, right? Han Dong chuckled incredulously. The intoxicated feline never believed herself to be inebriated. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a head of dark hair. Caught you. This is my wife. The stunning Wu Yu. Shen Qianyun giggled, embracing the lady and planting a fragrant kiss on her. Oh my, how much has she consumed? The lady's face contorted. Han Dong observed her. Her hair was elegantly styled atop her head, and she donned comfortable loungewear. Her features were exceptionally refined, though her figure was not as slender as Shen Qianyun's, possessing a slightly more voluptuous allure. It is often said that a woman of a fuller figure is the true goddess, and if that applies to this lady, Han Dong found himself in agreement. Her skin was fair and delicate, every gesture exuding charm, and as she walked, her bosom swayed gently, setting Han Dong's heart racing. Indeed, like attracts like. The companions of a goddess are often goddesses themselves. Wu Yu appraised Han Dong as well. Oh my, it has been ages since I encountered such an intriguing young man. Among the array of handsome faces, it was rare to find one that stirred such emotions upon first meeting. I am Han Dong, Han from Han Fizi, and Dong from the Four Cardinal Directions, a student of Jiangdao Law School. Could you assist me in bringing her inside? Wu Yu's voice was melodious. Together, Han Dong and Wu Yu helped the inebriated Shen Qianyun into the room. I want another bottle, Shen Qianyun declared with bravado. I could bring you a whole vat if you desired, my lady, Wu Yu jested, pouring a glass of lemonade and offering it to her. Cheers. Shen Qianyun accepted it and gulped it down in one go. Then, like a rag doll, she collapsed onto the sofa, falling into a deep slumber. Look, the goddess of Jiangdao Law School, and this is her true nature in private, Wu Yu said, shaking her head in amusement. Do not be infatuated with your teacher, Shen. She is merely a bit of a fool. I would rather avoid that, let alone be infatuated with her, Han Dong replied with a wry smile. Wu Yu regarded him skeptically. You don't fancy men, do you? How dare you think that? Han Dong replied, a dark cloud forming on his brow. My orientation is perfectly normal. Then it is rather puzzling. Your teacher Shin's beauty has been renowned since her elementary school days. What boy wouldn't be enamored upon seeing her? What is the meaning of your avoidance? Han Dong recounted the embarrassing incident from their first encounter. He was unsure how to respond. From what I know of your teacher Shun, she would not dislike you if it were another man. She would have pursued relentlessly and certainly would not have shared a drink with you, Wu Yu said, her eyes glistening with contemplation as she gazed at Han Dong. What does it mean to not dislike someone? Han Dong could not help but inquire. For a girl with little romantic experience, not disliking someone usually implies an inclination towards them. That cannot be. I am merely a freshman from the countryside. How could teacher Shin possibly like me? I believe teacher Shin merely appreciates me for accomplishing what ordinary boys cannot. Tonight's gathering is a celebration of that. Wait, your name Han Dong sounds familiar. Wu Yu furrowed her brow. By the way, you must be the one who assisted the police in solving the armored car robbery case, right? You have heard of it? In recent days, teacher Shun has been quite fixated on this matter. Wu Yu smiled and remarked, with that said, it becomes clear. She genuinely holds you in high regard. This indeed rationalizes the situation. However, it does not imply that she lacks affection for you. Admiration is inherently entwined with affection. Wu Yu continued with a smile. Although she is a few years your senior, I can assure you on my honor that if you were to marry her, it would be a wise and profitable decision. Yet, the matter does not end there. It is not merely a question of age, but of status. Han Dong frowned slightly. After all, she is my teacher. The saying goes, once a teacher, forever a father figure. To put it plainly, there exists an ethical barrier between two generations. It appears you possess a rather traditional mindset. Wu Yu chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. Of course, we who grew up in the countryside are not so frivolous, Han Dong replied slowly. How did you come to know teacher Shun? We have been close friends for years, ever since we shared a dormitory in college. Later, we pursued our postgraduate studies together. And even now, we continue to live together. Unless one of us marries, we shall remain cohabitants. From an outsider's perspective, one might easily assume you are a couple. Do you think no one has ever suggested that? Many classmates have spread such rumors. Yet, only we know that our bond is purely platonic. Both teacher Shun and I have a clear preference for men, that is beyond dispute. Wu Yu poured Han Dong a glass of water, bringing it over with a smile. Have a sip before you leave. Thank you for your help tonight. Just as Han Dong reached out to take it, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 28. A young lady should exercise restraint. Shun Qinyun, lost in her dreams, seemed to be battling with some unseen foe, mumbling incoherently. In a sudden motion, her long leg kicked out, inadvertently striking Wu Yu's rear. Oh my! Wu Yu exclaimed, losing her balance and tumbling forward, splashing the entire glass of hot water onto Han Dong's trousers. Han Dong cried out in pain from the scalding water. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Wu Yu, her face pale with shock, quickly scrambled up and stammered, hurry. Take off your clothes to prevent the hot water from seeping into the fabric and worsening the burn. Han Dong hastily removed his jeans, using his hands to hold up his shirt to cover his modesty. Wu Yu retrieved a medical kit from the locker and approached Han Dong. Well, at this point, why bother with modesty? Let me treat your injury, she said, her brow furrowed, her expression serious. Wait, you're going to help me? Han Dong was taken aback, stumbling over his words. I'm a professional doctor. What is the problem? Wu Yu pulled out a tube of burn ointment and gestured for Han Dong to lift his shirt. You're a doctor? A forensic doctor, Wu Yu replied calmly. ISNT, that's someone who deals with corpses? I'm very much alive. Han Dong felt a lump in his throat. Nevertheless, he lifted his shirt. This area could not be neglected, and timely treatment was essential to avoid any lingering effects that could haunt him for a lifetime. Ouch! Upon seeing the burn clearly, Wu Yu gasped in surprise. I am a doctor. I am a doctor, she chanted to herself, striving to calm her racing heart. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu's racing heart calmed slightly as she examined the burn on her skin. Fortunately, it was merely a little red and showed no signs of peeling or festering. At that moment, she squatted in front of Han Dong, feigning composure while tending to his burn. Clad in loose loungewear, the view from her neckline was alluring enough to provoke expletives. How could a young man, brimming with vitality, withstand such a sight? What on earth are you two doing? Suddenly, Shun Qinyun, who had been peacefully slumbering on the sofa, sat up, her eyes glassy and bewildered as she gazed at them. Like a startled rabbit struck by an arrow, Han Dong leapt up and dashed out of room 603. Wu Yu quickly set down the medical kit and rushed to comfort her friend. After feeding her a few sips of lemon water, the girl drifted back into a deep sleep. Gazing towards the door, Wu Yu covered her flushed cheeks and murmured, "What a calamity." Emerging from room 603, Han Dong made his way to the stairwell, hastily retrieving a pair of large shorts from his storage ring and slipping them on. After parking his car, he headed to the playground, strolling along the track to catch a breeze, hoping to extinguish the fervent desire that surged within him. "Dongzi?" A girl unexpectedly called out as he passed the bleachers. "Why? Is someone bullying you in the dorm?" "Not at all. We have a good relationship," Chung Yusin mumbled, her lips trembling. I have something on my mind. You can share it with Si Ying-chun." Han Dong chuckled lightly. No, Dongzi, it's not that. I don't have much to do with Si Ying-chun." Chung Yusin hurriedly clarified. "He has indeed been flirting with me lately, but I know he merely desires a casual encounter. His heart truly belongs to Xiaoxi. Thus, our relationship is purely platonic, devoid of any romantic undertones." "Chung Yusin, you need not explain your relationship with him to me. We are merely fellow townsfolk and were not particularly close before," Han Dong replied indifferently. "Dongzi." Chung Yusin sensed Han Dong's coolness and distance, growing anxious. I have feelings for you. From the moment we first met, I felt a spark, and, as time has passed, I find myself sinking deeper. Especially on the day of the Bravery Awards when you spoke on stage, you radiated a brilliance that captivated me completely." "Huh?" Han Dong was momentarily taken aback. "Am I experiencing a bout of romantic attention?" He pondered how to articulate a polite refusal. Chung Yusin, with her appearance reminiscent of a homebody goddess, was not unappealing to him. Yet his perspective had evolved, and in contrast to the enchanting Xiao Shi and Shun Qianyun, she appeared somewhat diminished. "I understand," Chung Yusin said with a hint of regret. "I know I'm not worthy of you. Only a goddess like Xiao, she could capture your eye. I just want to give myself to you, or I will regret it." "What do you mean by that?" Han Dong raised an eyebrow. "Please believe me, I am still pure," Chung Yusin earnestly stated. "I wish to offer my first time to the boy I cherish, and I vow not to entangle him afterwards. I will date other boys, so you need not worry about complications. Why go to such lengths? You're being too hard on yourself." Han Dong scrutinized Chung Yusin. This evening, she donned a chiffon blouse paired with a short skirt, revealing 2 long, snow-white legs. Judging solely by her figure, this young lady could rival any beauty I have ever encountered. I initially held such thoughts until I unexpectedly crossed paths with you on the playground. Surely, this must be fate. Chung Yusin steeled her heart and tightly embraced Han Dong's waist, burying her head against his chest. In the stillness of the night, the 2 hearts beat like drums. Earlier, at Teacher Shun's house, Han Dong had been stirred by the charms of the slightly plump goddess. Wu Yu now, enveloped in warmth and softness, he felt as though he were a powder keg on the verge of igniting. Any normal man would be unable to resist. Han Dong's large hands stealthily wandered to her waist. The sage's warning against indulging in female affections before achieving purity echoed in his ears like a bucket of cold water poured over him. "I'm not that kind of person." Han Dong gently pushed her away, his face filled with righteousness. Tears welled up within him. "I'm sorry, Donggu," Chung Yusin pouted. On the verge of tears, rejected despite her advances, she felt her self-esteem shatter into a million pieces. "I believe such matters should not be rushed. A gradual approach is far more prudent." Han Dong forcibly suppressed his surging hormones, his voice tinged with a sob. "Who, for heaven's sake, coined the term gradual approach? Strip it away. Is haste not more appealing?" Chung Yusin's eyes brightened. "Donggu, are you saying I still have a chance in the future?" Han Dong, bending slightly, gritted his teeth. "Fine, I will heed your words, Donggu." Chung Yusin's face lit up with joy as she quickly planted a kiss on Han Dong's cheek. "Is it worth it?" Han Dong regarded her thoughtfully. In matters between men and women, there is no question of worth. It is simply a matter of willingness. Chung Yusin replied softly, "As long as I am willing, the entire world has no say." "Very well, Donggu. I shall take my leave now. Please wait a moment before you go. I fear others might see us, and it would not reflect well on you." To his surprise, Chung Yusin proved to be remarkably understanding, a trait he had not previously noticed. She glanced around, ensured no one was watching, and hurriedly departed. Approximately 5 minutes later, Han Dong emerged from the shadows, heading towards the dormitory. A figure suddenly appeared from a distance, arriving at the scene of the encounter. That girl was unmistakably Chung Yusin. He was shocked by her boldness. This person spat in frustration, but who was that boy? He had left too quickly to discern his features. Only noting he was quite tall, at least 180 centimeters. This individual scanned the surroundings, saw no one, and then proceeded towards the dormitory. "Where are they?" Han Dongmu said in astonishment. Moments later, Hong Tao entered, wearing a mysterious expression as he leaned in and whispered, "I have discovered secret." Not interested. Wu Pongzi replied lazily, dismissing him. Han Dong chuckled, but refrained from engaging further. Earlier, Cheng Yusin was all cuddled up with her boyfriend on the playground. Hong Tao emphasized. What? She has a boyfriend already? Wu Pongzi sat up abruptly. Han Dong's heart immediately raced. Could it be that they'd been spotted? However, he had kept his distance to avoid detection, so he had not clearly seen who the boy was. Han Dong let out a slight sigh of relief. Could it be Si Ying-chun? Recently, it seemed as though he had been flirting with Cheng Yusin. Wu Pongzi pondered. No, that boy is taller than Cheng Ge. Hong Tao remarked, lamenting. Chun Ji's crown is destined to have a touch of green. To lead a decent life, one must have a bit of green overhead. Wu Pongzi sighed. However, don't mention it to him. That lad has quite a strong sense of pride. That is a good question, Wu Pongzi said earnestly, young man. Mutual green is the essence of life, and you will understand in due time. I don't wish to comprehend. It seems wiser to remain a single dog. Hong Tao retreated to the bathroom to wash up. Han Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, it seems rather unsafe out there. As long as there's money in the account, the matter of buying a house should be prioritized. Chapter 29. The Tree Wishes for Stillness. Yet the wind does not cease. After washing up and getting into bed, Han Dong sent a WeChat message to Mu Wanji. Sister Mu, have you rested yet? I just put my mother to bed and was about to rest myself. You saved my father, and that is a monumental favor. I will surely repay you handsomely another day. The Mu family has already paid the consultation fee, so there is no need to thank me. I happen to have a favor to ask of Sister Mu. What is it? As long as it's within my capability, I will certainly help you. I wish to buy a house, preferably one that is close to the school. That is no problem at all. I have 2 friends in real estate. I will ask them tomorrow. By the way, do you prefer a villa or a flat? Either is acceptable. I have no strict limitations. If it's a flat, the top floor with a rooftop would be ideal. Considering I need to absorb the essence of the sun every day, residing on the top floor would be most convenient. All right, I understand. Thank you, sister. Please rest early. Good night. Exiting the chat interface, Han Dong washed up and went to bed. Indeed, he had experienced quite a lot today. It was one of the most eventful days of his life. He initially thought winning $1 million in prize money was substantial, but unexpectedly, with the medical skills inherited from the Golden Crow Emperor, he netted $20 million and even won a luxury car. Since acquiring the inheritance, his rise has been astonishing. He felt immense anticipation for a future filled with happiness. After a night of silence, the following morning, he proceeded to the rooftop for his routine body conditioning, progressing a little each day, accumulating quantitative change. He awaited the moment of qualitative transformation when his realm would experience a dramatic elevation. Returning to the dormitory, he finished his meal, changed his clothes, and continued to the playground for military training. Following yesterday's award ceremony, Han Dong had shot to fame, becoming a celebrity among the freshmen. Wherever he went, the girls would cast admiring glances and whisper to their friends, "It's him. He has such a charming personality. My sister absolutely loves him. Handsome, skilled, and wealthy. He is simply the ideal type from dreams. A mere $1 million in prize money isn't really that wealthy, is it? At least it ensures a comfortable 4 years in college. It's not like they intend to marry him." Han Dong had exceptional hearing and could catch all these discussions. Some girls nowadays are truly so pragmatic that it sends shivers down one's spine. They pursue pleasure without any boundaries. However, remarkable women have always existed throughout the ages. It all depends on whether one can encounter them. Dongge. Upon encountering him, Yu Li and Cheng Yusin approached simultaneously, their smiles radiant as blossoms. Good morning. Han Dong grinned widely. These 2 young women had become remarkably proactive. After all, they were the epitome of beauty in their department. Once the cherished dreams of boys during their time at Iha No. 1 High School, Han Dong, back then, could hardly dare to dream of such attention. It became evident that only through personal strength could one attract high-achieving girls. If you bloom, butterflies will naturally come. The events of the previous night had indeed made a significant impact. Si Ying-chun and Zheng Zikai deliberately maintained a distance from Han Dong, deviating from their usual camaraderie. In contrast, Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao remained unaffected, still playfully surrounding Han Dong. What do you both mean by this? Cheng Yusin blinked. I've noticed that Yusin seems particularly alluring today. Perhaps love has enriched her? Wu Fatty's small eyes sparkled with mischief. Cheng Yusin's face flushed instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? What love? I can hardly speak clearly. Han Dong chuckled, recognizing the telltale signs of guilt. From a distance, Seeing Chun observed Chung Yusin and indeed detected a hint of peculiarity. Her complexion was dewy and rosy. Her eyes and brows hinted at a budding romance. With each gesture, she exuded a newfound femininity, reminiscent of someone nourished by love. Who was responsible for this? At that moment, Xiao Qian arrived, seamlessly integrating into their little circle. Good morning. She smiled and nodded at Han Dong. Good morning, he returned her smile. Ah, the feelings are palpable, remarked Luo Yuanda and Hong Tao from the side, stirring the atmosphere. Xiao Qian maintained her composure, treating their banter as mere background noise. Her mental fortitude surpassed that of Chung Yusin by leaps and bounds. Stop brewing nonsense. We share a bond forged in the fires of friendship, Han Dong playfully chided. No need for explanations. Explanations only serve to mask the truth, Hong Tao interjected. Feelings often sprout from friendships born in battle, Wu Yuanda added. For a moment, both Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao found themselves at a loss for words, recalling the fierce intensity with which this girl had wielded a beer bottle the previous night. She was not to be trifled with. Unlike Chung Yusin, she would not hesitate to act if provoked. Hence, they chose to remain silent. Pay them no mind. These two can hardly speak wisdom, Han Dong chuckled. From a distance, Zhang Zikai watched the group laughing and chatting, his emotions swirling in complexity. The 7th and 8th squads were situated adjacent to each other, and the scene of Xiao Qian and Han Dong sharing laughter stirred envy among the 8th squad members. Although many attractive new students had joined this year, few could rival Xiao Qian in allure. Among the nearby formations, she stood alone at such a level. In 8th squad, a small faction formed, led by a boy resembling the popular Korean star Lee Jun-ki, stylish and handsome, yet possessing a subtly soft demeanor. This guy is gaining quite the reputation, remarked a boy with slanted eyes. Ha! A country bumpkin dares to aspire for the likes of a swan, the effeminate boy sneered. Can you really tolerate him encroaching on a girl you fancy? The slanted-eyed boy stoked the flames. Let us go. Confront him, the effeminate boy replied coldly. With hands in their pockets, the group sauntered over. Ah, is that not the valiant hero of righteousness? What brings you here? The man with slanted eyes deliberately raised his voice to capture the attention of nearby students. Han Dong cast him a cold glance, remaining silent. With so many seeking my attention, who do you think you are? Han Dong replied, icily. You little rascal, fortunate enough to win a minor prize. Have you forgotten your own name? This is Suzhou, and who do you think you are to flaunt your power here? The expression of the slanted-eyed man instantly turned frigid. Just as Han Dong was about to act, Xiao Shi reacted swiftly, grasping his wrist, her beautiful eyes gazing up at him, gently shaking her head and whispering, We are at school. Resorting to violence will not be in your favor. Witnessing the closeness between Xiao Shi and Han Dong, the slanted-eyed man and a few others felt a pang of jealousy. What happened to the hero who could vanquish robbers? Reduced to hiding behind a woman like a coward? The slanted-eyed man continued to provoke him. Han Dong lightly flicked his left foot, sending a half-sized brick soaring through the air. With a casual punch, he shattered the brick into dust. The others, caught off guard, stumbled back a few steps in fright. Chapter 30. You are jealous of me. Xiao Shi held me back. Fearing I might impulsively strike them down, Han Dong said nonchalantly. However, my patience is not infinite. Those who practice martial arts possess control. I would never resort to taking a life. Yet, humiliating you in front of so many is quite effortless. Imagine if I were to beat you so badly that you were left bruised and battered. That would be a significant loss of face, potentially affecting your romantic prospects during your 4 years at university. If you wish to test me, feel free to continue provoking me. Only the vulgar resort to fists to resolve issues, the effeminate boy smirked. No matter how skilled you are merely a weapon in the hands of a clever person. True gentlemen rely on intellect, not brute strength. Do you consider yourself clever? Han Dong inquired coldly. At the very least, I do not solve problems with my fists, the effeminate boy scoffed. Let me take a guess. The reason you approached is driven by jealousy, is it not? Han Dong huklid. Partly because I received the award for bravery, stealing your spotlight, and partly due to my close relationship with the goddess Xiao Shi. How could you tolerate that? For you pampered children, who have been coddled by your parents since childhood, the spotlight and the beauty must belong to you. A mere country bumpkin like me cannot even win at mahjong. Winning is a sin, is it not? Who are you calling a pampered child? The slanted-eyed boy retorted angrily. Mind your words. I warned you. My patience is limited. Perhaps in the next moment, I might slap you across the face, and if all your teeth are shattered, you'll have to pay to fix them. A rather unpleasant ordeal. Han Dong cast him a fleeting glance. The slanted-eyed man's lips trembled, yet he dared not retort further. Han Dong's ability to shatter bricks with a single punch instilled a sense of caution. Continue, Han Dong said, directing his gaze at the effeminate boy. Boy, do not let your slight skills lead you to underestimate the world. The effeminate boy squinted. If you continue to act so arrogantly, someone could easily put you in your place. Do not speak of others, speak of yourself. Han Dong smirked, implying that you possess countless ways to bring about my demise. Pray tell, how do you intend to play? I am curious to see whether I shall meet my end. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? The delicate-faced young man's expression turned icy. How absurd. I stand here perfectly fine. It is you who insist on prattling on. Who is opposing whom? Han Dong retorted with irritation. Very well, you certainly may, the androgynous youth chuckled in exasperation. Those who have never faced the harshness of society often behave in such a manner. Then I implore you, represent society and deliver me a lesson. Can you accomplish that? If so, proceed. If not, kindly step aside. Since you wish to engage, I shall indulge you. The androgynous young man sneered. Aware that the second week of military training includes a shooting event, correct? Yes, and what of it? Are you daring enough to compete during the grand contest? All right. How shall we compete? Best of 3. If you lose, you shall remove yourself from my sight and keep your distance from Xiao Shi. And if I win, you can never prevail. That remains to be seen. If you fear defeat, we shall consider this conversation null. Should you emerge victorious, I, Chui Hao, shall thereafter follow your lead. Ah, so your name is Chui. Is the character for Hao the one with the water radical or the one denoting the sun? The latter. Very well. Prepare to kneel and call me father. Chui Hao's face turned pale. Were it not for the concern of his own abilities, he would have slapped him already. Chui Hao's father, Chui Hongji, is a renowned real estate developer in Jiangnan, possessing both wealth and connections. He indeed has countless methods to deal with Han Dong, yet he yearns to vanquish Han Dong through his own merit, seeking to impress Xiao Shi. Otherwise, he would have no interest in engaging in this game. We shall meet at the shooting range. Chui Hao believed that further conversation might induce an apoplexy, so he opted for silence. The group ambled over with their hands in their pockets, lethargically departing soon after. Have you sought my consent to treat me as a wager? Xiao Shi cast a dispassionate glance his way. Rest assured, he cannot win. Han Dong grinned widely. Have you ever fired a weapon? No, but I have played with a slingshot. Since Chui Hao has boldly proposed a shooting contest, it is evident he harbors confidence in his marksmanship. He must be a frequent visitor to the shooting club. After all, there remains time for study, Han Dong remarked with a smile. Very well, if that brings you joy. Xiao Shi remained non-committal. At that moment, Wu Fatty approached with a note of concern. Dongzi, this Chui Hao fellow has some influence. His father is a prominent real estate mogul in Jiangzhou, with a fortune in the billions. Engaging with a formidable adversary like him may not be prudent. I fear you may come to regret it. You saw for yourself. It was he who provoked me, not the other way around, Han Dong chuckled. Wu Fatty shook his head at a loss for words. The tall tree invites the wind's fury. Zheng Zikai and Si Yingchun observed coldly, feeling a twinge of satisfaction. A mere rural outsider daring to confront a local rich heir. How could not be crushed? They fervently wished for Chui Hao to teach Han Dong a lesson, to humiliate him and render him despondent. Ideally, he would recognize his place and learn to tread carefully in the future. As the military training commenced, today's primary focus was indeed marksmanship. Jiangzhou University spared no expense. Although the training period was merely 1 month, it encompassed all essential components. Unlike certain institutions that merely engaged in rudimentary drills, everyone boarded a vehicle to a nearby military camp, where they entered the shooting range to practice with live ammunition. The firearm in use was the Type 95 automatic rifle. The instructor began by familiarizing the participants with the firearm's components, demonstrating how to load ammunition, insert the magazine, operate the safety, aim, and shoot. Before engaging in actual shooting, they were first taught how to disassemble the weapon. Andon, akaltevate, pesist memory, coordination. In reflexes that far surpassed those of the average individual. For him, such tasks were a delightful breeze. After a single demonstration by the instructor, he mastered the procedure, effortlessly disassembling and reassembling the rifle, even setting a record for speed within the ranks. Have you fired a gun before? The instructor asked, astonished. No, this is my first time, Han Dong replied calmly. The instructor scrutinized him and inquired, what is your name? Han Dong, from the law school, came the response. Then, come and take a few shots, the instructor beckoned, leading him to the target. Following the instructor's guidance, Han Dong aimed at the bullseye and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bang, bang, 3 shots in succession, all hitting the center. Chapter 31. I am a sharpshooter. As a cultivator in the physique refinement stage, Han Dong's vision, mental acuity, coordination, and neural reflexes exceeded those of ordinary people by several times. With a little instruction, he became an expert marksman. Is this truly your first time firing a gun? The instructor asked cautiously. Of course, I come from a rural background. I never had the opportunity to engage with such things. I have, however, played with a slingshot, he added. The instructor was momentarily speechless. Instructor, what's wrong? Han Dong asked. Oh, nothing, I'm just astounded, the instructor replied, recovering his composure. Have you ever considered joining the military? You would undoubtedly become an exceptional sniper. I'm sorry, instructor, but I have no plans to enlist, Han Dong smiled. What a pity, the instructor remarked, eyeing Han Dong with a sense of regret. Instructor, may I also practice shooting with a handgun? Others cannot, but you may, the instructor responded. Clearly fond of this shooting prodigy, he rushed to request permission for Han Dong to engage in handgun target practice. The firearm was a domestically produced Type 64 pistol. Under the instructor's guidance, Han Dong quickly became proficient in its handling, disassembling and reassembling it with ease, and then took aim with several shots, all hitting the bullseye. A genius. Such talent is 1 in 100,000. If you join the military, you could be transformed into a top-tier soldier within a year, the instructor mused, lamenting Han Dong's decision not to enlist. Han Dong, however, did not pursue the topic further. As an esteemed cultivator, he had myriad significant endeavors awaiting him outside, and joining the military seemed a waste of time. Instructor, my affairs should remain between us for now. Let us not broadcast this. I fear it may dampen my classmates' enthusiasm. Han Dong wished to keep his remarkable prowess hidden from Chui, how to avoid any unforeseen complications. Very well, I won't mention it to anyone for the time being. You can astonish everyone when the results are finalized. That sounds perfect, Han Dong agreed. While other students were still engaged in the disassembly of firearms, Han Dong had already commenced his practice at the shooting range. In the span of a single day, he achieved a remarkable synergy with the weapon, making it feel as if it were an extension of his own body. The instructor gazed at him with an expression akin to that reserved for extraterrestrials. The unity of man and gun is an esteemed pinnacle. Even the most elite sharpshooters require years of dedicated training to cultivate such an instinct. Yet, this freshman, named Han Dong, accomplished it within a mere day, a true prodigy among prodigies. The instructor could not suppress an expletive in astonishment. After the military training concluded, Mu Wanji called to inform him that she had located a property for him to consider, inviting him to inspect it if he was interested. Han Dong agreed, and she subsequently sent him the location via WeChat. The property was situated in a place called Donyuan, approximately 5 kilometers from Jiangzhou University. Politely declining an invitation to dinner from Wu Pongzi, Han Dong drove to Donyuan. Donyuan was not part of a villa district. Rather, it was a landscaped courtyard. Alongside other traditional Chinese residences, it formed a classical architectural ensemble rich in cultural heritage. A small square graced the entrance, where Han Dong parked his vehicle. Mu Wanji awaited him at the door alongside a cultured gentleman in his 40s. Han Dong, allow me to introduce you to my friend, Mr. Chui Hongji, the owner of Hongji Real Estate. Hongji, this is the esteemed doctor I mentioned, Han Dong, a top student from the law school of Jiangzhou University. Mu Wanji said with a smile. Mr. Han, it is a pleasure to meet you, Chui Hongji said courteously, extending his hand for a handshake. Mr. Kui. The pleasure is mine, Han Dong replied with a smile. The real estate magnate bore the surname Chui. Han Dong wondered if he had any connection to Chui Hao, that notorious figure. Mr. Han, such a young age and already so skilled in medicine, far superior to my son, who only knows how to indulge himself. Oh, he is also a freshman in the business management department at Jiangzhou University. Kui Yao? Oh yes, how do you know? He is quite well known among the freshmen. Oof. I fear it is not for good reasons, Chui Hongji replied, clearly well aware of his son's reputation. But let us not dwell on him. Mr. Han, shall we proceed to view the property? Certainly, Han Dong responded. Chui Hongji led the way as the three of them approached Donyuan. At the entrance, 5 steps ascended, symbolizing progress. Upon reaching the top, 2 stone drums stood on either side. The main gate, adorned with a grand plaque inscribed with the ornate characters Donyuan, welcomed them. Pushing open the mahogany doors, they were greeted by a mirrored wall, featuring a circular window, framing a welcoming pine tree. Progressing along the covered corridor, they entered the courtyard. Occupying 10 acres, this estate was undeniably extravagant within the confines of the precious real estate of the old city. Chui Hongji remarked with a smile. This house was built for my own residence, and I have invested considerable effort into its decoration and arrangement. The main building boasted 5 stories, 3 above ground and 2 below, spanning a vast area. To either side, 4 two-story pavilions complemented the main structure, collectively forming an impressive layout reminiscent of a traditional Chinese design. The estate was divided into a front garden and a rear courtyard, both of substantial dimensions. The entire edifice featured dark tiles and white walls, with elegantly curved eaves, exemplifying the classic Sioux-style architecture. In the courtyard, a faux mountain waterfall cascades, with small bridges and flowing streams artfully arranged alongside pavilions and terraces, creating a quintessential Jiangnan garden. The interior is meticulously adorned, featuring an abundance of mahogany furniture, and all essential household items are readily available for immediate occupancy. "Mr. Han, what do you think of this residence?" inquired Cui Hongji after a tour. "A traditional Chinese garden mansion like this must be quite expensive, I presume?" Han Dong huckled lightly. "To be frank, the cost exceeded 200 million, and someone once offered 500 million, but I did not sell. That far exceeds my budget," Han Dong remarked candidly. He glanced at Mu Wanji, who smiled gently and nodded gracefully. "Mr. Cui, are you unwell?" Han Dong's perceptiveness was commendable, as noted by Cui Hongji, who gave a thumbs up. Han Dong activated his spiritual sight to examine Cui Hongji's condition and noticed a dark mass in the lower abdomen. "Colon cancer?" He raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Han, you are indeed a divine physician. Merely a glance, and you discern the source of the ailment. If I had any doubts before, I am now inclined to believe." The matter of his colon cancer was known only to him, and Mu Wanji was aware of his health issues, but not the specifics. Mu Wanji looked at him in astonishment. "Hongji, you have colon cancer?" "In the late stages, the doctor said I may have no more than 3 months to live." Cui Hongji's expression darkened. "Thus, when you mentioned that your brother wished to purchase a house, and that he is a divine physician who healed your father, I insisted on meeting him. You told me you were not feeling well and sought medical assistance, but I did not realize it was so grave. In my youth, I relentlessly pursued success, neglecting my health, and now I understand that without health, all is but a fleeting illusion. Luxury homes, expensive cars, and vast fortunes hold no significance." Sighed Cui Hongji. "I invited Mr. Han to view this house to convey that if you can heal my ailment, this residence will serve as your fee. I hope you will not find it unworthy." "Cancer? Haha," Han Dong smiled faintly. "In my eyes, it is not insurmountable." Chapter 32. Healing Colon Cancer. "Mr. Han, are you saying you can cure my illness?" Cui Hongji's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief, his body trembling with excitement. If even the smallest creature strives for survival, how much more so a wealthy man like him? "Certainly," Han Dong nodded slightly. "It will, however, require some of my vital energy. Yet, if this house serves as compensation, there is no hesitation." "Vital energy?" Both Mu Wanji and Cui Hongji echoed in unison. "Essentially, it is the internal force I have cultivated over many years." Han Dong exaggerated slightly, hoping to instill a greater appreciation in Cui Hongji. After all, how else could one exchange a traditional mansion for healing? "If Mr. Han can cure my illness beyond this residence, I will offer additional generous compensation." Cui Hongji was overwhelmed with excitement. Han Dong ceased speaking and directly grasped Cui Hongji's wrist. A warm stream of energy flowed through the meridians into Cui Hongji's body, swiftly enveloping the dark mass in the lower abdomen under the guidance of his intent. The spiritual vision of a cultivator is more precise than a surgeon's microscope, effortlessly locating the source of affliction. The yang energy tightly enveloped the dark essence, ruthlessly strangling it. Although this dark essence was cunning and tenacious, it was utterly defenseless against the yang energy refined from the essence of the sun. Within mere minutes, the dark essence was completely eradicated. The yang energy flowed like water, cleansing Cui Hongji's insides, and soon, the tissues ravaged by cancer cells began to regenerate like bamboo shoots after spring rain. This is the wondrous power of yang energy, particularly that refined from the essence of the sun, which is exceptionally beneficial for the growth of all living things. In the span of just a quarter of an hour, the cancer cells that had tormented Cui Hongji were entirely annihilated by Han Dong, who also effortlessly restored his damaged organs. Unbeknownst to Cui Hongji, he believed Han Dong was merely taking his pulse. However, due to Han Dong's relatively short cultivation time, still in the body refining stage, he had not accumulated sufficient vital energy. The healing energy was derived from the pure yang energy cultivated through the techniques of the heavenly medicine sect, which paled in comparison to the vital energy of a cultivator in the qi refining stage. Consequently, The process of exterminating the cancer cells proved quite strenuous for Han Dong, leaving him drenched in sweat. If he were to attain the Qi refining stage, healing with vital energy would be far less arduous. How is it, Mr. Han? As Han Dong's hand withdrew from his wrist, Cui Hongji anxiously inquired. It's healed. Han Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Really? Cui Hongji appeared bewildered. Is this a joke, Mr. Han? His breathing quickened. A terminal illness that even the world's foremost doctors could not cure, and yet he had merely touched his wrist to heal it? Who would dare believe such a thing? Do I appear to be jesting? Han Dong's expression turned serious. Cui Hongji was stunned for a full minute. Wanji, this matter is of utmost importance to me, so I must personally confirm it at the hospital. Rest assured, my wort is my bond. Go ahead and keep in touch, Han Dong replied nonchalantly. The three exited the eastern garden, with Cui Hongji hurrying away. Can you really cure cancer? Mu Wanji blinked her large eyes. Indeed, Han Dong nodded slightly. I, Mu Wanji, am fortunate to know someone as extraordinary as you. It's merely a trivial skill, not worthy of mention, Han Dong thought to himself. For a cultivator, such feats are indeed trivial. However, he was too apathetic to elaborate further. Where shall we go next? I will take you to view another property. I am confident you will find it appealing. Mu Wanji smiled warmly. Still looking at houses? This one was chosen with your sister's help. Please do take a moment to see it. Mu Wanji said. Have you heard of fifth-generation housing? I've seen it online. Then let us go and experience it firsthand. The two of them entered their respective vehicles and drove out of the square, one following the other. The location Mu Wanji mentioned was not far from Jian University, at most 3 kilometers away, named the Sky Courtyard. The community boasted lush greenery, with residential buildings rising from the ground, each surrounded by verdant plants. Each residence features a unique design, with 1 unit per floor, allowing every household to enjoy their own sky garden, thus providing the spaciousness of a villa within an apartment setting. Vehicles can ascend the spiral driveway directly to one's doorstep. The property they're considering is located in Building 8, which boasts 28 stories. With Mu Wanji leading the way, Han Dong follows closely behind, as their 2 vehicles navigate the spiral path to the top floor. Each level of this building accommodates only 1 family, and the 2 cars park comfortably side by side in front of the entrance. Mu Wanji inputs a code to unlock the futuristic silver gray door, and upon entering, Han Dong is immediately enchanted by the residence. This penthouse duplex features 6 bedrooms and 2 living areas, with a courtyard of approximately 100 square meters adorned with lush greenery. Flowers, a hammock, lounge chairs, a pavilion, and a koi pond. Truly an idyllic retreat. The highlight is the rooftop terrace. Stepping out from the 2nd floor, one is greeted by an expansive terrace, which astonishingly includes a standard 25-meter swimming pool at its center. Surrounding it are manicured lawns, tables, chairs, and umbrellas for leisure. The community is nestled beside a picturesque lake, and from the terrace, the breathtaking view of the lake unfolds, its misty waves creating a stunning tableau. Do you like it? Muyanzi asks, has similar rendiant. I adore it, Han Dong replies without reservation, his fondness for the property evident. Would you be willing to be neighbors with Mujia? Han Dong is taken aback. I purchased 2 floors here because I was captivated by this place. I occasionally reside on the 27th floor. If you're inclined to be neighbors with me, I can transfer the top floor to you. Although it is a second-hand property, it has never been lived in since its renovation, so it can be considered nearly new. Absolutely, Mujia. Han Dong beams. It would be wonderful to be your neighbor. Since you are willing, then it is settled, Mu Wanji replies with a smile. Starting tonight, you can move in here. I will arrange for the paperwork to be handled by someone else. At the latest, the property deed will be in your hands within half a month. How much? Mujia? I will transfer the funds to you, Han Dong inquires. If you accept me as your sister, let us not speak of money, Mu Wanji says earnestly. You saved my life on the bus and later healed my father, thereby rescuing the entire Mu family. Is it not reasonable for me to gift you an apartment? The Mu family has already paid for the medical fees, she continues. Let's not dwell on that. They covered only the fees for my father's treatment. Does my saving your life not count? I received the Courage Award, did I not? That was given to you by the state. This is my personal gesture, which does not conflict, Mu Wanji gently insists. Han Dong, please accept it without feeling burdened. In life, who can guarantee a life free from illness or disaster? Consider it an advance on my medical fees. Should I fall ill in the future, I will be counting on you to save me. After a moment of contemplation, Han Dong finally nods. All right, I will accept it. Mu Wanji's generous gift is indeed substantial, serving both as a token of gratitude for saving her life and as an investment for future needs. However, Han Dong harbors no concern. He is confident in his ability to meet Mu Wanji's future expectations. The desires of mortals revolve around health and wealth. Yet for cultivators, these matters hold little significance. How delightful! Mu Wanji exclaimed, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. From now on, the terrace shall be your private domain. Apart from the top floor, no other residents shall intrude. You young ones enjoy a lively atmosphere, so feel free to host pool parties and invite your friends. I understand. Thank you, sister. Han Dong replied. You shall stay here tonight. The house is well equipped. No need for further arrangements. Mu Wanji spoke gently. I live alone as well, with a housekeeper to assist, so you need not concern yourself with cooking or chores. Life's burdens are not yours to bear. What more could Han Dong say? Indeed, an elder sister knows how to care for others. Chapter 33. You have wine, I have stories. To celebrate Han Dong's housewarming, a feast was prepared. Mu Wanji also opened several bottles of her cherished red wine. Cheers! They clinked their glasses and drank heartily. After 2 glasses, a pleasant intoxication began to envelop them. Mu Wanji's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering, in exquisite beauty. At 33, she was in the prime of her life, vibrant, full, and juicy, especially in her tipsy state. Her allure resembled the blooming of peach blossoms, petals falling like confetti. In this intimate setting of a solitary man and woman, under the enchanting glow of lights and night, it was inevitable that the youthful heart of Han Dong would stir. Sister Mu, why is there such a rift with your family? Han Dong sought to divert the conversation. It was not that he found her age unappealing, but as a pure young body not yet fully matured, he dared not breach his vows. Do you wish to hear my story? Mu Wanji gazed at him, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. If you prefer not to share, do not feel compelled. My tale is rather commonplace, akin to those of many affluent families, she replied, her voice soft and melancholic. Over a decade ago, my family faced a calamity due to the global financial crisis. Without external financial assistance, we would have likely faced bankruptcy. My father's solution, like many wealthy individuals, was to arrange a marriage. Han Dong nodded, realizing that the narratives of high society were much like those portrayed in dramas. You might assume that I was the one to be wed, but that was not the case. I was not yet 20, studying in the UK. My elder sister, however, was in her prime, renowned within the wealthy circles of Jiangnan. My father sought to unite her with the second son of the Zhao family in the provincial capital, hoping to secure $1 billion in financial support from them. Yet, my sister had already been in a relationship with her university classmate, an exceptionally talented young man from an ordinary family. Despite his humble origins, he was astute and ambitious. After graduating, he worked for 3 years at a biotech company, rising to the position of vice president through sheer determination and skill. He then embarked on his own entrepreneurial journey, collaborating with like-minded peers to develop several groundbreaking medications, quickly capturing market attention. His relationship with my sister was stable, filled with dreams for the future. However, for the sake of family legacy, my father intervened, intent on dismantling this loving union. My sister's fiery spirit would not allow her to agree to a separation, no matter the circumstances. Thus, my father took action against her boyfriend. Initially, he attempted to entice him with a sum of 10 million, hoping to persuade him to leave Jiangzhou and sever all ties with my sister, but he refused. Subsequently, he resorted to intimidation, leveraging the influence of the Mu family to coerce him, yet he remained unyielding. Eventually, my father devised a trap to compromise the young man, arranging for him to share a bed with a married woman and capturing evidence of the encounter. The woman's husband confronted him, resulting in a brutal altercation that left him with 2 broken legs and his face disfigured by acid. He became physically impaired, his spirit utterly crushed. He handed over his company to a partner and fled Jiangzhou under the cover of night, never to be heard from again. My sister, upon seeing the so-called evidence, was consumed by sorrow and desperation, ultimately marrying the second son of the Zhao family under my father's coercion. The Mu family, with the support of the Zhao family, managed to navigate through the crisis. However, my sister was left in a state of deep melancholy, her health deteriorating until she passed away 6 months later. The bond between my sister and me was profound, and her death struck me with immense grief. From my mother, I learned the full story, which led to a fierce argument with my father. I condemned him as a creature consumed by self-interest, a murderer responsible for the demise of his own beloved daughter. In his fury, he threatened to sever our father-daughter relationship and cast me out of the Mu family. Thus, I left the Mu household. After graduating from university, I joined the company founded by my sister's boyfriend, where I have remained ever since. Han Dong sighed. This was yet another tragic tale of the affluent. He found himself unable to judge who was at fault. From their respective perspectives, none were wrong. Mu Tian was driven to save his entire family, while the unfortunate couple fought to preserve their love. What position does Sister Mu hold in the company? Han Dong Kasuoli Inkuriet. I am currently the president. Mu Wanji replied softly. The partners left by my sister's boyfriend are all tech-savvy but lack management skills. I, on the other hand, inherited my father's acumen in this area. So after several years of hard work at the grassroots level, I eventually ascended to this position. This company embodies their dreams and has witnessed my sister's love. Regardless of the challenges, I cannot allow it to falter. Is the company facing difficulties? Han Dong perceptively caught the subtlety in Mu Wanji's words. She glanced at him in astonishment. This child was truly astute. The company's growth had indeed reached a bottleneck, while it thrived in previous years. It had failed to produce any new hits in recent times, compounded by increasing industry competition and a gradual erosion of market share. Mu Wanji sighed. Han Dong's mind stirred. Within the legacy of the heavenly medicine sect lies a plethora of extraordinary remedies. Any one of them could send the contemporary medical community into a frenzy. Sister Mu possesses exemplary character and has treated him well. Even considering the luxurious residence she gifted him, it is well worth extending a helping hand. Moreover, he himself requires a lucrative avenue. Relying solely on treating the wealthy is unstable and unsustainable. At that juncture, he could present a few rare formulas, exchanging them for equity in Sister Mu's company, allowing them to manage operations while he simply awaited his share of the profits. However, this matter necessitated careful consideration. Due to his current insufficient strength, it is prudent to wait until he fully cultivates the pure yang body and possesses the ability to protect himself. After all, a mere prescription from a celestial physician can astound the world, should it attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. The powers of those formidable figures are beyond his current capacity to contend with. In the face of such inadequacy, it is wise to refrain from inviting trouble. I am currently researching several beneficial prescriptions for the public, which, if successful, I could entrust to you, Sister Mu, to manage, thereby alleviating the present predicament. Han Dong smiled. Really? Mu Wanji's eyes widened in surprise. She had witnessed Han Dong's miraculous medical skills firsthand. Not only had he cured her father's peculiar ailment, but he had also conquered cancer. A prescription from such a master would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Indeed, I would never jest about such matters, Han Dong replied earnestly. That's splendid. I eagerly await the results of your research, esteemed physician. Rest assured, I will ensure that your contributions are duly compensated. We can negotiate a fair profit-sharing arrangement. Or even consider transferring a portion of the company's shares to you, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That is quite agreeable, Han Dong chuckled. Among close brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. Sentiments are sentiments, and interests are interests, and he would naturally not decline. Let's raise a toast to this good news. Cheers! The following morning, as Mu Wanji awoke from her slumber, she found herself enveloped in a powerful embrace, the masculine scent sending tingles across her skin. Oh no! The atmosphere had been too intoxicating last night. They had conversed and imbibed until both were inebriated. At some point, they had inexplicably ended up in bed together. Upon inspecting her attire, she sighed in relief, for her greatest fear had not come to pass. Yet, a twinge of disappointment lingered within her. They say that alcohol leads to indiscretions, yet Han Dong had remarkably maintained his composure. Was it possible that she was truly aging, lacking allure? The second daughter of the illustrious Mu family, renowned in the upper echelons of Jiangnan society, was now plagued by self-doubt. If Han Dong were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be astounded. Do you think I am not suffering? He mused. Embracing a soft and fragrant figure while refraining from any contact was driving him to the brink of madness. Had he attained the pure yang body, he would have surely indulged to his heart's content last night. It was a feat of immense willpower that allowed him to count countless sheep before finally drifting into a troubled sleep. Chapter 34, The Leopard Print Girl. As Han Dong embodied the pure yang body, Mu Wanji found herself utterly captivated by his aura. She felt an overwhelming desire to forego her responsibilities at work and simply bask in the warmth of his embrace. Yet, she could not afford to do so. The embarrassment that would ensue if Han Dong awoke was unimaginable, a scene of utter social mortification. Summoning her formidable will, Mu Wanji extricated herself from the comforting cocoon of blankets. Unfortunately, upon opening the door, she encountered the gaze of their housekeeper, Asian. Miss Mu, you seem. Asian scrutinized her with a hint of suspicion. I was inebriated last night, Mu Wanji replied, feigning nonchalance. "Oh, please do freshen up. I shall prepare breakfast," Asian replied, hesitant to probe further. "Prepare an extra portion to send upstairs," Mu Wanji instructed. "The portions should be a bit more generous. My younger brother is still in his growth phase," murmured Mu Wanji. "Understood, President Mu," Asian responded cheerfully. After Han Dong awoke, he realized that Mu Wanji had already departed, leaving behind the lingering fragrance of orchids and musk in the bedding. Recalling the agony of the previous night, he managed a wry smile. Until he fully mastered the Pure Yang body, he would have to endure. After freshening up, he ascended to the rooftop, where he faced the rising sun to engage in his daily practice. Looking down from the rooftop, the lake glimmered under the sun's rays, sparkling like jewels, with the red clouds painting the sky in breathtaking hues, beauty beyond words. Practicing here was far superior to the dormitory rooftop. It turned out that the little maid downstairs had brought breakfast. "Hello, this is your breakfast," she said with a friendly smile. It was specially instructed by President Mu. Mu Wanji's exquisite taste was evident. Even her maid appeared quite elegant. "Thank you. And where is President Mu?" Han Dong accepted the plate from her hands, expressing his gratitude sincerely. Asian noticed Han Dong's bare torso, the muscular contours of his abdomen sculpted like a work of art, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "Goodness, it's not as if I've never seen a muscular man before. Why does this one make my heart race? How enticing." After finishing his breakfast, Han Dong stored his clothing, shoes, and electronic devices within his spatial ring, deciding that since he had secured a permanent residence, there was no need to keep all his valuables in storage. However, some essential items remained in the spatial ring for convenience. After changing into fresh attire, he set out for school, driving his car with ease, arriving at Jiang University in about 10 minutes, as it was less than 3 kilometers away. Upon reaching the playground, he was promptly intercepted by Wu Pongzi. Indeed, when a man has wealth, he can become reckless. "Did you stay out all night for a rendezvous?" Wu chided. "As a diligent and ambitious young man of the new era, how could you engage in such sordid affairs? You must refrain from such escapades in the future. If you must go, can you take me along?" Wu Pongzi's exaggerated antics nearly caused Han Dong to twist his waist in disbelief. "Not a chance," Han Dong replied, his expression unyielding. Xiao Qian, Yu Li, and Chung Yusin were nearby, overhearing the exchange and wondering why he would speak such blatant nonsense, jeopardizing his illustrious image in the eyes of the girls. "Did you really go to a hotel?" Wu inquired with a smirk. "Get lost. I went to my cousin's house." Han Dong shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. Everyone was aware that Han Dong's cousin and his wife lived and worked in the city. "Ah, misunderstood, misunderstood," Wu chuckled, and the group of friends gathered together, laughing and chatting. The day's military training resumed, focusing on shooting practice. Once the other students became familiar with the firearms, they began formal shooting lessons. Meanwhile, Han Dong continued to enjoy the special attention of the instructor, as his skills far surpassed those of his peers. With both long and short firearms, he hit the targets with precision. Stationary targets posed little challenge, so the instructor introduced moving targets to elevate the difficulty. However, after just a few attempts, Han Dong flawlessly struck every moving target, regardless of the angles or force the instructor employed. If born in an era of war, this individual would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon on the battlefield. His eagerness for talent led him to document Han Dong's shooting performance in a report, which he submitted to his superiors. Deep down, he harbored a flicker of hope, yearning for his superiors to recognize Han Dong's potential and recruit him into the military. Truly, he is a rare gem. With proper refinement, he could become a top guardian of the Republic. At 4:30 in the afternoon, military training concluded as scheduled. Han Dong received a call from Mu Wanji, informing him that Shui Hongji was hosting a banquet at Yi Pin Yu Yin to express his gratitude for Han Dong's life-saving actions. Naturally, Han Dong would not decline. Yi Pin Yu Yin is the most prestigious high-end restaurant in Jiangzhou, renowned for its owner's great-grandfather, who was once a royal chef and possessed the secret recipes of all imperial dishes. Subsequently, he established a restaurant in Jiangzhou, quickly dominating the city's upscale dining scene. The clientele here is exclusively affluent, as ordinary people cannot afford such luxury. Shui Hongji's choice of venue for the banquet clearly demonstrates his sincerity. Located in the Old City, Yi Pin Yu Yin is approximately 15 kilometers from Jiang University. Han Dong followed the navigation to reach his destination. As he waited at the traffic light at the intersection of Shizhi Street and Renmin Road, a vibrant orange Lamborghini convertible pulled up beside him. The driver was a girl with pink-dyed hair and heavy makeup, appearing quite young and exuding an air of arrogance while chewing gum. As Han Dong rolled down his window, She caught sight of him and playfully whistled in a suggestive manner. Han Dong felt a deep-seated disdain for such a brazen young heiress and merely glanced at her before dismissing her entirely. Feigning ignorance, Han Dong did not respond. The moment the countdown reached 0, the girl slammed on the gas, propelling her sports car forward like an arrow. Han Dong accelerated normally, completely unfazed by her provocation. After several hundred meters, the sports car began to slow down. As Han Dong approached, the vehicle suddenly swerved, blocking the road. Reacting quickly, Han Dong executed a sharp brake, narrowly avoiding a collision with the Lamborghini. Unfortunately, other vehicles were not as fortunate. A red Mazda swerved into the roadside greenery, thankfully halted by a thicket. While two sedans collided in the chaos that ensued, the scene was one of utter disarray. The girl exited her car and knocked on Han Dong's window. He opened the door and stood before her. Dressed in a leopard print mini-skirt, her long legs were exposed, and her figure was surprisingly appealing. Despite her attractive features, her garish pink hair and over-the-top makeup rendered her quite unrefined. "What's this? Not giving me face?" She glared at him, her eyes narrowing. "Are you out of your mind?" Han Dong retorted with annoyance, giving her a scornful look. "Do you dare insult me?" she shouted, attempting to kick him where it hurts. Her audacious action ignited Han Dong as fury. Chapter 35, A Lesson for the Spoiled Heir. "Not only will I scold you, but I shall also teach you a lesson." Han Dong gently extended his arm, seizing the girl's flailing leg. With a slight exertion of strength, he flipped her over, pinning her down on the sports car. A sharp slap resounded as Han Dong's hand struck her pert backside. "Ah!" the girl exclaimed in surprise. He continued his onslaught, delivering a flurry of slaps. "You, the spoiled scion, are in dire need of a lesson. Your father may neglect you, but I shall not. Otherwise, who knows how many people you might harm." He scolded her while administering punishment. The drivers of the halted vehicles, compelled to stop, gathered around, intrigued by the spectacle. Regardless of the circumstances, Han Dong felt a sense of satisfaction in avenging their grievances. "Do you even know who I am to dare lay hands on me? Have you grown weary of life?" The girl, fierce and defiant, struggled desperately, cursing incessantly. Yet, Han Dong's strength was overpowering, one hand pressed down on her back like a mountain, rendering her attempts to escape futile. "Are you going to repeat the mistakes of other privileged brats, invoking your father's name in times of trouble? I care not whose child you are. Wrongdoings must be met with consequences." His fury intensified as his slaps rained down like a tempest. Although he tempered his strength, the girl, being delicate, could hardly withstand such a relentless barrage. Initially, she resisted, but after receiving numerous strikes, her defiance waned. "You unruly child. There is no one who is unafraid of a beating. The question is, do your parents dare to intervene?" Amidst the reprimands and threats, realizing that Han Dong remained unmoved, the weight of his slaps grew heavier, leading the girl to ultimately capitulate. "All right, stop. I yield. Is that not enough?" She began to sob, her makeup running. "Do you understand your mistake?" "Yes." "Will you dare to act so recklessly again?" "No." Upon her admission of guilt, Han Dong ceased his punishment and released her from the car. "I care not about your lineage or how influential your family may be. The road is not owned by your family, and you cannot act with such impunity. So many vehicles are on the road, each carrying the weight of a family. Your reckless behavior could easily lead to a catastrophic accident. If a driver were to lose their life because of you, it would shatter a family. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Han Dong's ire flared as he observed her demeanor, prompting him to deliver yet another lecture. "Well said, young man." The onlooking drivers applauded him. Earlier, someone had already contacted the authorities, and soon a police motorcycle arrived, screeching to a halt nearby. The traffic officer approached to ascertain the situation, sternly reprimanding the girl. She received an appropriate penalty, including points deducted and a fine imposed. As for the minor collisions that occurred, the girl's insurance would cover the damages. Once the matter was resolved, Han Dong was the first to start his vehicle and depart from the scene. The girl attempted to call out to him, her lips moving, but ultimately, no words escaped her. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on Han Dong's license plate, quietly etching it into her memory. Upon arriving at the esteemed Yipin Yuyan, Han Dong found Chui Hongji and Mu Wanji already present, along with a middle-aged man dressed in traditional attire, casually toying with a celestial bead. "Allow me to introduce a prominent figure from the city of Suzhou, Mr. Lian Shenglong." With a radiant complexion and a hearty laugh, Chui Hongji remarked, "Shenglong, this is the esteemed folk healer I mentioned to you, Mr. Han Dong. My brother Han is quite accomplished at a young age." Lian Shenglong responded with a veneer of politeness. "Ah, Mr. Lian, you flatter me." Han Dong smiled subtly, his lips curling slightly. "Muvanzi furuit herberais." uncertain of Cui Hongji's intentions in summoning Lien Shenglong. As a resident of Jiangzhou, she was well aware of Lien Shenglong's reputation, a rogue who had risen to power in the real estate boom, primarily through demolition. Despite his dubious beginnings, he had proven to be astute, ultimately becoming a formidable figure in Jiangzhou's underworld. His influence extended across various entertainment sectors, including gaming halls, nightclubs, and cinemas. Lien Shenglong's early ventures were said to be ruthless, with whispers of blood on his hands. However, having established his empire, he transitioned into a legitimate businessman. Yet, the local elite were acutely aware of his true nature. What could be the purpose of Cui Hongji inviting such a notorious figure to this gathering? As they indulged in wine and delicacies, exchanging trivial pleasantries, Han Dong found the cuisine to be delightful, reminiscent of what emperors once dined upon, and chose to remain mostly silent, focusing on the meal. After several rounds of drinks and an assortment of dishes, the topic of discussion turned to the matter at hand. I visited the hospital for an examination, and the attending physician mentioned that the diagnosis of colon cancer was likely a mistake. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered so swiftly. It appears to merely be a case of intestinal dysfunction, Cui Hongji remarked nonchalantly. Regardless, I am grateful to Mr. Han. Without his guidance, I might not have sought further examination and remained oblivious to my actual condition. Lien Shenglong interjected, misdiagnoses do occur, but despite the false alarm, we must cultivate our friendship with Brother Han. Both of us hold some weight in Jiangzhou, and should you encounter any troubles in the future, provided they do not involve severe crimes, we can certainly assist you. Mu Wanji comprehended the underlying motive. Cui Hongji intended to leverage Lien Shenglong's status to intimidate them now that he had recovered, planning to evade his obligations. After all these years of friendship, I never imagined you would resort to such behavior. Cui Hongji, she seethed with anger. What are you implying, Wanji? Kui Yongji fiend, innocence. Recall what you said in Dongyuan. If Han Dong could cure your ailment, the house would serve as payment, with additional rewards promised. He healed you on the spot, and now you wish to renege on your word? Had I known you were such a person, I would never have introduced him to you. Han Dong remained composed, while Mu Wanji was infuriated. As Cui Hongji was her acquaintance, she felt embarrassed by his treatment of the man who had saved her life. Madame Mu, your assertions are rather unfair, Lien Shenglong interjected, sipping his tea. Hongji's physician confirmed that the colon cancer diagnosis was erroneous. Otherwise, recovery would not have been so rapid. Do you truly believe someone could cure cancer in a mere quarter of an hour? I for one do not. If such a miraculous occurrence were true, it would elevate one to the status of a deity, would it not? Since it was not he who healed, the promise of consultation fees holds no weight, does it? In our world, we value loyalty above all. One must never claim what does not rightfully belong to them, lest they lose their honor. Mu Wanji was poised to retort, but Han Dong shot her a glance, signaling her to refrain from further comment. He had anticipated that Cui Hongji would not relinquish the property so readily. Chapter 36. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the start. After all, times change. When one becomes aware of a terminal illness, material possessions seem trivial, as one cannot take them beyond this life. To say nothing of a house. If one were to ask for half of his fortune in exchange for his health, he would not hesitate to comply. However, upon realizing his ailment had indeed improved, his perspective inevitably shifts. At this juncture, wealth gains significance. How could he possibly part with a residence valued at 500 million? Naturally, he seeks to leverage his relatively prestigious position in society to exert pressure on the other party, aiming for a favorable outcome. After all, what can a mere rural student achieve? The only aspect he finds slightly daunting is Mu Wanji. With Lien Shenglong's involvement, she would surely be intimidated. The Mu family harbors no fear of Lien Shenglong, yet Mu Wanji is but a discarded pawn of the family, long estranged from them, with only a faint connection of blood remaining. Although Han Dong is young, his mind carries the memories of the Golden Crow Emperor's life, endowing him with a profound understanding of human nature that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Thus, he had already prepared a contingency. Since President Cui believes your illness was not cured by me, then so be it, Han Dong smiled. But should any issues arise in the future, I kindly ask you to stand firm and refrain from seeking my assistance. Shouldn't that be my line to deliver? Lien Shenglong's expression darkened. Since you refuse to recognize my efforts, do not come to me for aid in your future troubles. As the two men vanished from sight, Cui Hongji and Lien Shenglong exchanged knowing smiles. A mere inexperienced student and a woman stripped of familial power, with a little intimidation, they would soon retreat. Upon exiting the esteemed banquet, Mu Wanji fumed. I never imagined Shui Hongji was such a person. How foolish I was to consider him a friend. What kind of friend are you referring to? Han Dong inquired. Mu Wanji glanced at him. Where are your thoughts wandering? My association with him is strictly business. There are absolutely no other entanglements. Her cheeks flushed slightly. How dare he assume she was so indiscriminate? This is for the best, Han Dong replied coldly. For I can now pursue him without reservations. Do you have a plan? Mu Wanji asked, puzzled. She regarded him with curiosity. This little rascal sometimes appeared as an innocent child, yet at other moments exuded the aura of an ancient spirit. However, she chose not to press further. A wise woman knows when to hold her tongue. When a man wishes to share, he will do so in his own time. Each flower blooms in its own way. After parting ways, Shui Hongji and Lian Shenglong were in high spirits as they drove to visit a university student he had been supporting. Now that his health had returned, thoughts of this enchanting young woman ignited a fervor within him. After a series of actions, without any preamble, he sought to take his rightful place. To his astonishment, after only a few moments, he felt as though his intestines were being pierced by a steel awl, causing him to emit a heart-wrenching scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The onset of pain rapidly escalated, growing increasingly unbearable. Shui Hongji clutched his abdomen, his body curling into a shrimp-like form, rolling on the ground in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The girl, terrified out of her wits, hurriedly dialed for an ambulance. After a thorough examination, it was discovered with astonishment that the painful area showed no signs of pathological change, indicating that Shui Hongji was, in fact, healthy. Yet, he remained in excruciating pain, his cries resonating with despair. The doctor had no choice but to administer some analgesics. Once the medication took effect, he finally experienced relief from the pain. However, as soon as the effects waned, the piercing sensation returned with a vengeance. Thus, he found himself in a continuous cycle of intravenous fluids and pain relief injections. Shui Hongji vaguely sensed that perhaps only Han Dong could save him. However, given that he had previously conspired with Lian Shenglong against him, he felt too ashamed to seek his assistance. Originally, Mu Wanji might have mediated between them, but he had managed to offend her as well. Consequently, Shui Hongji made a reluctant decision to transfer to another hospital. If this facility could not alleviate his suffering, he would seek out a better one. After all, he had already conquered cancer. He refused to believe that no one could address this inexplicable pain. If Jiangzhou could not provide a solution, he would venture to the neighboring Shanghai. If Shanghai failed him, he would seek treatment abroad. He had money to spare and was undeterred by the upheaval. Thus, Shui Hongji boarded a plane, either in the process of transferring or en route to another hospital. Alas, every establishment he visited rendered the same verdict. He was in perfect health, yet he felt an unbearable torment, teetering on the edge of existence. Eventually, even the painkillers proved ineffective, forcing him to resort to anesthetics. The doctor cautioned him that if this continued, he risked succumbing to anesthetic poisoning. He would either die from the pain or be poisoned to death. Shui Hongji hung his head in despair, realizing that only Han Dong held the key to his predicament. A profound sense of regret washed over him. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. A week passed, and he was left in a state of torment, barely clinging to life. Desperate, he mustered the courage to call Mu Wanji. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Wanji, Hongji." Shui Hongji suppressed his agony. "I'm sorry, I don't recognize you." Mu Wanji's voice instantly turned icy. "Please, don't hang up, Wanji. I beg you." Shui Hongji's tone became humble and ingratiating. "I was wrong. I apologize to you and to Mr. Han. Please forgive me." Initially taken aback, Mu Wanji quickly understood. This must be the backup plan Han Dong had left. Otherwise, he would never have lowered himself to such a degree. "We have already severed ties. It matters not whether I forgive you. As for Mr. Han's willingness to forgive you, you would do well to inquire with him," she replied coldly. "Wanji, I do not possess Mr. Han's contact information. I kindly ask you to convey my goodwill." Shui Hongji swallowed hard, feeling unwell once again. "If Mr. Han could assist in resolving my predicament, not only would Dong Yuan be delivered as promised, but there would also be a generous reward." Mu Wanji scoffed coldly, issuing empty promises only to renege later. No. We shall first sign the property transfer agreement, and once Mr. Han cures my ailment, I will immediately proceed with the transfer formalities. What do you think? After your last trick, what standing do I have to speak before Mr. Han? I will provide you with my phone number. You may communicate with him directly. Mu Wanji hung up the phone irritably and promptly sent him Han Dong's mobile number. It was midday, and Han Dong was dining in the cafeteria with his dormitory brothers when Chui Hongji's call came through. "Hello, who is this?" Han Dong retrieved his phone from his pocket and stepped to the window to answer. "Greetings, Mr. Han. Is I, Chui Hongji. What is it?" Han Dong replied with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. "I apologize for the matter from last time. It was my fault. This time, if you could alleviate my suffering, the previous promise still stands." "Wait, didn't you say last time it was a misdiagnosis? How could there still be an issue?" "It was not a misdiagnosis. You heal my ailment. I foolishly declared it so to evade responsibility, succumbing to greed. I hope, Mr. Han, that you, a person of great virtue, can forgive a mere mortal like me." Chui Hongji nearly broke into tears. The torment of the past week had stripped him of all dignity. Now, if Han Dong were to demand he kneel, he would do so without hesitation. Chapter 37. Manipulated at will. Had I known this day would come, why act as I did in the beginning? Han Dong remarqued coldly. "You must realize that curing cancer is no simple task. I merely quelled the cancer cells and partially repaired your damaged organs. However, to eradicate it completely, you must consume the medicinal concoction I prescribe and undergo several more treatments. Otherwise, the cancer cells will return, and your demise will be swifter." Previously, he thought he was beyond hope. Though reluctant, he had resigned himself to fate. Now, with a glimmer of hope for survival, it was as if a drowning man clutched a piece of driftwood. He would not let go. "I apologize, but I have military training this afternoon and cannot talk." Han Dong decisively ended the call. Chui Hongji quickly called again. "What is it now?" Han Dong responded with impatience. "Rest assured, Mr. Han, I will not default again. If you doubt me, we can first sign the property transfer agreement. Once the issue is resolved, I will promptly handle the transfer formalities. Does that work?" I said, "I am busy. Do you not understand Chinese?" Han Dong retorted irritably. "I heard that when you treated old Master Mu, the Mu family gifted you a Porsche. Is that correct? I would like to present you with a new Lamborghini, hoping you will graciously accept." Chui Hongji smiled with a face full of flattery. "This is not merely about a Lamborghini, of course. The car is just a token of my appreciation. If you provide me with an account number, I will transfer 50 million as a deposit. Additionally, I will deliver the car and the property transfer agreement to your residence. How does that sound? I never asked you for 50 million, nor did I request a car. Those are your own assertions. What do you mean by this, Mr. Han? You possess a rather poor character. I find it hard to trust you," Han Dong remarked coldly. "Who can say whether you might turn around and accuse me of extortion? I am indeed preoccupied at the moment. If you seek treatment, let it be after 4:30. Thank you, Mr. Han." Chui Hongji expressed his gratitude profusely. Han Dong terminated the call, choosing to ignore him thereafter. After waiting for quite some time without receiving Han Dong's bank account details, Chui Hongji was left with no choice but to reach out to Mu Wanji. Mu Wanji had long harbored intentions of repaying him, so when she made the transfer to Han Dong at the Mu residence, she had diligently saved his account number along with photos of his identification card, both front and back. Consequently, she sent Han Dong's account details and identity information to Chui Hongji. Chui Hongji was elated, hastily instructing his subordinates to proceed with the transfer, resembling a seasoned patient who had just escaped from a mental institution. Indeed, this girl is exceptionally attractive. Judging by her height, she must be no less than 170 centimeters. Even while seated, she towered above the other girls by half a head. Her hair, a cascade of sleek, dark tresses, was abundant and lustrous. Adorning her head was an orange sports headband, which kept her long hair neatly tucked behind her ears, revealing her fair and smooth forehead. The girl's eyes were strikingly large, surpassing those of the average girl, yet they harmonized perfectly with her features, leaving a profound impression. Those beautiful, large eyes, paired with her delicate facial structure, made her resemble a character plucked straight from a comic book. Clad in orange shorts and white denim cutoffs, she showcased a pair of long, fair legs that seemed to extend beneath the chair opposite her. Her figure, unlike the voluptuous forms of Ruan Danqing or Mu Wanji, was not overly full, but rather possessed a graceful and flowing silhouette, brimming with the vitality befitting a young girl. The abundance of collagen in her complexion and the sparkle in her eyes made her appear akin to a freshly picked orange, vibrant and juicy. The word vibrant flashed through Han Dong's mind, perfectly encapsulating the essence of this girl. "What seems to be the matter, classmate? Is there a rose blooming on my face?" Han Dong smiled. "A freshman, I presume?" The girl answered his question with another. "Indeed, I am a law student. My name is Han Dong. And you, senior? How do you know I'm a senior? If there were such a stunning girl among the freshmen, I would have known you already." This statement revealed at least one thing. "You are rather lecherous." The girl cast him a sidelong glance. "Your assumption is erroneous, senior. As the sage once said, desire for food and sex is part of human nature. If even the wise engage in such matters, what can be said of us mere mortals? At our age, it is only natural to be drawn to the opposite sex, particularly those who are aesthetically pleasing. If everyone were devoid of such desires, how would humanity propagate? Wouldn't you agree? There is a semblance of reason in his words, as a smile graced the girl's lips. At least you're honest. My greatest virtue is my lack of pretense, Han Dong chuckled. A straightforward man speaks plainly. I believe it would be quite fitting for you to be my girlfriend. Of course, if you cannot wait, marriage could be arranged as well. He recalled an actor from the Hong Kong entertainment industry named Su Jinjian, who had approached his current wife on the street, directly inquiring whether she would be willing to become his wife. Remarkably, it had actually worked out. Most individuals pursue romantic interests gradually, subtly influencing their targets. However, given the girl's exceptional beauty, she has likely encountered numerous tactics. Perhaps it would be more effective to adopt Su Jinjian's approach, directly employing a bold strategy that might leave her with a distinct impression. Human nature, at its core, tends to be rather capricious. The more one shows her utmost respect and earnestness, the less likely she may be to regard you favorably. A more relaxed demeanor, interspersed with a hint of nonchalance, may indeed awaken her competitive spirit. The girl nearly spat out the sip of orange juice she had just taken. You want to marry me? She exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at herself. What is that impossible? You're only a freshman. Can you afford to take care of me? I believe I can, he replied confidently. Do you have a house? Indeed, right next door in the Sky Garden. The legendary fifth-generation housing, a sprawling 1,000 square meter penthouse. Additionally, there's a grand, garden-style residence occupying 10 acres on Gusu Street. And a car? One Porsche coupe, and a Lamborghini, which should be arriving this afternoon. What about savings? Currently, I have 20 million, and if all goes as planned, it will rise to 70 million by this afternoon. Senior, what is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? You should leave. I'm not worthy of you. The girl felt defeated. Her prior peculiar gaze towards Han Dong stemmed from his phone conversation, where he mentioned Lamborghinis and 50 million, leading her to perceive him as a madman speaking to himself. Her immediate reaction was to assume he was just another young man pretending to be affluent to garner her attention. It was no wonder she harbored such suspicions, as many had previously adopted this approach. Whether I am worthy is for me to decide, Han Dong chuckled. Can we refrain from boasting? I have no issue with rich second-generation offspring, but feigning wealth in front of women is rather distasteful. I'm not a rich second generation, Han Dong replied innocently. Then what are you? I'm a first-generation rich. He grinned. All my wealth is earned through my own efforts. The girl sighed, resting her forehead on her hand. Initially, she found this freshman intriguing, distinct from those so-called pretty boys devoid of masculinity. He possessed qualities that attracted her. However, she now perceived him as vain and deceitful. He believed that such claims would enhance his allure, unaware that women detest men who boast and fabricate stories. Upon observing her expression, Han Dong quickly grasped her thoughts. She likely assumed he intentionally approached her to flaunt his financial prowess in hopes of capturing her attention, a rather unfortunate misunderstanding. Did you think I was intentionally trying to get close to you in that manner? Han Dong inquired calmly. Wasn't that the case? She retorted with a glare. You are beautiful and pursued by many, but that does not grant you the right to dismiss all suitors, Han Dong replied coolly. I only just met you and found you appealing. Being my girlfriend could be enjoyable, but merely enjoyable. You have not yet reached the threshold that compels me to exhaust my efforts to get close to you, nor will I do so for any woman. I never elevate women to the status of goddesses, so there's no need for you to be overly narcissistic, at least not in my presence. The girl cast a slightly surprised glance at him. She could sense the air of arrogance that surrounded the young man, an attitude that seemed authentic rather than feigned. Could she have truly misjudged him? A first-year student claiming to possess over 70 million in savings, along with luxury cars and opulent residences. Such proclamations sounded like the ramblings of a deranged mind, did they not? O im Han Dong, Han Os in Han Fei Si. And Dong as an east, west, south, and north. A first-year law student. You will soon hear this name, Han Dong said, offering no further elaboration as he turned to leave, leaving her with a striking silhouette. What a peculiar individual, the girl thought, rolling her eyes before returning her focus to the plate before her. Chapter 38. The Consequences of One's Own Actions. Brother Dong, is that the ultra-expensive, foldable screen model? Hong Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he snatched it away, marveling at the expansive display. Playing games on this must be exhilarating. Unworldly, Wu Fatty remarked, tapping his head. Dongzi just won $1 million in prize money. Switching to a phone that costs just a few thousand is no big deal for him. He even has a Porsche. Hong Tao, like a treasure hunter, grinned widely as he began devouring his chicken, dismissing Wu Fatty's comments. Dongzi, what were you chatting about with Senior Wei earlier? Did you fail at flirting? Wu Fatty's beady eyes twinkled with mischief. Senior Wei? You know her? Of course. She's the campus belle on the Jiang University's 5 beauties list. Who doesn't know her? There's a list for that? Han Dong inquired, intrigued. Look, you've been staying out late and not hanging out with the guys, so you're out of the loop. The 5 beauties list is compiled by a bunch of folks on the campus network, showcasing the 5 most stunning women at Jiang University. The girl you just tried to flirt with is one of them. Wei Shuqing, standing at 175 centimeters tall, is a star player on the women's basketball team. With her ethereal playing style and anime-esque beauty, she has earned the nickname Akaji Haruko of Jiang University. She ranks among the top 3 on the campus beauty list, alongside Song Xingchen and Rong Yufei. So what do you think? ISNT it, quite the challenge to woo her. Just as well, Han Dong replied with a smile. In truth, the most formidable obstacle to pursuing Shuqing is navigating through the sports academy's male students. Wu Yuanda side. Wei Shuqing is the star of the women's basketball team and the flower of the sports academy. Those athletes are all tall and strong, and they stick together, making it difficult for boys from other departments to approach their goddess. Many have tried to pursue Wei Shuqing, but ultimately, they have all been dealt with in various ways by the boys from the sports academy. Their fierce reputation has scared off others. Just a bunch of paper tigers. Hardly intimidating, Han Dong scoffed. Wu Yuandao recalled the night Han Dong single-handedly dealt with a group of thugs and chose not to continue the conversation. After their meal, a notification chimed from his phone. Han Dong retrieved another Porsche phone to check the message. The promised 50 million deposit from Chui Hongji had arrived. Truly, one does not shed tears until they see the coffin. Initially, Han Dong had not intended to accept any reward, for Mu Wanji's sake. Offering his help for free was no trouble at all. After all, Mu Wanji had gifted him a mansion worth tens of millions. So expending some energy for her friend seemed rather insignificant. However, Chui Hongji's subsequent display of duplicity and shamelessness truly disgusted Han Dong. The resentment within him could only be alleviated by decisive action. After the military training concluded in the afternoon, Mu Wanji sent him a WeChat message, informing him that Chui Hongji had personally delivered the Lamborghini and the property transfer agreement to the Sky Courtyard. She also shared photographs of the vehicle and a thumbnail of the agreement. Han Dong, not particularly knowledgeable about cars, searched for information online based on the images. This was a brand new Lamborghini, touted as the fastest car on Earth, with a relatively rare and expensive carbon fiber body, including taxes and insurance. It would cost nearly 5 million yuan once all options were selected. Well, he certainly demonstrated some sincerity. Mr. Han, look at the smirk on his face, brimming with sycophancy. Originally, Chui Hongji had a rather plump appearance, his belly slightly protruding. Yet in just 1 week, he had lost a considerable amount of weight, akin to a deflated balloon. Observing his haggard visage, Han Dong struggled to suppress a laugh. Oh, it seems that CEO Chui has slimmed down after a week apart, Han Dong remarked coolly. Mr. Han, you flatter me. Chui Hongji chuckled nervously. Please, have a seat. I wish to take a look. Chui Hongji obediently sat down, resembling a wayward schoolboy. His demeanor even struck Mu Wanji as somewhat amusing. Han Dong grasped his wrist and, with a mere thought, withdrew the gas needle embedded in his colon. This gas needle, composed of pure yang energy, was formless and imperceptible to instruments. As long as his blood flowed rapidly, the needle would activate, incessantly piercing his intestines. Such pain was beyond human endurance. It was no wonder Chui Hongji appeared so gaunt from the torment. How do you feel? Han Dong inquired. It no longer hurts. Not at all, Chui Hongji exclaimed, elated. Although he had emerged under the influence of anesthetics, he could still vaguely sense a prickling discomfort. But upon Han Dong's gentle touch on his wrist, that discomfort dissipated, leaving him immensely relieved. Cancer is not easily cured. For the time being, the pain may subside. But to eradicate it completely, several courses of herbal medicine would be required. In truth, he had already been cured, but Han Dong chose to exaggerate, not wishing to give him the impression that the treatment was simple. Thank you, Mr. Han. Chui Hongji expressed his gratitude profusely. Regarding that herbal medicine, please provide me with an address, and once I have prepared it, I will arrange for logistics to deliver it to you. No need, once you have it ready. Just let me know, and I will come to collect it myself, Chui Hongji replied, fearing to entrust the medicine to anyone else as it pertained to his very life. Very well, as long as you do not mind the trouble, Han Dong replied nonchalantly. Mr. Han, I have arranged a banquet at Yuyan. Would you and Wanji honor me with your presence for dinner? Chui Hongji's expression was exceedingly sincere. No, thank you. I have already attended a thank you banquet. There is no need for another. Han Dong shook his head. I see. Chui Hongji, clearly prepared, produced 2 black cards from his possession, smilingly adding, these 2 cards. One is a diamond card for Yuyan. You may visit any time without needing a reservation, and all expenses will be charged to my account. Another card, bestowed upon me by Lin Shenglong, grants a 50% discount at any establishment under the Longxing Entertainment umbrella, along with the privilege of complimentary access to a premium private room service. It is but a small token of my appreciation, which I hope Mr. Han will graciously accept. You have already paid the consultation fee. There is no need for this, Han Dong remarked nonchalantly. It is merely a modest gift, not meant to convey any formality. Please don't be too courteous, Mr. Han, Chui Hongji implored, genuinely apprehensive of offending Han Dong. Given his sincerity, you ought to accept it, Mu Wanji gently suggested. Han Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing Han Dong's assent, Chui Hongji exhaled in relief. Understanding the unspoken dynamics, he refrained from lingering, exchanging a few pleasantries before taking his leave. The following day, Han Dong casually concocted a health-preserving prescription, procuring an assortment of inexpensive medicinal herbs from a traditional medicine shop. He ground them in a powder, mixed them thoroughly, portioning them into small packets, and called Chui Hongji to collect them. Initially, he provided 7 packets, sufficient for a week's supply, instructing him to return for the next course after 1 week. Chui Hongji departed, feeling as though he had discovered a treasure. Expressing immense gratitude, he dared not meddle further and, adhering to their agreement, sought assistance to complete the transfer of ownership for Dongyuan at the housing authority. This garden-style mansion, bearing the character Dong in its name, seemed destined to belong to Han Dong. Mu Tiansheng's medical expenses amounted to over 20 million, while Chui Hongji incurred costs exceeding 500 million, a case of self-inflicted tribulation. Chapter 39, The King of Guns. As military training approached its conclusion, it was time to assess the results. On this day, the school's leaders and military officials convened, seated on the podium for the customary inspection. One by one, the formations marched along the track, executing movements with precision under the watchful eye of the instructors, each student's face radiating youthful vigor. With impeccable discipline, the students performed their drills, embodying the essence of military demeanor. In the competitive formations, Han Dong's squad secured a commendable 3rd place, a notable achievement indeed. The true highlight awaited in the ensuing grand competition. Due to the limited duration of military training, events such as wilderness survival and 5-kilometer cross-country exercises were omitted, retaining only the obstacle course and marksmanship challenges. Han Dong, absorbing the essence of the sun daily, possessed formidable physical prowess. He effortlessly clinched 1st place in the individual obstacle course, having intentionally moderated his speed to avoid drawing undue attention. Nonetheless, his performance shattered the record previously held by the elite soldiers. His movements were swift as lightning, agile as a cheetah, whether traversing a balance beam, crawling through barbed wire, scaling a 5-meter-high wall, or maneuvering through rings and crawling. He executed each task seamlessly, flowing from one to the next with remarkable grace and visual appeal. As he conquered the final obstacle and crossed the finish line, the audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers, nearly piercing the heavens. A military leader leaned towards Principal Zhong, whispering, "This young man possesses exceptional qualities. It would be a pity if he does not serve in the military. Han Dong truly excels and brings honor in critical moments. However, letting him enlist is out of the question. He is a precious asset to the school." In the final shooting competition, all participants took part. However, by the end, only Cui Hao and Han Dong remained, as the others had been eliminated. It was beyond my expectations that you could endure until now. Kuihao geist Dong, his eyes brimming with formidable confidence. The fact that the instructor had given Han Dong special training had not been disclosed. So very few were aware of Han Dong's true prowess. There are many more surprises in store. Han Dong smiled nonchalantly. Can you imagine that I brought your father to his knees? It's quite absurd. Shooting at fixed targets is dull. Shall we challenge each other with moving targets? Cui Hao taunted. Come on, are you afraid? Upon hearing that the 2 young men intended to shoot moving targets, the officials on the podium were intrigued. They arranged for them to compete using the type of moving targets often employed in Special Forces training. Within a specified time, they were to shoot at moving targets from various angles and directions, totaling 100. According to the draw, Cui Hao went first. He charged into the arena, holding his assault rifle. With a crack, he struck the human-shaped target that emerged from behind a crumbled wall, and after a few more steps, he hit the dog-shaped target that surfaced from the ground. His actions were indeed swift and precise, clearly indicating he had ample experience with live targets. He completed all moving targets in 7 minutes and 18 seconds, hitting 87 of them. This score was quite impressive. As the referee announced the results, thunderous applause erupted. How about that? Do you want to continue? Chui Hao, rifle in hand, looked at Han Dong with confidence. Is that all? Han Dong smirked disdainfully and charged into the arena. Bang! He took down a human-shaped target, executing a serpentine maneuver, and eliminated another. His movements were evidently faster than Chui Hao's, executed with a sleek, effortless grace, devoid of any hint of struggle. The crisp sounds of gunfire rang out in rapid succession, and amidst the cloud of smoke, one target after another fell. Regardless of how tricky the angles or how insane the speed, he struck with unerring accuracy. His shooting style was fluid and elegant, far surpassing Chui Hao's performance. After completing all the targets, the instructor glanced at the timer. A mere 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Most astonishingly, Han Dong had hit all 100 targets, each shot striking the bullseye. Where on earth did this insane prodigy come from? The referee's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Overwhelmed with excitement, he stuttered while announcing the results. Number 73, Han Dong, completed all targets in 3 minutes and 17 seconds, hitting all 100 targets. With each shot a bullseye, scoring 100 points. This is impossible. Chui Hao's face turned pale, and he loudly questioned the validity of the results. What? Can't you handle losing? Wu Pengzi derided. It's a feat even the best marksman in the military struggle to achieve. How does he manage it? Chui Hao stood firm in his skepticism. If you don't believe it, check for yourself. Han Dong extended a hand in invitation. Chui Hao, of course, did not hesitate and rushed inside to inspect each target. The more he examined, the more astonished he became, until he felt utterly defeated, like a wilted plant. Is there a problem? The referee shot him an irritated glare. Are you questioning Han Dong? That's tantamount to questioning the integrity of the referee himself. No. Chui Hao lowered his head. Do not presume that what you deem unattainable is beyond the capabilities of others. A frog in a well confines its vision. Han Dong cast a fleeting glance at Chui Hao, who before thousands of classmates had faltered in his most proficient endeavor, succumbing to a rural lad he held in disdain. Such a blow was indeed hard to bear. Accepting the wager, he reluctantly addressed Chui Hao as big brother. Han Dong spoke slowly. What? Do you aspire to be as fickle as your father? Chui Hao shot him a puzzled look, unsure of the origin of the reference to his father. Big brother. Chui Hao clenched his teeth, forcing the words through his lips. Although it was humiliating, with Xiao Shi watching from the crowd, he knew that any reversal would only invite further disdain. Thus, he gritted his teeth and bowed his head before Han Dong. Indeed, Han Dong acknowledged with a slight nod. Better than your father, who at least understands the value of keeping promises. He performed a dashing salute towards the podium, prompting thunderous applause and cheers from the audience, nearly piercing the heavens. He is so handsome. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xiao Shi wore a smile, joining in the applause. Han Dong was indeed distinct from other boys. His earnest demeanor while working was undeniably charming. Yu Li and Cheng Yusin were moved to tears. Who could have anticipated that this boy, who had emerged from a small county, would prove to be so exceptional? All the girls' attention was riveted on him, leaving little room for others. With such an extraordinary presence, the prospect of courting girls would become increasingly challenging. As military training concluded, Han Dong was awarded the individual honor of military training exemplar for this cohort at Jiang University, receiving accolades from both the military and the school. During the ceremony, a military leader inquired whether he would consider joining the army to serve the nation. Han Dong pondered for a moment before responding with measured dignity. If we were in a time of war, I would wholeheartedly take up arms to drive away the wolves and defend my homeland, even at the cost of my life. However, in this era of peace, I believe it is more fitting for me to study and hone my skills on campus for the time being. Whether I will join the military in the future remains uncertain, but for now, I have more pressing matters to attend to and must regretfully decline your generous offer. Well said. This embodies the spirit of contemporary university students. Principal Zhong, you have recruited another outstanding talent. The military leader praised fervently. Principal Zhong beamed with pride, leading the applause. The sound of clapping resonated throughout the hall. With the military training concluded, the freshmen had successfully completed their tasks, and both the school and military were exceedingly pleased with the results. Chapter 40. Teacher Shun, something seems amiss. After enjoying lunch at the cafeteria, Han Dong was contemplating where to spend his holiday when he received a call from Shen Xinyan. Han Dong, where are you? Just finished lunch? Do you need something? I'm in the student union office. Please come over. Understood. After ending the call, Han Dong walked towards the administrative building of the law school. The student union office was located on the top floor, not far from the offices of the dean and the secretary, serving as the power center of the law school. Upon entering, he found Shen Xinyan bent over her desk, diligently writing, embodying the essence of a dedicated worker. Teacher Shen, what do you need me for? Han Dong lounged casually atop her desk. Shen Xinyan ignored him, her fingers dancing over the keyboard as she typed furiously. Only when a report was completed did she shut down her computer and retrieve a bag from beneath the desk, placing it on the surface. Here, she said, her expression devoid of emotion. What is this? Han Dong asked, astonished. Your clothes left at my place, Shen Xinyan replied flatly. Han Dong recalled that during his hasty departure last time, he had forgotten his pants at her home. Unsure if she had witnessed the scene with Wu Yu, he adhered to a principle of non-confrontation, merely accepting the clothing in silence. Do you not have anything to explain? Shen Xinyan's face was stern. Explain what? Han Dong responded coldly. Why your pants ended up at my house? Shen Xinyan's demeanor darkened. So, you simply undressed in front of us two girls? What else was I to do? With such scalding water, not removing them would only exacerbate the burn. Was it Wu Yu who treated you? Han Dong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Wu Yu had disclosed to her. Why the sudden silence? She pressed. She is a doctor. It is her duty to save lives, he defended. Is that so inappropriate? She is a forensic doctor, not a general practitioner. Shen Xinyan pouted slightly, feeling that something was amiss, especially given the sensitive nature of the injury. Han Dong found himself at a loss for words. Yet, why did it seem as though Shen Xinyan's demeanor was somewhat unusual? Could it be that she felt a pang of jealousy? This revelation was rather surprising to Han Dong. Was Wu Yu's analysis truly accurate? That Shen Xinyan harbored feelings for him? This was quite intriguing. It seemed he would have to refrain from drinking in the future, having narrowly avoided trouble. Noticing Han Dong's silence, Shen Xinyan hastily diverted the conversation to alleviate the tension. It would be best if you refrained from drinking. You clearly cannot handle it, she remarked. Is everything all right with you now? Han Dong asked gently, noticing the flush on her cheeks. Cough. Yes, all is well, she replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. That is good to hear, he said. Do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave. All right, she confirmed. Goodbye, Teacher Shen. Han Dong waved as he departed the administrative building. Shen Xinyan gazed after his upright figure, her eyes dreamy, lost in thoughts unknown. The two girls had invited Han Dong to join them, but he had politely declined. With Mu Wanji away on a business trip, Han Dong suddenly realized he had become a solitary figure. However, this solitude was not unwelcome, granting him a degree of peace. After consuming the medicinal concoction prepared by Han Dong, he felt his health improving steadily, even surpassing his condition prior to illness. His respect for Han Dong deepened, and he no longer dared to indulge in frivolities. To be candid, regardless of one's immense power or wealth, when your life is in another's hands, it is akin to having your vital point grasped. What further struggle could there be? Of course, he had also inadvertently spread the word within his circle. Through the successful treatments of influential figures such as Mu Tiansheng and Shui Hongji, Han Dong had garnered a certain reputation within elite society. Half of the affluent in Gusu City were aware of a young miracle worker at Jiangzhou University, capable of curing even cancer. The sole drawback was the rather steep consultation fees. If Han Dong were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly consider himself a great fool. He had never proactively demanded consultation fees. They were always offered willingly by his patients. As he drifted for a while on the artificial lake at the center of the estate, Han Dong felt that residing in such a vast mansion alone was indeed somewhat isolating. For the time being, it would be preferable to stay in the empty courtyard. In the future, when he has built a prosperous family of his own, complete with a wife and children, he would invite his parents and relatives to join him, transforming the household into a lively gathering. While Han Dong was enjoying tea and boating on the lake, Cui Hao arrived, driving a BMW 6 with a tall, fair-skinned beauty seated in the passenger seat. As an outsider, you might not yet be aware that Gusu Street is located in the heart of Jiangzhou's Old Town, where most of the buildings are protected historical structures. The fact that our family could construct a residence on this street speaks volumes about the challenges involved. The Dongyuan spans 10 acres, featuring 3 courtyards and 9 buildings. My father remarked that this is a mansion meant to be passed down through generations. And once I am married, it will be handed down to me. After the two disembarked, Cui Hao proudly introduced the mansion to the beauty beside him. exuding a palpable sense of superiority. "Oh, whose car is that?" she inquired, glancing at the Lamborghini parked at the entrance. While Chui Hao's BMW is also a luxury vehicle worth millions, it pales in comparison to the Lamborghini. Chapter 41. Why is it always you? "It must be the new car my dad bought for me," Chui Hao said, his eyes lighting up upon seeing it. I had mentioned my desire for such a car to him previously, and I was pleasantly surprised that he had actually gifted me one. "Since your father is here, I suppose I should refrain from entering," the beauty said, clearly feeling a bit shy at the mention of parents. "Don't worry, my dad won't bite. There's nothing to fear." Chui Hao chuckled, assuring her that he had no objections to me dating. "I'm not your girlfriend," she replied playfully, giving him a mock glare. Chui Hao smiled slightly, choosing not to respond. At such moments, there was no need to dwell on labels. It was inevitable, wasn't it? "Come, let me show you around." It rivals any scenic spot in the Jiangnan Gardens. The grand entrance of the mansion stood ajar as Chui Hao led the way, and they entered Danyuan, one following the other. Spanning 10 acres, the estate boasted expansive grounds, with winding paths and flowing streams, creating picturesque scenes at every turn. It was indistinguishable from those gardens that charge admission. The beauty gasped in awe, repeatedly expressing that living in such a mansion would be worth a lifetime. "Look, someone is boating on the lake," she pointed out. "That must be my dad. Come, let us say hello," Chui Hao replied, his face beaming with joy. The two made their way across the winding bridge to the small dock by the lake. "Dad," Chui Hao called out loudly. Chui Hongji had transferred ownership of the mansion to him, and the family was likely unaware of this. Chui Hao, in his pursuit of impressing the beauty, mistakenly believed she was mistaking him for Chui Hongji. Thus, he grinned and asked, "Are you sure we're in this kind of relationship?" Upon recognizing his face, Han Dong felt an overwhelming surge of irritation. "What the hell are you doing here?" Standing at the bow of the boat, Han Dong faced the wind with his hands clasped behind his back as the boat glided swiftly toward the shore without a breeze. The beauty, taken aback by his demeanor, was momentarily stunned. How is it that a manually operated black-sailed boat, devoid of any external power and without anyone rowing from behind, manages to glide across the water? For cultivators, this is a trivial matter, merely a matter of exerting their energy to propel the vessel. However, for ordinary mortals, it is quite astonishing. Chui Hao's thoughts were far removed from his quandary. Upon Han Dong's arrival ashore, the sight of his face ignited a spark of fury within him. "I ask you, why are you at my home?" "Let me take a wild guess," Han Dong remarked, casting a glance at the beautiful woman beside him. "You wish to impress a lady. So you brought her here to flaunt? Does that concern you?" Chui Hao retorted with irritation. "Of course it does," Han Dong replied nonchalantly, "because this is my home, not a stage for your ostentation." Chui Hao erupted in laughter, his anger morphing into ridicule. "I see you've lost your mind. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a residence?" "Regrettably, I seem to be a tad more deserving than you," Han Dong countered. "Get out of here immediately. Otherwise, I'll call the police and ensure you face the consequences." Chui Hao was nearly beside himself with rage. "You might want to call your father. He'll confirm the truth." "I am disinclined to engage in further banter." Han Dong shot him a cold glance. "You're really pushing your luck." Chui Hao couldn't restrain his frustration any longer. Han Dong's expression shifted dramatically as he seized Chui Hao's shirt, effortlessly tossing him into the air. A man weighing over 150 pounds soared like a mere doll, tracing a vibrant arc before crashing into the courtyard outside with a resounding thud. The beautiful woman gaped in astonishment, her mouth agape for a prolonged moment. "Rest assured, I have calculated the distance and angle. He will land in the moat and come to no harm." Han Dong smiled slightly. "Can you truly calculate such things? Are you a deity?" The woman's surprise was palpable. "If you believe so, then perhaps I am." Han Dong shrugged. "Is this mansion genuinely yours?" she inquired skeptically. "It indeed belonged to the Chui family, but Chui Hao's father transferred ownership to me. And the Lamborghini parked out front, is that yours as well? Why else would it be there? But why would they transfer such a lavish estate to you? You witnessed my prowess just moments ago. They likely feared they could not contend with me." Han Dong grinned. It was evident he was jesting, and the woman, no fool, did not take his words at face value, yet she refrained from probing further, instead smiling softly. "My name is Lu Lin, a finance major at Jiang University. And you? Are you a sophomore or junior?" "Junior," Lu Lin replied with a smile. "Ah, so Chui Hao is quite the character, managing to woo a senior." "Please don't say it so bluntly. I have only recently met him. Our relationship is not as you might assume." "No need for explanations." Han Dong waved his hand dismissively. "Your relationship is of no concern to me. You haven't told me your name yet." "Han Dong, a first-year student in the law department." "Really? You're also a junior at our university?" Lu Lin expressed her astonishment. Does it not seem so? Not that, but I just think this year's freshmen are remarkably impressive. She observed, her gaze filled with increasing wonder. Han Dong smiled, choosing to remain silent. It is not the prowess of the freshmen that is remarkable, but rather my own capabilities, or perhaps the formidable legacy of the Golden Crow Emperor. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the air. Has Cui Hao called the police? Lu Lin's expression was one of astonishment. This was not surprising. Han Dong chuckled nonchalantly and decided to investigate. He took the lead, with Lu Lin hastily following behind. Upon stepping outside, they beheld a police car stationed in the square, where Cui Hao was drenched, resembling a drowned rat, passionately recounting his grievances to two officers. As soon as he spotted Han Dong, his voice escalated by an octave. It's him. He trespassed into my home and even assaulted me. Please arrest him immediately. The two officers, with serious expressions, approached Han Dong. Please present your identification, the elder officer commanded sternly. Here are my identification and property deed. I am indeed the rightful owner of this residence. This person has unlawfully entered my home and attacked me. I kindly request the police to uphold justice. Han Dong replied with a smile. The officers scrutinized the identification and property deed closely. The names matched, confirming that the estate belonged to Han Dong. Chapter 42. I apologize for the embarrassment. What is your name? The older officer inquired, casting a disapproving glance at Cui Hao. I am Cui Hao, son of Cui Hongji, the chairman of Hongji Real Estate. You claim this residence is yours, yet the deed indicates it is registered under Han Dong's name, the officer stated. Cui Hao rushed forward to examine the document, only to find the officer's assertion to be true, though he was unwilling to accept it. This is impossible. Dong Yuan is clearly my family's property. How could he possess the deed? It must be a forgery. Please arrest him and interrogate him thoroughly. How could a rural bumpkin, who has only been in Jiangzhou for a month, afford a mansion worth hundreds of millions? It is evident something is amiss. Cui Hao's face flushed a deep shade of red, and he spat as he spoke, unintentionally showering the officer with saliva. Are you insinuating that we lack intelligence? The elder officer retorted, his tone sharp. That is not what I meant. Cui Hao stammered, his agitation rendering his speech incoherent. If you wish to ascertain the truth, why not call your father? Han Dong suggested calmly. Cui Hao shot him a fierce glare before stepping aside to make the call. Cui Hongji, currently with his mistress, was irked by the piercing ring of his phone. Seeing that the caller was his son only added to his displeasure. What do you want at this hour? I am in a meeting, Cui Hongji replied with a scowl. His mistress barely restrained a laugh. In a meeting? You truly know how to spin a tale. Dad, about the mansion at Dongyuan Cui Hao began tentatively. I sold it. Guiyongji's nept kartri. What? Why would you sell such a fine residence? My mother said it was to be kept for me until I marry. Cui Hao nearly burst into tears. The company needs funding for its development. If we don't sell the mansion, will you provide the money, or will your mother? Cui Hongji's temper flared. Cui Hao's shoulders slumped in defeat. His father was the ruler of the household, while he remained merely a parasite, devoid of any real authority. I would like to know who you sold the mansion to. He pressed. His name is Han Dong, and he happens to be your classmate. Look at him. He is your age and so accomplished. What do you possess besides the ability to squander money on women? I'm hanging up now. You can continue with your business. Cui Hongji grunted dismissively. Cui Hongji let out an angry huff and promptly ended the call. Cui Hao felt utterly deflated. His father had no reason to deceive him. It seemed that the house had indeed been sold to Han Dong. He was not foolish and had come to realize that Han Dong was likely not as simple as he appeared. Damn it, a wolf in sheep's clothing. How about it? My property deed isn't fake, is it? Han Dong asked with a smile. Cui Hao awkwardly traced the outline of a 3-bedroom apartment on ground. You tell me, is it us who lack intelligence? Or is it you? Issues that could be resolved with a phone call, and yet you call the police? You must bear the consequences for making a false report. Do you understand? The older police officer's expression was stern. I'm sorry, officer. Cui Hao had no choice but to lower his head. Considering your youth and that this is your first offense, I'll let you off with a warning this time. If there's a similar incident in the future, you'll be detained directly. Do you understand? No. The issue of property ownership is what I failed to clarify. But I did not make a false report. He nearly killed me. Surely you must intervene? Cui Hao insisted, unwilling to back down. What do you mean? The two officers exchanged glances. Cui Hao then recounted the details of his confrontation with Han Dong. So you're saying he threw you out of the yard? The younger officer asked, astonished. Indeed, if I hadn't been fortunate enough to fall into the river, I surely would have been killed. What is your weight? The older officer inquired. 76 kilograms. He must be a giant to throw a man weighing over 150 pounds so far. Please use some common sense when fabricating stories. The two officers, uninterested in his ramblings, climbed into their patrol car and drove away. Hey, Chuehao was left stunned. This world was so absurd. Did no one believe the truth? Do you know why I threw you out? Because you were being obnoxious, Han Dong said, narrowing his eyes. Keep talking, and I won't hesitate to throw you even further. He made a move to act, and Chuehao, terrified, quickly ducked into his car and sped away, abandoning his female companion. Lu Lin seemed unconcerned. Her attention was entirely focused on Han Dong now. Aren't you going to invite me to your home? She asked, flashing a smile she thought was charming. Sorry, I have things to do. I must be going, Han Dong replied, disinterested, locking the door before heading to his vehicle. Where are you off to? Let me hitch a ride. Lu Lin called after him. Not on my route. You can take a taxi, Han Dong said, starting the engine and roaring away from Dong Yuan. Not a single decent man. He didn't even ask me where I was going. Just said it wasn't tea on his way. Lu Lin fumed, kicking a roadside post in frustration. Clearly, this enigmatic, powerful, and affluent junior did not find her appealing. Although she wasn't the belle of the campus, Lu Lin was confident in her beauty. As the saying goes, a woman is a veil between men. She resolved to use every charm at her disposal to win this junior over. If she wanted to be the mistress of Dong Yuan, she had to make an effort. Han Dong, however, had no interest in Lu Lin. It was evident that she was a gold digger, seeking to ensnare a wealthy partner with her looks and figure. Her willingness to date Chuehao was merely a means to an end, drawn to him by his association with the wealthy Cui Hongji. Now, upon encountering the mysterious and affluent Han Dong, her focus had swiftly shifted. Ambition and desire are inscribed upon his forehead. He bears no ill will towards gold-digging women. Everyone has the right to choose their preferred way of life. Yet, he equally possesses the right to remain indifferent. Such women typically have thick skins, and once entangled, it becomes arduous to extricate oneself. Thus, it is imperative to sever any of her aspirations from the outset. Han Dong succinctly outlined the situation. Mr. Han, my son has been spoiled by his mother. If he has offended you, please do not take it to heart, Cui Hongji said with a humble demeanor. For your sake, I have merely given him a minor lesson. However, should he continue to provoke me, the consequences may be dire. It would be best for you to clarify matters with him. Han Dong replied nonchalantly. How is your health? Excellent, truly marvelous. I feel even more youthful than before my illness. The medication must not cease. It is essential to continue fortifying. A hint of mockery lingered at the corners of Han Dong's lips. In truth, Cui Hongji had long since recovered. These herbal concoctions were merely to nourish the kidneys and strengthen the spleen, serving as a mere embellishment. He sought to instill in Cui Hongji an understanding of the fragility of health, emphasizing that cancer is not easily cured. Only then would he cherish it and refrain from further mischief. In the afternoon, when Cui Hongji came to collect his medicine, he unexpectedly brought a gift, a finely crafted wooden box. What is this? A Patek Philippe Nautilus, a cherished timepiece of mine, now discontinued and worth 3 times its original price. A small token of my esteem, as I apologize on behalf of my son, Cui Hongji said earnestly. Though Han Dong was not well-versed in watches, he had heard of the Patek Philippe brand. Its only flaw was its exorbitance. He understood Cui Hongji's intent, fearing that Han Dong might be incensed and cease providing him with medication. Thus, a gift was offered to foster goodwill. Very well, Han Dong replied with a slight nod. Upon seeing Han Dong accept the gift, Cui Hongji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he did not incur his wrath and continued to receive his medication, all will be well. Cui Hongji departed with the medicine, expressing his gratitude profusely. Chapter 43. Sports cars and nightclubs are a perfect match. Relishing his solitude, Han Dong continued to delve into the legacy left by the great Emperor Jinwu. By evening, as he contemplated whether to dine out, he received a WeChat message from his high school classmate, Chen Gang. Chen Gang had a decent rapport with him, certainly better than that with Zheng Zikai. However, his academic performance had not matched that of Han Dong and Zheng Zikai, resulting in his admission to Jiangzhou University, a relatively ordinary institution, rather than Jiangzhou University itself. Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology was formed from a merger of the former Jiangzhou Normal University and Jiangzhou Institute of Technology. While it could not compare to Jiangzhou University, it boasted several commendable programs, categorizing it as a first-tier institution. The main campus of Jiang University was located in the city center, whereas Jiang Science and Technology was situated in the suburbs. Despite the distance, both resided within the same city. Thus, they maintained frequent contact. Han Dong, staying on campus. And you? Chen Gang, me too. Do you have any plans for tonight? Han Dong, Just reading, watching some shows, passing the time. Gang, that sounds so dull. How about hitting the nightclub with the guys? Dong, nightclub? Gongzi, you've fallen from grace. Gang, come on, you're an adult now. Time to discard that middle school mindset. How many young people today have never been to a nightclub? Dong, just the two of us, right? Gang, there are so many beautiful girls. Dong, are you trying to tempt me with girls? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Time address, speed. Gang sent a mocking emoji and shared his location on WeChat. It was a nightclub named Hai Pai, approximately 15 kilometers from Jiang University. The time was 6 in the evening. Dong glanced at the clock on the wall. It read 5:07 p.m. As a student from a rural background, he had previously dedicated most of his time to survival and study, never daring to even think about nightclubs. Now, possessing remarkable skills and financial freedom, he felt confident wherever he went. Since it was boring to be alone, he decided to experience the nightlife of the youth. As he stepped out, he hesitated between a Lamborghini and a Porsche, ultimately choosing the Lamborghini. The reason was simple. Sports cars and nightclubs were a perfect match. Although it was styled as a 5-seater sports car, it was evident that its essence remained that of a supercar. With the roar of the engine, Dong drove into the bustling traffic. Amidst the peak hours, the journey was slow and took 40 minutes. The sight of a handsome man in a stylish car drew many glances and whispers of envy from passers-by, wondering which affluent young man was out on the prowl. Guided by the doorman, Dong parked in the underground lot, surrounded by a dazzling array of various sports cars. He took the elevator to the first floor. At the entrance, 2 glamorous bunny girls greeted him with sweet smiles and welcoming voices. Noticing Dong's striking looks, one of them cast him a flirtatious glance. It's no wonder they say a gentle place is a treasure trove of gold. With such an atmosphere, most men would indeed find it hard to resist. Dong observed that the platinum dragon adjacent to Hai Pai looked identical to the black card that Shui Hongji had given him, instantly confirming that this nightclub was an asset under Lin Shenglong's name. Entering the hall, he was engulfed by the explosive beats of heavy metal dance music. A throng of young people danced wildly in the center of the dance floor, all reveling in the moment. The air was thick with a blend of perfume, sweat, and an indescribable essence of youthful hormones, easily igniting the adrenaline of the young. Gang stood in the hall, constantly scanning the surroundings, oblivious to Dong's approach. "What are you looking at?" Dong patted him on the shoulder. "Who the hell are you?" Gang stared wide-eyed, stammering. "Why, you are Dongzi? Who else could it be?" Dong replied with a grin. Gang circled around him, his face filled with disbelief. "It's only been a month since we last met. How did you transform so quickly? Did you eat dinosaur feed?" Daily absorption of the essence of the sun had quietly aided Dong's growth, and he had now reached a height of 180 centimeters. Besides the increase in height, his entire demeanor had undergone a transformative change. Gang couldn't quite pinpoint what was different, but he felt that Dong was entirely unlike the person he had known before. Dong was still Dong, yet he seemed to be someone entirely different. Indeed, Gang nodded in agreement, not wishing to dwell further on the matter. "Let's go. I've been waiting for you." Gang led Dong to a table situated relatively in the center, surrounded by a group of young men and women, numbering over a dozen. "Xiaomin, this is my high school buddy, Dong, from Jiangda Law School." Gang introduced Dong to a round-faced girl. Several girls at the table turned to look at them. From Dong's perspective, the girls were quite attractive, particularly the one in the middle, dressed in a white dress. Her expression impassive, yet exuding a cool elegance. The round-faced girl named Xiaomin, with her plump cheeks, appeared quite charming, fitting perfectly into Gang's ideal type. The girls, including the cool beauty, couldn't help but steal a few glances at Dong, all sensing an inexplicable allure about him. "Hello, I'm Wang Xiaomin." The round-faced girl smiled brightly. "Hello," Dong replied with a slight nod. A few boys glanced over, but offered no acknowledgement, especially the fellow seated in the center, whose hair was styled with mousse, dressed in an exquisitely tailored shirt and trousers, radiating an air of superiority. He cast a dark look at Gang and Dong. "Gang, did you not book a private room? If you wish to pursue my friend, you ought to show some sincerity," remarked a girl with chestnut-colored hair beside Wang Xiaomin, curling her lip in disdain. "I called 3 days ago. It's difficult to reserve a room at Hai Pai." Gang replied awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. "So you expect us to just hang out outside with this large crowd?" The chestnut-haired girl retorted coldly. "Who knew you would bring so many people?" Gang mumbled under his breath. "What did you just say?" The girl raised an eyebrow with displeasure. "Nothing." Gang quickly replied. Dong, possessing keen hearing, understood the situation perfectly. Chun Gang had hoped to pursue Wang Xiaomin, inviting her and her friends to the nightclub, only to have them bring along a whole entourage. The expenses at Hai Pai were considerable, and it was clear that they viewed Chun Gang as easy prey. Pulling Chun Gang aside, Han Dong whispered, "Do you really like Wang Xiaomin that much?" "There's no helping it. I've encountered my ideal type," Chun Gang sighed. "Can't you see they see you as a cash cow? Wang Xiaomin is quite nice. It's just that her roommates can be a handful, particularly the one with chestnut hair. Her name is Qian Dan Dan, a green tea type with a taste for the extravagant, and her reputation precedes her. And the one with the icy features sitting in the middle, what is her name? Han Dong Inkirid Kvietli. What's it to you? Do you fancy her?" Chun Gang teased with a smirk. "She's one of our school's newly crowned beauties, with suitors lining up to Lake Tai. You'd best not get your hopes up. I fear you may end up heartbroken. Enough chatter, just answer my questions." "Her name is Lung Yin, a freshman from the foreign language college. I don't have her contact information, but if you want, I can arrange it for you." "Why would I need contact details when she's right across from me?" Han Dong replied with a serene smile. "Wait, are you really considering making a move? Have you seen that guy with the hair styled like a dog was licking it? He's a local rich kid with a family fortune in the billions, and he is currently pursuing Lung Yin." Han Dong chuckled, remaining noncommittal. "A billionaire's son, you say? Well, Chui Hao's family has tens of billions. He hasn't fared too well either." Chapter 44. Tonight's expenses will be covered by young Master Wang. "I'm off to the restroom." Han Dong gently patted Chun Gang's shoulder. "Go ahead. I shall not accompany you." Chun Gang's heart was entirely tethered to Wang Xiaomin. Seizing a moment to excuse himself, Han Dong discreetly sought out a female attendant and presented her with the illustrious black card. The attendant promptly contacted the manager via intercom, and soon, a slightly plump young man in a tailored suit hurried over to personally attend to Han Dong. "Greetings, esteemed VIP client. I am Lu Dong, the manager at Hai Pai, and everyone addresses me as such. How may I assist you?" The young man beamed with a broad smile. "Could you provide me with a private room?" Han Dong replied nonchalantly. "Certainly, most certainly," Lu Dong responded with a smile. "We have exclusive rooms reserved for our esteemed clients. Please follow me." Han Dong gestured towards Chun Gang's table and specifically instructed, "Take them there, but do not mention my name." He had a good rapport with Chun Gang, and lending a helping hand was no trouble, especially since it would not cost him anything. Lu Dong understood immediately. In all of Jiangzhou City, there were likely no more than 20 individuals capable of wielding the Victory Dragon Entertainment black card, all prominent figures among the elite. This young man must be the son of some powerful magnate, engaging in a game of disguise and cunning. "Very well, as you wish," Lu Dong replied with a smile as he approached Chun Gang and his companions. At that moment, a well-dressed young man had just concluded a phone call with his father. "My dad is quite familiar with the owner of Hai Pai," he declared with an air of superiority. "I just spoke with him, and he said he would instruct his secretary to coordinate a room for us." Wang Xiao is impressive, his entourage chorused, giving him enthusiastic thumbs up. The young man cast a sidelong glance at Chun Gang, mocking, "Wang Xiaomin is my sister. If you wish to pursue her, you ought to assess your own capabilities." Wang Xiaomin felt a wave of embarrassment. Apart from sharing the surname Wang, she had no connection to this Wang Xiao. Chun Gang had suggested inviting her to the nightclub during the National Day holiday, and in a moment of excitement, she mentioned it to her dormitory friends, not anticipating that Qian Dandan would rally such a crowd. "It's fine. We can simply enjoy the atmosphere in the lounge," Wang Xiaomin interjected on Chun Gang's behalf. Just then, Lu Dong approached them with a cheerful demeanor. "A gentleman has reserved a private room for you. Please follow me." "Wow, Wang Xiao just made a call, and the room is already secured. What remarkable efficiency," exclaimed one of the young man's followers. Indeed, Wang Xiao's family holds significant influence in Jiangzhou City. Challenges that ordinary people struggle to overcome can be resolved with just a phone call. Another companion chimed in, fulfilling his role of flattery. Lung Yin shot a cold glance at Wang Xiao, her demeanor remaining frosty. "Let us proceed to the private room." "Lung Yin, it's too noisy here," Wang Xiao said, extending a gentlemanly invitation. Wang Xiaomin cast a slightly apologetic glance at Chun Gang. "It's all right. We're here to enjoy ourselves, and as long as everyone is happy, that is what matters," Chun Gang responded unbothered. Lu Dong led them to room 007, specially reserved for black card clients. The location was prime, the interior lavishly decorated, equipped with top-tier sound systems for singing. Wang Xiao had not anticipated that his father's secretary could secure such an excellent room, and as he listened to his entourage's elaborate praises, his vanity was greatly satisfied. "Sir, as a distinguished guest, you are entitled to complimentary drinks throughout the establishment on your first visit. We hope you enjoy your evening." Lu Dong addressed Han Dong. who stood directly behind young Master Wang. Consequently, young Master Wang mistakenly believed Lu Dong was speaking to him. Any drink is complimentary? Wang inquired, astonished. Indeed, all beverages available in this establishment are free of charge. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. You're welcome. This is the privilege of our esteemed guests. Lu Dong replied with a smile. Thank you, I am truly grateful, Wang said, his face lighting up with joy. Father, when did you become an esteemed guest at Hai Pai without informing me? Lu Dong smiled and nodded at Han Dong before departing. Order lavishly. Select only the finest tonight. All expenses are on young Master Wang. A comedic performer leaped onto the table, dancing wildly. The young men in the private room erupted with howls of excitement. See line. Did you see that? When choosing a boyfriend, one must select someone like young Master Wang. Though not exceedingly handsome, he is dependable. Being with him will alleviate many of life's troubles, Qian Dandan whispered to Celine. Celine smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Let us start with 5 bottles of Royal Salute. Young Master Wang said nonchalantly, snapping his fingers at the service attendant. Certainly, the waiter replied with a smile before exiting. Wow, 1 bottle of Royal Salute costs 888. 5 bottles will total over 40,000. Thanks to young Master Wang, we can indulge in premium foreign liquor. A sycophant chimed in, eager to ingratiate himself. Wow, Royal Salute. If it weren't for young Master Wang, we might never have the chance to drink such fine spirits, Qian Dandan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Originally, it was Chun Gang who invited everyone, but he had been implicitly dismissed from the host role as he could not afford such extravagance and remained silent in the corner. Young Master Wang's gaze fell upon Han Dong. You're not my friend, he stated, his expression darkening. Indeed, I am not, Han Dong replied with a calm smile. I only invite friends to share drinks, especially such costly ones. Are you certain? Absolutely and unequivocally certain. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Han Dong rose, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. Enjoy yourselves. Chen Gang looked apologetically at Han Dong, having invited his friends with good intentions, only for the situation to unfold awkwardly. This girl is quite charming. Cherish her, Han Dong said, patting Chun Gang's shoulder. Have a good time. With that, he turned and exited the private room. Celine glanced at Han Dong's retreating figure, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. Chun Gang hesitated briefly before following him out. Although he had affections for Wang Xiaomin, he valued his bond with Han Dong even more. Chun Gang and Wang Xiaomin also stood. TCH, a couple of impoverished fools from a small town, one of young Master Wang's lackeys scoffed. Upon leaving the private room, Chun Gang could not spot Han Dong amidst the throngs of people outside. It was indeed difficult to find him. He approached the bar and ordered a gin and tonic, drinking quietly to himself. After exiting the private room, Han Dong headed to the restroom, experiencing a moment of blissful relief when suddenly the door swung open. Chapter 45. Encountering Officer Lin again. A young lady in a red dress hurriedly rushed in, startling Han Dong, nearly causing an accident. Hey, you've entered the wrong restroom. This is the men's. He called out loudly to alert her. Is it you? The woman, upon recognizing his face, momentarily froze. Do you know me? Han Dong scrutinized her closely. Just a lecture. I have no desire to know you. The woman coldly snorted, her expression frosty. This demeanor and tone instantly triggered Han Dong's memory. The heavily made-up woman, exuding an air of dust and allure, was none other than the formidable police elite, Lin Fu. Officer Lin, why are you dressed like this? Do you perhaps have a secret profession? Han Dong exclaimed in surprise. Get lost. Lin Fu's brows furrowed in anger as she hissed. Realization dawned on him. She was an undercover agent investigating a case. Han Dong snapped his fingers, eyeing Lin Fu up and down. He had to admit, her current appearance was quite striking, exuding a captivating charm that starkly contrasted with her usual gallant demeanor. Shoo! Lin Fu raised a finger, signaling him to lower his voice. What is wrong? Is someone chasing you? Han Dong instinctively glanced towards the entrance. Suddenly, the door to the men's restroom was kicked open, and 7 or 8 burly men clad in black t-shirts stormed in, each adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers. Imanatinho intimidatinho ha. You filthy woman, hiding in the men's restroom. Do you think you can escape like this? The leader, a bald man towering over 6 feet, wore a fierce expression. You made us search through the women's restroom. It won't ease our wrath if we don't break your hands and feet. Another thug gritted his teeth. What nonsense are you spouting? The bald man sneered. Listen, beauty, if you hand over your phone and agree to be my girl, I'll have my brothers let you go. What do you say? Get lost. Lin Fu's eyes widened in fury as she prepared to charge at them. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. Han Dong reacted swiftly, catching her just in time. You dare drug me. Lin Fu immediately recognized the predicament. These scoundrels, who appear to be mere thugs, were actually drug dealers. Lin Fu had been surveilling this operation, disguising herself as an undercover agent to uncover their entire network and gather evidence of their crimes. Previously, she had mingled with this group, drinking and singing. And during the revelry, she had stealthily taken the bald man's phone. She knew it contained all their transaction records and contacts. Unexpectedly, at a crucial moment, the bald man's phone rang, revealing her cover. In desperation, she had fled into the men's restroom, anticipating that her pursuers would instinctively search the women's restroom first. She had hoped to use that brief window to escape through the ventilation system. However, they had managed to drug her while she was drinking. Lin Fu was uncertain whether they had already discovered her true identity or if there was another reason behind it. Our boss is astute. He had already suspected something was amiss. A nearby thug scoffed. Look at the other women. None of them are as prude as you, hesitating even to touch a hand. Do you think we're fools? The bald man sneered. You know what we do, and since you've been caught, don't think you'll make it out alive. Brothers, take her away. What about him? Is this your first time venturing out to work? The bald man shot him a piercing glare. Do you know how to knock yourself out? Can you feign a fall? Would you like me to teach you? I understand, big brother, the younger man replied, shrinking back. Too frightened to speak further. Two men clad in black rushed over, intent on seizing Lin Fu from Han Dong. With a thunderous crash, the two hefty brutes, each weighing around 180 pounds, were sent flying, crashing into the wall opposite and sliding down like discarded dough, limp and lifeless. The thugs collectively took a step back, their faces a mix of confusion and disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Is it you? The bald man, a notorious drug lord, locked his gaze on Han Dong, his eyes predatory as a serpent's. Though he had not witnessed Han Dong's movements clearly, he instinctively deduced that this young man was the source of the chaos. Quite perceptive, Han Dong grinned, revealing a set of small, white teeth, exuding an air of harmlessness. This kid is a bit uncanny. Let us all take him down. The bald man decisively gestured for his men to attack. Understood, big brother. The thugs withdrew weapons from their pockets, menacingly advancing on Han Dong. With a series of dull thuds, the same sequence unfolded again. The thugs, robust and imposing, moved with surprising grace, and the sounds of their impacts against the wall echoed crisply, ultimately leaving them crumpled like discarded pancakes. The bald man blinked, staring intently at Han Dong, as though he had encountered a specter. Have you grasped the demonstration this time? Han Dong smiled warmly and innocently. No. The bald man shook his head, appearing rather foolish. The speed of Han Dong's actions had indeed been too swift to comprehend. Yet, he realized that this seemingly benign youth was an extraordinary master. He could not ascertain whether the young man was allied with the woman or merely a fortuitous encounter. If it were mere chance, their luck was indeed dreadfully poor. You mentioned earlier about having them strike my head to render me a vegetable? Han Dong stepped forward, supporting Lin Fu as he advanced. Though he seemed relaxed, the bald man felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. In his lifetime, only two beings had instilled such a sense of dread in him: the notorious boss and this young man before him. The boss, a legendary figure, possessed a commanding presence. But how had this youth managed to evoke the same? He appeared to be no more than 20 years old. Perhaps a financial offering would suffice? I'm not greedy. How about 500 million? Han Dong smiled faintly. The bald man coughed, a mouthful of blood threatening to choke him. Selling his entire family would not yield 500 million. The crux of the matter was that he simply did not possess such wealth. 500 million is far too excessive. Could we negotiate a discount? A discount? You truly are a remarkable individual. Should I consider issuing you a card? That could work. Han Dong responded nonchalantly. With a swift motion, Han Dong struck the bald man at the nape of his neck. The man's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, rendered powerless. Thank you, Lin Fu murmured. Though she felt utterly drained, her mind remained alert. She had witnessed every moment of the unfolding drama. Han Dong, no wonder he single-handedly subdued 5 ruthless bandits. His skills are truly extraordinary. Had I not encountered him today, the situation would have been dire. Any previous disdain I held towards him pales in comparison to the debt of gratitude I now owe. No need for thanks. Han Dong stated earnestly. Assisting the police in eradicating crime and deterring evil is an obligation every citizen should fulfill. Well said, Lin Fu remarked, giving him a thumbs up. It's a pity that young men like you are becoming increasingly rare. Officer Lin, how are you feeling? Do you need me to check what poison you might have been exposed to? You can detoxify. My master was both a physician and a martial artist. imparting all his skills to me. I previously cured Mu Tiansheng and Shui Hongji of their peculiar ailments. Is it true that the miracle doctor who can cure cancer is you? Lin Fu asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Just a minor skill, nothing to boast about. Han Dong replied with a faint smile, exuding an air of confidence. Lin Fu rolled her eyes. Curing cancer and calling a minor skill? Can't you tone down the arrogance? Han Dong refrained from further banter, grasping her wrist and forcefully channeling a surge of pure yang energy into her. No matter the poison, I shall eradicate it. The pure yang energy now accumulating within Han Dong was refined from the essence of the sun, utilizing the techniques of the heavenly physician sect. It could only roam within the meridians, fundamentally different from the vital energy gathered in the dantian of a practitioner in the qi refinement stage. While it may not match the vital energy, the pure yang energy proved to be an effective means of healing and detoxifying ordinary individuals. As the energy circulated within Lin Fu, it acted like a high-pressure water gun, thoroughly cleansing her body of toxins. Lin Fu felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen and hurried into a private cubicle, followed by a series of indescribable and peculiar sounds. Though she understood this was part of the detoxification process, Han Dong was nonetheless repelled by the overwhelming stench. A few minutes later, Lin Fu emerged from the cubicle. Although she appeared calm on the surface, the blush that extended to her ears betrayed her embarrassment. It was utterly mortifying to have such a spectacle unfold before a male. She found herself at a loss, feeling as if she were at the brink of despair and contemplating a mutual demise with Han Dong. Feeling better? Han Dong inquired with a composed expression. Lin Fu glanced at him, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. A warmth spread through her heart as she moved her limbs and slowly replied, "The feeling of fatigue has dissipated. I should be fine now. But I want to know how you accomplished that. No medication, no injections, just a touch on the wrist, and it's resolved? I used internal energy to help detoxify you." But it's not as simple as it appears, Han Dong casually fabricated. Internal energy? Lin Fu suddenly understood, realizing why she had felt a warm current flowing within her. It seemed that not all the tales in martial arts novels were mere fabrications. Her gaze towards Han Dong now held a hint of reverence. "Since you've recovered, you can handle the aftermath yourself. I have to go out and charm some ladies," Han Dong declared, wishing to disengage from their conversation. "All right," Lin Fu replied, momentarily taken aback. "I'm leaving now, then. Bye." Han Dong turned to depart, as if chased by a pack of hyenas. This guy isn't a man-eater. So why the hurry? She thought to herself. Lin Fu gazed at his retreating figure, feeling a twinge of hurt within her. After all, she was a flower of the municipal bureau, pursued eagerly by numerous elite gentlemen. Yet, you chose to abandon me for the sake of a nightclub girl? It was infuriating. Anger aside, work could not be neglected. The mess before her needed to be addressed. With the evidence now in hand, it was imperative to detain the bald man and his accomplices. Thus, she dialed her superior's number, urging them to arrive promptly to apprehend the suspects. Locking the door behind her, Lin Fu awaited her teammate's support. Meanwhile, after exiting, Han Dong spotted Chun Gang sulking at the bar, nursing a drink. "You've come out?" Han Dong smiled. "Now that you've left, how could I possibly stay?" Chun Gang sighed. "What would you like to drink?" "My treat. I'll have whatever you're having." He replied, "Another gin and tonic." Chun Gang instructed the bartender. Coming right up, the bartender replied, skillfully preparing the drink. The two clinked their glasses, sipping and conversing. Han Dong, ever observant, noticed two waiters carrying several bottles of foreign liquor into the 007 private room, a smile creeping onto his lips. "You still find this amusing?" Shen Gong lamented. "Would you want to see that Wong fellow on his knees, calling you daddy? Andoms sumila dapanat." "I would indeed, but how can we bring that to fruition? The spirit is lacking." "Just wait and see," Han Dong replied, noticing the exuberant manager, Lu Dong, approaching. He raised his glass, cheerfully exclaiming, "Lu, care for a drink?" Lu Dong looked surprised. "Mr. Han, what brings you here?" "I was forced out." Han Dong's expression turned grave. "What?" Lu Dong's voice rose sharply. "That was your room. Who dared to throw you out?" Shin Gang looked at Lu Dong, puzzled, unsure why he referred to it as your room. Was it possible that the room was not booked by Wong, but rather reserved for Han Dong? Han Dong merelus mi led incidents. "Mr. Han, there's no need for concern. I will handle this," Lu Dong said, his face darkening as he instructed his subordinates over the walkie-talkie to retrieve the consumption records from the 007 room. 10 minutes later, a long receipt was delivered to Lu Dong. Chapter 46. "It truly hurts," he muttered. "Over 2 million in drinks? This is outrageous." Lu Dong spat in frustration. "It can't be done like this, even if it's complimentary. Are we to be the fools here?" He beckoned a few security personnel and stormed into the 007 room. Inside, young Master Wang reveled with his entourage, enjoying the company of female university students, treating bottles worth thousands as if they were mere soda. The room was thick with the scent of alcohol and saturated with an atmosphere of hormones. Wang, drink in hand, leaned toward Lung Yin, boasting eloquently of his vast knowledge. Lung Yin responded with indifference, offering only perfunctory remarks, which only served to heighten Wang's desire. Just as Lu Dong and his men burst in, Wang was poised to escalate his flirtation, naturally displeased at the interruption. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded, his expression hostile. "Did you order these drinks?" Lu Dong asked, his face impassive. "Yes, what is the problem?" Wang retorted. "The total comes to 138,700 yuan. Please settle the bill." "Wasn't it said that drinks were free? This is outrageous." A nearby lackey shouted. "Do you possess the supreme card of Shenglong Entertainment? We exclusively offer complimentary beverages to our esteemed clients upon their initial visit. Why was this not mentioned at the outset? This is nothing short of scam. The gentleman who reserved this private room indeed holds a supreme card. However, I have come to realize that you appear to have no connection with him. Please hold on. The room was booked by my father's assistant, and I can easily verify this." Wang Xiao hastily dialed his father's assistant. 2 minutes later, he hung up the phone, visibly dejected, for his father's assistant was entirely unaware of the situation. He then called his father, only to hear that his son had ordered over 2 million in drinks at a nightclub in pursuit of a girl. Wang Antai erupted in a fit of rage, proclaiming, "You must clean up the mess you created yourself. I will not intervene," before abruptly ending the call. A cold sweat drenched Wang Zhen's shirt. As he knew his father all too well, when he says he won't assist, it is a definitive stance. "What do we say now?" Lu Dong remarked coldly. "Manager, my name is Wang Zhen. My father is the owner of Antai Home Furnishings, Wang Antai, who has collaborations with your establishment. Might you consider granting a concession?" The arrogance of Wang Xiao was extinguished like a flame doused with water, his head bowed in defeat. "Who is Wang Antai? I do not recognize him." Lu Dong replied icily. "You dare impersonate our supreme member to swindle drinks and order such expensive beverages? Do you think Shenglong Entertainment is a pushover?" The room full of young patrons fell silent, genuinely frightened by the unfolding scene. Especially the group of gold-digging women led by Qian Dandan, who had been so boisterous earlier, now appeared terrified. They had boasted about never having tasted such fine foreign liquor, encouraging Wang Zhen to make extravagant orders. "It's not fair to expect a girl to pay," Qian Dandan exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. "Now she claims to be a lady, yet she drank as greedily as any man. What a bunch of hypocrites." Wang Zhen cursed vehemently. "Hey, why are you insulting others?" Lung Yin frowned. "You're not innocent either. We're in a nightclub having a good time. So why pretend to be pure? I treated you to such expensive drinks, and you won't even let me hold your hand. Do you think you're adorned with diamonds?" Wang Zhen shot her a scornful glance. The girls exchanged glances, astonished that this well-dressed young heir could be so despicable. "If you want to flaunt your power, you should first settle the bill for the drinks," Lu Dong retorted coldly. "I have no money. Do as you please," Wang Zhen defiantly declared. "Huh." Lu Dong responded with a sardonic smile. "People like you are all too common. Rest assured, Shenglong Entertainment never reports those who dine and dash. Our boss, Lian Shenglong, specializes in dealing with such rogues." "Wait, Lian Shenglong? Isn't he the notorious underworld figure from Jiangzhou? Rumor has it he has taken numerous lives, even encasing a debtor in cement and submerging another in a cage in Taihu Lake. While these may be mere tales, there is often a kernel of truth to them. My father once cautioned me to enjoy myself, but to avoid provoking Lian Shenglong at all costs. He never anticipated that this nightclub was part of Lian Shenglong's empire." Wang Zhen was almost paralyzed with fear. "Manager, we genuinely did not know your establishment's rules. You initially stated the drinks were complimentary, which is why we ordered them. Complimentary does not equate to ordering the most expensive options. Do you take us for fools?" Lu Dong felt the piercing gaze of a thug behind him, causing Wang Zhen to flinch in fear. "I was addressing the owner of the private room, not you," Lu Dong remarked indifferently. "The owner of the private room?" Wang Zhen scratched the back of his head, a bit confused. "That would be Mr. Han. He is our esteemed client at Shenglong Entertainment. This room is exclusively reserved for him, and he is entitled to complimentary beverages on his first visit." "Are you referring to Han Dong?" Wang Xiaomin's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Indeed, Mr. Han's name is Han Dong," Lu Dong replied, his expression unchanging. He had booked the private room for his friends, unaware that some individuals had misconstrued their status and attempted to eject him. Since the owner is not present, What grounds do we have to grant you any discounts? Doesn't that seem reasonable? Wang Jun finally grasped the crux of the matter. I see. Where is Mr. Han? He inquired urgently. At the bar, Lu Dong replied. Let us go. I will speak with him. Nodding, he led his subordinates out of the private room, with Wang Jun and his entourage trailing behind. At the bar, Han Dong and Chen Gang were enjoying drinks when they noticed a large group approaching. What is this commotion? Chen Gang exclaimed, startled. Mr. Han, I presume? Wang Jun forced a smile. Yes, what is it? Han Dong cast a sideways glance at him. Wang Jun swallowed hard and recounted the events that had transpired in the private room, concluding, as friends, could you kindly speak to the manager and request a waiver for our drinks? Wang Jun felt as if his face was swelling, to the point where even his mother would fail to recognize him. I apologize for my ignorance, he said, lowering his stance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Jun, the son of Wang Antai, the owner of Antai Home Furnishings. It is never too late to forge friendships. Should you encounter any troubles in Suzhou, do not hesitate to reach out. You cannot even manage this minor situation. How could you assist me with any real issues? Han Dong replied, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Instantly, Wang Jun's face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Mr. Han, could you possibly show us some leniency? He pleaded, almost begging. He was not afraid of Han Dong, but he feared the wrath of Sheng Long, a formidable predator in the business world. The thought of being trapped, akin to sinking into Taihu Lake, made his urgency palpable. If he were to cough up over 2 million, it would be an insurmountable challenge. His family was not wealthy. He received a mere 100,000 in pocket money each month. His extravagant lifestyle and penchant for flaunting wealth had left him in debt, with credit cards maxed out to over 1 million. How could he settle such a hefty bill? Chapter 47. Your posture of kneeling and calling me daddy is quite impressive. I am neither your friend nor your father. Why, daddy? Before Han Dong could finish his sentence, Wang Jun swiftly knelt, calling out daddy. Puffed. Chen Gang spewed his drink in disbelief. The spectators were momentarily frozen, particularly Wang Jun's followers, who were utterly embarrassed, unsure where to hide their faces. The women present, including Lung Yin and Qian Dandan, looked on with disdain, their internal contempt palpable. The privileged second generation, Chuna Maid, has truly embarrassed himself. Chen Gang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. When did Dongzi become so formidable? Han Dong was also somewhat taken aback, as he fixated on Wang Jun for a full minute before slowly remarking, I never expected your special brew to reveal such talent. Far from harboring disdain, he felt an increased sense of vigilance. A person capable of enduring humiliation is undoubtedly exceptional. Such individuals, akin to venomous snakes, can bear the weight of indignity when circumstances favor their adversaries. However, once granted an opportunity, they will reveal their fangs and deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, a few onlookers, eager for gossip, gathered around and indulged in mockery. Mr. Han, look at Wang Jun. He remains expressionless, treating the surrounding laughter as mere air. Han Dong glanced at Lu Dong, who, being astute, instantly grasped Han Dong's intent. With a stern countenance, he declared, for Mr. Han's sake, we shall offer a discount on the drinks. You may leave for a mere 630,000. The nightclub profits primarily from beverage sales, often exorbitantly so. The figure Lu Dong quoted was essentially the cost of the drinks, ensuring a modest profit. Nonetheless, this act of kneeling saved them 1.5 million, which was certainly worthwhile. He did not contest further and swiftly processed the payment. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Wang Jun departed, his head held high, though his neck visibly flushed with embarrassment. His sycophants trailed behind, heads bowed in shame. Thank you, President Liu, for your efforts, Han Dong smiled. That lad is quite a character. You must be cautious. Lu Dong couldn't help but advise. Those who are hard on themselves tend to be even harsher on others. Thank you for the reminder, President Liu. I am well aware. Lu Dong nodded and departed with his subordinates. What shall we do next? Chen Gang appeared bewildered. Let the music play and the dancing continue. Han Dong replied with a smile. Wang Xiaomin and her circle of friends dramatically altered their attitude towards Chen Gang, affectionately calling him Brother Gang. Their enthusiasm was palpable. Chen Gang realized that all of this was orchestrated by his good friend Han Dong. The saying love for the house extends to the crow perfectly encapsulated the situation. Wang Xiaomin was overjoyed, finally gaining the approval of her dormitory friends for the boy she fancied. She linked her arm with Chen Gang's, grinning from ear to ear. Chen Gang felt elated, as his friend's timely intervention had propelled his relationship with Wang Xiaomin to a new level. Previously, they had only shared ambiguous feelings, but now they could comfortably link arms. Although Qian Dandan and her friends were more attracted to Han Dong, they dared not approach him, primarily due to the intimidating display of strength he had exhibited, even bringing a local rich second generation like Wang Zhun to his knees. This left the young women in awe. Yin, he is far more impressive than Wang Zhun, handsome and powerful. You must seize this opportunity, Qian Dandan whispered in Lung Yan's ear. Lung Yan stole a glance at Han Dong, only to find his gaze directed at her, catching her off guard. She casually turned her head, feigning ignorance. Han Dong chuckled softly. The girl was quite adept at maintaining her composure. Her appearance, physique, and demeanor were beyond reproach. Even when compared to Qiao Shi and Shun Qianyan, she held her own. Yet, Han Dong's affection for her was remarkably limited. Did she remain oblivious to Wang Zhun's intentions? Did she fail to grasp the implications of an invitation to a nightclub? In this world, such naive souls are a rarity. Not a single beautiful girl is without her own cunning. For Han Dong, a woman like Lung Yan was suitable for fleeting pleasures, but he had no desire for deeper emotional entanglements. Such pursuits would be a waste. Inside the private room, the karaoke equipment was in full swing, as Chun Gang and Wang Xiaomin unabashedly showcased their vocal prowess, engaging in a duet of romantic ballads. Meanwhile, the other girls indulged in drinks, adding to the revelry with playful teasing. Han Dong lounged on the sofa, sipping his drink with a cheerful demeanor, while Lung Yan occupied the opposite end, maintaining her characteristic reserve. He refrained from making any advances, and she continued to uphold her dignity. Qian Dandan approached Lung Yan, holding her drink, and whispered, "Director, why not take the initiative? Such a splendid opportunity is slipping away. I'm not familiar with him, nor do I have any inclination to pursue him. Why should I take the lead?" Lung Yan replied, taking a delicate sip of her drink. "It seems he is somewhat concerned about your relationship with Wang Zhun." Qian Dandan mused. "There is nothing between Wang Zhun and me. He has been the one vying for attention, and I have not reciprocated. I understand that you two are not involved, but he is unaware. He sees you drinking with Wang Zhun and assumes you are an item. Please refrain from using such harsh language. It was you who insisted on coming to the nightclub, and you who dragged me into this with Wang Zhun. You never mentioned he would be here. Otherwise, I would have certainly declined. Initially, I intended to leave upon seeing him, but as your dormitory sister, I did not wish to complicate matters for you. To be frank, you have accepted quite a few favors from Wang Zhun. Haven to you? Oh, I merely mentioned it. No need to react so strongly," Qian Dandan retorted, feeling a bit guilty, and quickly changed the subject. "Fine, you can make your own decisions. I won't meddle any further." With that, she returned to her group of friends. "Can't you at least help me explain?" Lung Yan gazed longingly at Qian Dandan's retreating figure. Such a sister is, in truth, unreliable. Their eyes met briefly. She understood that Han Dong harbored misconceptions about her, yet she held her pride. "You are not someone significant in my life. Why should I feel compelled to explain myself?" Thus, they both settled into their respective corners, ignoring one another, each lost in their own thoughts as they consumed their drinks. Han Dong remained unfazed, while Lung Yan felt a tinge of melancholy. Drinking alone can lead to a quick intoxication, especially given her moderate tolerance for alcohol. As the night wore on and the festivities began to wind down, it became apparent that Lung Yan was quite inebriated. "Brother Dong, you have a car, right?" Qian Dandan, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, inquired of Han Dong. "Yes," Han Dong replied casually. "Perfect." He was not naive. He recognized that this materialistic woman desired some intrigue for her friend. Why not indulge? They were treating them to such expensive drinks. It would be unwise to let the expense go unreciprocated. Although Wang Zhun was the one covering the bill, it still bore his name, did it not? Moreover, Lung Yan had likely come to the nightclub with the intent of serving as Wang Zhun's temporary companion. Since she was prepared for that role, who was he to deny the natural progression? Though his own desires remained unfulfilled, he could certainly create a presence and save the opportunity for later. Thus, he did not refuse. Chapter 48. This joke has gone too far. It should still be the four of you sisters together. I will take Dongzi's car. With bleary eyes, Chun Gang was a loss, pulled over by Wang Xiaomin. "What are you doing? Why are you dragging me?" Chun Gang protested, feeling somewhat indignant. "Can't you show a bit of discernment? Qian Dandan wants to create an opportunity for your buddy and Yin Yin to be alone." Wang Xiaomin pinched him. Chun Gang was taken aback for a moment, but then broke into a grin. "Dongzi, this fellow has quite the fortune with the ladies. But how did he become so impressive all of a sudden? I must scrutinize this further when I get the chance." The four of them waited by the roadside as Han Dong went to the underground garage to retrieve the car. Before long, a brand new Lamborghini pulled up to their waiting spot. The window slid down slowly, and Han Dong waved at them. "Guagua, it's a Lamborghini." Qian Dandan and the other girls' eyes sparkled, and they stomped their feet in excitement. Wang Zhen, who prided himself as a wealthy second-generation tycoon, merely drove a BMW 5 Series. Meanwhile, Han Dong's silent chariot was a Lamborghini worth several million. The girls might not be very knowledgeable about cars, but they understood that those who drove luxury vehicles wielded resources, wealth, and abilities that surpassed those of the average person. The dorm head truly snagged a golden turtle this time. It's utterly enviable. Dongzi, is this your car? Shen Gong inquired, astonished. Mohm, Han Dong replied nonchalantly. How is this possible? I mean, come on, this is downright unscientific. Chun Gang stammered, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. He was well aware of Han Dong's family circumstances, which could only be described as quite ordinary. Just a month ago, they had taken a hard-seat train together to school. Now, Han Dong was able to afford a top-tier sports car and possessed a prestigious VIP card, something that baffled anyone. I'll explain it to you later. Let us help classmate Lung inside first, Han Dong chuckled. Chun Gang's reaction was entirely understandable. Even he occasionally found himself thinking it felt like a dream. Oh, a few girls assisted in placing Lung Yin in the back seat. We can't park here for too long. I'll head off first. All right, take care. Chun Gang waved. The roar of the engine filled the air as the Lamborghini merged into the bustling traffic. The iconic taillights of the car shone brilliantly against the night sky. Gongzi, how's your buddy's character? Wang Xiaoman bit her lip, looking concerned. He's great. How could a buddy that Gongzi values be anything less? Chun Gang slurred slightly from the drink. Xiaoman, what do you mean by that? Qian Dandan exclaimed in disbelief. Yin Yin is drunk after all. She's so beautiful. I worry Han Dong won't be able to resist. What if something happens? What are you talking about? Qian Dandan looked at her as if she were a dinosaur. Gongzi's buddy is handsome, wealthy, and can handle situations well. If the dorm head is with him, it's a sure win. I actually hope something does happen between them. But they just met. ISNT that a bit too soon? Come on, what era are we in? Girls nowadays are fiercer than ever. With Han Dong's conditions, if he doesn't act quickly, he'll be snatched up by some other enchantress. Do you believe that? Alas, if I possessed the beauty of Yin Yin, I would not have left it to her. A taxi has arrived. Let us board. Chun Gang beckoned a few girls to get into the vehicle while reassuring Wang Xiaoman. Do not worry. Dongzi is not that kind of person. Chun Gang, still youthful, was unaware that a man's demeanor varies significantly before his friends and in the presence of beautiful women. In this world, there exists no absolute good person. Moreover, hasn't Han Dong consumed a fair amount of alcohol? What if he were to be caught by the traffic police? Wang Xiaoman expressed her concerns. You're overthinking it. He can manage even Wang Zhen with ease, which indicates considerable influence. I doubt the traffic police would even stop his car, Qian Dandan scoffed. In truth, Qian Dandan had misunderstood. Han Dong did not possess a formidable background, but rather an audacious confidence. With the pure yang energy within him, should he encounter a traffic stop, he could easily evaporate the alcohol from his system with a mere breath. Fortunately, they did not encounter any traffic police during their journey, so he was disinclined to employ his special abilities. With the mastery inherent to a cultivator, he had no cause for concern regarding his driving under the influence of such modest amounts of alcohol. Following the navigation, Han Dong arrived near Jiangke University, stopping outside a 5-star hotel. Cold Yan's cheeks were flushed, her drunken demeanor both charming and exquisite. She leaned heavily against Han Dong, resembling a koala clinging to a tree. While checking in, the male attendant at the front desk, upon catching sight of Cold Yan's stunning visage, felt a surge of jealousy. Such a beautiful girl, and yet, she was being pursued by a boor. As long as it was not him, anyone else was deemed a mere fool. However, upon noticing the Lamborghini keys in Han Dong's hand, he could only lower his head in resignation. Wealthy individuals invariably end up together, a sight for the poor to witness. After completing the registration, Han Dong assisted Cold Yan into their room. She suddenly felt a wave of nausea, covering her mouth as she rushed to the restroom, unleashing her discontent into the toilet. Gazing at the chaotic scene within the bowl, Han Dong nearly retched, hastily flushing away the remnants. Even though he initially held some affection for Cold Yan, all such feelings dissipated in an instant, especially as he noticed remnants of indistinguishable food clinging to her lips. A wave of revulsion washed over him. It was truly unappetizing. He gently wiped her face with a tissue, half supporting, half carrying her to the bed. The moment her head touched the pillow, she quickly succumbed to a gentle snore, sleeping soundly. Her drunken state was a stark contrast to her usual cool demeanor when sober. Alcohol truly is a vile substance. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol himself, Han Dong resolved to spend the night there. Fortunately, It was a twin room with two beds. Cold Yin occupied one, while Han Dong took the other, allowing for mutual tranquility. After showering, he lay in bed, perusing his phone, habitually checking WeChat. He found the dormitory group chat bustling with activity. His 3 dorm mates were inquiring about his whereabouts, questioning why he had not returned home for the night, and speculating whether he had encountered a suitable lady, perhaps deciding to forego his studies. Wu Yuanda quickly pieced it together, commenting on the abundance of beauties at Jiangke University. "You're not off chasing girls, are you?" Han Dong jumped in surprise. Could he truly have guessed the truth? Indeed, there is a remarkable young woman by my side, a true gem. If it weren't for her incomplete pure yang body, I might have taken a different path tonight. What a pity. After a few idle exchanges, I concluded the group chat, turned off the lights, and retired for the night. The following morning, Lung Yin awoke from a drunken stupor, her head pounding and her body feeling weak and limp. As she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, she realized she must be in a hotel. Oh no, she had blacked out. The sound of soft snoring from another person startled her, and she turned towards the noise, nearly tumbling out of bed in terror. A man. There was a man in her room. She stifled a scream and quickly checked her own body. Thankfully, her clothes were intact, and she felt no unusual sensations. The worst fear she had harbored had not materialized. Gradually, she recognized the young man sleeping on the adjacent bed, Han Dong, a classmate of Chun Gang. As her panic subsided, her fragmented memories began to coalesce. It was he who had brought her to the hotel last night. She had been intoxicated and had made quite a mess, yet he had helped her clean up. Remarkably, he had not taken advantage of her vulnerable state. His character was commendable. In today's society, such young men are indeed a rarity. A flicker of gratitude stirred within Lung Yin. If only she knew the truth, one could only wonder how she would feel. Hastily, she rose from the bed, pondered for a moment, retrieved 5 bills from her purse, and placed them on Han Dong's bedside, then tiptoed her way out. Her intention was merely to share the cost of the room. She hadn't considered the potential misunderstandings that could arise. Though she had done nothing shameful, she felt an inexplicable guilt. Masking her face, she scuttled along the wall like a mouse, fearful of being recognized by someone familiar. It was her first time renting a room away from home, especially with a boy she barely knew, and it left her feeling quite embarrassed. Just then, her phone rang. It was Wang Xiaoman. "Where are you?" she inquired. "At a hotel near the school." "Really? You actually went to the hotel with Han Dong?" She disliked lying. Yet the nature of the situation demanded discretion. With a lone man and a woman in a room together, who would believe that nothing untoward had occurred? "Is that true? How can I believe it?" "Believe it or not, I won't explain," she replied. "All right, I believe you," Wang Xiaoman said, "but your voice sounds off. Are you coming down with a cold?" "No, it's just that I might have overindulged last night," Lung Yin admitted, feeling a pang of regret for losing control. In the past, even when faced with unavoidable circumstances, she had only ever sampled the pleasures of intoxication, never fully succumbing to it. Last night, something felt amiss. The atmosphere was off, and her state of mind was unsettled. Hotels usually serve breakfast. Have some porridge to soothe your stomach, and try not to drink so much in the future. "Okay, take care of yourself," Wang Xiaoman advised before ending the call. Lung Yin sighed and quickly stepped out of the hotel. Half an hour later, Han Dong awoke. The first thing he noticed was the 5 crisp bills on the bedside table. Counting them, he confirmed there were indeed 5. Wait a moment. What was the meaning of this? Was she leaving him a fee for services rendered? He was taken aback, feeling as if he had been exploited. His immediate impulse was to make a phone call to inquire about her intentions. If anyone were to retain the payment, it ought to be him. It was not for anyone else to decide. The distinction between being the pursuer and the pursued was significant. As he fished out his phone, he realized he had no means of contacting her. He considered reaching out to Chun Gang for clarity, but hesitated, fearing ridicule. Would he really confide in his friend that he had spent a night with someone from their school and had received 500 yuan as compensation? Asking him to inquire about her true intentions? He could only imagine the laughter that would follow. What troubled Han Dong the most was not the question of who had exploited whom, but rather the fact that he had not engaged in any such transaction at all. Despite holding the money, he felt he had come out on the losing end. Resolving to avoid further entanglement, he decided to wait for an opportunity to have Chun Gang arrange a meeting where he could clarify matters face to face. Chapter 49. Targeted by a viper in a suburban townhouse, Wang Antai, the owner of Antai Home Furnishings, glared at his dejected son across the room. "Dad, I'm sorry. I was wrong," Wang Zhun said, unable to meet his father's gaze. "Oh, pray tell, what exactly did you do wrong? I brought shame upon you. Are you referring to the kneeling incident?" Wang Zhun had already confessed to his father everything that transpired at the High Pi. While it may be somewhat embarrassing, You handled the situation well. After all, Lien Shenglong is not someone we can provoke. Your kneeling, ostensibly before that lad Han, also served to convey a message to Lien Shenglong. Given his temperament, had you not taken some action, he likely would not have let the matter rest. If word got out that someone dined and dashed in his establishment, where would his pride be? With your gesture of submission, Lien Shenglong has saved face. And at the very least, he is unlikely to trouble you again, alleviating our family's concerns, Wang Ontai stated solemnly. But this tarnishes the Wang family's reputation. Huh? Reputation, Wang Ontai scoffed, is a concern for children. Adults prioritize benefits. Furthermore, our family has not yet attained a level where we can afford to be overly concerned about appearances. Wang Jin quickly grasped this wisdom. When you grow powerful, reputation will naturally follow, as exemplified by Lien Shenglong. When you have not yet reached such heights, reputation is the least of your concerns. Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. But could you enlighten me on where I went astray? After this incident, Wang Jun seemed to have matured significantly overnight. Child, remember this. Never invest too much energy or time in women. They're not worth it. Pursuing romance is acceptable, but one must be judicious with expenditures. I never intended to spend so much, Wang Jun interjected defensively. Yet you still spent 630,000. Wang Ontai replied coldly. That amount could secure a university student for an entire year. But what did you gain from it? Wang Jun stared at his father in astonishment. The old man was quite knowledgeable about the market. I was extorted by them. No one is trying to deceive you. It is you who has failed to grasp the situation, Wang Ontai remarked coldly. First and foremost, you did not receive any concrete information from the assistant and presumptuously assumed that the private room was booked by me. That is the first mistake. Secondly, even if the room had been reserved by me, when they stated that the drinks were complimentary, you recklessly chose the most expensive options without consideration, which constitutes a breach of decorum. Complimentary offerings are a gesture of respect towards clients. A sensible person would merely partake modestly, preserving dignity for both parties, rather than treating others as mere fools, which is the second error. Lastly, your gravest mistake is that you have no understanding of who owns this establishment but still dare to act unscrupulously. Remember, the first two errors, while significant, can still be rectified. However, the third mistake is fatal. In a prosperous city like Jiangzhou, a business like ours barely registers on the radar. If we offend the wrong person, we could be obliterated in an instant. I have previously warned you that while enjoying leisure is permissible, one must never provoke Lien Shenglong. Yet, you chose to cause a disturbance in his domain. Are you lacking in judgment? Fortunately, your subsequent handling of the situation was relatively appropriate. Publicly kneeling an apology and settling your dues was wise, for otherwise, you could have put me in jeopardy. Seeing his father's anger, Wang Jun fell silent, not daring to utter a word. The student you clashed with, his name is Han Dong, correct? After venting his frustration, Wang Ontai's emotions had calmed significantly. Yes, from Jiang University's law school. Investigate him. Uncover what connections he possesses. Wang Ontai narrowed his eyes. He is who he is, and Lien Shenglong is Lien Shenglong. If he is indeed a true dragon, we shall concede. However, if he merely wields Lien Shenglong's banner to intimidate, then the misfortune of the Wang family is not so easily trifled with. Whether to maintain face depends on the individual. We can afford to disregard dignity with Lien Shenglong, but with an ordinary person, we must preserve both face and substance. Understood, father. I shall make the arrangements. Wang Jun's triangular eyes glimmered with a cold light. Unbeknownst to Han Dong, he had already caught the attention of a venomous serpent. Even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. The following morning, after finishing his training on the rooftop, Han Dong received a call from Chen Gang, who inquired whether he had succeeded the previous night. Han Dong emphatically replied that he had not, merely escorting Lung Yin to the hotel before returning. This inadvertently corroborated Lung Yan's account. Such matters, when denied, are often met with skepticism, yet suspicion remains mere conjecture without evidence. Chen Gang expressed his heartfelt happiness for him, rambling on about various topics until Ajahn from next door delivered breakfast, prompting Han Dong to end the call. After finishing his meal, uncertain of where to spend his holiday, he received a call from Shun Qianyan. Dongzi, are you awake? The way teacher Shin called him by his nickname was rather endearing. I have already finished breakfast, Han Dong replied irritably. One who has no merit should not speak. One who has merit may retire. You dare to speak to a superior in such a manner? Shin Qianyan's voice instantly rose an octave. Oh dear, what orders does the esteemed one have? Should you require anything, I shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Han Dong replied with utmost seriousness. This is more like it. Shun Qianyun rolled her eyes, stating that there was no need for you to brave fire and water. Merely accompanying us for an outing would suffice. You all? Who else is there besides you? Wu Yu's boyfriend has come from Shanghai, and the two of them insisted on dragging me along. It would be exceedingly awkward for me to be a third wheel alone. If you were to join, my discomfort would dissipate, wouldn't it? So, you intend for me to alleviate your embarrassment? Then, why not? Can't you find yourself a boyfriend? Do you think boyfriends are as common as dandelions, readily available at your convenience? Shun Qianyun retorted with annoyance. Just say whether you're coming or not. Give me a straightforward answer. Who would dare defy the leader's request? Han Dong smiled and replied, I shall go. After all, idleness is a burden. Accompanying them for a bit of fun is quite acceptable, especially considering Miss Wu Yu. Memories of that evening still tantalize his thoughts. He also wished to observe the nature of the young man who could win the affections of such an extraordinary lady. Men, by their very nature, possess a fierce competitive spirit. They cannot allow subconscious rivals to outshine them. Thus, Han Dong meticulously prepared himself, donning his most favored attire and shoes, complemented by the limited edition Nautilus gifted by Cui Hongji. Gazing at his reflection, he found himself strikingly handsome. As for the vehicle, he naturally opted for the Lamborghini SUV. A sports car would be ill-suited for mountainous excursions. After packing a change of clothes and essential outdoor gear into a suitcase and placing it in the trunk, Han Dong started the car and drove towards the Buyuan community, where he had arranged to meet Shun Qianyun at the entrance. At the south gate of Buyuan community, Shun Qianyun and Wu Yu stood at the roadside, each holding a suitcase. Both donned sun hats, with white silk capes lining delicate green camisoles, paired with denim shorts. Their long, fair legs dazzling passers-by. The presence of such stunning women is a striking visual spectacle in any setting, especially when two appear simultaneously. Chapter 50, The Cultured Beast. Where is Liao Xueji? Shun Qianyun opened an umbrella to shield herself from the glaring sunlight. Look, he.s. arriving. Wu Yu pointed to a nearby Range Rover. As the vehicle came to a halt, a well-dressed young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses emerged from the driver's seat. Hey, Liao, you got a new car. Shun Qianyun greeted with a smile. I heard you were going camping in the mountains, so I borrowed this one. My usual car lacks off-road capability. The young man replied nonchalantly. TSK. The wealthy truly are extravagant, Shun Qianyun remarked, clicking her tongue. Liao Xueji chuckled, taking the suitcase from Wu Yu and placing it in the trunk. He reached for Shun Qianyun's travel bag, but she declined, stepping back. I'm riding with a friend. A friend? Male or female? Liao Xueji appeared momentarily taken aback. A male. And if another female joins, Wu Ti, that mean 3 beauties accompanying you to camp? You think too highly of yourself. Shun Qianyun rolled her eyes. A shadow of discontent flickered in Liao Xueji's gaze, yet he swiftly masked it. Wu Yu, having observed the exchange, wore a playful smile at the corner of her lips. A sleek Lamborghini roared into view, the engine's growl sending a surge of adrenaline through the air. Noticing Shun Qianyun's unwavering gaze upon the vehicle, Liao Xueji couldn't resist showcasing his knowledge. This car is remarkable, reputed to be the fastest on Earth, reaching 100 kilometers in merely 3 seconds. It's no exaggeration to call it supercar. Most who drive such vehicles are affluent second-generation heirs who are indifferent to their wealth, rather ostentatious. Shun Qianyun curled her lips, retorting, as if you are not one of those pampered heirs yourself. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt beside them. A tall young man emerged from the driver's seat, his thick black hair framing chiseled features reminiscent of a male model, clad in a simple shirt, jeans, and sneakers that somehow exuded an air of international elegance. Perched on his nose were a pair of ice blue sunglasses with golden rims, adding an extra touch of sophistication. Liao Xueji noticed the rare Patek Philippe Nautilus adorning the young man's left wrist, and a wave of unease washed over him. This fellow appeared to come from wealth. Comme nouveau riche could not acquire such a timepiece. Dongzi, Shun Qianyun waved, her smile radiant. Teacher Shun, calling me by a nickname in public seems rather impolite. Doesn't he it? Han Dong replied with a wry smile. As your superior, referring to you by your nickname is a sign of respect. You don't disagree, do you? Shun Qianyun's eyes widened in surprise. Fine, you win, Han Dong grinned. On the side, Wu Yu covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Hello, sister. Han Dong said, his gaze warming as he looked at the slightly plump goddess. Hello, it's nice to see you again, Wu Yu replied, her eyes reflecting a complex sentiment. Liao Xueji's expression darkened slightly, discomfort apparent as if he had swallowed a fly. Unbeknownst to him, he resembled a pretty boy more than he realized. I'm Han Dong from Jian University, He began to introduce himself, but Shen Qinyan interjected. He is an official in the student committee at Jiang University. Colleague? He looked rather youthful. Liao Xueji frowned. It's just his youthful appearance, Shen Qinyan replied. Her expression neutral. Han Dong quickly understood that Shen Qinyan likely didn't want Liao Xueji to know he was her student. However, she hadn't lied. He was indeed an official in the student committee, making them colleagues in a sense. I'm Liao Xueji, from Shanghai. May I ask your name? Liao Xueji extended his hand. Han, came to reply. The Han from Korea? No, the Han from Han Fizi. So, you're indeed the Han from Korea. No, the Han from Han Fizi. Mr. Han, a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. The two men exchanged brief pleasantries that appeared courteous, yet concealed an undercurrent of animosity, particularly evident in Liao Xueji's gaze, which glimmered with veiled hostility towards Han Dong. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Han Dong's spiritual awareness had become vastly superior to that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to sense the underlying tension. Initially, he thought it stemmed from Wu Yu, but soon realized Liao Xueji's frequent glances at Shen Qinyan's long legs revealed the true source of the issue. Damn it, this guy is insatiable. Openly courting Wu Yu while covertly eyeing teacher Shen, he appears refined, yet he is a beast. Let us move. This is not a place for idle chatter. Shen Qinyan interrupted the silent battle between the two men. All right, Han Dong replied, placing her luggage into the trunk. Wu Yu boarded Liao Suez's Range Rover, while Shen Qinyan slipped into Han Dong's vehicle. Their destination was a natural camping paradise known as Qianchuan Waterfall, nestled in the majestic western mountains of Zhejiang. Within Jiangnan province, there were hardly any notable mountain ranges, merely low-lying hills. The nearest significant peaks could be found in Zhejiang province. Han Dong activated the navigation system, pressing the accelerator as he roared towards the highway entrance. Teacher Shen, there is something I wish to express, though I'm uncertain if it's appropriate, he began. Speak. She replied. I have the impression that Liao seems a tad unscrupulous, he said. What do you mean? Shen Qinyan turned to regard him. It appears he harbors some inappropriate intentions towards you. Ha! Shen Qinyan scoffed. Otherwise, why would I have insisted on your company? You're aware? Han Dong se mid surprise. So, I am merely a pawn in your game, he chuckled. Bless it to you. Are you displeased? Shen Qinyan shot him a reproachful glance. Mind your emotions. You are a university educator, not a bandit, he admonished. She responded, casting him a disdainful look. You've certainly taken advantage of my yeah. There must be a price to pay. What advantage have I taken? Han Dong feigned ignorance. You had her cheering for you, you little rascal. Are you looking for a fight? Must I spell it out for you? Teacher Shen, maintain your composure. We must not dwell in the past, but look forward. Han Dong admonished with the gravitas of a seasoned bureaucrat. A bitter retort lodged in Shen Qinyan's throat. Is this really a matter of composure? If I were to forget so quickly, I would be a fool. I do not wish to converse with you. Focus on driving. Adjusting her seat for comfort, she closed her eyes, feigning slumber. Han Dong grinned widely, concentrating on the road ahead. Chapter 51. A nominal relationship the Range Rover trailed closely behind, and Liao Suez couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Is Han Dong really Shen Qinyan's colleague? Indeed, Wu Yu replied somewhat dismissively. Do you know his background? Anyone capable of affording a Hummer must come from a well-to-do family. Not quite, she replied. What is their relationship? From what I know of Shen Qinyan, she isn't the type to embark on a trip with just any male colleague. You seem quite knowledgeable about my best friend, Wu Yu remarked, her gaze sharp and laced with sarcasm. No, that's not my intent. Liao Suez felt a chill at the back of his head. I was merely making conversation to alleviate the monotony of the journey. My apologies. I had no intention of prying into my friend's privacy, Wu Yu said, reclining back and shutting her eyes. Liao Suez caught a fleeting glimpse of something fierce in her expression through the rearview mirror. The western mountains of Zhejiang lay over 200 kilometers from Jiangzhou. After more than 3 hours on the highway, they arrived at the breathtaking scenery of the mountains. As they wound their way along the serpentine roads, the lush greenery unfolded around them, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. The two women lowered their windows, relishing the cool mountain air, occasionally exclaiming in wonder. As they ventured deeper into the mountain-esque gorge, a magnificent waterfall came into view, cascading like a colossal dragon from the heavens, accompanied by the thunderous roar of water and splashing spray. The two vehicles descended the winding path, entering a trail forged by those who had come before them. Fortunately, the vehicle possesses formidable off-road capabilities, traversing these rugged mountain paths with ease. Beneath the waterfall, a serene pool gathers, its waters crystal clear and deep, so pristine that one might be inclined to exclaim in astonishment. The car halted by the water's edge, and as the four alighted, they gazed up at the magnificent waterfall. Shen Qinyun could not help but exclaim. The sun illuminates the incense burner, producing violet smoke from afar. One can see the waterfall cascading over the front river. It plunges straight down 3,000 feet, resembling the Milky Way descending from the heavens. At last, the reason for the name Qianchuan Waterfall became clear. It was truly breathtaking. Wu Yu, linking her arm with Shen Qinyun's, stood in silent awe, captivated by the wonders of nature. By now, some adventurers had already arrived and set up camp in the vicinity. Liao Xueji opened the trunk, retrieving tents and other outdoor equipment, selecting a spot near the pool to begin assembling. Once the tent was erect and furnished with an air mattress and a moisture barrier, Liao Xueji cheerfully declared, "All set. Tonight, we shall sleep in nature." "And what about the other one?" Wu Yu inquired. "What other one?" Liao Xueji asked, puzzled. "The tent." "Of course," Wu Yu replied nonchalantly. "With so many people, how can we possibly fit in one tent?" "You didn't mention there would be so many of us at the start." Liao Xueji shrugged. "Even without Han Dong, we still have Qinyun. I believe I mentioned this. Didn't I? Are you suggesting that the three of us should share a single tent?" That is not exactly what I meant," Liao Xueji stammered, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. In truth, he was secretly thrilled at the prospect of three people sharing a tent. What an ideal opportunity. Han Dong chuckled, opening the trunk of the car and discreetly retrieving a plethora of outdoor gear from his storage space. Not only did he have a tent, but also a canopy, tables and chairs, as well as pots, pans, and a barbecue grill, an entire set of equipment. He had purchased these items long ago, keeping them in reserve for just such an occasion, and now they were proving invaluable. "Wow, Dongzi, are you a magician? Where did you conjure up all these treasures from?" Shen Qinyun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Preparation is key," Han Dong replied with a casual smile. The two girls joined him in setting up the tent and erecting the canopy, adorning the surroundings with colorful fairy lights, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Han Dong had even brought along a screen and a small projector, capable of screening open-air movies. Though Liao Xueji felt somewhat awkward, he could not stand idly by and thus joined in to help. The four of them busily worked together, and soon all the equipment was set up. Gurgle. The stomachs of the two girls began to protest. "Are you hungry?" Han Dong chuckled. Shen Qinyun nodded eagerly, while Wu Yu simply smiled. "I'll join you." Shen Qinyun and Wu Yu chimed in unison, exchanging a glance that hinted at a touch of embarrassment. "All right, young lady, when have you ever done this before?" Wu Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, adding, "You should stay at the camp and keep an eye on things. Han Dong and I can handle it." Yes. Teamwork is more efficient. Let them go while we set up the cooking pot," Liao Xueji quickly interjected. Wasn't this the opportunity he had longed for? Shen Qinyun cast a pleading glance at Han Dong, not wishing to remain with Liao Xueji. "Well then, with Sister Wu Yu's assistance, we can enjoy lunch even sooner." Han Dong pretended not to notice her distress and led the way into the woods. Wu Yu followed behind at a leisurely pace. As Shen Qinyun watched their figures vanish into the woods, her mind involuntarily conjured the scene from that drunken night, and a wave of intense jealousy surged within her. Perhaps she had lost her senses, for she shook her head in an attempt to dispel the sordid thought. Just then, Liao Xueji approached with a cheerful grin, and Shen Qinyun hastily said, "I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll rest in the tent for a while. Is it all right for you to set up the stove?" No problem," Liao Xueji replied, a loss for words. With a swift movement, Shen Qinyun slipped into Han Dong's tent, zipping it shut behind her, leaving no opportunity for Liao Xueji to respond. Liao Xueji's expression stiffened momentarily before he resumed, setting up the stove with an air of nonchalance. Han Dong and Wu Yu entered the woods, where dry branches lay scattered about. They picked their way through to the heart of the forest. After a moment's hesitation, Han Dong felt compelled to caution Wu Yu. Such a wonderful young lady should not fall prey to a scoundrel. "It seems Liao Xueji harbors improper intentions towards Teacher Shen. I'm not trying to sow discord," he continued earnestly. "I merely feel it is my duty to warn you not to be deceived by him. Is that so?" Wu Yu replied, raising an eyebrow. "Why would I be angry? Why would you not be?" Han Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. "He's the son-in-law my mother chose for me," Wu Yu said with a hint of mockery. "A family-arranged marriage, an old-fashioned tale. Yet, it is difficult to extricate oneself from it. How long have you been together?" "A year," Wu Yu stated coolly. "However, I've mostly lived with Qinyun and hardly seen him." Han Dong was taken aback. Her words seemed to convey subtle information, suggesting that her relationship with Liao Xueji was purely nominal devoid of any deeper entanglements. For reasons he could not fathom, a sense of delight bubbled within him. Teacher Shun has been enduring this silently, fearing that revealing it might affect your friendship, he said. Did Qianyan tell you this? I noticed it first. I asked her while we were in the car, and she eventually confirmed it. Chapter 52. Han Dong is reliable. Hearing the voices of Han Dong and Wu Yu, Shun Qianyun emerged from the tent. Why have you taken so long? We needed to gather enough firewood for the day. Are you brave enough to enter the woods after dark? Han Dong shot her glance. Wu Yu smiled, but remained silent. Liao Xuezhi had already set up the stove, using stones to create a semi-enclosed space, upon which he placed the iron pot. Let us keep lunch simple. How about some noodles? We can have a proper meal tonight. Han Dong suggested with a smile. Sounds good. The two women chimed in unison. Teacher Shun, you should cook, Han Dong said, looking at Shun Qianyan. Why me? You were resting while we gathered firewood. It's your turn to work now. Shun Qianyun, initially brimming with indignation, soon deflated like a puncture balloon. I don't know how to cook. Honestly, how can you be an adult without even the most basic life skills? No wonder you can't find a boyfriend, Han Dong remarked, hands clasped behind his back, adopting a serious demeanor. Han Dong, are you looking for a beating? Shun Qianyun retorted, her brows furrowed in annoyance. Liao Xuezhi's gaze lingered on the faces of the two individuals, casting doubt upon his own judgment. It appeared they were devoid of any ambiguous relationship. All right, let me take charge of the cooking, Wu Yu said with a playful glance at Han Dong. Your teacher Shun doesn't even know which way the kitchen door swings. Oh dear, after living together for so many years, that must be quite a burden. It's as if you've been raising a daughter. Hentong Choka Lilies. Shun Qianyun felt a wave of grievance wash over her, on the verge of tears, yet at a loss for a retort. Upon reflection, it was indeed Wu Yu who took care of her more in daily life. Come now, darling, don't pay him any mind. I'm more than happy to look after you. And no one can tell me otherwise. Wu Yu gently patted her shoulder. You are the kindest to me. Han Dong is a scoundrel. Shun Qianyun pouted. Han Dong was about to protest, but Wu Yu shot him a warning glare. This girl has delicate feelings. If you criticize her further, she truly might cry. Han Dong smiled and ceased his remarks, perhaps due to her privileged upbringing, having been overly sheltered since childhood, despite her goddess-like demeanor. Shun Qianyun harbored the heart of an eternally youthful princess. Han Dong used some dry grass to kindle the firewood, igniting the stove, while Wu Yu began to prepare the ingredients, deftly chopping scallions and tomatoes and whisking several eggs into a batter. Her movements were fluid and practiced, indicative of an experienced hand. They worked in harmony, one stoking the fire, the other chopping vegetables, creating a scene of perfect cooperation. Liao Xuezhi and Shun Qianyun yearned to assist, yet found themselves at a loss as to where to begin. Having been pampered since childhood, accustomed to having everything done for them, the prospect of cooking was indeed a formidable challenge. Whose idea was it to come camping in the mountains? Han Dong couldn't resist asking. Mine, Liao Xuezhi pointed to himself. If I hadn't come, how would you all manage to eat? I see you haven't brought any cooking utensils. The three exchanged glances, perplexed. You didn't bring any? Wu Yu inquired of Liao Xuezhi. Not all, Liao Xuezhi admitted, feeling quite embarrassed. I assumed you all would bring some. Haha, you invite us to go camping, and we are expected to bring a pot? Wu Yu retorted, half amused. What about the ingredients? Surely you must have brought something? Shun Qianyun asked. Also not. Liao Xuezhi sheepishly traced a square in the dirt. He had not brought anything to stave off hunger, let alone any ingredients. For someone of his stature, food had always arrived at his beck and call, requiring no forethought. In the past, when camping, it was always the companions who prepared the meals. He had never concerned himself with such matters. Thank goodness for Dongzi. Otherwise, wouldn't we end up starving? Shun Qianyun rolled her eyes. Weren't you just calling Dongzi a scoundrel? Wu Yu said with a smile. Oh, that was then. This is now. Shun Qianyun retorted with conviction. When I need him, Dongzi is reliable. When I don't, he is a big bad guy. So, I'm merely a tool then? Han Dong replied with a mock-serious tone. Precisely. You have a very accurate understanding of your role. Both women exchanged glances and erupted in a laughter, the air filled with a delightful sense of joy. Liao Xuezhi felt a pang of discomfort, sensing that he was the only outsider in this camaraderie. Wu Yu, with nimble hands, soon prepared a pot of tomato and egg noodles, serving 4 generous bowls. Liao Xuezhi moved the table and chairs beneath the canopy, and the 4 of them each took a bowl, relishing the meal with great delight. Sister Wu Yu's culinary skills were commendable. Han Dong took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Of course, my Yaya can manage both the parlor and the kitchen. Whoever marries her will surely have their ancestors smiling down from the grave. Shen Xinyun was indeed famished, her mouth stuffed to the brim. Liao Xuezhi, unsure of how to respond, simply immersed himself in the meal. The noodles, which he usually dismissed, were surprisingly delectable in his hunger. My cooking is merely average. Your enjoyment is merely a consequence of your hunger, Wu Yu remarked lightly. Do not be modest. Delicious food is delicious regardless of hunger, Han Dong praised sincerely. If you enjoy it, then indulge a bit more. Observing Han Dong devour his food with great enthusiasm, Wu Yu smiled softly. Liao Xuezhi was engrossed in his dish, oblivious to the tenderness that was evidently shared between the two. After finishing a large bowl of noodles, Han Dong let out a satisfied belch. Indeed, a person is like iron, and food is steel. Only when one is full can they muster the energy for other thoughts. Ah, I have finally come back to life. My life is owed to these noodles, Shen Qianyun sighed contentedly while patting her belly. After satiating their hunger, Liao Xuezhi set down his utensils and stepped aside to make a phone call. You come wash the pots and dishes, Han Dong glanced at Shen Qianyun. I can't. Shen Qianyun's voice was barely audible. Let me handle it, Wu Yu chuckled. No way, Han Dong said sternly. You cooked. I handled the fire. The two of you must take care of the aftermath. You can't just eat and leave the dishes behind. In your homes, you may be the young masters and ladies, but here, you are not. I did not say I wouldn't wash. I merely stated I don't know how. Shen Qianyun replied, slightly aggrieved. Not knowing is not an excuse. If you can pass your doctorate, you can certainly learn to wash dishes, he retorted. All right, I will learn. Yeah, please teach me how to do it. Shen Qianyun shot Han Dong a sideways glance. After all, I am the teacher. I wonder if any other student dares to be so fierce with their teacher. Seizing the moment when Han Dong turned away, Shen Qianyun shook her small fist at his back, making a fierce face. Under Wu Yu's verbal guidance, Shen Qianyun quickly became proficient in the task. Han Dong was right. With such an intelligent mind, how could she not master such a simple chore? It merely depended on her willingness to do it. But let me make it clear, I won't wash Liao Xuezhi's bowl. Shen Qianyun frowned. I will wash. Wu Yu soothed the irritable little hedgehog. Han Dong initially intended to stop Wu Yu and have Liao Xuezhi wash his own dishes, but then reconsidered. It seemed unnecessary. After all, Wu Yu was Liao Xuezhi's girlfriend, and how they interacted was not his place to question. They were merely out for a pleasant outing, and creating tension would only lead to awkwardness for Wu Yu. The two girls supported each other, chatting and laughing, and soon completed the cleanup. Shen Qianyun did not feel disheartened by the menial task. Rather, she felt a sense of accomplishment, as it was her first time doing housework. Young Master Liao is quite busy. ISNT? Shen Qianyun shot him a teasing glance. Next time, please remember to wash your own bowl. Just because we are out having fun doesn't mean you can act like a young master and treat us as your domestic help. It was merely an urgent phone call. I will wash everyone's bowls next meal, all right? Liao Xuezhi chuckled. A true man must honor his words, and I shall hold you accountable. Indeed. Chapter 53, Fishing with Bare Hands. By midday, the autumn sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, and the air still carried a hint of warmth. A number of young men and women had already donned their swimsuits and ventured into the tranquil waters for a swim. Perhaps startled by the commotion, a large fish suddenly leaped from the surface, creating a tremendous splash. Wow, that fish is enormous. It must weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds, exclaimed Shen Qianyun. The water here is pristine. The fish must be delectable, Wu Yu remarked with a grin. I'll catch a few for grilled fish tonight. Han Dong chuckled. Did you bring any fishing gear? Liao Xuezhi inquired. No, came the reply. You plan to catch them by hand? Is that not possible? Liao Xuezhi nearly gasped at the audacity. You're just boasting. Fishing barehanded? Do you think you're a polar bear? Liao Xuezhi muttered under his breath. As they emerged from the water, Shen Qianyun and Wu Yu felt as though their breath had been momentarily stolen. 2 impressive pectoral muscles were prominently defined, and 8 chocolate-like abs were distinctly visible. The entire physique radiating vitality akin to a powerful leopard, exuding an overwhelming masculine aura. Having seen Han Dong's true form, Wu Yu felt a rush of heat envelop her. This cheeky lad, merely his physique could captivate anyone. Even if he lacked intellect, it hardly mattered. Liao Xuezhi, noticing the 2 beautiful women captivated by Han Dong's physique, was engulfed by a wave of intense jealousy. He too wished to show off, yet he lacked the muscular build to do so. Damn it, this gathering was orchestrated by me, yet he steals all the limelight. The campsite was filled with numerous young people, half of whom were girls. When Han Dong approached the water's edge, a chorus of gasps erupted. A few bold girls even let out wolf whistles. Wow, that physique is incredibly alluring. His muscular beauty rivals that of Peng Yuyan. Please, he is far more handsome than Peng Yuyan. Qian, weren't you yearning for a romantic encounter? This one will definitely make you scream. The girls pointed and gawked at Han Dong, nearly drooling. How superficial. Liao Xueji scoffed. Shun Qianyun felt a pang of envy arise within her. Humph, a group of infatuated fools, only able to see his looks and muscles. They have no idea of his true worth. Han Dong is far more exceptional than they perceive. Why am I even contemplating such trivial matters? His worth is none of my concern, she thought. Yes, he is my student. I merely take pride in my role as a teacher. That must be it. On the other hand, Wu Yu is not as troubled as Shun Qianyun. Her mood could be succinctly described as one of delight. You can only see this, but I have witnessed what you could never hope to see. Han Dong performed a few warm-up exercises by the water's edge, then, with a graceful leap, plunged into the pool. His form was exquisite, flowing through the water like a fish, barely causing a ripple. The water was cool, and upon entering, the heat of the day evaporated, leaving a refreshing sensation that invigorated the soul. Han Dong dove into the deeper waters. The serenity of the pool allowed him to see everything around him, even at such depths. After the golden crow-esque transformation, the pure yang energy within his body provided ample sustenance, allowing him to maintain normal bodily functions even without breathing. He could comfortably remain underwater for several hours without any issue, rendering him akin to a fish. The fish in the pool swam leisurely at the bottom, showing no signs of panic at the arrival of the colossal figure that was Han Dong. Perhaps they were unaccustomed to human presence, thus exhibiting little fear. These fish were entirely snow-white and quite plump, a breed Han Dong had never encountered before, likely unique to this mountain pool. Two sizable white fish darted past him, and with lightning speed, Han Dong reached out and grasped them, leaving no opportunity for them to react. Only when one of their companions was captured did the surrounding fish begin to panic, scattering in all directions and vanishing in an instant. With a powerful push against the pool's bottom, Han Dong shot out of the water like a rocket. Shun Qianyun and Wu Yu were anxiously waiting by the water's edge, worried about the disappearance of the mischievous boy. Had anything unfortunate happened? Shun Qianyun glanced at her watch. It had already been over 2 minutes. If he didn't resurface soon, he could be in grave danger. Suddenly, a figure leaped out of the water, laughing. We have our dinner for the night. With a flick of his wrists, 2 large fish soared onto the shore, landing amongst the rocks, still wriggling. Each weighed around 7 to 8 pounds. Wow, such big fish. Shun Qianyun and Wu Yu exclaimed with delight as they rushed over to secure the fish and place them into a bucket. My goodness, how impressive. The surrounding youths gathered around, astonished by Han Dong's barehanded catch of 2 large fish. In the blink of an eye, Han Dong submerged again, and moments later, he emerged once more, tossing 2 more large white fish onto the bank. His speed was astonishing. No matter where the fish fled, he swiftly pursued them, capturing them with ease as if plucking them from a bag. Each of these fish weighed 7 to 8 pounds, enough to satisfy their hunger. Liao Xueji was truly astonished. If not for the remote mountain setting, he might have suspected Han Dong had some hidden tricks up his sleeve to catch such large wild fish with bare hands. Is he even human? Could you help us catch a couple more? A girl clad in a leaf green swimsuit piped up, her voice sweet and delicate. She appeared to be around 20, strikingly beautiful, standing tall and fresh like a spring shoot after rain. Beside her stood another girl, equally fair and lovely, albeit a few years older and more voluptuous, particularly prominent in the bosom area, resembling towering peaks. As she gazed at Han Dong, she smiled coyly, her sparkling eyes seemingly brimming with unspoken words. Han Dong chuckled, diving into the water once more, and shortly after, he emerged from a different spot, tossing 2 more lively white fish onto the shore. Consider this a gift for our first meeting, no charge. He grinned at the girl in the leaf green swimsuit. You're so kind. Thank you, thank you. The girl hurriedly crouched down to grab the 2 fish. The voluptuous lady gave Han Dong a playful wink, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Where did this enchanting creature come from, daring to flirt with our Dongzi? Shen Qianyun remarked, visibly irritated. Are you feeling jealous? Wu Yu chuckled softly. Jealous? Why should I feel jealous? Shun Qianyun was taken aback. The youth's character was evidently lacking. As a teacher, it is my duty to keep a watchful eye on him. Hee. Wu Yu chuckled knowingly. Where am I supposed to go? Wu Yu exclaimed in surprise. You should move ahead. Let her see that trying to win with her charms is futile. Wu Yu wiped the cold sweat from her brow, thinking she had assumed I meant to send her to Han Dong, and casually remarked, I'm not that bored. How could that be considered boring? This is called protecting one's interests, you know? Dongzi is one we have nurtured, If he is snatched away by another enchantress, where would that leave our dignity? You should protect your own interests. I have a boyfriend. Are you talking about young Master Liao? Shen Qinyun cast a sidelong glance at Liao Xueji, who was lounging under the canopy, unable to suppress a disdainful curl of her lip. She had once thought him quite decent, but now, in comparison to Dongzi, he appeared merely as a decorative pillow. You might as well kick him to the curb and make Dongzi your little husband. Go away, stop messing with the matchmaking. Wu Yu's face flushed. If you think Dongzi is so great, why not become his wife yourself? That simply won't do, Shen Qinyun mumbled. For there is a distinction between teacher and student, with a generational gap in between. If Yang Guo and Xiaolong can, what is stopping you? Besides, you could always resign. You're not bound to be a teacher forever. Shen Qinyun fell silent, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Han Dong, who was swimming freely in the pond like a great fish, lost in thought. Chapter 54. The air was thick with joy. At that moment, Han Dong emerged from the water with several large fish, tossing them onto the shore, inciting a flurry of competition among the campers. The atmosphere was infused with a sense of elation. Seeing Han Dong reveling in the water, the men and women at the campsite eagerly donned their swimsuits and splashed into the pond to play. Noticing the fierce enchantress swimming around Han Dong, Shen Qinyun exchanged glances with Wu Yu. Yeah, let us join in too. On the surface, Wu Yu appeared nonchalant, yet she was quite attentive to Han Dong. How could she allow another beauty to flirt nearby when she had brought her own companion? It must be said that both Shen Qinyun and Wu Yu were unique among the campsite girls in terms of appearance, figure, and charisma. Although they wore relatively modest swimsuits, their presence still captured the gaze of the majority of men as they approached the shore. In terms of looks, only the pair of sisters they had seen earlier could rival them. Both Shen Qinyun and Wu Yu were skilled swimmers, swiftly making their way to Han Dong, darting around him like two fish, intentionally or unintentionally driving away the other little enchantresses who attempted to approach. Truth be told, Han Dong relished the spectacle of beautiful women vying for his attention, greatly satisfying his vanity as a man. Reflecting back a month ago, he had been an impoverished young man unable to attract women. Who would have imagined that just a month later, he had become the object of desire for top-tier beauties like Shen Qinyun and Wu Yu? He owed this transformation to the legacy of the Golden Crow Emperor, which fundamentally altered his destiny. Han Dong hailed from a rural background, with a river flowing behind his home. Having grown up in the water, he possessed exceptional swimming skills. After his cultivation, his control over his body had reached new heights, and with the pure yang energy protecting him, he was as agile in the water as a fish. He was seen swimming in the water, accompanied by Han Wu and another young woman, like three carefree fish gliding through the water, their movements fluid and graceful, captivating the attention of onlookers. With delicate arms and beautiful legs, their occasional skin contact created an unspoken intimacy as they reveled in the subtle hints of flirtation. On the shore, Liao Suez watched the trio play in the water, the scene so harmonious that his face turned the color of freshly cooked liver. Damn it, playing around in front of me. Do they think I'm a pushover? He longed to plunge in and disrupt their merriment. But his mediocre swimming skills would only expose his inadequacies. Thus, he suppressed his resentment and patiently awaited his opportunity. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. And soon the sun dipped below the horizon, giving way to the night. Han Dong ignited a bonfire, drawing the nearby campers, young people with chairs, into lively conversation around the flames. Dongzi, you've come well prepared, Shen Qinyun teased, nudging Han Dong with her shoulder. You all called for a camping trip, yet you brought nothing. I'm better equipped than you. Han Dong couldn't help but retort, you're not an outsider, as Shen Qinyun cast a sidelong glance at Liao Suez. He is the outsider. Wu Yu, however, had a different opinion. He doesn't think much of him either. Shen Qinyun scoffed, it's just a family alliance. I have no choice. With the help of the two women, Han Dong began to grill fish. As the saying goes, a poor child learns to fend for himself early. Han Dong not only cooked, but did so remarkably well. His grilling skills, however, were not honed in the kitchen, but rather developed through years of carefree play in the wilderness. Rather than subjecting the fish to direct flames, he hollowed them out, filling them with salt, ginger, garlic, coriander, Sichuan pepper, and chili, then wrapped them in lotus leaves and buried them in the sand. After igniting a fire beneath, he let the sand roast the fish for about 40 minutes. Once the flames extinguished, he unearthed the fish, releasing an aromatic fragrance that wafted through the campsite, enticing everyone. Teacher Shun, come and taste, Han Dong called out with a smile. Absolutely, Shen Qinyun replied, her face lighting up. As he unwrapped the lotus leaves, the fish revealed itself, and Han Dong offered her a piece of tender, fragrant fish that melted in the mouth. With the spices fully infused, a taste so delightful it felt as if it could be swallowed whole. Wow, this is the most delicious grilled fish I've ever had. It's simply exquisite, Shun Qinyun exclaimed, her eyebrows nearly soaring into the air. This fish is for you and Wu Yu. You two enjoy it first. Of course. Shun Qinyun nodded eagerly, promptly taking the grilled fish. The two women carried their plates to the table, and Wu Yu also praised the dish. Han Dong skillfully repeated his process, grilling 3 more fish and bringing them to the table. He casually retrieved 2 bottles of red wine from his storage ring and poured 4 glasses. Wow, Dongzi, you're incredible. You even brought red wine? Shen Qinyun's eyes sparkled with surprise. Well, when you're out to have fun, you must indulge, Han Dong chuckled. Liao Sue's expression darkened considerably. Despite his greater age and richer life experiences, how could he appear so foolish in front of this young lad? I installed a car fridge. A whimsical boast from Han Dong. In truth, it was merely a storage space within the Lingshu ring, its temperature entirely governed by his thoughts. Chilling red wine was but a mere flick of his fingers. Shen Qinyun took a sip of the wine, gazing at the waterfall in the distance, exclaiming, wow, such beauty in this night. Enjoying chilled red wine and delectable grilled fish, I feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. Yeah, have I ceased to pursue my dreams? Or is this moment simply too magnificent? It must be that you have stopped pursuing, Wu Yu chuckled. No, it is indeed this moment that is extraordinary. Shen Qinyun raised her glass, calling out, cheers, cheers. The 4 of them lifted their glasses in joyous unison, the atmosphere splendidly delightful. Liao Shueji watched the 2 girls, their enchanting gazes occasionally flitting towards Han Dong, and he felt a pang of discontent. He had originally hoped to seize this camping opportunity to win Shun Qinyun's heart, but unexpectedly, a rival had emerged, disrupting all his plans. Now, not only was his pursuit of Shun Qinyun thwarted, but even Wu Yu's affections seemed at risk of being stolen away. Truly, he felt as if he had lost both the lady and the battle. After a satisfying meal, the sensation of mild intoxication was exquisite. Han Dong retrieved a folk guitar from the trunk, settling by the bonfire to sing and play. The mountain breeze was delightful, the waterfall enchanting, and the beauty of the girls was mesmerizing, inspiring him to sing his heart out. After a lively prelude resembling the sound of mountain springs, Han Dong began to sing. I once dreamed of wielding my sword and wandering the world to behold the splendor of life. In youth, my heart was often reckless. Now you roam the world as your home. The girl who once made you ache has now quietly vanished from sight. This was Su Wei Song the you of the past. Though an old tune, Han Dong's rendition infused it with a contemporary sense of romance and vitality. Throughout his 3 years in high school, he had no other passion than diligently reviewing his studies, yet he always carved out time to practice guitar on the playground. Following online tutorials, remarkably, he had developed a commendable proficiency, capable of skillfully playing dozens of songs. Not a trained vocalist, he possessed a naturally gifted voice. And with his unique life experiences, he infused the song with a distinct flavor, uplifting yet tinged with a hint of melancholy, its melody lingering with poetic resonance. As the evening breeze, waterfall, bonfire, guitar, and old songs intertwined, Shun Qinyun gazed at Han Dong, illuminated by the firelight, his vibrant visage stirring the dormant girl within her. Slightly intoxicated, she now felt a sense of enchantment. Beside her, Wu Yu, equally captivated, wore a dazed expression. The melodies of the guitar and the sound of singing were indeed perfectly suited to this enchanting night. The surrounding youths were also swept up in a moment. Thus, when Han Dong finished singing Free as the Wind and began Ordinary Path, a grand chorus quickly erupted. I once crossed mountains and seas and traversed crowds of people. All that I once possessed, in an instant, has scattered like smoke. I once felt lost and disappointed, having lost all sense of direction. Only by witnessing the mundane can one discover the singular answer. The melodies traversed the vast valley, piercing through the clouds, resonating between heaven and earth. Viewed from the sky, a cluster of small bonfires harbored boundless aspirations. Shun Qinyun and Wu Yu were entranced, as were the sisters of the lotus leaves. All the young maidens by the bonfire were captivated by the night and the song. Some even danced gracefully by the fire. This scene was as poetic as it was picturesque. Each young person present was a part of the painting. Chapter 55, The Peculiar Young Man. Liao Shueji gazed at Han Dong, who was surrounded by admirers, and felt as though this young man resembled a superstar. For the first time in his life, he experienced a sense of inferiority toward another young man. No, that cannot be right. I come from an illustrious lineage, born with a golden key, a PhD, from a prestigious global institution, and possess looks and demeanor of the highest caliber. How could I possibly be outshone by this brash youth? After pondering for a while, he arrived at a term, competitive advantage bias. For instance, in terms of musical talent, he could play the piano exceptionally well. However, being in the mountains, it was impractical to bring a piano along. Playing the guitar, regardless of the technical difficulty or artistic value, was undoubtedly not on the same level. Yet in such an environment, the ability to play the guitar became an advantage, as it could be carried easily and suited the ambience of camping and bonfires. Moreover, Han Dong possessed the skill of catching fish with his bare hands. What sort of talent was that? Merely a skill for rural folk to make a living. It was incomparable to his own background as a finance graduate from a prestigious university. If they were to compete in the realm of wealth generation, Liao Xueji was confident he would outshine Han Dong effortlessly. Yet, in the wilderness, his abilities found no outlet, while Han Dong, with his skill of catching fish, could easily enchant a group of infatuated admirers. Thus, Liao Xueji reached this conclusion. However, given his vengeful disposition, he could hardly wait. Ah, youth is wonderful. A sigh emanated from beside him. Liao Xueji turned to look and saw a young man, backpack slung over his shoulders, sitting on a nearby rock, gazing intently at the bonfire. Judging by his attire and age, he was likely a university student traveling. After the bonfire gathering concluded, Han Dong set up a projector to play a film. Noticing the solitary student seated at the back, who distanced himself from the crowd, Han Dong approached him and greeted. Alu. Hello. The young man smiled warmly, appearing friendly. I didn't see you during the day. Did you just arrive in the evening? Yes, that's right. Why are you so far from the crowd? Since you're traveling, you should enjoy the festivities together. I'd rather not intrude on everyone. Watching the movie alone is quite nice. The young man replied, a hint of melancholy creeping into his expression. It seems I've not watched a film in quite some time. Then take your time to enjoy it. Where did you go? Shun Qianyun inquired softly, casually discarding some sunflower seed shells. There was a guy over there, looking rather lonely. I thought about inviting him to join us, but he seems to relish his solitude. Where is he? Just over there, Han Dong pointed, then paused in surprise. The large rock was now empty, not a soul in sight. He had been there just moments ago. How could he have vanished so swiftly? Are you saying there are people there? Shun Qianyun inquired with confusion. Indeed, I just spoke with him, came a response. But we didn't see anyone. Yeah, did you? No. Wu Yu replied with certainty. Han Dong seemed to recall something, a faint smile gracing his lips, and he chose not to dwell on the matter further. At that moment, the girl who had requested fish from Han Dong during lunch quietly approached him, greeting him with a smile. Han Dong waved his hand in acknowledgement. The girl, dressed in a nature-inspired dress and adorned with a self-made floral crown, was illuminated by the campfire, her beauty reminiscent of a forest sprite. My sister would like to add you on WeChat. Is that all right? The girl's large, beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Following the direction of her finger, Han Dong glanced at the imposing figure of her sister, who pretended to be nonchalant nearby, and couldn't help but chuckle. These two sisters were quite the contrast. The elder seemed aloof, yet was merely reserved, while the younger appeared innocent but harbored a hint of social boldness. Of course, Han Dong replied, retrieving his phone as they exchanged WeChat contacts. Upon checking, he noted that the elder sister's nickname was Damon, a rather audacious self-description. Goodness, how ostentatious, he mused. As the film concluded, the night deepened, and the adventurers began to disperse. Shun Qianyun and Wu Yu yawned, clearly fatigued. Where will you sleep tonight, Dongzi? Shun Qianyun asked, blinking playfully. Naturally, I shall sleep with you too, Han Dong stated earnestly. Ah, you seek to share a tent with us? Off to Liao Xueji's tent you go. Shun Qianyun replied with a toothy grin, feigning ferocity. Wu Yu giggled heartily. I am not accustomed to sleeping with men, Han Dong retorted with a stiff neck. Weren't you sleeping in a dormitory with several boys? Spare me the pretense, Shun Qianyun quipped. They are boys, not men, Han Dong asserted. Men in society are quite complex. Who knows what ulterior motives they might have? Sleep wherever you wish, just don't think about entering our tent. If you dare to act lewdly, I shall give you a thrashing, Shun Qianyun threatened, shaking her delicate fist at him. With that, she pulled Wu Yu into the tent and zipped it shut. Han Dong chuckled softly, choosing not to tease her any further. In the tranquil mountains, with the gentle sound of water flowing, why not savor such a lovely night? Entering Liao Xueji's tent was out of the question. He genuinely disliked that individual. It was not merely because he was Wu Yu's nominal boyfriend, but rather due to the unsettling aura he exuded. Selecting a hammock from the Lingshu ring, he secured it between two trees and leapt into it, swaying gently as he gazed up at the starry sky. Was it not more delightful than sleeping in a tent? As for the chill of the night wind and the potential presence of snakes or insects in the woods, they posed no threat to a cultivator in the body refinement stage. After about half an hour, his phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he found a message from Wu Yu. Maylight, your teacher Shun is already snoring. Dongzi, is that an invitation to join you in the tent? Maylight, my sister is merely concerned that you might freeze outside, so do behave. The subtle invitation from Miss Wu Yu to join her in the tent carried significant implications. Especially, her nominal boyfriend, Liao Gongzi, was in the adjacent tent. Regardless of how one contemplated the situation, it was undeniably exhilarating. He had always prided himself on his moral integrity, disdainful of engaging in the act of undermining others' relationships. However, Liao Shueji, that cunning old fox, was insatiably covetous, watching over his own bowl while coveting what lay in another's pot. Thus, there was no room for politeness in this affair. Han Dong exited the WeChat chat interface, leapt from the hammock, and stealthily slipped into his own tent. Wu Yu had already unzipped it from the inside. Indeed, a revolutionary fortress is most easily breached from within. Once inside the tent, with his exceptional night vision, Han Dong immediately discerned the positions of Wu Yu and Shun Qinyan. Like an agile eel, he stealthily dove into Wu Yu's cocoon of blankets. Han Dong gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Both could hear the rapid beating of each other's hearts. Thump, 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 thump. Chapter 56. I am not an indiscriminate person. Han Dong seized the moment to kiss her cherry lips. The night in the valley was tranquil, with only the occasional call of a bird adding to the serenity. Inside the tent, it was as warm as spring. Everything felt just right. However, Han Dong, still in the early stages of his pure yang constitution, could not break his vow of chastity. Yet, as long as he upheld his final boundary, he was free to engage in all other pursuits. Though they had not gone all the way, it was already sufficiently intoxicating. Liao Shueji was truly outrageous. How could he intrude into the tent while his lady was still inside? She had not even considered Han Dong, as she knew her best friend well enough to believe Wu Yu would not so quickly become involved with him. After all, this was only their second meeting. At the same time, she found herself perplexed about how Wu Yu had progressed to this stage with Liao Shueji. To her knowledge, Wu Yu had never shared an intimate relationship with anyone named Liao before. Upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. After a year of dating, marriage was an inevitable prospect. Perhaps the ambience tonight was particularly conducive, allowing their relationship to naturally evolve. It was infuriating that they were engaging in such antics in close proximity to her tent. Shun Xinyan felt a strong urge to rise and exit, but she realized that doing so would lead to immediate social embarrassment for everyone involved. After much contemplation, she resolved to continue feigning sleep. It appeared she needed to find a boyfriend sooner rather than later. This was becoming unbearable. Shun Qinyan wrapped herself more snugly in her blankets. Liao Shueji was also unable to sleep. He kept his ears attuned to the sounds outside. When the tent of Wu Yu and the others began to echo with amorous sounds, he took notice. Shun Qinyan, pretending to be serious before him, had already become involved with that worthless Han Dong. Liao Shueji pounded the mattress in frustration, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He had never even considered Wu Yu. His initial suspicion had always been directed at Han Dong and Shun Qinyan. After a considerable time, Han Dong, feeling fulfilled, quietly emerged from the tent. Only then did Shun Qinyan breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally over. This was excruciatingly torturous. If Liao Shueji dared to intrude again, she would surely smash his head. Indeed, it was the slightly plump ones who were goddesses. Miss Wu Yu was simply irresistible. It was utterly addictive. What a delightful game. Upon opening the message, Han Dong discovered it was from the formidable sister. The man, are you asleep? Dongzi, not yet. What is up? The man, it seems a mouse has intruded into my tent. Could you assist me in capturing it? Dongzi, sure, which tent are you in? The man, next to the pond, under a large tree, the one with the white top. Dongzi, all right, I'll be there shortly. Exiting the chat interface, Han Dong lifted his gaze, and indeed, there stood a white-topped tent prominently visible in the night. He descended from his hammock and strolled over, even from a distance. The man unzipped the tent, granting him easy access. Han Dong removed his shoes and bent down to enter. The interior of the tent was spacious, filled with the distinctive fragrance of femininity. While the sister was awake, the younger sister lay asleep on the other side, wrapped in a blanket. Where's the mouse? Han Dong inquired softly. The man casually zipped up the tent and chuckled. Aren't you the mouse? What do you mean? I am on the verge of marriage. To a man, I find utterly detestable. Yet due to certain circumstances, I must wed him. Therefore, before that occurs, I wish to experience a beautiful night. If you don't mind. I do mind. The man was taken aback. She anticipated being so directly rebuffed. Could it be that her allure was insufficient? Are you concerned about my status as an unmarried woman? No, it's primarily because we are not yet acquainted. Han Dong replied calmly. For me, matters between men and women should progress gradually. It is best when things unfold naturally. Perhaps you believe all men are alike, that one ought to seize every opportunity, but I am not that kind of man. Han Dong spoke with earnestness, his demeanor resolute, to the point where he almost convinced himself. In truth, he harbored desires akin to those of a rogue, yet the admonitions of his mentor loomed over him like Damocles' sword, keeping him alert, with just 20 days remaining until the culmination of his pure yang body cultivation. He could not afford to jeopardize all his efforts for a fleeting moment of pleasure. Everything he had achieved was rooted in his strength as a cultivator, underscoring the importance of a man's career. Cultivation was his paramount pursuit, his capital for navigating the world. He could not abandon it for any transient affair. However, facing a woman of Demand's extraordinary beauty, the act of refusal was truly agonizing. While Han Dong maintained a serious facade, inwardly, he felt as though tears were welling up. I apologize for my rashness, Demand said, her eyes reddening. The experience of being rejected to one's face was utterly disheartening. On such a splendid night, with a gentle mountain breeze and such a handsome young man. The atmosphere had reached a peak, prompting her to resolve to let herself go. Yet the young man was unwilling. Demand awkwardly scratched the ground with her toes, creating imaginary rooms. There's no need to apologize. You have done nothing wrong. Han Dong's tone softened. Please believe me, I am not a frivolous person. Tears brimmed in Demand's eyes. You've been so forward, yet now you claim to be serious. Who would believe that? If you are not frivolous, then when you are you less than human? I believe you, Han Dong nodded. Demand's eyes widened in astonishment. You truly believe? Indeed, I do. Han Dong stepped forward, enveloping her in a warm embrace, gently patting her back with his right hand. You are beautiful and remarkable, no matter what transpires. Do not belittle yourself. Sighing, he added, regardless of whether such an opportunity arises again, let's first nurture our spirits. The imposing sister clung to his strong physique, weeping uncontrollably as if a torrent of grievances flowed forth with her tears. Han Dong remained silently in her embrace, allowing her emotions to pour out. After a considerable time, the imposing sister released herself from his hold. Her cheeks flushed as she apologized. I'm sorry for soaking your shirt. Not at all. Do you feel better now? Han Dong smiled at her. Much improved. Those worries seem rather trivial now. Indeed, in life, apart from life and death, there are no significant matters. As long as one's thoughts remain steadfast, solutions will always outnumber the difficulties. With a chuckle, the imposing sister's face lit up with a smile, glistening like a pear blossom in the rain, a beauty beyond compare. Rest early, good night. Han Dong hurriedly bid farewell, realizing that lingering any longer could lead to unforeseen complications. Thank you, good night. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward his sleeping sister, his heightened senses revealing that she was, in fact, wide awake. Even during his intimate moments with Wu Yu, he had sensed that teacher Shun was feigning sleep. Ah, women, he mused as he crouched and exited the tent, striding away with confidence. Watching his proud figure recede, the imposing sister felt her heart flutter like a startled doe, beating erratically. If before, she merely desired to share a beautiful night with this handsome young man, at this moment, she sensed a deeper stir within her. Oh no! It seemed she had developed feelings for him. Meanwhile, her sister, pretending to sleep beside her, wore a faint smile, a serene beauty akin to that of an angel. Understanding her sister's unspoken feelings, she did not wholly endure such impulsiveness, but silently approved, retreating to her bed early to create an opportunity for her sister. To her astonishment, that charming young man had actually turned her down. She felt genuine admiration for Han Dong. Her sister's figure and beauty were undoubtedly exceptional. Faced with such exquisite temptation on a delightful evening, he had managed to uphold his principles. Who says handsome men are all scoundrels? Come at me. I shall not hesitate to confront you. It was a pity she hadn't requested his contact information. Missing out on a young man like him was truly regrettable. Even being mere friends would have been worthwhile. The sister secured her zipper, letting out a sigh as she slowly lay down. The two sisters turned away from each other, each harboring their own thoughts. Chapter 57, A Call to Arms. Han Dong believed himself to be unobserved, unaware that Liao Shueji had been secretly watching him. Witnessing him enter the white tent, Liao's heart was consumed by jealousy, twisting his very soul. He never anticipated that Han Dong, this detestable fellow, would transform his fantasies into reality. As if his encounter with Shun Qinyun wasn't enough, this scoundrel had the audacity to invade another tent, sleeping with those two sisters. How on earth had he achieved that? He must be stopped. If this man continued to exist, Liao Xuezhi felt certain he would lose 10 years of his life. Unbeknownst to him, a murderous intent was already stirring within his heart. Han Dong felt a tickle in his nostrils and could not help but sneeze. Achoo! A burst of melodious laughter erupted. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Shun Qinyun, gleefully teasing him with a blade of grass. Wu Yu stood behind her, stifling her laughter. What a mischievous teacher Shun was. Han Dong sprang to his feet, seizing Shun Qinyun's arm and effortlessly restraining her. Hey, let go of me, Han Dong! Shun Qinyun protested, her hands pinned behind her back, resembling a little hen whose wings have been pinched. Not a chance. Do you dare to threaten me? I dare you to try. Shun Qinyun's face flushed crimson. Yeah, help me out here. All right, enough of this nonsense, Wu Yu interjected, gently shaking Han Dong's arm. We are heading to the mountaintop to watch the sunrise. The two exchanged glances, discovering a tenderness unique to their bond. Han Dong chuckled and released Shun Qinyun from her predicament. Why do you listen to Ye and not to me? I'm your teacher, you know. You need to act like a teacher then, she retorted. What is wrong with my demeanor? Is it not appealing? Han Dong replied. Liao Xuezhi observed from a distance, watching Han Dong and Shun Qinyun's playful banter, resembling a couple deeply in love, which solidified his own resolve. The group donned their backpacks and hiking shoes, ascending the stone steps. Along the way, they encountered a pair of sisters resting on a rock by the path, evidently also en route to witness the sunrise. However, an incongruous presence loomed nearby. A burly young man in his 30s, his countenance fierce, engaged in conversation with the sisters. Han Dong, poses ning keen hering, caught the low murmur of the young man's voice, which incited his ire. Initially assuming they were acquaintances, he was taken aback by the man's words. Miss, you have a stunning figure. How about we be friends? The sister ignored him. Undeterred, the man continued. The mountains can be perilous. I'm strong enough to carry your belongings and protect you. We can manage on our own, the younger sister replied, her brow furrowed. Don't be so ungrateful, the burly youth said, his patience clearly wearing thin. It is a privilege for you to have my attention. Do you dare to refuse? Or shall I make it so that you regret it? His menacing appearance made the sisters visibly uneasy, prompting them to draw closer together. Han Dong approached swiftly, his tone icy. What did you just say? Repeat it. Who do you think you are, meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Do you want me to end you? The young man glared at Han Dong, his hostility palpable. Shun Qinyun and Wu Yu, unaware of the unfolding tension, exclaimed in unison. What is going on? Lacking Han Dong's acute hearing, they could not discern the vile threats uttered by the ferocious man. Isn't it obvious? He has taken a fancy to those sisters and intends to play the hero, Liao Xuezhi interjected sarcastically. Shun Qinyun and Wu Yu paid him no mind, hastening to follow Han Dong. Han Dong smiled, a hint of mockery lacing his words. Don't just talk big. I am curious to see how you intend to bring about my demise. The menacing figure suddenly drew a knife from his pocket, sneering, since you seek death. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Is that all? A deeper smile graced Han Dong's lips. You seek death. The fierce man could no longer tolerate the derisive expression on Han Dong's face and lunged forward, aiming the blade at Han Dong's chest. Shun Qinyun, Wu Yu, and the pair of sisters gasped in unison. As the knife's tip neared his clothing, Han Dong casually extended his index and middle fingers, effortlessly pinching the blade. You can keep your fingers. The fierce man growled, attempting to sever Han Dong's digits with a swift motion. To his astonishment, the knife remained immovable. Undeterred, he exerted more force, finally using all his strength. Yet Han Dong's fingers remained steadfast, as if they were forged from iron. This is outrageous, Liao Xuezhi observed, believing the fierce man was merely playing along with Han Dong's act. How could such a large man fail to budge Han Dong's fingers? Does he think he is Lu Xiaofeng? The pair of sisters exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Wu Yu was aware of Han Dong's prowess in martial arts, but had never witnessed it firsthand, leaving her quite astonished. Only Shun Qinyun maintained her composure, having previously seen Han Dong effortlessly defeat thugs like Snake Brother. The man before them was undoubtedly bringing humiliation upon himself. So she crossed her arms and watched the spectacle unfold. With a flick of his free hand, Han Dong delivered a resounding slap to the fierce man. Damn it! The man cursed instinctively. Another slap followed. How dare you? Then came another. You bastard. The successive blows, though devoid of martial technique, were delivered with such force that an ordinary person could scarcely endure them. With a heavy strike, the fierce man spat out 2 bloody teeth, his cheeks swelling to the point where even his mother would struggle to recognize him. Then he witnessed an even more terrifying sight. With a slight increase in pressure, Han Dong snapped the blade in half, and with each decisive motion, the knife was reduced to a heap of scrap metal in mere moments. Fake. This must be a prop bought online. It's all a ruse. Liao Xueji scoffed, increasingly convinced that this man was merely a plant hired by Han Dong. Only the fierce man understood that his knife was crafted from high-quality steel, prompting him to instinctively take several steps back, his expression one of sheer horror. Is this man some kind of Wolverine? No human hand possesses such strength. Shun Qianyun and Wu Yu exchanged looks, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Han Dong's martial prowess far exceeded their expectations. The sisters' beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, their lips slightly parted, mirroring each other's expressions. Where until you go to kill me? Go on, Han Dong taunted, stepping forward. Don't come any closer. The menacing figure stumbled backward, unexpectedly stepping into thin air, and tumbled head over heels down the stairs, screaming in agony as he rolled. The onlookers could only watch in horror as he continued to tumble down dozens of steps. Fortunately, a large tree at a bend broke his descent. Otherwise, he would have rolled all the way to the foot of the mountain, bloodied and battered, with several broken bones. He lay groaning beneath the tree. Would he survive the fall? Shun Qianyun felt a flicker of concern. He won't die, but he won't be able to rise for at least 6 months, Han Dong replied with a faint smile. Liao Xueji raised his phone, teasingly glancing at Han Dong. I've already called the police, he thought, anticipating the unraveling of Han Dong's scheme and curious about how he would manage the situation. Well done. Let the authorities handle it. This man threatened and assaulted a woman with a knife. If he has a criminal record, he could serve several years in prison, Han Dong remarked nonchalantly. Huh? Liao Xueji looked at Han Dong with suspicion, realizing his expectations were misplaced. Are you all right? Han Dong inquired, glancing at the sisters with a warm smile. Yes. We're fine, the elder sister replied. Recalling the harrowing experience from the previous night, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Han Dong's eyes, a blush creeping up her neck. You saved us once again after your kindness last night. We are immensely grateful, the younger sister expressed generously. Thank you, they both acknowledged, clearly pleased with the sentiment. What about that man? Shun Qianyun pointed to the menacing figure at the bottom of the stairs. The rescue team soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, ready to address his injuries before handing him over to the police. Of course, if you're uneasy, you may stay here and keep an eye on him, Han Dong teased. Get lost. I'm not worried in the slightest, Shun Qianyun retorted with a playful glare. The group continued their ascent, the sisters deliberately maintaining a distance from Han Dong, embarrassed to be too close. The mountain's elevation was significant, taking them an hour to reach the summit. At the top, they found a small platform amidst towering rocks and lush greenery. To the east lay a sheer cliff, offering a breathtaking view of the sky, painted in shades of crimson. Heralding the dawn, the sun is rising, the girls exclaimed joyfully, raising their phones to record the moment. Han Dong stood at the cliff's edge, his posture poised, hands forming an unusual seal as he began to cultivate the Jin Wu true scripture. What is he doing? Wu Yu asked, noticing Han Dong's peculiar stance. He must be practicing. I've seen this before, Shun Qianyun replied. Then let us move to the other side and not disturb him. All right, Wu Yu agreed, leading Shun Qianyun away. The sisters naturally chose to distance themselves from Han Dong, leaving only Liao Xueji nearby. Elated, he observed Han Dong at the cliff's edge, feeling fortunate. Even the heavens are aiding me, he thought, having not planned how to lure him to this spot and disperse the others. But now, the opportunity had presented itself effortlessly. Liao Xueji stealthily approached, preparing to deliver a kick to send him over the cliff, but to his astonishment, Han Dong vanished before his eyes. He exerted excessive force and hastily applied the brakes, narrowly averting a disastrous plunge over the cliff. Where has he gone? Liao Xueji pondered, glancing around in confusion, unable to find any trace of Han Dong. Could he have already fallen? Cautiously, he edged closer to the cliff's precipice to peer down. At that moment, a figure emerged from the woods, extending both hands and forcefully pushing him from behind. Liao Xueji felt a tremendous force surge through him, his body propelled forward, and he let out a piercing scream as he plummeted into the abyss below. The figure followed suit, and Han Dong soon appeared from behind a large tree, standing at the cliff's edge, deep in thought. Subsequently, he He descended along a vine with remarkable agility akin to that of a monkey, swiftly vanishing into the white mist below the cliff. The four girls, hearing the scream, hurriedly gathered near the cliff but could not see Liao Xuezhi or Han Dong. Where have they gone? Wu Yu queried, perplexed. What about Dongzi? Why is he missing? Shen Qinyun was unconcerned about Liao Xuezhi. Her focus was solely on Han Dong. The elder sister among the duo of sisters, Dai Mei, furrowed her brow. Could that scream we heard be? Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the cliff. Impossible. This can't be. Shen Qinyun shook her head, instinctively rejecting the notion. That scream was likely Liao Xuezhi's. Wu Yu, being more familiar with Liao Xuezhi, voiced her concern. And what about Dongzi? Why is he also missing? Shen Qinyun's anxiety escalated. The platform isn't large. Let's search once more, her sister suggested. Although they were somewhat intentionally avoiding Han Dong, it was merely due to uncertainty about how to face him. She undoubtedly harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, why would her sister have willingly spent a delightful evening with him? All right. The other three agreed readily, and thus the four split into two groups. Searching along the edges of the platform, Han Dong leaped down the cliff with the grace of a monkey, reaching the valley floor in mere moments. Liao Xuezhi lay motionless amidst a heap of rubble, his body covered in blood, his death a gruesome spectacle. Having fallen from such a height, there was no chance of survival. A tall figure stood beside him, clad in a baseball cap and casual attire, with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Upon seeing Han Dong approach, he grinned. You made it? I did, Han Dong nodded. He recognized this individual as the young man who had sat apart during the outdoor movie the previous night, and who had just pushed Liao Xuezhi off the cliff, if one could even call him a person. Activating his spiritual sight, Han Dong scrutinized the young man's true form, which revealed itself to be a swirling mass of dark energy. You must be curious as to why I killed him, the young man stated nonchalantly. The reason is quite simple. I merely reciprocated the actions he inflicted upon me. Did he harm you? Han Dong inquired, studying him closely. Indeed, the young man replied slowly. A year ago, my girlfriend and I graduated from university. I received an offer from a Fortune 500 company, and she secured a position at her desired firm, both in the same city. We were elated, so we decided to come here for a camping trip. Little did we expect to encounter Liao Xuezhi and his companions. They were exceedingly kind and warm-hearted, and we had no defenses. Thus, we naturally formed a companionship. Your girlfriend must be exceptionally beautiful, Han Dong interjected. Indeed. Speaking of my girlfriend, a spark ignites in the eyes of youth. She is the belle of our school. Despite the throngs vying for her affection, she chose me. A mere impoverished student, she is an admirable young woman. Innocent men bear the burden of guilt when they possess something precious, Han Dong sighed. Though I am gone, a fierce desire for vengeance burns within me. I must avenge myself and eliminate this wretched creature whose heart is steeped in depravity. I have roamed these mountains for a year, and by some twist of fate, I have encountered this beast once more. The events that followed, you have witnessed. Han Dong knew did. The young man was aware of the existence of vengeful spirits since last night. Had this been in the past, it might have shaken his understanding, as he had been raised under a materialistic doctrine. However, that was no longer the case. He had embraced immortality, what was beyond the realm of possibility. Tales of vengeful spirits seeking retribution abound in various folklore, rendering them unremarkable. Chapter 59. Celestial Methods for Taming Demonic Hearts. At that moment, a shadow, nearly translucent, drifted from Liao Xuezhi's body. Upon seeing the young man, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he hissed, So, it is you. At last, you remember me. Even in ashes, I would recognize you. Liao Xuezhi's face contorted. I never imagined your audacity would lead you to harm me. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Do you dare compare your pitiful life to mine? Liao Xuezhi exclaimed. A mere rural student dares to pursue such a beautiful girlfriend. Can you truly keep her? This world thrives on the principle of the strong preying upon the weak. If I do not consume you, someone else surely will. Do you understand? You have merely lived a year longer than I have. What is there to be proud of? Thus you deserve to die. You belong in the depths of hell. How could you presume to harm me? I am the sole heir of the Liao family in Shuncheng. If my family discovers this, your kin shall know no peace. Enough. Han Dong interjected, furrowing his brow. Han Dong. Liao Xuezhi's eyes brightened. Did you fall and perish as well? Ha ha ha. Heaven truly has eyes. You deserve to die even more. Han Dong chewed on a blade of grass, regarding Liao Xuezhi's frantic display with a derisive gaze, as though watching a circus monkey. You have not died. The young man interrupted his musings. What? How could this be? Liao Xuezhi exclaimed, his laughter abruptly ceasing as though he had been throttled. My abilities far exceed your wildest imagination, Han Dong replied coldly. The moment you attempted to kick me, I sensed it and evaded just in time, standing behind a great tree to witness your enemy push you off the cliff. You, who stood idly by and did not come to his aid, are unworthy of being called human. Liao Xueji fumed, his rage palpable. Do I appear to be a saint? Han Dong gestured toward himself. Not all. What do you mean? Liao Xueji regarded Han Dong suspiciously, noting the absence of a halo above his head. I am no saint. Why should I save someone who seeks to kill me? Han Dong shouted. Let me ask you. You murdered this young man because his girlfriend is beautiful. And what of me? What weakness of yours have I exploited? You thought I was unaware when you crept into Shun Qinyun's tent in the dead of night? You still sneak into that pair of sisters' tent, enjoying yourself, thinking I am unaware? The young man glanced to Han Dong, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Brother, you certainly know how to have fun. Go away. It's none of your business. Han Dong shot him a glare, then bellowed at Liao Xueji. I can sleep with whoever I choose. It's a mutual agreement. What right do you have to meddle? I can't stand it. I intend to rid Shin Qinyun of you, scoundrel. Don't think I don't see your intentions towards teacher Shun. With your kind. Isn't it enough to cling to Sister Wu Yu? Yet you still have designs on her friend. You're the real lecher, scum. Han Dong, don't get cocky. Even as a ghost, I one T let you off. Liao Xueji's face was filled with resentment. Is that so? Then you might as well not become a ghost. Han Dong casually formed a seal with his hands, uttering a series of incantations. The legacy of the Golden Crow Emperor encompasses a myriad of knowledge on dealing with spirits and demonic entities, and the soul binding spell is merely one of its minor techniques. Liao Xueji felt himself ensnared by an invisible force, his entire soul floating helplessly in midair. Unable to move. What do you intend to do, Han? Let me go. Liao Xueji began to panic. Of course, I have my desires, the young man sighed. I just graduated from university in the prime of my life, yet I lost it all in vain. Too many regrets linger. I cannot let go of my girlfriend, my elderly parents, nor the beautiful landscapes along this journey of life. Alas, fate is cruel. Liao Xueji has caused you such suffering. I feel your revenge is insufficient. Killing him would be too merciful for this beast. You just mentioned he is the sole heir of the Liao family in Shunsheng, a person of high status. I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it? What suggestion? Why not take Liao Xueji's place, become the young master of the Liao family, inherit his wealth, and enjoy the riches that rightfully belong to him? How could this be possible? The young man was slightly bewildered. If I say it can be done, then it can. You need only express your willingness. I am willing. The young man became somewhat excited. After all, who would refuse such an opportunity? Han Dong could not be bothered with him. He approached Liao Xueji's corporeal form, placing his right hand atop his head, channeling pure yang energy from the Baihui point, while silently reciting a spell. The yang energy, guided by the incantation, coursed through Liao Xueji's body along established meridians, visibly restoring the damaged tissues and cells at an astonishing pace. Within the celestial healing arts of the Golden Crow Emperor's legacy, there are two divine techniques, the art of reviving the dead and the art of restoring flesh and bone. Han Dong was currently employing the latter, specifically designed to mend the human body. Liao Xueji and the young man watched in awe as the severely damaged body regained its original form, the broken arm realigning, and torn flesh healing at a visible rate. Impossible. This cannot be. Who on earth are you? Liao Xueji screamed hoarsely. You may consider me a deity, Han Dong replied, withdrawing his supernatural powers with a serene smile. What nonsense! Were there deities in this world? Liao Xueji shouted. If ghosts exist, why can't deities? Han Dong retorted calmly. Liao Xueji was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if even ghosts exist, why should gods be absent? Are you truly a celestial being? The young man's face radiated astonishment. To be precise, I am a cultivator, but, given time, I shall inevitably ascend to the realm of terrestrial deities. Astonishing, simply remarkable. Gazing at Liao Xueji's restored corporeal form, the young man exclaimed in wonder. Han Dong, Liao Xueji stammered, can you truly resurrect someone? What do you think? If you can indeed accomplish this, why not resurrect me instead? Liao Xueji's expression turned frenzied. As long as you can bring me back to life, I shall thereafter be your devoted follower. If you desire my family's fortune, I would willingly grant it to you. And as for Wu Yu, should you fancy her, she is yours as well. Han Dong spat at him. Don't utter such sordid words. They offend my ears. Brother Han, Father Han, Liao Xueji pleaded. Is it not enough that I call you father? I am truly the sole heir of the Liao family. I have yet to ensure the continuation of my lineage. I implore you, spare me. I too am the only child in my family. Did you ever show me any mercy? The young man replied coldly. Get lost. Your impoverished family cannot compare to the Liao family. Liao Xueji retorted angrily. What? Do you look down upon impoverished families? Handong replied frostide. I too hail from a destitute background. What? Liao Xueji was taken aback. Surely not. You drive a Lamborghini and wear a Patek Philippe, yet claim to come from a poor family? Did you earn that money yourself? Damn it. Chapter 60. The Art of Reviving the Dead and the Technique of Flesh and Bone. The money indeed was earned by Han Dong himself. It was merely that Liao Xueji found it hard to believe. People often firmly believe that what they cannot achieve, others cannot either. Aren't you filled with a sense of superiority? I shall demonstrate to you that a person from a humble background, if endowed with your familial advantages, could achieve far greater success. You cannot do that. That body belongs to me and you have no authority over it. This is against the rules. Liao Xueji was not foolish. He clearly understood Han Dong's intentions, to allow that young man's soul to be reborn within his body. Han Dong ignored him further, beckoning the young man to approach Liao Xueji's physical form. What is your name? I am Lu Jun Han Dong. You cannot do this. That is mine. And you shall descend into hell for it. You are violating the laws of the underworld. Liao Xueji cried out hoarsely. The underworld? Han Dong smirked slightly. If the underworld truly exists, I would love to explore it. He disregarded Liao Xueji, forming hand seals and reciting incantations. Lu Jun suddenly felt an immense pulling force emanating from above Liao Xueji's head, and his soul transformed into a beam of light, swiftly being drawn in. Lu Jun sensed that the environment he entered was exceedingly hostile. It felt as though a potent force was attempting to expel him. The air around him seemed filled with chaotic currents, incessantly slicing through his soul, causing excruciating pain. His instinctive reaction was to escape immediately. Suddenly, a powerful yet tranquil force gradually enveloped his soul, stabilizing the situation. Regardless of the surrounding chaos, his soul remained steadfast, standing firm at the eye of the storm. Perhaps an eternity passed, or merely a fleeting moment. The storm around him eventually subsided. Lu Jun slowly opened his eyes and sat up. He inhaled a long-forgotten scent, feeling the wind brush against his face. This sensation, both familiar and foreign, stirred within him. Have I truly returned to life? The glimmer of uncontainable joy filled Lu Jun's eyes. Indeed, Han Dong nodded with a smile. The initial incantation was remarkably smooth, marking the first successful experiment. Were Lu Jun a wealthy man, he might have amassed a fortune. Yet, what does that matter? In life, certain matters transcend monetary value. Hurrah! Lu Jun sprang to his feet, jubilantly exclaiming and dancing in unrestrained delight. You haven't returned to life, you wretched spirit. Liao Xueji continued his incessant curses. You've usurped my body. May both of you meet a dreadful fate. Watching his own body move freely in the sunlight filled Liao Xueji with an unbearable envy. Silence. Han Dong waved his hand gently, imprisoning Liao Xueji within the Lingshu ring. This ring not only stored items, but also captured souls. Liao Xueji felt himself thrust into a dark and frigid abyss, involuntarily shivering. Where am I? He shouted in terror. You are confined. Han Dong's consciousness could traverse the Lingshu space at will. Should you continue to scream, I would not hesitate to obliterate your soul. Liao Xueji promptly fell silent. He realized now that Han Dong was no ordinary being. His powers exceeded anything he had ever imagined. Regret gnawed at him. Why provoke such a twisted individual? Now, having angered him, he found himself in a state of limbo, his body occupied by another, his soul imprisoned, with no knowledge of when he might see the light of day again. This gilded yet morally bankrupt second-generation scion began his tormenting existence as a soul in captivity, perpetually engulfed in fear, remorse, and anguish. I understand, Lu Jun nodded. Shall we ascend? Han Dong grasped Lu Jun's hand, and together they began their climb. Although the cliff was steep, with Han Dong's assistance, Lu Jun managed to keep pace. Just as they departed, a cloud of black mist suddenly emerged from the forest, and two figures clad in black robes and hats slowly materialized from within. The coordinates indicate this location, yet why is there no body? One of the robed figures produced a flat device and activated its screen. This is bad. What's wrong? The other robed figure inquired. The coordinates have vanished, and the deceased information has also disappeared. What does that mean? It means someone has breached the rules and resurrected that individual. Such a formidable person exists in the mortal realm? Perhaps a geomancer, a Taoist, or a cultivator. What shall we do? Very well. We shall proceed as necessary. The black mist enveloped the two figures, and they vanished with the wind. Dongzi, where are you? Shun Xinyun and Wu Yu were calling loudly at the edge of the cliff, when, unexpectedly, two heads suddenly appeared over the precipice, startling them greatly. Han Dong, pulling Lu Jun along, leapt up effortlessly. You! Shun Xinyun clutched her chest, gazing at them with a mix of terror and astonishment. Young Master Liao accidentally fell down, and I want to pull him up. Han Dong grinned, fortunate that he got tangled in the vines and did not fall off the cliff. He merely scraped some skin. Otherwise, we would have to attend a banquet at the Liao family. Liao Xueji smiled awkwardly. Wu Yu glanced at him, noticing several torn places on his clothing, with faint traces of blood seeping through. Are you all right? She inquired. I'm fine, just some minor flesh wounds. Han Dong has already treated them. Liao Xueji replied somewhat shyly. Wu Yu looked at him in surprise, sensing something was amiss, but unable to articulate what it was. Be careful next time. It's quite dangerous, she cautioned, her voice laced with concern. Although she did not harbor fond feelings for Liao Xueji, she certainly did not wish for his demise here. The pair of sisters received the news and hurried over, scrutinizing Han Dong from all angles. Are you all right? They asked in unison. I am Fina, Han Dong Hook live. Young Master Liao is the one with the issue. I merely went to assist him. You are truly brave. The younger sister couldn't help but commend. Lu Jun observed the beautiful young women orbiting Han Dong with gleaming eyes, a knowing smile gracing his face. It seemed that Liao Xueji's claims were indeed true. Last night, this fellow had enjoyed great fortune. The sun has risen, Shun Qinyun exclaimed joyfully. A resplendent sun ascended slowly from the east, painting the clouds at the horizon in fiery hues, vivid and spectacular in myriad shapes. Everyone was captivated by this breathtaking sight, standing in awe, pledging silently to follow Han Dong for life, determined to repay his life-saving grace. After witnessing the sunrise, the group descended the mountain along the same path. The sisters felt a wave of trepidation. Had it not been for Han Dong's timely rescue, the consequences could have been dire. The local police conducted routine inquiries, recording individual testimonies from each person. They lauded Han Dong for subduing the assailant and assisting in apprehending a highly wanted criminal, promising that the due reward would be credited to his account after the necessary procedures were completed. They were particularly astonished by his feat of breaking a dagger with his bare hands. But upon learning that he was the city hero who single-handedly took down 5 armed bandits in Jiangzhou, understanding dawned upon them. Ah, so it's him. That makes sense. Han Dong then realized that his deeds had already circulated within the police circles of the Yangtze River Delta, with everyone aware of the martial arts expert from Jiangzhou University who had aided the police in solving major cases. The local officers were quite enthusiastic, eagerly requesting to take photos with Han Dong as if they were starstruck fans. A young female officer wrapped her arm around his, snapping one picture after another, which displeased Shun Qinyun immensely, especially since the young officer's chest brushed against Han Dong's arm. Shun Qinyun felt it was intentional and whispered her grievances to Wu Yu. Wu Yu merely looked at her, smiling silently. Han Dong did not inquire about the sisters' names, and they did not share them. As they watched Han Dong's Lamborghini disappear around a bend in the mountain road, the elder sister sighed. If he were also a student at Jian University, wouldn't that make him your alumnus? She remarked with a smile. He should not be from our school. If he were, I would have definitely seen him before. Perhaps he is a new student, the younger sister suggested. Apologies for the awkwardness, as the junior has been incessantly calling him brother. The young woman covered her face slightly. The sisters started their vehicle and ventured onto the winding mountain road, swiftly vanishing into the thin veil of mist. Each flower blooms in its own way. Wu Yu found him somewhat peculiar. His demeanor and speech were reminiscent of a different person altogether. Although the countenance remained unchanged, the essence felt entirely transformed. Nevertheless, her interest in Liao Xueji was minimal. Even upon sensing the differences, she chose not to delve deeper. Each morning, she engaged in meditation and cultivation, absorbing various skills from her inheritance during her leisure time, leading a life both pleasant and fulfilling. Particularly after witnessing the existence of spirits, she devoted considerable effort to the art of exorcism. Who could predict whether she might encounter unclean entities in the future? It was prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 61. Senior Fairy Song Xingchen. After the brief holiday, the new students resumed their regular academic routines. Although the distance from Kongting to Jiangda University was relatively short, Han Dong opted to drive to school. On one hand, a vehicle should be frequently utilized. Prolonged inactivity could lead to complications. On the other hand, having gained such capabilities, one ought to live with flair and abandon. Modesty was a trait for the elderly, while youth should shine brightly. Could one still be considered young without a hint of ostentation? Cruising in his brand-new Porsche Panamera, basking in the cool autumn breeze, Han Dong felt utterly content. This was the essence of life. The cement gray Porsche stood out remarkably amidst the traffic, especially with the striking figure behind the wheel, donning ice blue sunglasses, instantly transforming him into the most eye-catching presence on the road. As it was the first day back after the holiday, the entrance to Jiangda was heavily congested. Students arriving in private cars quickly noticed the flamboyant Porsche amid the traffic. Han Dong rested his left arm on the window, his right hand skillfully maneuvering the vehicle, exuding an air of leisure. His driving skills had become quite adept. The suit-clad car seemed to yield to his command, moving as effortlessly as a lamb, perfectly in sync with him. Woman, look over there. That guy is driving a Porsche with one hand. A girl leaned out from the rear window, greeting classmates in the adjacent vehicle. Wow, can you believe it? Someone's actually driving a Porsche with one hand. So cool. The two girls exclaimed excitedly. Most people nearby had noticed this striking scene. Boys admired the car, while girls admired the man. The car was indeed stunning. But the key was that the driver was extraordinarily handsome. It was almost unfair to the average person. Could this handsome young man possibly be a student at our Jiangda? Surely not. If he were from our school, I would have known. Perhaps he was merely a freshman? Is this year's freshman class this audacious? Driving a Porsche to school? What if he is? That would be quite the scandal. I wager if he is a freshman, the senior girls would be clamoring to claim him. They decided to follow and see whether he was indeed from Jiangda. Thus, a group of students fixated on the sleek gray vehicle as the engine roared and the charming figure effortlessly turned the steering wheel, gliding towards the gates of Jiangda. Hooray! The girls instinctively clenched their fists, cheering in unison. The young men muttered curses under their breath, their expressions filled with discontent. Sharing an institution with such a captivating anomaly rendered their prospects of courtship nearly non-existent. It was indeed a lamentable tale. Han Dong had previously secured a designated parking space right beside the playground. With a swift and precise maneuver, he deftly reversed his vehicle into the spot, exuding an effortless charm that was utterly captivating, almost criminally so. Applause erupted nearby, the sound crisp and clear. As Han Dong stepped out his car, he turned towards the source of the clapping and beheld a Tiffany blue Maserati parked awkwardly in the middle of the passageway. The driver appeared somewhat inexperienced, and the poorly parked vehicles on either side further narrowed the available space, making it exceedingly challenging for her to park. The applause emanated from the driver's seat, and as the window slid down, Han Dong was struck by the sight of her face. In that instant, his heart skipped a beat. She was simply breathtaking. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like silk over her shoulders, framing an oval face with strikingly defined features. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with starlight when she gazed at others. The delicate bridge of her nose, slightly upturned at the tip, contributed to her stunning profile. Her lips, shaped like a diamond, curled into a crescent-shaped smile that was enchanting. Undoubtedly, she was a paragon of beauty, rivaling the likes of Shun Qianyun and Wei Shuqing. Song Xingchen found herself in a rather awkward predicament. On this first day back to school after a brief holiday, the school administration had convened a meeting, and as the vice president of the student council, her presence was imperative. She had not departed late, but traffic delays had left her with mere minutes to spare upon arriving at the school. With the underground parking out of reach, she had no choice but to park at the lot adjacent to the playground, the closest option to the academic building. Yet, as always, parking spaces were scarce, and she had come here in hopes of a stroke of luck. As expected, only one temporary parking spot remained, and it was rendered nearly impossible to access due to encroachment from neighboring vehicles. All around her were fixed parking spots secured with locks. She could neither enter nor exit. After several unsuccessful attempts, frustration mounted as she struggled to maneuver her car into the tight space. Just then, she witnessed a Porsche glide effortlessly into a parking space, and unable to contain herself, she broke into applause, captivated by the display. When Han Dong emerged from his vehicle, a spark of brilliance danced in Song Xingchen's eyes. Having dedicated over a month to relentless training, Han Dong had grown to an impressive height of 182 centimeters, with broad shoulders, long legs, and a physique that radiated vitality. His thick, ebony hair added to his youthful allure. His chiseled features, marked by sharp angles akin to those of a sculpted visage, appeared even more refined, illuminated by a youthful exuberance. Clad in a simple sweatshirt, jeans, and shoes, He exuded an air reminiscent of an international male model. This young man was undeniably striking. As Song Xingqian stepped out of her car, she smiled warmly at Han Dong and gently inquired, "Are you a freshman?" "Yes. I'm in the first class of the law school," Han Dong replied. Han Dong meticulously observed the girl before him. She was tall and beautiful, her dress billowing gracefully in the morning breeze, exuding an ethereal charm. Remarkably, her voice was equally melodious, akin to the sweet song of a golden oriole. "I am Song Xingqian, a third-year student from the Department of Management. Greetings, Senior Song." "Hello, Junior." "Senior, is it true that your car cannot fit into the parking space?" Song Xingqian's cheeks flushed as she nodded slightly. "This is not your fault. The cars on either side are parked haphazardly, encroaching upon the space. Such individuals lack the civility that should accompany their newfound wealth." While uttering these words, he playfully kicked the wheel of a nearby car, producing a resounding thud as the vehicle shifted laterally by over half a meter, perfectly centering it within the parking space. "There you go, Senior. Now you can park." Han Dong smiled at Song Xingqian, who stood with her eyes and mouth agape, shock evident in her gaze. What had she just witnessed? This young man had effortlessly moved a car weighing around 2 tons with a mere kick, as if it were soccer ball. Was he even human? Indeed, beauty holds immense power. Even with her astonished expression, she appeared adorably bewildered, seeing her speechless and motionless. Han Dong took the initiative to enter the driver's seat of the Maserati, smoothly shifting into reverse. With deft precision, he maneuvered the car into the parking space in one fluid motion. After turning off the engine, he exited the vehicle, locked the doors, and handed the keys to Song Xingqian. "Senior, you seem to be in a hurry. Please go ahead. No need to be polite." Watching Song Xingqian's graceful silhouette as she departed, Han Dong smiled faintly. Upon entering the classroom, Han Dong immediately captured the attention of all his classmates. Standing at 182 centimeters tall, he was like a firefly in the darkness, a striking golden beetle amidst the fields, remarkably conspicuous and undeniably impressive. "Wow, he's so handsome." The excited exclamations and the sound of girls banging on their desks echoed throughout the room. Han Dong had already become a prominent figure among the freshmen since the commendation ceremony for acts of bravery. Although at that time he had not yet reached such heights in stature or charm. The distance had been greater then, unlike now, where the visual impact was magnified. This cohort of law undergraduates was divided into 2 classes, with 4 students in each dormitory. Wu Pengzi and Han Dong were in the same class, while Xing Chun and Hong Tao were in the other. Observing Han Dong's popularity, Wu Pengzi quickly stood up, puffing out his chest and inviting Han Dong to sit at his table. As the last to arrive, Han Dong scanned the room and noted that only Wu Pengzi and one other girl had available seats. He decisively chose to forego Wu Pengzi's company and seated himself beside the girl. The reason was simple. Wu Pengzi's hygiene habits were notoriously poor, often going an entire week without a shower during the summer and not changing his socks for half a month, resulting in an unsavory aroma. This was why no one else was willing to share a table with him. Conversely, the girl sitting next to Han Dong was nothing short of charming. Dressed in a pair of thick glasses reminiscent of bottle bottoms, her appearance was further accentuated by the high school uniform she wore, and the dental braces adorning her mouth rendered her utterly unrefined. There was a reason no one chose to sit beside her. This girl had been engrossed in her book. Her head bowed low. Even when the other girls erupted into laughter, she remained unfazed. Suddenly, someone took a seat beside her, causing her to raise her eyes like a startled fawn, glancing at Han Dong. "Hello, classmate. We shall be desk mates from now on. May I inquire your name?" "Han Dong Smi Lit." I do not wish to share a desk with you," the girl stammered, her lips trembling, appearing somewhat timid. Yet she bravely voiced her feelings. "Ah, then you shall have to sit with that chubby one," Han Dong replied, maintaining his smile as he pointed toward Wu Pengzi. The girl cast a glance at Wu Pengzi and immediately recoiled, lowering her head into silence. Though her vision was poor, her sense of smell was perfectly intact. The scent emanating from that boy was overwhelmingly pungent. Even from a distance, it was an assault on her senses. She wished to ask why he could not sit with him instead, but then recalled the sage's words. Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. If she couldn't tolerate such a smell, how could she expect others to endure it? While she was indeed averse to disturbances in her tranquil life, she had no choice but to accept the situation. In front of them sat 2 girls, both possessing considerable beauty, particularly the one directly in front of Han Dong, whose delicate features and alluring curve bestowed upon her a certain charm. Upon noticing Han Dong seated behind them, the 2 girls exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with delight. Ing, he must be here for you, the girl on the right scribbled on a piece of paper. The girl on the left, with her enchanting eyes narrowing into crescents, wore a triumphant smile. Of course, if he isn't here for me, who else could it be but that little bumpkin behind? She considered herself the most radiant girl in the law department, more than deserving of a handsome boy like Han Dong. The class mentor, a kind-looking young man in his 30s named Lu Weibao, encouraged everyone to introduce themselves. Following the introductions, he invited the students to step forward and nominate themselves for class leadership positions. Surprisingly, Han Dong did not take to the stage, yet was unanimously elected as the class monitor. He graciously declined, explaining that as the deputy secretary of the student union, it would be inappropriate to hold multiple positions and that others should also have a chance. Despite repeated entreaties, he remained unmoved. The role of class monitor, while seemingly glamorous, was fraught with trivial tasks. University life was rich and varied. Why squander time on inconsequential matters? The political privileges he had as the deputy secretary were sufficient. Ultimately, the class monitor position was assumed by Zhao Su, a refined-looking boy who had been a monitor throughout his middle school years. The role of the Youth League branch secretary was entrusted to Chu Ying, one of the few strikingly attractive girls in the class. During military training, she and Han Dong had not been in the same squad, and thus were not well acquainted. However, she was certainly aware of this exceptional classmate during their entrance into the university. Now, with Han Dong elevated to the position of deputy secretary of the student union and she as the branch secretary, their roles had transformed into a hierarchical relationship, which secretly pleased her. Han Dong possesses striking good looks and remarkable talent, making him the idol of all the girls in the class. Even when compared to the handsome boys on the school's popularity list, he stands out significantly. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water tower gets the moon first, and Chu Ying feels she has a fair chance. The class monitor, Zhao Su, shared a formation with her during military training, and since then, he has developed an interest in her. Chu Ying is well aware of Zhao Su's affection, which naturally fills her with pride. After all, Zhao Su is also quite handsome and comes from a well-off family. Having such a suitor is undeniably a source of happiness. However, comparisons can be perilous. In the absence of Han Dong, Zhao Su would undoubtedly be recognized as the most outstanding boy in the class. Yet, Han Dong happens to be in their class. With Chu Ying's aspirations, she would never settle for second best. She has her gaze fixed on Han Dong, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhao Su, whose attention is always on Chu Ying, quickly notices this shift in her demeanor, and his heart feels as though it has been doused with a barrel of sour vinegar, bitterly envious. The position of class monitor was one that Han Dong relinquished to him, which further irked the prideful Zhao Su. Seeing the girl he fancies infatuated with Han Dong only intensifies his jealousy. Nevertheless, he does not harbor any resentment towards Chu Ying. Instead, he redirects his ire towards Han Dong, casting him unfriendly glances. Han Dong, with senses far exceeding those of ordinary individuals, perceives the various reactions within the class. He is fully aware of Chu Ying's fervent gaze and Zhao Su's envious stares, yet he remains unperturbed. Chapter 63. A 360-degree aerial somersault. Dongzi, why do I feel like the class beauty has an unusual look in her eyes when she gazes at you? Wu Pongzi remarked mischievously. Who is the class beauty? Han Dong replied lazily. Chu Ying, isn't she the most beautiful girl in the class? Is she? Han Dong glanced at Chu Ying, non-committal in his response. While there are several attractive girls in the class, they pale in comparison to the beauties on the list of the 5 absolute beauties, failing to pique Han Dong's interest. As the bell rang, classes commenced. After his cultivation, not only has his physical prowess increased, but his intellect has also surged exponentially, making the pursuit of knowledge a delightful endeavor. Although he is a liberal arts student, he still has to study university-level mathematics in his freshman year. Previously, he had an aversion to math, but now it poses no challenge. Even complex topics like calculus become easy for him. He grasps them upon first hearing and excels at learning them. This mastery of wisdom and acquisition of knowledge is truly profound. Han Dong mused that had he begun his cultivation a year earlier, his results in the college entrance examination would have far exceeded expectations. Achieving the status of provincial champion would not have been difficult. Attending prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida would have been well within reach. However, it matters little to him. It is merely a matter of refining one's heart amidst the mundane world. The essence of the mundane is no different anywhere. The boys engage in basketball, while others play soccer. Some girls choose to kick shuttlecocks or jump rope, while a portion gathers around the court, watching the boys compete. With a handsome face and a tall stature, Han Dong resembles a protagonist straight out of a basketball manga. He truly looks like Rukawa Kid. Kuying es diskmat. He's Cine whispered in awe. Dongzi, your gear is simply astonishing. Wu Yuanda approached, his face filled with envy. Han Dong chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. A fervent basketball enthusiast, he often indulged in watching games during his leisure time, idolizing none other than the basketball legend, Michael Jordan. Although he had not experienced the era of Jordan, countless highlights and videos showcasing the maestro's prowess were accessible online. The sheer mental fortitude, dominance, and influence that Jordan wielded in the game, along with his breathtaking aerial maneuvers, left spectators in awe. Han Dong frequently found himself immersed in such videos. Previously constrained by financial limitations, he now possessed a substantial balance in his account, allowing him to acquire several sets of Jordan's jerseys and sneakers, which he kept in his storage ring for unforeseen occasions. Today, they were finally put to good use. Chu Ying, wary of the sun, had initially sought refuge in the shade. However, upon Han Dong's arrival at the court, he attracted a throng of female admirers, including girls from other classes, who flocked around the area. Realizing that if she delayed any longer, she might miss her chance, Chu Ying hurriedly dashed over. Zhao Su felt a pang of frustration. He had just been lamenting the harsh sunlight and his reluctance to venture outside. Yet here was Han Dong sprinting faster than a rabbit. Damn, what a show-off. Unable to bear his irritation towards Chu Ying, he directed his anger solely at Han Dong. You're from Class 2, right? Why are you encroaching on our court? Chu Ying glared disapprovingly at the group of infatuated girls. Both Class 1 and Class 2 of the law department had no classes, leading the two groups to converge on the playground for recreation. Hadn't it been decided that Class 2 would occupy Court 2 while Class 1 would use Court 1? Why were they not supporting their own classmates in their game instead of mingling here? Chu Ying's displeasure was palpable. Mind your own business. A plump girl scoffed dismissively. Seeing Chun and Hong Tao, belonging to Class 2, also approached upon noticing the commotion surrounding Han Dong. Indifferent to the surrounding clamor, Han Dong's gaze was fixed on the adjacent court where members of the school's male and female basketball teams were engaged in practice. Among them was Wei Shuqing, clad in an orange training outfit and black shorts, showcasing her long, fair legs and an enviable physique. She was practicing her jump shot, executing the motion with grace and precision, truly a star of the women's basketball team. Several towering male players from the men's team stood at the sidelines, observing intently. Choosing to disregard these brawny figures, Han Dong resolved to impress Senior Qingzi. He dribbled the basketball, took a few steps to gain momentum, and leaped from the edge of the restricted area, executing a stylish 360-degree spin in midair before the hoop loomed before him. With a sweeping motion of his right arm, he unleashed a thunderous windmill dunk. Thud! The basketball slammed into the hoop with force. Yes, upon landing, Han Dong raised his fist in triumph, his excitement palpable. This move closely resembled Vince Carter's championship-winning dunk in the 2000 Slam Dunk Contest, a dazzling 360-degree windmill from the edge of the key. Such feats had once seemed a mere dream, unattainable in reality. However, he felt that after his transformation, his physical abilities had reached a remarkable level, rendering such dunks within his grasp. Indeed, it was a simple demonstration of his newfound prowess. As Han Dong gracefully descended, the surrounding students were still in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Goodness. A breathtaking 360-degree slam dunk. Some discerning students gasped in awe. No one could have anticipated witnessing such a spectacular dunk on the campus court. It was utterly outrageous. Seeing Chun nearly tripped over his own feet in astonishment. He, too, had a penchant for basketball and was quite skilled, having been the renowned basketball prince in high school. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, he had intended to showcase his skills on the court to capture the attention of the girls. But Han Dong's dunk felt like a bucket of cold water doused over his dreams. To hell with my basketball aspirations. Hong Tao and Wu Yuanda clapped vigorously. Han Dong was truly a treasure, always surprising them in delightful ways. Wow, he is so handsome. How can he be this charming? We may not understand the intricacies of a dunk, but we simply find him captivating. Starting today, I'm switching husbands. His name is Han Dong, from Class 1 of Law. What a pity that we are not in the same class. Once the initial shock wore off, the group of girls resumed their chatter. Chu Ying rolled her eyes. Han Dong is mine. I want to share him with you love-struck fools. Amazing, simply amazing. Zhao Su's heart bled with jealousy. Yet he clapped enthusiastically. Secretary Han, can you jump from the free throw line for a dunk? This was his true intention. If you're so impressive, I'll make you shine. Of course, that is quite simple, Han Dong replied with a sly smile in Zhao Su's direction. Wow. Secretary Han claims he can dunk from the free throw line. Everyone, come over, let us cheer him on. Zhao Su was brimming with enthusiasm. Han Dong could easily perceive Zhao Su's ulterior motives, but at that moment, a supportive voice arose, perfectly aligning with his intentions. Chapter 64, A Walk in the Air. Let us go. Brother, there's a commotion. Someone is about to perform a dunk from the free throw line. I'm in. I love watching others boast and then fall flat. Members of both the men's and women's basketball teams were training on the same court. Upon hearing about the free throw line dunk, several players who were drinking water nearly choked. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. The youth of today are simply too impressive. Let us go see which guy is making such grand claims. He must be quite the talent. A dunk from the free throw line? You must be joking. Even among the athletically gifted, very few can achieve a dunk from that position, let alone in a small campus like Huagua. If someone truly possessed such talent, they would already be a campus legend. Led by the main center, Xiong Zhuang, the male basketball players flocked over. Wei Shuqing and several female players followed suit. Hundreds of students, all wearing smirks, pointed and whispered about Han Dong in the center of the court. Zhao Su couldn't help but feel a surge of glee. He eagerly anticipated Han Dong's public embarrassment. Zhao Su, we're classmates. You've crossed the line. Wu Pengzi glared at Zhao Su angrily. It's precisely because we are classmates that I want to rally people to cheer for Secretary Han. What is wrong with that? I'll take you down. Wu Pengzi raised his fist, ready to fight. Your actions render me as though I am incapable of fulfilling my words. If I were to slam the basketball into the hoop, it would be akin to striking him in the face, so why resort to physical confrontation? Upon beholding Han Dong's visage, Wei Shuqing was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the dashing young man who had pretended to be a wealthy heir while conversing on the phone in the cafeteria to impress her? Is this yet another scheme after a failed attempt? Wei Shuqing. Han Dong turned his head, smiling as he gazed at her. Wei Shuqing furrowed her brow. You do not possess a boyfriend, do you? If I were to leap from the free throw line and successfully dunk, would that qualify me as your boyfriend? The atmosphere erupted with excitement. A freshman daring to flirt with Sister Qingzi in front of a member of the school basketball team must be unaware of the consequences he faces. His boldness left Wei Shuqing momentarily speechless. Young man, you likely do not comprehend the meaning of danger, she remarked, her eyes narrowing as she regarded him. This fellow, towering at 2 meters with a robust physique, resembled a formidable black bear. I am thoroughly vexed by individuals like you who cavalierly speak of death, as if they were murderers. Countless souls traverse the Naiha Bridge daily. How many have you sent off? Han Dong scoffed derisively. Step forward. I shall personally send you away. The bear-like figure was incensed. Had the new students truly become so oblivious to their surroundings? What are you doing, bear? Threatening a freshman? You truly have ambitions. Wei Shuqing shot him a disapproving glance. He dared not disregard her words. Wei Shuqing, let it be known that if I succeed, you must agree to be my girlfriend. Han Dong huklid. You should accomplish it first. Wei Shuqing retorted, pursing her lips. A sense of pressure began to mount within her, for her beauty surpassed that of Wei Shuqing by a considerable margin. Han Dong paid little heed to Chu Ying's thoughts. Instead, he picked up the basketball, gave it a light bounce, and positioned himself at the center line. Having recently executed a stunning spin dunk, he brimmed with confidence. Previously, such extraordinary maneuvers were mere fantasies. But now the situation was different. With the completion of the Pure Yang body refinement technique, his physique had transcended the limits of human capabilities, evolving into something extraordinary. Moreover, having devoted nearly a month to further training, his physical prowess rivaled that of professional athletes. Though he had never attempted a dunk from the free throw line, he believed he could succeed. The crowd held its breath, fixated on the center of the court, including the key players of the basketball team, eager to witness what this young man would conjure. Han Dong began his run from the center line, his speed akin to a tempest, swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the three-point line. Before anyone could even blink, he had leapt from the free throw line, propelling himself skyward with his left foot, soaring into the air like an eagle. The pure yang energy within him flowed ceaselessly, allowing him to effortlessly control his body, gliding with the grace of a bird, as though he might defy the very force of gravity. Wow, he truly seems to be flying, exclaimed a girl in astonishment. As the moment unfolded, the body ascended to its zenith. The hoop loomed tantalizingly close. His left arm swung back effortlessly, akin to a bird unfurling its wings. while his right arm elevated the basketball, culminating in a resounding dunk. The ball thudded against the ground, rebounding with vigor. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, devoid of any hesitation. Han Dong landed gracefully, exuberantly shaking his fist in triumph. He had achieved it. Chapter 65. A dazzling display, soaring to new heights. The arena fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of the ball rolling on the floor. After a prolonged pause, a howl pierced the air, awakening the spectators who had been momentarily stunned. Wow, he truly executed a dunk from the free throw line. He did it. He really did it. Absolutely stunning. Even more impressive than Rukawakeed. In an instant, the venue was filled with an array of ecstatic screams, nearly piercing the heavens. Zhao Su stood agape, his mouth wide enough to fit an ostrich egg, unable to close it for what felt like an eternity. He had called upon so many to witness Han Dong's potential embarrassment, only to unwittingly provide him with a grand stage. This extraordinary dunk was witnessed by an ever-growing audience. Zhao Su felt a surge of blood trapped in his lungs, wanting to retch but unable to do so, especially upon seeing the class beauty, Chu Ying. Starry-eyed and infatuated with Han Dong, he felt as though he had just force-fed himself a repugnant meal, difficult to digest yet unavoidable. Wu Yuanda, flushed with excitement, pointed at Han Dong and shouted hoarsely, "That's my brother! This is my brother! Incredible!" Wei Shuqing stared in astonishment at Han Dong in the center of the court, her mouth slightly agape, appearing adorably naive. She had assumed Han Dong was like the other insincere boys, resorting to various antics to gain her attention. Little did she know, he was genuinely capable of realizing his bold claims. No, he merely stated a fact about his ability to dunk from the free throw line. It was they who misjudged him as boasting. The scene just witnessed was undeniably exhilarating, even stirring the passions of someone like her. "Qingzi, this handsome guy is truly remarkable. You might want to consider him," suggested her roommate, Zheng Yuanyuan, the center of the women's basketball team, in a low voice. "Don't say such things. I've only just met him for the second time. What is there to consider?" Wei Shuqing's cheeks flushed red. "Such matters are not dependent on how long you've known someone," Zheng Yuanyuan grinned. Wei Shuqing chose not to engage with her comment. The male athletes on the school basketball team were equally astonished. Being professionals, they understood the complexity of the maneuver Han Dong had just executed. Even top-tier stars would struggle to replicate such fluidity and visual appeal when jumping from the free throw line, let alone an average individual. Tian Tao, the team's star player, possessed exceptional static athleticism and could easily dunk, yet even he could not manage a dunk from the free throw line. Where did this incredible talent come from? Initially, they thought he donned a Jordan jersey and rare sneakers merely for show, only to realize he was genuinely exceptional. "Senior Qingzi," Han Dong called out loudly. "Huh?" Wei Shuqing blinked in surprise. Wagering implies accepting the consequences. Thus, I implore you to accompany me on a date after school. What? I never engaged in a bet with you. A faint smile danced upon Wei Shuqing's lips. Are you attempting to evade your obligation? Regardless, that dunk you just executed was quite impressive. Let us exchange contact information. We may engage in friendly competition regarding our basketball skills in the future. Certainly. Before a sea of hundreds, the two of them exchanged WeChat details and phone numbers, seemingly oblivious to their audience. Gasps echoed among the onlookers. As the flower of the Five Wonders list, Wei Shuqing's contact information was notoriously difficult to obtain. Countless suitors had pursued her, employing every conceivable scheme to acquire her social media details, yet none had succeeded. Yet, here was Han Dong, having won her favor with a breathtaking dunk, exchanging contact information, a privilege previously unheard of. Xiong Zhuang's expression darkened. It is instinctual for males to guard their territory, particularly when it concerns attractive females within their ranks. They are an irrefutable sore spot. Those who dare to encroach upon their domain face dire consequences. Wei Shuqing, the belle of the physical education college, was also the object of affection for their leader, Tian Tao. Those within her college would not dare pursue her, while outsiders who did so would suffer grievously. This dandy believed that a mere display of athleticism would grant him access to Sister Qingzi. He was sorely mistaken. Consequently, Xiong Zhuang stealthily approached him. "Your name is Han Dong, is it not?" "That dunk was commendable," he remarked. "After school, meet me in the maple forest on the back hill," Han Dong replied nonchalantly. "Huh?" Xiong Zhuang momentarily failed to process the statement. "What do you mean, huh? Were you not here to challenge me?" "Yes, indeed." Xiong Zhuang eagerly nodded. "Then it's settled. Ensure you bring plenty of friends, preferably all the boys from the physical education college." "Why so many?" Xiong Zhuang felt utterly befuddled by this fellow. Fewer participants would not suffice for me to demonstrate my skills, Han Dong replied with an indifferent tone. Xiong Zhuang nearly choked on his own indignation. Had it not been for Sister Qingzi's watchful gaze, he would have been tempted to obliterate this fool on the spot. Don't back down later. Those who are afraid to show up will be labeled cowards. Xiong Zhuang made a derogatory gesture. I am a man of my word. Rest assured. I relish dealing with buffoons like you, and I will certainly be there. Seething with resentment, Xiong Zhuang departed, fearing that further interaction would compel him to throttle this insufferable brat. Wu Yuanda hurried over, inquiring, are the physical education students looking for a fight? I can gather a few brothers. They're just a bunch of fools. No need for grand theatrics. I can handle them alone, Han Dong replied with a serene smile. Wu Pongzi recalled Han Dong's singular triumph at Zhang's barbecue, where he had single-handedly dispatched a group of ruffians and chose not to press the matter further. Despite any prowess the physical education students possessed, they could not compare to professional thugs who lived for brawling. Han Dong, you should steer clear of Xiong Zhuang and his gang. They thrive on violence, Wei Shuqing observed, contemplating the retreating figures of the male basketball players. It matters not. They cannot best me, Han Dong chuckled. Sister Qingzi, my jumping ability is commendable, yet my fundamentals are lacking. Might I learn from you? Certainly. I shall teach you. Wei Shuqing replied with a radiant smile. When it came to basketball, she was invigorated. With Han Dong's exceptional control over his body, he would master any technique swiftly. Passing, dribbling, maneuvering, shooting, he excels in all. To a cultivator, the game of mortals holds no secrets. Wei Shuqing incessantly praised his elite physique, deeming it exceptionally suited for basketball, suggesting he could be introduced to the provincial team for training if he wished to pursue that path. However, Han Dong promptly declined. After all, he was a cultivator. What need had he for basketball? Si Ying-chun observed enviously as Han Dong engaged in spirited play with the school S-belle, her eyes ablaze with jealousy. Why was it that every girl he fancied seemed to have an affair with Han Dong? It was infuriating. After school, Xiong Zhuang, accompanied by several towering athletes, awaited in the maple grove on the back mountain. He should be here soon, Xiong Zhuang said, lighting a cigarette with a deep, gravelly voice. This kid can jump pretty well. Shall we cripple him? Don't worry, I'm experienced, he continued. It's been a while since I've dealt with anyone. My 40-meter iron rod is itching for action. Chapter 66, A Lone Assault on a Group. He has coming, one of the brutes shouted, pointing toward the edge of the woods. Han Dong approached with his hands in his pockets, a blade of grass casually held in his mouth, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Arriving solo, are we? Xiong Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Did this kid actually think he could take on the athletes alone? Going solo is no issue for me. That is just how formidable I am, Han Dong declared, wagging his finger. With this number of you, I could use you as mere toothpicks. Xiong Zhuang led a group of 8, all robust and muscular. Any ordinary student would have been terrified. Yet Han Dong faced them like a tiger among a herd of herbivores, his gaze filled with regal disdain. I've encountered many show-offs, but few are as arrogant as you. Since you dare to come alone, let us engage in a one-on-one. If I don't send you flying, call me your father. Xiong Zhuang's eyebrows nearly shot off in rage. While being arrogant isn't a crime, it certainly invites trouble. Recently, too many have wanted to call me father. You'll have to queue behind them. Damn it, I'll smash you to bits. Xiong Zhuang roared, charging forward with fists the size of frying pans. A powerful blow aimed straight for Han Dong's eyes. Xiong Zhuang's strike was vicious. When Han Dong had first cultivated his pure yang body, he had dispatched a group of thugs with ease. Now, after a month of further training, his physical prowess had doubled, making it effortless to deal with someone like Xiong Zhuang. Even if he were an athlete, he could not surpass those hardened criminals. In Han Dong's eyes, Xiong Zhuang's attack unfolded like a slow-motion scene from a film, each frame revealing flaws. Han Dong effortlessly sidestepped the punch, delivering a swift kick to Xiong Zhuang's groin. Xiong Zhuang felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, soaring backward in a dazzling arc before crashing to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The remaining brutes stood in stunned silence. It was important to note that Xiong Zhuang was a key center for the school's basketball team, towering at 2 meters and weighing 230 pounds. What kind of strength was required to send him flying 6 meters? No wonder this pretty boy dared to come alone. He truly possessed remarkable skill. The bear-like figure attempted to climb a few times, yet failed to rise. It felt as though his internal organs had shifted from their original positions, causing him to gasp in pain. Brothers, let's beat this little brat until he can't hold it in. The bear-like figure clutched his groin, gritting his teeth. All right then, 8 athletes surged forward, fists raised, surrounding Han Dong. The sight was indeed quite intimidating. Han Dong, however, merely smiled faintly. Instead of retreating, he advanced boldly. With a swift kick to the left and a punch to the right, his movements appeared casual and lacking in force. Yet, upon contact with any part of their bodies, they were sent flying as if struck by a massive iron hammer, without a shadow of doubt. Their approach was swift, but their flight was even faster. In a little over a minute, none of the 8 athletes remained standing. Some lay sprawled, others contorted like dogs gnawing at their prey, while a few dangled limply from tree branches. Blood streamed from each of their mouths. Am I really beating a group of you all by myself? Han Dong clapped his hands and sauntered over to the bear-like figure, looking down at him from superior height. The bear-like figure was at a loss for words. You can't possibly be the leader of the athletes, can you? Han Dong asked casually. No, the bear-like figure panted. The leader of the athletes is our captain, Tian Tao. I will inform him. He swallowed hard. This kid dared to provoke Captain Tian. He truly did not know how to write the word death. The strength of his elder brother was not something they, mere novices, could compare to. How could one ascend to the position of leader without any real skill? You still seem quite unconvinced, Han Dong remarked, observing the bear-like figure's defiant gaze, and smiled broadly. He casually threw a punch that struck a slab of bluestone on the ground. With a resounding crack, the 4-finger-thick slab shattered into countless pieces, sending stone debris flying and raising a cloud of dust. The true martial divine fist was indeed formidable. It could even shatter stone. Sometimes Han Dong felt that facing such weak opponents was utterly unexciting. He longed for someone capable to challenge him, to truly test the might of the true martial divine fist. After so much training, he had yet to encounter anyone strong enough to compel him to employ his celestial techniques. He began to grasp the sentiment behind the phrase, invincibility is the loneliest. The athlete's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Buddy, are you made of adamantium or Wolverine? This is certainly beyond human capability. Simultaneously, they realized that Han Dong had held back. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as the bluestone slab. Despite their athletic training, their bodies could not possibly be harder than stone. Shall we go? Do you want to try and take another punch? Han Dong waved his fist in the air. Terrified, the bear-like figure and his companions scrambled to their feet, howling as they fled into the woods. Their movements so swift it was as though a dinosaur was chasing them. They wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible, not wishing to linger for even a second longer. This fellow was simply too terrifying. Hey, what are you doing? Stop. Unexpectedly, the fleeing bear-like figures encountered a security team patrolling the campus. However, these frightened individuals were so panicked that they bolted with such force that several security guards failed to catch even one of them. Han Dong, wishing to avoid trouble, stealthily slipped away from the opposite side of the woods. Several security guards soon entered the forest to investigate. The group that had just fled was comprised of troublemakers from the physical education college. I recognized the leader, a hefty fellow known for his basketball skills, named Xiong Zhuo. One young security guard pointed at the mess strewn across the ground, stating they must have been fighting here. This group is a constant source of concern, always brawling. If we don't discipline a few of them, this unruly behavior won't cease. Another security guard exclaimed with bitterness. Yet, it seemed they had been defeated this time, each of them sporting bruises and injuries, and if I wasn't mistaken, they had just escaped. Who could possibly have the strength to beat up the boys from the physical education college like that? Heh, this individual is no ordinary character. The leader, Wang Gongye, remarked while crouching down to inspect a shattered piece of bluestone. A skilled fighter like this could take on 100 foes single-handedly. Even if they brought 10 times their number, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Is he really that formidable? The other 2 security guards were left speechless. Did you see this broken bluestone? It was shattered by a single punch, Wang Gongye stated, clapping his hands. If I'm not mistaken, this person's level has likely reached the pinnacle of external strength, just a step away from cultivating internal energy. Having been trained in martial arts since childhood and learning from a local master, Wang Gongye, though still practicing basic techniques, possessed a discerning eye. The realm of martial arts is divided into acquired and innate stages. The acquired stages consist of 3 levels: external strength, internal strength, and transformative strength. Those who can cultivate external strength are considered martial artists. Those who achieve internal strength, allowing true energy to circulate within them, are regarded as masters. And those who attain transformative strength are legendary figures, deserving of the title Grandmaster. Wang Gongye had never encountered such a figure before. The ability to shatter a stone slab with a single punch suggested this individual had reached the peak of external strength. In this small campus, a martial arts deity lay hidden. Chapter 67. Jiangzhou Sima Ma Yunfei felt quite vexed. While enjoying the game with his classmates in the dormitory, he was summoned to the security office. Director Wang, do you need something? He had a good rapport with the head of security, Wang Gongye. Yunfei, please have a seat. Wang Gongye gestured for his subordinates to prepare a cup of tea. Ma Yunfei lifted the cup and took a sip. I don't have any fine tea here. You'll have to make do with this. Wang Gongye chuckled warmly. Please, just tell me what you need, Ma Yunfei replied, smiling. Those who practice martial arts value straightforwardness and dislike beating around the bush. Then I shall be direct, Wang Gongye said, fixing his gaze on Ma Yunfei. Were you just involved in a fight with the students from the Physical Education College on the back mountain? The Physical Education College? Who? Ma Yunfei asked, bewildered. Xiong Zhuang. The center from the basketball team, Wang Gongye replied. I have a good relationship with Xiong Zhuang. We were just grilling skewers together last week. How could I possibly have fought with him? Ma Yunfei exclaimed in surprise. Is there really anyone at Jiang University who would dare confront Xiong Zhuang and his crew? Impressive. Are you truly not the one involved? Today, apart from attending classes, I spent my time in the dormitory playing games, and I did not venture to the back mountain at all, let alone engage in any brawls. Director Wang, you cannot unjustly label me. I merely came to inquire. Where's the unjust labeling? Wang Gongye replied slowly. I merely believe that the only one capable of shattering a bluestone slab with a single punch at Jiang University is you. Are you referring to the person who fought with Xiong Zhuang, who shattered the bluestone slab with one punch? Ma Yunfei asked in astonishment. Looking around, he gasped as he raised his head. Please do not tell me that these stones were shattered by that individual. I would prefer not to believe it either. But the facts speak for themselves, Wang Gongye shrugged. Ma Yunfei examined the stones carefully, comparing their thickness, and exclaimed, a master at the pinnacle of external strength? His heart quivered. The school unexpectedly harbored someone of equal caliber, and judging by the thickness of the slab and the extent of the shattered stones, this individual's combat prowess was undoubtedly comparable to that of the president of the National Martial Arts Society. This city is home to 4 prominent ancient families, the Murong family of Gusu and the Sima family of Jiangzhou. The Murong family refers to the Mu and Rong clans, while the Sima family does not solely refer to the Sima clan, but encompasses both the Si and Ma families. The Murong families are financial magnates, excelling in economics, while the Sima families are renowned martial arts lineages. The Si family specializes in fist techniques, while the Ma family is known for their leg techniques. Ma Yunfei is the youngest son of Master Ma Xinkong, the current head of the Ma family, and he is recognized as the most outstanding martial arts prodigy of the second generation. At 18, he cultivated external strength and gained entry into the realm of martial arts. By 21, he had already reached the pinnacle of the innate first realm, just a step away from achieving internal strength and entering the innate second realm. His establishment of the National Martial Arts Society at Jiang University has garnered him immense popularity among a cohort of passionate youths, making him a prominent figure at the university. This is precisely why Wang Gongye first sought him for inquiries. Indeed, I initially thought it was you. For you alone at Jiang University possess the strength to shatter such thick stone slabs with a punch, Wang Gongye remarked slowly. Of course, it is not I. Tian Tao and I are brothers. Why would I engage in a brawl with someone from the Physical Education Institute? Ma Yunfei shrugged. Then we shall have to inquire with Xiong Zhuang and the others. Those rascals, after fighting, have vanished without a trace. I dispatched people to the dormitory, the gymnasium, and the classrooms, yet they're nowhere to be found. Wang Gongye fumed. It is unsurprising that they could not be found in those locations, as Xiong Zhuang and his companions had gone to an off-campus hospital to tend to their injuries. They dared not visit the school's infirmary for fear of being seen by familiar faculty and students. That would be too embarrassing. Furthermore, there exists an unwritten rule among the boys of the Physical Education Institute. Whether inflicting or enduring blows, complaints to the school are strictly prohibited. True men grit their teeth and swallow their blood. Seeking adult intervention is seen as cowardly. After exiting the security office, Ma Yunfei also sought to ask Xiong Zhuang about the identity of that remarkable individual. He immediately called, but to his dismay, Xiong Zhuang's phone was turned off. He could only suppress his curiosity and patiently await further developments. Han Dong was aware that he would bring some form of spiritual upheaval to certain individuals at the school, yet he remained indifferent. As he walked to the parking lot, he noticed a crowd gathered around a vehicle. Wu Yuanda, Hong Tao, and Xing Chun were present, along with several classmates. Zhao Su was enthusiastically introducing his new car to Chu Ying and Hisini. A white Audi A5 was parked right next to Han Dong's vehicle. Class monitor, you've only just begun your freshman year, and you're already driving an Audi. How extravagant. Hisini exclaimed enviously. Chuing also regarded Zhao Su with newfound admiration. It was said that his family was among the local demolition households. Evidently, they possessed some substantial means. Although Han Dong was handsome, he might not necessarily be wealthier than Zhao Su. Should Han Dong fail to appreciate the situation, accepting Zhao Su might indeed be a commendable alternative. Ying, this Audi is a gift from my father for my college entrance examination, and it just arrived today. The air is so refreshing, and the autumn scenery is delightful. Might I invite you for a drive by the Taihu Lake? Zhao Su gazed deeply into Chu Ying's eyes, his expression filled with affection. Since our esteemed class monitor has mentioned his new car, let us join in the celebration and bask in the luxury, shall we, Sini? Gu Ying smiled modestly. Indeed. Hisini nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Coming from a small town with a modest background, she had never ridden in a private car before. Naturally, she would seize any opportunity to hitch a ride. Class monitor, we would also like to extend our congratulations. May we join you? Wu Yuanda remarked with a hint of sarcasm. There's no room. If you wish to go, you might as well ride a shared bicycle and follow along. Zhao Su retorted with annoyance. Si Yingchun scoffed, driving an Audi A5, and you're already feeling superior? Compared to the Porsche Panamera beside you. Can you even call that a car? The Panamera had been present since military training, and no one knew which local rich kid it belonged to. It was truly enviable. At that moment, Han Dong arrived. Secretary Han, would you care to join us for a drive? Zhao Su, who had initially intended to leave, changed his mind upon seeing Han Dong approach. What a splendid opportunity to showcase his superiority in front of Han Dong. So what if you can dunk? What good is your height? This is a pragmatic society. The wealthy end up together. If you aspire to compete with talent against wealth, you might as well be dreaming. Weren't you the one saying there wasn't enough space? Will you and I shot back? You've exceeded your weight limit. Of course there's no room for you. Secretary Han has a good physique. He'll fit just fine. No need. I have my own car. You all go ahead. Han Dong replied with a faint smile. You have a car? Where is it? Surely not that bicycle over there? Zhao Su's gaze fell upon an old bicycle parked by the playground. With a light beep, the headlights of the Porsche Panamera flashed a few times. Han Dong approached and opened the driver's door. Zhao Su stood agape, mirroring the astonished expressions of his classmates. Dongzi, is this Panamera yours? Wu Yuanda was the first to regain his composure. Yes. Goodness, this is just beyond belief. Wu Yuanda excitedly circled the car. Chapter 68. Song Xian's Expedition of Barren Land. Is this the legendary Porsche? Hisini, coming from a small place, had limited exposure. The Panamera, top configuration. It probably costs over 3 million on the road, Wu Yuanda, well-versed in automobiles, noted. 3 million. With that, one could buy a house in Jiangzhou. Hisini's reaction mirrored that of her classmate Cheng Yusen. Zhao Su felt a sharp pain in his face, as if he had been metaphorically slapped dozens of times. Han Dong purchased a Porsche worth 3 million, yet remained silent, while he flaunted his Audi 5 before others. This fellow awkwardly scratched his toes against the ground, as if trying to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Seeing Chuan's expression darkened. The license plate, Jiang 820, bore the initials of Han Dong's name along with his birthday. It had previously escaped her notice. In truth, it wasn't a matter of oversight, but rather a lack of consideration towards Han Dong, leading to its neglect. Wait a moment. This car has seemingly been parked here, suggesting that Han Dong has been driving the Porsche for nearly a month without their knowledge. Is he simply low-key, or does he genuinely disregard his roommates? Si Yingchun preferred to believe the latter, feeling as though Han Dong was toying with them. The last time she and Cheng Yusen passed this way, she had mentioned the car while Han Dong stood nearby. Why did he not acknowledge it as his? When she claimed it was hers, did he mock her in secret? By the way, wasn't Han Dong from a rural background? According to Zheng Zikai, his family was quite impoverished. How could he afford a Porsche? Did he spend all his 1 million prize money on the car? That wouldn't suffice either. A flurry of thoughts overwhelmed Si Yingchun. Look, here comes the school beauty, Song Daxia. A student exclaimed. Everyone turned in the direction of the voice. And there she was, Song Xingchen, the campus belle, gracefully walking along the tree-lined path. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing her long hair to dance and her garments to flutter, as if she might take flight at any moment. A celestial aura enveloped her, leaving everyone feeling as though they were basking in a spring breeze. My goddess, Wu Pongzi exclaimed, even forsaking his snack. The nickname Song Xian was well-deserved. Seeing Chuan's eyes sparkled. It was astonishing that such beauty existed in the world. Even Hong Tao, who who was only interested in games, stared wide-eyed. The school beauty had arrived, leaving no trace behind. "Hello, Junior. Nice to see you again." Upon spotting Han Dong, Song Xingqian smiled warmly and waved her petite hand. The surrounding friends were utterly stunned. How could Song Xuejia possibly know Han Dong? Especially Wu Pongzi, who blinked rapidly, his small eyes darting between Han Dong and Song Xingqian. "Hello, Xuejia," Han Dong replied with a smile. "I rushed over as soon as the class bell rang, fearing you might leave. Thankfully, I made in time." "Why the rush, Xuejia?" "Junior, you helped me immensely this morning, and I naturally wish to express my gratitude." "Oh, it was nothing, just a trivial matter," Han Dong said. "What you consider trivial has alleviated my pressing predicament. As the ancients said, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Thus, I am quite troubled about how to repay this kindness. There's no need for repayment. I was about to invite my dorm brothers over to celebrate at my place. If you don't mind, would you like to join us?" Han Dong smiled. "Huh?" Wu Yuanda and the others exchanged astonished glances, turning to Han Dong. "When did you say you were inviting us to your home for a celebration? Do you mean you bought a house in Jiangzhou?" Wu Ponzi asked, swallowing hard. "Yes." Han Dong replied nonchalantly. "Where?" "In the sky courtyard." With a thud, Wu Fatty nearly toppled to the ground. The aerial courtyard boasted considerable prestige. Situated not far from Jiangzhou University, where every student was aware that it was an exclusive haven for the affluent. Each residence within its confines commanded a price exceeding 5,000. The three brothers exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. It was indeed unexpected that the youngest, who hailed from the most modest background, would experience such a sudden reversal of fortune just a month later. The joy of moving into a new home was certainly a cause for celebration, and since they were fortunate enough to be present, missing out was not an option. Song Xingqian brushed her hair back with a graceful motion and smiled radiantly. "Welcome, senior," Han Dong remarked with a warm smile. He had genuinely intended to invite his dorm mates over to his new abode, and he saw no reason to conceal the fact that they had established a place outside. After all, it was impossible to keep secrets when living in the same dormitory. A housewarming gathering indeed warranted the presence of friends, and their timing was fortuitous. "Ingchun, what about you?" Wu Yuanda inquired, casting a glance at the quietly contemplative Si Ingchun. "I have to study at the library tonight, so I won't be joining," she replied. Her gaze fixed on Song Xingqian, her eyes shimmering with desire. Did she want to go? Undoubtedly, she yearned to attend. Song Xingqian's reputation was unparalleled throughout Jiang University, where she was unanimously heralded as the foremost beauty, often referred to as Song Xian, a title bestowed for her ethereal grace. Any male entity within Jiang University would surely seize the opportunity to attend an event alongside Song Xian, even a little dog owned by the cafeteria's cook. Yet, if the protagonist were not herself, it would be somewhat disheartening. Si Yingchun was reluctant to play the supporting role to Han Dong. Thus she had to refuse with a heavy heart. However, she cunningly fabricated the excuse of studying in the library, hoping to cultivate an image of diligence and ambition, curious to see if Song Xian would take notice. In reality, she had no intention of visiting the library. Youth was fleeting, and what better remedy for sorrow than a rendezvous? A handsome man would not squander his time in the library. "Shall we depart then, to tour our junior's new residence?" Song Xingqian courteously nodded at Si Yingchun before turning her gentle gaze toward Han Dong. A wave of disappointment washed over Si Yingchun. It appeared that her facade of diligence was not as effective as she had hoped. Song Xingqian slipped into her Tiffany blue Maserati, while Wu Fatty and Hong Tao climbed into Han Dong's Porsche. The two luxury vehicles glided out of the parking lot in tandem, leaving the remaining students behind. Murmuring in awe, the once lowly and impoverished had truly ascended to greatness, even captivating the lofty song, the campus bell. Chu Ying began to question her own assessments. Did Han Dong genuinely harbor feelings for her? Both Wei Shuqing and Song Xingqian were formidable rivals in every regard. What allure did she hold for Han Dong? The interior of the new model of the Palame exuded a blend of opulence and technological sophistication, rendering it nearly unrivaled among luxury vehicles within the same price bracket. The modified carbon fiber steering wheel and gearshift further accentuated its high-end appeal. Inside the car, Wu Fatty and Hong Tao marveled at their surroundings, their voices filled with exclamations of wonder. "Ada, do you like this car?" Han Dong inquired, glancing at Wu Yuanda. Luxury cars, akin to beautiful women, captivate the hearts of many men. Wu Yuanda enviously caressed the gear lever, marveling at the unmatched texture of carbon fiber. "Brother, I have a modest request. When you find some leisure, might I borrow your car for a spin?" Borrowing the car is not a significant issue, Han Dong jestingly retorted. Provided you ensure that you are impeccably clean, lest my car becomes a repository of unpleasant odors. Absolutely, I promise. Wu Yuanda eagerly assured him. It's not that I lack feelings for you. It's just that you haven't driven a Porsche. He envisioned himself behind the wheel of a Porsche, testing whether the allure of the vehicle might attract beautiful girls at the Art Academy. For the sake of this noble experiment, even enduring the ravages of water on his pristine form would be worth it. A bath was an absolute necessity, with the Porsche leading and the Maserati trailing. The two vehicles gracefully entered the airy courtyard community, guided by Han Dong, who drove directly up the spiral ramp to the 28th floor. Wow, this design is truly impressive. It lives up to the legendary status of a fifth-generation residence. Wu Yuanda couldn't help but exclaim, Han Dong merelu smiled enigmatically. This is just the beginning. There is even more to behold. Upon reaching the 28th floor, the two cars parked side by side at the entrance, ample in space. Adjacent to them was a Lamborghini. Brother Dong, is that your neighbor's car? Hong Tao inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. This building has only one unit per floor. There are no neighbors on the entire 28th floor, Han Dong replied with a chuckle. Silly boy, that car also belongs to Dong. Wu Yuanda playfully tapped Hong Tao on the back of his head. Wow, a Lamborghini. That must be significantly more expensive than a Porsche, right? Brother Dong, you've really become a wealthy mogul. Hong Tao et Kalim, Astonitz. It wasn't purchased. It was a gift, Han Dong stated, just as the elevator door slid open, revealing Mu Wanji, who emerged in a distinguished designer suit, her hair elegantly styled atop her head, exuding an air of sophistication and affluence. Han Dong, Mu Wanji greeted with a radiant smile, akin to a blooming flower. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Could it be that Dong has indeed found himself a wealthy benefactor? He just mentioned the car was a gift. Could it be from this enchanting lady? If all wealthy women were like her, I might reconsider my ambitions. Please, send me a dozen of her kind. At that moment, Song Xingchen stepped out of the car, locking eyes with Mu Wanji. Ah, Han Dong, is this your girlfriend? She is truly stunning, resembling a celestial fairy, she remarked. Mu Wanji appraised Song Xingchen with admiration. Song Xingchen, in turn, assessed Mu Wanji, noting her exceptional poise. Such grace and elegance. She reminds me of the actress who portrayed the White Snake. She is not my girlfriend, but rather a friend. Senior Song and my two roommates are here to celebrate my housewarming, Han Dong clarified with a smile. I see. In that case, allow me to order a few dishes from my favorite private dining restaurant for you, Mu Wanji offered graciously. Thank you, Sister Mu, Han Dong replied. We are family, so there is no need for formality. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sister Mu, a neighbor downstairs and also a dear friend, Han Dong said with a smile. Hello, Sister Mu. I am Song Xingchen. It is a pleasure to meet you, Song Xingchen greeted with poise and grace. Hello, Sister Mu. I am Wu Yuanda. Hello, Sister Mu. I am Hong Tao. Greetings. Do not feel constrained here. Make yourselves at home. Mu Vanzi smiled gently. Sister Mu, join us, Wu Yuanda invited. Not this time. You young ones enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to. With a wave, Mu Wanji descended the stairs. Chapter 70. Planting the phoenix tree to attract the golden phoenix. Han Dong activated the striking silver-gray, futuristic door, ushering them into his new abode. Wow, this house is enormous. It feels like one could take a bus from one end to the other, Wu Yuanda exclaimed in the living room. The modern decor exuded a stylish elegance while maintaining a sense of refined luxury. A complete smart home. Nearly all features could be controlled remotely, complemented by a wheeled intelligent robot providing butler-like services. With the 28th floor being the penthouse, it actually possessed a duplex structure. The living room soared with lofty ceilings, adorned with a pure white chandelier descending from the ceiling, resembling a blooming snow lotus, breathtakingly beautiful. The home boasted both Western and Chinese kitchens, with a bar at the entrance and a wine cabinet behind it, precisely the kind of design favored by the young. I absolutely adore this sky garden, Song Xingchen exclaimed, standing in the courtyard with arms wide open and eyes shut, savoring the forest-like ambience high above. Hong Tao and Wu Yuanda strolled through the expansive garden, marveling at the unique craftsmanship at every turn. Villas are common, but a villa in the sky is truly exceptional, Hong Tao mused. With a home like this, life is worth living, Wu Yuanda sighed. Come, let me take you to the rooftop. Han Dong led the three of them up. I in Hawaii? Wu Yuanda gasped in astonishment. The rooftop featured a swimming pool, coconut trees, a thatched hut, and an expansive sandy area, evoking the essence of a tropical beach. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Song Xingqian gazed down at the artificial lake, feeling utterly refreshed. Junior, your new home is incredible. I had no idea such houses existed in Suzhou. He marveled. If you like it, feel free to come visit often, Han Dong chuckled. Is that really possible? Starry-eyed, Song Xingqian inquired. Of course, Han Dong assured. Then I shall definitely come. Do not complain when I am noisy. You're always welcome. It's a promise? Indeed, it's a promise. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao felt somewhat superfluous, enviously watching Han Dong, contemplating the ancient saying regarding wives and their homes. Having a home indeed attracts a partner, they mused. Look at Han Dong, with such a splendid residence. Even a beauty like Song Xian would wish to linger. One must plant the phoenix tree to attract the true phoenix. After a while, the private dining order placed by Sister Mu arrived. The dishes were exquisitely presented, accompanied by several bottles of imported red wine. Shall we dine on the rooftop? Han Dong suggested with a smile. Absolutely, what a splendid idea. Song Xingqian clapped in delight. The three young men collaborated to carry the food and drinks to the rooftop. Senior, can you drink? Han Dong politely inquired. In the home, there exists a prohibition against alcohol. My mother forbids me from drinking outside. Were I to have a daughter as exquisite as mine, I would also hesitate to allow her to indulge in such vices, lest she fall prey to unscrupulous individuals. Han Dong chuckled softly. Are you one of those bad boys? Song Xingqian tilted her head, her smile enchanting. Indeed I am. I yearn for all that a rogue desires. Do not think to bestow upon me the card of a good person. Han Dong grinid michivuslu, feigning ferocity. Since that is the case, I shall join you in a drink. Just a little, mind you, Song Xingqian replied with a playful smile. The youngest among them, Hong Tao, lifted the decanter and poured a modest amount of red wine into each glass before them. Welcome, friends, to my humble abode. Cheers. The initial toast was proposed by the host, Han Dong. Congratulations to my junior on his new residence. Cheers. The glasses clinked, producing a melodious sound. The four raised their glasses in unison, drinking heartily. To Han Dong's surprise, Song Xingqian displayed no shyness in her consumption of alcohol. Perhaps due to her upbringing, he found himself disenchanted by demure young women. He appreciated Song Xingqian. Though she bore the visage of a fairy, she was refreshingly down to earth. Thus, he taught her a few simple drinking games, and together they rolled up their sleeves, engaging in spirited contests. As Song Xingqian bared her delicate arms, akin to tender lotus roots, and playfully sparred with Han Dong, Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao were left in awe. Goodness. So this is the proper way to woo a goddess. The red wine evoked an illusion of beer. Observing Song Xingqian's joyous laughter, her lips scarcely parting, one could only marvel. After imbibing, Song Xingqian's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed, her ethereal quality diminished yet replaced by an alluring charm. Her every gesture and smile bore an ineffable allure. No wonder her mother disallowed her from drinking outside. It was indeed a temptation for trouble. Song Xingqian felt a profound happiness. Her mother had raised her according to the rigid customs of ancient noble women, dictating her every move, forbidding this and that. Though she lived in comfort, it felt suffocating, akin to a canary in a gilded cage, beautiful yet devoid of freedom. With Han Dong, she felt entirely unburdened. She could drink, engage in playful contests, smile freely, and even utter expletives. She felt as if a caged bird had taken flight, experiencing true joy. Her heart soared. Time, as it often does, slipped away all too swiftly, and before long, the night had deepened. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao had succumbed to intoxication, sprawled across the table in slumber. Han Dong and Song Xingqian sat side by side on the rooftop, gazing at the myriad lights below, enveloped in silence. They were close, and whenever their bodies brushed against one another, a flurry of butterflies danced in their hearts. They relished this unspoken pleasure, neither daring to shatter the delicate tension. The most exquisite moments between a man and a woman often lie in such ambiguity. Once the veil of subtlety is lifted, the magic dissipates. As they basked in this flirtatious atmosphere, Song Xingqian's phone rang. Not yet the time for disruption, Han Dong remarked with a hint of significance. Did he not wish to disrupt? It was merely a matter of momentary restraint. I shall endure. Han Dong gritted his teeth. Upon exiting the residential community, Han Dong unexpectedly encountered a traffic officer conducting sobriety checks. Channeling his pure yang energy, he swiftly evaporated any alcohol present in his system. When tested, his blood alcohol content registered as normal. The officer cast a skeptical glance at him, questioning how this young man, clearly reeking of alcohol, could yield such results. Despite his doubts, the evidence dictated the outcome, and he had no choice but to let him go. Han Dong subtly smiled. The abilities of a cultivator were beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Currently, he was merely in the body refinement stage. Who could fathom the marvels he would achieve upon reaching the golden core or divine transformation stages? Chapter 71. The Gap Widens. Senior Sister Song's residence was located in the Teo Wiyuan Villa area, the most prestigious affluent district in Gusu City, where each mansion was valued at over 100 million. The vehicle came to a halt in front of an exquisite traditional-style standalone villa. "Junior, I had a delightful evening," Song Xingchen said, gently embracing him before releasing her hold. "I did as well," Han Dong replied with a smile. "Thank you for your hospitality today. I shall treat you to a grand meal in return for your kindness." "All right, Senior." They waved goodbye, and Song Xingchen entered her home. Upon entering the living room, a middle-aged lady sat on the sofa awaiting her. "Mother, you haven't gone to bed yet?" Song Xingchen approached and embraced her mother. "Weren't you advised against drinking outside?" The lady wrinkled her brow, detecting the scent of alcohol. "Mother, I am of legal age now. A little drinking occasionally is harmless. The world is complex, and human nature is unpredictable. What if I were to get drunk?" "Junior Han Dong claims to be a bad boy, but I can see he is a good person, so you need not worry. He would not harm me." "Junior Han Dong?" The lady's frown deepened. "I must look into him tomorrow. My daughter's reaction is rather unusual." With one hand grasping each of the two inebriated individuals, she tossed them into a guest room before attending to her nightly routine. The following morning, "Emma, you frighten me," Wu Pongzi exclaimed, patting his chest. "What do you mean?" Han Dong approached the bar and poured himself a glass of lemonade. "I thought someone was coveting my good looks and had claimed my body." Han Dong spat out the sip of water he had just taken. "Fear not. Aside from the pigs from the production team, no one would find you appealing." Han Dong replied leisurely, mainly because the taste isn't quite pleasant. Cough, cough. Wu Pongzi shrank back, standing in the opulent mansion while wearing socks that hadn't been washed in half a month, feeling a bit ashamed. "Dongzi, you aren't really being supported by Sister Mu, are you? You should introduce me to someone as well. I don't have high standards, just someone similar to Sister Mu would suffice." Wu Pongzi's small eyes blinked rapidly. Aside from being supported by a wealthy woman, he truly could not comprehend how Han Dong could have suddenly acquired such wealth in a short period. The so-called Taoist priest from the mountains back home was indeed named Guanglingzi. It seemed he would carry that title for a lifetime. Wu Yuandao and Hong Tao firmly believed this, having witnessed Han Dong's prowess firsthand. His master was a master of both medicine and martial arts. Thus, the skills imparted to him were undoubtedly formidable, and his medical expertise would be no less impressive. In a vast expanse of the Huaxiao land, dragons hide and tigers lie in wait. It was unexpected for the two brothers to discover a remarkable figure in their midst. Wu Yuandao expressed his endless astonishment. Both brothers felt a profound joy for Han Dong. Yesterday, they were so engrossed in drinking that they forgot to take photographs. Seizing the moment of a bright morning, the brothers captured numerous photos within Han Dong's luxurious residence and shared them on their social media. Meanwhile, Xing Chun lay alone in the dormitory, staring blankly at his phone. Last night, Wu Fatty and Hong Tao had not returned home. It turned out they'd spent the night at Han Dong's new abode. During high school, Han Dong was a prominent figure, eclipsing all others. Yet upon entering university, he found himself overshadowed by his dormitory mates in every aspect: appearance, capability, and wealth. Curiously, Han Dong had seemed quite ordinary at the beginning of the semester, lacking stature, riches, or charm. Yet, within just over a month, he had undergone such a remarkable transformation. How had he achieved this? Xing Chun was utterly perplexed. Zhao Su and Chu Ying had seen the post made by Wu Yuanda and chose to remain silent. Particularly Zhao Su, whose family had benefited from relocation, receiving several properties, often boasting about their good fortune in front of others. To his astonishment, Han Dong had quietly acquired a mansion in an upscale courtyard. The combined value of his family's properties might barely cover the cost of Han Dong's restroom. The disparity between individuals was indeed staggering. Chu Ying, the class beauty, felt her confidence further shaken, beginning to doubt her own judgments. Perhaps a young man of Han Dong's caliber would not even consider her. After freshening up, Han Dong ordered takeout, and the trio gathered in the dining room to relish a delightful breakfast. As Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao dutifully washed the dishes, Han Dong reclined like a wealthy landlord in the living room, contemplating his forthcoming path. Days passed, and his pure yang body was nearing completion, signifying the impending end of the body refining phase. Following this, he would need to gather qi to successfully break through into the qi refining stage. The Golden Crow body refining technique clearly stated that the essence of the sun could only aid practitioners in achieving the pinnacle of body refinement, to progress further, one must accumulate spiritual energy in the Dantian, distilling it into primordial energy. Given the current depletion of spiritual energy on Earth, one could only concoct a specific elixir, known as the Gathering Spirit Powder, to assist in this process. However, the ingredients required for elixir crafting were rare and hard to find, necessitating preparation without delay to avoid any hindrance in his cultivation. The alchemical techniques of the Golden Crow sect were unrivaled, all documented in the heritage of the Golden Crow Emperor within the Golden Crow alchemy canon. Han Dong employed his spiritual awareness to peruse the records, swiftly locating the recipe and crafting method for the Gathering Spirit Powder. The procedure was not overly complicated, yet the materials were elusive. Most ingredients were manageable, but one primary ingredient, the Millennium Ganoderma, posed a challenge for Han Dong. Online content creators had previously debunked the myths surrounding the age of Ganoderma, asserting that claims of 100-year or 1,000-year-old varieties were mere fabrications. It was well known that Ganoderma was a type of fungus, and such organisms would decay if not harvested within a year. How could they possibly live for 100 or even 1,000 years? Nevertheless, the Jinwu Danjing records quite clearly that the millennium-old Ganoderma lucidum grows on sheer cliffs, in places seldom trodden by man, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, accumulating over time, imbued with profound spiritual energy. Han Dong, of course, chose to believe in the Jinwu Danjing. Yet, while belief is one thing, the challenge of locating such a rare entity posed a significant dilemma. It was improbable that one would find it in a pharmacy. Should he inquire about the availability of millennium-old Ganoderma lucidum, he might be met with a foul temper and a face full of medicinal dregs. Han Dong thought of a person, Professor Wu Qinglin, the director of the First People's Hospital in Jiangzhou. A luminary in the medical field, he was erudite and well-versed. Perhaps he could provide some leads. After their acquaintance at the Mu family gathering, they had exchanged contact information. Han Dong promptly dialed Wu Qinglin's number, and after 3 rings, it was answered. "Good morning, Professor Wu. This is Han Dong." "Mr. Han, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you." Wu Qinglin's voice was tinged with evident delight. "I wish to inquire about something." "Please, go ahead." "I, Wu, am always willing to share what I know. Have you ever heard of millennium-old Ganoderma lucidum?" "May I be so bold as to ask, Mr. Han, what purpose does this inquiry serve?" "A friend of mine, whose elder is gravely ill, wishes to procure millennium-old Ganoderma lucidum, and thus I am seeking your assistance." Han Dong fabricated a plausible excuse. After all, he couldn't very well admit to being on a quest for immortality, while the uninformed dismiss millennium-old Ganoderma lucidum as mere legend. "I am aware that such celestial and earthly treasures indeed exist," Wu Qinglin declared solemnly. "However, due to its extreme rarity, ordinary individuals seldom encounter it. It circulates primarily within the martial arts community and among the affluent. Those skilled in martial arts consume millennium-old Ganoderma lucidum to cultivate true energy, while the wealthy utilize this divine herb to prolong their lives. If one wishes to procure it, where might one find it?" Han Dong's heart leaped with joy. Professor Wu had not disappointed him. This commodity does not circulate in the market. Even if it did, it would command an exorbitant price. However, I do know of someone who possesses such a rarity. "Who might that be?" "Rong Baichuan." "And who is Rong Baichuan?" "The head of the Rong family in Jiangnan, currently the patriarch of the Rong clan." "Is this the same Rong family often mentioned in connection with the renowned Murong family of Gusu?" Han Dong, no longer the naive novice he once was, had heard of the Rong family's exploits from Mu Wanji and was aware that the Gusa Murong and Jiangzhou Rong families were 2 of the city's most prominent clans. Indeed, that is correct. Han Dong felt a surge of joy. It was as if he had traversed 1,000 miles only to find what he sought effortlessly within reach. "May I inquire, Professor Wu, does the Rong family have any special purpose for the millennium-old Ganoderma lucidum?" "To my knowledge, Rong Baichuan's health has encountered some issues. The specifics, however, elude me. For certain reasons, this information has not been disclosed, and their confidentiality measures have proven quite effective." Professor Wu implied that the patriarch of the Rong family had acquired millennium-old Ganoderma lucidum, perhaps to prolong his life. "Perhaps," he replied. "When they were searching for millennium-old Ganoderma lucidum, they even contacted me for recommendations. After 6 months of effort, they finally procured this divine herb from a collector in Lingnan, reportedly at a considerable expense. Has Rong Baichuan consumed it? What effects has it had?" "That, I am afraid, I cannot ascertain. It suffices to know that the Rong family possesses goods. We must promptly establish contact to ascertain the situation. By the way, your medical qualification certificate has been processed. I will take the time to deliver it to you. Wu Qinglin suddenly interjected. Medical qualification certificate? Han Dong was taken aback. He did not recall requesting such a document from Wu Qinglin. It was entrusted to me by Wan Ji. She did not inform you? No. Han Dong felt a warmth in his heart. Mu Jie truly regarded him well and had considered everything meticulously. The so-called medical qualification certificate is actually known as the practicing physician qualification certificate. The government has imposed stringent regulations in this regard. Practicing medicine without a license constitutes a violation of the law. In the event of severe consequences, one may even face imprisonment. Ordinarily, obtaining this certificate requires passing an examination, but given Mr. Han's proficiency, it seemed unnecessary. I took a shortcut, applying for an exemption on the grounds of traditional Chinese medicine heritage, and secured endorsement from 2 esteemed TCM masters, alongside my personal recommendation, thus facilitating the process. Thank you, Professor Wu. I genuinely appreciate your efforts. It's no trouble at all. I heard you successfully treated Chui Hongji's colon cancer, which has invigorated the entire medical community in Jiangzhou. I, Old Wu, am eager to seek your counsel in person. Do not keep your knowledge to yourself. Wu Qinglin chuckled. No problem. I will be at your service whenever you visit, Professor Wu, Han Dong replied readily. He understood that Wu Qinglin's insistence on personally delivering the certificate was likely to inquire about the cancer treatment. Otherwise, why would such a prominent hospital director, who is perpetually busy, come in person? However, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Han Dong mused that Old Wu was destined for a futile trip. In this world, some matters can only be accomplished by me. Revealing the treatment method to you would be in vain. You do not possess the Jinwu body refinement technique and lack pure yang energy within. How could you contend with cancer cells? Chapter 73. The Little Bunny Enters the Wolf's Denver. After concluding the phone call, Han Dong drove the 2 companions to school. Along the way, Wu, the portly fellow, was excessively flirtatious, rolling down the car window to strike up conversations with attractive young women. After receiving a scolding from Han Dong, he retorted with conviction, "Isn't driving an extravagant car meant to attract women? Otherwise, why not purchase a Wuling Hongguang?" His argument was quite reasonable. I found myself a loss for words. Upon returning to class, he spent the entire day boasting about Han Dong's luxurious mansion, leaving classmates envious beyond measure. Zhao Su gritted his teeth, occasionally casting envious glances at Han Dong. At 5 in the afternoon, it was dinner time. The cafeteria of Jiang University was situated adjacent to the playground, and at this hour, it was bustling with activity. A large flag was raised at the edge of the playground, boldly displaying the characters for the Huiyun Basketball Club. Beneath the flag was a table, behind which sat a group of handsome seniors clad in jerseys. With the conclusion of the freshman military training, it was the perfect opportunity for university clubs to recruit new members, and the entrance of the cafeteria, being the most crowded location, was chosen by various clubs to energetically promote themselves. Today coincided with the Huiyun Basketball Club's recruitment day for cheerleaders and a throng of first-year female students, captivated by the seniors' good looks, gathered beneath the flag, eagerly seeking to sign up. As Josie and her 3 roommates approached the entrance of the cafeteria, they were abruptly intercepted. A group of basketball club members, shouting from the periphery, swiftly spotted Josie amidst the crowd, surrounding her with expressions of awe. With a celestial beauty like hers, the scene resembled a delicate little rabbit unwittingly wandering into a den of famished wolves. The club president, Tian Tao, who had initially feigned composure and authority, transformed into a predatory wolf the moment he laid eyes on Josie's stunning visage. "Junior, I am Tian Tao, the president of the Fire Cloud Basketball Club. I believe you would be an excellent fit as the cheerleading captain. You should consider joining us." With the leader himself making an effort to recruit this enchanting junior, it became evident that such beauty was a rare gem, and one could easily lose her to another if they hesitated for even a second. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in joining any club," Josie replied calmly, her rejection as decisive as her earlier dismissal of Zenkai's advances. The seasoned members, undeterred by her refusal, persisted, insisting on keeping her and her friends from leaving. Han Dong, Hong Tao, and Wu Yuanda, who had also come to the cafeteria, caught sight of the unfolding drama from a distance. "Those basketball club rascals are at it again, preying on the younger girls," Hong Tao scoffed. While university clubs generally held a positive reputation, there were certainly those with ulterior motives, seeking to exploit their positions to charm unsuspecting freshmen, who, having just emerged from high school, were often naive and easily swayed by sweet talk, ultimately leading to unfortunate consequences. I may never attract a girl, but I refuse to sink to their level, Wu Yuanda declared with righteous indignation. Your inability to attract girls has nothing to do with joining a club, Han Dong bluntly pointed out. Stop spouting nonsense, Wu Yuanda retorted, flustered. Hey, look over there. Who is that? Hong Tao pointed at the girls surrounded by the older members. Who? Wu Yuanda followed his gaze. Josie stood out distinctly amongst the crowd. Those rascals even dare to target one of our Steel 7th Company girls. I can't let this slide, Wu Yuanda exclaimed angrily. Seriously? Look at that. They're practically coercing her, Hong Tao nudged Han Dong. As Han Dong observed, despite the intimidating presence of the upperclassmen, the other 3 girls appeared somewhat anxious, while Josie remained composed in the center. Without uttering a word, he strode directly towards them, with Hong Tao and Wu Yuanda closely trailing behind. Upon noticing Han Dong stepping into the fray, Tian Tao was momentarily taken aback. This guy is quite handsome. You've arrived? Josie greeted Han Dong with a warm smile. Indeed, Josie felt a warmth in her heart, recognizing that he had come to her aid. Everyone, isn't your behavior rather unbecoming? Han Dong crossed his arms, a hint of derision playing on his lips. What's your name? Tian Tao, the basketball club president, inquired with a scowl. Class of law. Han Dong. It's you? In an instant, Tian Tao's voice escalated by 8 octaves. Just as he was about to confront you, unexpectedly, you appeared at his doorstep. Who might you be? Tian Tao. Ah, you are the ace of Jiangda's basketball team, the leader among the boys of the Physical Education Institute. You know of me? It was mentioned by Xiong, who, unable to withstand a beating, divulged your name. I have yet to encounter such an audacious freshman who dares to provoke even those from the Physical Education Institute. Tian Tao chuckled in anger. Youngster, you possess quite the spirit. With his eyes narrowed, those familiar with him understood that he was genuinely furious. We shall settle that account later. First, let's clarify the present issue. A freshman meddling in club recruitment matters. Who do you think you are? Han Dong, the deputy secretary of the law school's student committee, is at least a leader within the department. If you question his authority, then what does that make you? Wu, the stout fellow, proclaimed confidently. Tian Tao paused. A freshman had actually ascended to a leadership position in the student committee? This seemed implausible. Nearby, a newly recruited student whispered, it's true. This fellow received an award for bravery, personally appointed by Principal Zhong. Your student committee has no jurisdiction over our club's recruitment affairs. Tian Tao was not one to easily back down. I do not concern myself with other matters, but blocking my friend's path to a meal is rather unscrupulous. You may proceed with your meal. We are a legitimate club and will not impose upon anyone. Tian Tao reassured the girls before abruptly turning to Han Dong. You must stay. Oh, does Senior Tian Tao wish to treat me to dinner? Han Dong hukled lightly. Now that this matter is resolved, we need to discuss our personal grievances. You publicly provoked the girls from our Physical Education Institute yesterday and assaulted my brother. This issue must be addressed. Please refrain from such harsh language. I did not provoke the girls. When it comes to pursuing someone, it is a matter of skills. Senior Qingzi is not your personal property, so do not act as if she has any obligation towards you. Whether there is a relationship or not is of no concern to you. In any case, you have provoked someone you ought not to have. Do you understand? I have already stirred the pot, and shall continue to do so. What can you do about it? Very well. Impressive, Tian Tao remarked, raising his thumb. I have seen the video of your dunk from the free throw line. Quite impressive. How about we have a one-on-one practice session? All right. How would you like to practice? Let's play a game of bullfight. Reaching 10 points wins. Do you dare? Tian Tao brimmed with confidence, seeking to humiliate Han Dong before everyone. Did he think he was impressive merely for being able to dunk? Basketball is not solely about dunks. This fellow dared to flirt with Qingzi upon his arrival and even assaulted someone from the Physical Education Institute. Today, I shall collect some interest from him, followed by a gradual reckoning. You're a professional basketball player. Dongzi is merely an enthusiast. Challenging someone's passion with your expertise seems rather shameless, does it not? I demand a competition in eating pig trotters. Would you agree? Wu expressed his displeasure. Indeed, let us compete in eating chicken. I shall have you searching for chicken eyes all over the ground. Hong Tao's gop diets me sin. No matter, I will join you in your game, Han Dong smiled. The girls did not leave for dinner. Han Dong was standing up for them, and if they departed, it would signify a lack of loyalty. Tian Tao is renowned as the top basketball player at Jiang University, enjoying significant popularity. News of his impending one-on-one showdown spread rapidly, drawing a crowd to the basketball court. Let's flip a coin to determine who attacks first, Han Dong suggested with a smile. No need. You go first, Tian Tao replied confidently. Are you certain? If you end up in tears later, it will be too late, Han Dong warned. Stop with the empty bravado and show me something substantial, Tian Tao playfully beckoned. As you wish. Han Dong stood at the center circle and casually launched an exceedingly long three-pointer. What kind of trickery is this? Tian Tao furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat offended. Is this what they call a reckless shot? This is absurd. He thought to himself, throwing from the center circle? Does he think he's some kind of basketball prodigy? To everyone's astonishment, the ball sailed through the air, tracing an exaggerated arc before swishing through the net. It went in. Chapter 75. The little happiness of two people after school in the afternoon. As she headed to the cafeteria, she noticed a large gathering around the basketball court. In the center stood two tall boys facing off, their faces visible despite the throng. Initially disinterested, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the slightly shorter boy's face, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be him? The charming young man she met at Chuanqiao Waterfall? Although their time together was brief, Han Dong had left a profound impression on her. She had asked her sister for his WeChat, hesitating several times without the courage to add him. Though her personality was bolder than her sister's, there remained a certain reserve inherent to girls. She had never taken the initiative to add a boy's contact information before. Often she pondered, Jiangzhou is neither too big nor too small, and she had no idea which university that remarkable young man attended or if they would ever cross paths again. To her astonishment, she encountered him at school. He too was a student at Jiang University. This unexpected surprise sent a thrill through Rong Yufei. Without hesitation, she squeezed through the crowd. Wei Shuqing, who had been practicing on another court, noticed the intriguing junior confronting Tian Tao and promptly joined to watch. Song Xingchen, Rong Yufei, and Wei Shuqing, three of the university's top beauties, suddenly found themselves gathered, astonishing the onlookers. It was well known that neither Song Xingchen nor Rong Yufei had ever attended basketball games. Not even intercollegiate competitions, let alone this one-on-one showdown. What had prompted them to partake in such an occasion? Regardless of the reason, the sight of these celestial beings mingling with the masses delighted the spectators. As the crowd grew, the three beauties became aware of each other's presence. Intentionally or not creating distance between themselves, each claiming a corner of the court. Their admirers instinctively clustered behind their respective idols, forming three distinct factions. Upon seeing Song Xingchen arrive, seniors Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao rushed over. Hello there. Song Xingchen nodded at them with a smile, signaling his acknowledgement. Sensing the envious gazes of those around him, Wu Yuanda puffed out his chest, feeling an overwhelming sense of glory. In fact, at the center of the arena stood another stunning beauty, Xiao Shi, whose allure and charm rivaled any of the esteemed campus flowers on the 5 absolute list. However, due to her relatively recent enrollment, the crowd had yet to elevate her to that status. It was evident to the discerning that Xiao Shi would inevitably secure her place on the list. The question remained of whom she would displace. Tian Tao also recognized the remarkable presence of the three campus beauties, his adrenaline surging instantaneously. Although he had a fondness for the campus flower Wei Shuqing, who could resist the allure of beautiful women? The thought of besting the inexperienced Han Dong, who was blissfully unaware of his own limitations, was exhilarating. Wait, did that guy just sink a three-pointer from the outer circle? No matter, it must have been a fluke. The early advantage doesn't count. The true victory comes from a well-timed comeback. Han Dong, too, noticed the trio of stunning women. While he could understand Song Xingchen and Wei Shuqing's presence, the appearance of Rong Yufei was indeed unexpected. Who would have thought that the enchanting girl he encountered in the mountains of Zheshi was actually a fellow student? What a small world. He smiled and nodded at Rong Yufei, greeting her. She waved her hand and beamed back at him. Ah, he recognizes me. Rong Yufei's heart leaped with joy, her alabaster cheeks flushing slightly. This small yet profound moment of happiness, shared only between the two of them, felt utterly delightful. Song Xingchen and Wei Shuqing witnessed the interaction between Han Dong and Rong Yufei. Han Dong, the junior, had overlooked Song Xingchen but was engaging with Rong Yufei, suggesting a closer relationship between them. Song Xingchen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Wei Shuqing, however, was less composed. This scoundrel, who had asked her to be his girlfriend just yesterday, was now exchanging flirtatious glances with someone named Rong. How infuriating! A flicker of anger appeared in Qingzi's eyes. Unbeknownst to her, she had already slipped into the role Han Dong had unwittingly assigned her. She slightly curled her lips, shaking her head with a sigh. Han Dong was nothing short of remarkable, except for his excessive charm with women. It was clear that all three beauties were drawn to him. Tian Tao could not possibly possess such allure. Were it the case, his expression would not have been so astonished. One must admit, Xiao's observational and analytical skills were truly exceptional. He is so handsome. He is so handsome. At the moment the basketball swished through the net, Chi Sitian and a few other girls leaped up, cheering for Han Dong. Finally, attention shifted from the three campus flowers back to the game. 3 o'clock. Han Dong remarqued casually. You got lucky, Tian Tao retorted. I admit there was an element of chance involved, but I won. Han Dong shrugged, palms raised. Let us see you gamble again. All right, let us do it. Han Dong moved forward confidently, stepping beyond the three-point line. Tian Tao's defensive posture visibly intensified. The disdain he previously held had vanished, now viewing Han Dong as a worthy adversary. Yet, in his heightened vigilance, he may have become overly cautious. Han Dong lightly tapped his toes, executing a feigned projection, causing Tian Tao to leap into the air instantaneously. As Tian Tao descended, Han Dong abruptly surged upwards, reaching the pinnacle before deftly flicking the ball with his fingertips. The form and posture of his shot were so impeccably textbook that they exuded an extraordinary aesthetic appeal. After the infusion of the Golden Crow's essence, his physical prowess was unmatched, and his hand-eye coordination far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Shooting was a challenge he easily overcame. All eyes followed the basketball as it traced a parabolic arc through the air, reminiscent of a rainbow after the rain. Swish! The crisp, melodious sound of the ball netting echoed through the air. What a predicament! I've been outplayed again. Han Dong hook lid, 6T. I doubt you can still be fooled the third time. Tian Tao felt a burning embarrassment on his cheeks. He dared not meet the gaze of those around him. Leaning forward, he spread his arms wide, resolved not to fall for this trickster's feint again. A professional player, the star of the big men's basketball team, had been outmaneuvered by an unknown rookie. How utterly humiliating. Han Dong executed a series of dribbles beneath his legs before suddenly launching himself along the right flank towards the paint. His speed was astonishing, a flash of lightning that left no room for reaction. Fortunately, Tian Tao was seasoned and experienced. He had anticipated Han Dong's intentions. Believing that after 2 long-range shots, Han Dong would likely opt for a drive on his third attempt, he preemptively secured half a step, blocking Han Dong's path. Just as he suspected, Han Dong indeed attempted the drive. Tian Tao inwardly rejoiced, thinking, you amateur, I've anticipated your move. However, as he planted his feet, marveling at the accuracy of his defensive prediction, Han Dong executed a sweeping behind-the-back dribble, coupled with a substantial retreat, instantly positioning himself beyond the three-point line. The maneuver was so sudden and swift that Tian Tao could hardly react. He attempted to close in for a block, yet his center of gravity had already shifted backward. The awkward adjustment resulted in him tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. Han Dong calmly surveyed the empty expanse before the hoop, akin to an ocean. With poise, he leaped and flicked the basketball from his fingertips. Swish! It cleanly passed through the net. What now? I've been outplayed again. As he landed gracefully, Han Dong grinned. 90. Tian Tao slowly rose from the ground, his complexion resembling that of a freshly cooked pig's liver. In the past, he had dominated others in 11 bullfighting. But today he found himself at the mercy of a freshman, an amateur at that. What manner of creature had emerged from the depths of a cave? Chapter 76, Playing Against the Ace. Yay! Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao were brimming with joy, excitedly bumping chests in celebration. This guy Dongzi possesses remarkable basketball skills. Even the top player of his school team faltered against him. Today, the boastful Tian Tao had finally met his match. Although Song Xingqian and Rong Yufei were not well-versed in basketball, they could clearly see Han Dong's effortless handling of Tian Tao and the beauty of his final shot. 2 pairs of small hands clapped rhythmically, smiling as they applauded Han Dong. The audience present comprehended that the 2 prominent campus beauties were indeed vying for Han Dong's attention. If their admiration were directed towards Tian Tao, why would they applaud a rival? The gazes directed at Han Dong became profoundly intricate, especially from the admirers of the campus beauties, who could be aptly termed as boyfriend fans. The realization that their goddesses were fixated on another stirred a palpable sense of jealousy within them. Consequently, their stares at Han Dong resembled piercing arrows. Wei Shuqing yearned to applaud as well, yet Tian Tao, being a senior from their physical education department, restrained her from doing so. Nevertheless, the technical prowess exhibited by Han Dong left her utterly astonished. To leap from the free throw line for a slam dunk indicates extraordinary physical capabilities, but it does not inherently denote proficiency in basketball. Many enthusiasts on platforms like Douyin can perform spectacular dunks as well, yet they would undoubtedly falter against professional players. One should never challenge a professional with mere passion. However, Han Dong, despite not being a professional athlete, managed to outmaneuver the illustrious Tian Tao. What does this signify? It suggests that he possesses an unparalleled innate talent for basketball. Achieving such a level with casual play raises the question, what heights could he reach with dedicated training akin to Tian Tao's? Seeing Chun and others arrived late, missing Han Dong's first three-pointer from the center circle, but they bore witness to the latter two successful shots. Upon learning that Han Dong's opponent was the renowned basketball champion Tian Tao, their expressions turned to sheer astonishment. This fellow, Han Dong, must surely have undergone some extraterrestrial transformation. How could he be so extraordinary? Especially for his high school classmate, Zhang Zikai, who knew Han Dong's background well. During their high school days, they had played basketball together. At that time, Han Dong was merely an enthusiast with theoretical knowledge, performing adequately on the court but not particularly impressive. Yet, in university, he seemed to have unlocked an extraordinary potential, becoming almost invincible. Zhang Zikai even entertained the notion that he might have acquired some sort of miraculous system, akin to those found in web novels. Observing Xiao Shi, Yu Li, and Cheng Yusen, all of whom were fervently cheering for Han Dong, Zhang Zikai felt a twinge of jealousy in his eyes. This luck of his was simply infuriating. Xing Chuan's mindset was not much different. As a dormitory brother, Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao were fervently rallying support for Han Dong, while he remained expressionless, stiffly standing aside, observing with a cold gaze. In fact, he subtly hoped that this was merely a ruse by Tian Tao to draw Han Dong in, anticipating a counterattack that would decisively embarrass him. Xing Chun eagerly wished to witness Han Dong falter under the gaze of the crowd. Such is human nature. It is acceptable for others to excel, but not those we know personally. If someone shines too brightly, it casts shadows upon our own abilities. How could that be permitted? So impressive, Han Dong. Chi Sitian and a few other girls jumped with joy, their hands sore from clapping. Xiaoxi maintained her composure, yet a smile lingered at the corners of her lips. This match was, in essence, for her. Xiaoxi understood. She was aware that Han Dong possessed the skill to win, yet the elegance with which he triumphed was indeed beyond her expectations. To her surprise, Han Dong was not only formidable in combat, but also exceptionally proficient in basketball. The majority of students present bore expressions of discontent, as they harbored hopes for Tian Tao's victory. After all, as the school's basketball star, he had garnered countless accolades, serving as an idol and hero to most aspiring young athletes. No one wished to witness the downfall of their idol, nor the demise of their hero. Tian Tao clenched his jaw, resolute in his refusal to accept defeat. Losing this round would not only tarnish his reputation, but could also inflict a devastating blow to his confidence. He now regretted allowing Han Dong to take the initial offensive, underestimating the latter's formidable prowess. The agreed-upon scoring system had shifted from 10 points to 90. Should Han Dong score again, defeat would be his. Thus, it was imperative that he reclaim possession of the ball. As the final round of offense and defense unfolded, the atmosphere on the court intensified. Han Dong dribbled, seeking an opportunity, while Tian Tao pursued him relentlessly, clinging to him like a parasite, determined to impede his every move. There was a considerable amount of physical contact between them, with Tian Tao resorting to minor infractions to disrupt Han Dong's rhythm. In a formal match, the referee would have already blown the whistle. However, this contest was devoid of officiating. "Go for it, Tao Ge." Increase the intensity, cheered Tian Tao's supporters, their excitement palpable. Is this really intensity? This is foul play. If you can't win, resort to tricks. Wu Yuanda erupted in indignation. Do you not understand? Basketball is a game of raw masculinity, requiring physical collisions and fierce confrontations. If you cannot withstand the heat, perhaps you should take up ping pong instead. Are you blind? Tian Tao is grappling and clutching. He might as well step into the octagon. Do you believe Han Dong wouldn't knock him out? The two factions on the sidelines exchanged heated barbs, neither side willing to concede. Wu Yuanda, single-handedly confronting a crowd, surprisingly held his ground. During a dribble, Han Dong seized an opportunity as Tian Tao distracted him, deftly poking the ball. However, Tian Tao's left hand executed a concealed pulling maneuver. Without it, he would have never made contact. Once he had pulled Han Dong back, Tian Tao sprinted after the ball, finally seizing it in his grasp. "Yes," cheered Tian Tao's supporters, their roars nearly piercing the heavens. Their idol had been under pressure for far too long, and they were eager for a reversal of fortune. "Foul! Foul!" Wu Yuanda mimicked a referee's whistle, accusing Tian Tao of a breach. "You fat fool, that is called a steal, not a foul. Shameless, utterly shameless. If this is how the top basketball player earns his title, I find it deeply shameful." Wei Shuqing couldn't bear to watch any longer. As a seasoned player, she could easily discern the validity of the foul claims. Tian Tao was indeed playing dirty. Given her nature, she would have confronted him on the spot, even at the expense of inciting discord among the physical education students. Yet, she refrained, curious to witness how Han Dong would retaliate under such adverse circumstances. Chapter 77. Let the performance begin. I acknowledge that I underestimated my opponent. I should not have allowed you to take the initiative. With the basketball in Tian Tao's hands, the atmosphere is entirely transformed. Had I been the one to attack, the match would have concluded by now. In basketball, defense is often more passive than offense, especially since Tian Tao is not particularly adept at defending. His strengths lie predominantly in offensive play, particularly with the ball in hand. His arsenal is remarkably extensive, excelling in drives, mid-range shots, post plays, and long-range shooting with scarcely any weaknesses. The title of the foremost player in the men's basketball league is earned through offensive prowess. Come, let the performance commence. Ando mantan na satelismaid. Even when fouled, he remained unperturbed. Tian Tao was momentarily taken aback. This scenario diverged from his expectations. Shouldn't he feel anger, a sense of injustice, leading to an imbalance in his mentality? A seasoned player like him excels at manipulating the psyche of his opponents, particularly inexperienced novices. Once the mental equilibrium falters, combat effectiveness plummets. Many matches have been won in precisely this manner. Yet, Han Dong appeared unaffected, exhibiting a maturity that surpassed even that of the seasoned player. This realization surprised Tian Tao. In any case, this freshman is indeed not easily dealt with. Tian Tao silently admonished himself. Henceforth, he must give his all, never to underestimate again. Now, the match truly begins. The gathered students craned their necks, intently watching the two competitors. No one anticipated that a seemingly ordinary bullfight could be so exhilarating. With all attributes of spectacle, anticipation, and tension fully realized, the atmosphere was almost suffocating. Tian Tao exhaled a heavy breath, gradually relaxing his body. Just as he had done countless times before winning a match, as long as his mindset remained steady, few could withstand him. Han Dong stood with his hands in his pockets, smiling benignly at him. He did not appear to be defending. Rather, he resembled a casual observer, unconcerned. Tian Tao felt the flames of his inner fury ignited. Never before had anyone dared to flaunt such audacity before him on the basketball court. Young man, there will come a time when you shall weep. For his first attack, he opted for a drive. Possession of the ball was too precious. He had to choose the most reliable method. Although he longed to emulate Han Dong with a three-pointer from half-court, tit for tat, blood for blood, the distance gave him little confidence. Until Tian Tao commenced his dribble, Han Dong had yet to withdraw his hands from his pockets. In a flash, Tian Tao dashed past Han Dong, striding towards the basket. Han Dong did not even put forth a proper defense. Naturally, Tian Tao seized this splendid opportunity. Whether or not he defended was his concern, but scoring was paramount. In just a few steps, he reached the basket and opted for the most reliable bank shot. In a manga slam dunk, this is referred to as the commoner's layup, characterized by its simplicity and minimal difficulty. However, just as the basketball was about to kiss the backboard, a figure surged forth like lightning, ascending into the air like a rocket, followed by an overwhelming block that pinned the ball against the backboard. The imposing figure of the basketball backboard left Tian Tao utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? That individual was clearly several hundred miles behind. Yet how could he possibly have the time to catch up and execute such a block? Not only him, but the onlookers by the sidelines were equally perplexed. As Tian Tao surged into the paint, Han Dong remained stationary, nonchalantly inserting his hands into his pockets. It was only during the second step of Tian Tao's three-step layup that Han Dong abruptly sprang into action. All that anyone perceived was a fleeting shadow, and then the basketball was emphatically pinned against the backboard. It was astonishingly swift, almost beyond the capacity of the naked eye to comprehend. After landing, Han Dong allowed the basketball to tumble to the floor, bouncing several times. You continue, he stated, relinquishing the possession to Tian Tao. What does this mean? You want me to continue the attack? Tian Tao was taken aback. According to the rules, having failed this attempt, they were to exchange possession, and it would be Han Dong's turn to attack next. Indeed, you continue, Han Dong replied with a calm smile, exuding an air of pressure. There was no more blatant humiliation than this. Yet, Tian Tao could only acquiesce. He could not forfeit this possession. If Han Dong were to attack, his opportunity would vanish. Thus, Tian Tao retrieved the basketball and returned to the three-point line. A sigh escaped him as Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao heckled him. This time, however, Tian Tao's supporters offered no retort. Each face reflected a somber expression. The recent stunning block had been so shocking that everyone was still grappling with the reality of it. This freshman was indeed a prodigy. Tian Tao was acutely aware of Han Dong's athletic prowess. He could only shoot when he was certain that his opponent would be unable to defend. Hence, he resorted to the tactics often employed by novices, the feint. Dribbling in motion, he leveraged his physical advantage to position himself at a 45-degree angle to the left of the free throw line, an area where his shooting accuracy was notably high. The mid-range shot was akin to a divine weapon. He intended to score with this maneuver. With all his might, Tian Tao executed a series of feints, finally causing Han Dong to lose his balance. It was then that he leapt, even leaning back significantly mid-air to evade the block. "I refuse to believe you can still block this." As he released the shot, Tian Tao brimmed with confidence. However, what he did not anticipate was the extraordinary nature of Han Dong's athletic ability. Even after being deceived and losing his center of gravity, Han Dong was able to swiftly recalibrate, then propelled himself upward from the ground like a majestic bird in flight. The lean back was inconsequential. He did not attempt to block the shot as it was released, but instead pursued the soaring basketball. As the ball ascended higher, it was intercepted by Han Dong before reaching its apex. Tian Tao could hardly fathom whether Han Dong's shoes were equipped with springs to enable such a leap. With outstretched hands, Han Dong securely grasped the basketball and landed gracefully. The crowd erupted in astonishment. First, a resounding block, and now an audacious aerial grab. Was this man nurtured by springs? Are you challenging the heavens? "You continue," Han Dong said, passing the ball back to Tian Tao with a disarmingly innocent grin. In that moment, Tian Tao felt his heart plunge to the depths of his chest. He experienced a profound sense of loneliness, emptiness, and chill. Years of relentless practice rendered a mere joke in the presence of this newcomer. Although Han Dong was not as tall, he emanated an imposing aura akin to a mountain, seemingly insurmountable. How could such formidable talent exist in this modest campus? Should I concede now? No, I cannot yield. The glory of the basketball king demands respect. Little sister, Qingzi, still requires my protection. Tian Tao lifted his head, a resolute expression etched upon his face. If a frontal assault proves futile, then I shall employ a reverse strategy, leveraging my physical advantage to seize an opportunity. With determination, Tian Tao thrust his substantial frame against Han Dong, maneuvering from the three-point line to the basket. He executed a backward arch, using his ample form to displace Han Dong. A surge of triumph filled him as he pivoted left, preparing for a deft layup. At this range, success was nearly guaranteed. He had scored countless points with this move in past games. However, as he lifted his hand, he was met with horror. The ball had vanished. In disbelief, he turned to see Han Dong sprinting away with the ball, heading towards the three-point line with astonishing speed. The deftness with which he had stolen the ball from Tian Tao was nothing short of terrifying. Realizing Han Dong was poised to dunk, Tian Tao abandoned his pursuit, pivoting sharply to intercept Han Dong's path to the basket. As Han Dong leaped from the free throw arc, Tian Tao summoned every ounce of strength, leaping fervently, arms outstretched, and shouted, "Get down." At that moment, his sole obsession was to prevent Han Dong from scoring. Han Dong soared like a jet, ascending higher with no fear of the taller and heavier Tian Tao. He resembled an eagle in flight, gliding effortlessly through the air, his body embodying pure energy. As Tian Tao descended, Han Dong remained elevated, and with a thunderous impact, their bodies collided mid-air. One remained suspended, while the other fell. Han Dong found himself perched upon Tian Tao's shoulders, swinging his right arm in a powerful, axe-like dunk. With a resounding thud, the basketball crashed into the hoop. Chapter 78, The Clash of the Three Marvels. Standing at 182 centimeters, Han Dong had astonishingly dunked over the 192 centimeters Tian Tao. The arena fell into a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of the bouncing ball. Thud, thud, thud. Han Dong grasped the rim with one hand, his legs resting upon Tian Tao's shoulders, maintaining the posture for a full minute. A dunk of such humiliation is perhaps the most degrading act on the basketball court. Tian Tao could never have fathomed a day when he would be subjected to such indignity, especially by an amateur freshman. In this moment, his mind experienced a temporary shutdown. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Tian Tao was utterly bewildered. A howl from Wu Yuanda jolted the audience from their stupor. My goodness, did Tian Tao just get dunked on? What did I just witness? The slam dunks, aerial catches, deft steals, and soaring layups along with distant shots from the center circle. Mesmerizing crossovers and step-back three-pointers. This is undoubtedly a fusion of the great Curry and the illustrious Giannis. My friends, behold the divine. The scenes we just witnessed were nothing short of exhilarating. The atmosphere was charged with utter astonishment and fervent excitement, akin to a swarm of flies buzzing around. Initially, most students hoped for Tian Tao's victory. However, at this moment, they were utterly captivated by Han Dong's prowess. In the arena of competition, it is the strength that speaks volumes. The strong prevail, and this is an undeniable truth. Han Dong's power was so formidable that even the kings of basketball were compelled to bow before him. Most astonishingly, he is merely a newcomer to the campus. It was truly a spectacle like no other. The surrounding cheers jolted Tian Tao from his stupor. He forcefully shoved Han Dong's leg aside and retreated a few steps, embodying the fury of a wrathful titan. He, the sovereign of the basketball court, had been humiliated. Before the eyes of the multitude, he was bested by an amateur rookie. Tian Tao felt his blood boiling, his eyes ablaze with rage. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao attempted to charge forward, but Han Dong gestured for them to halt. There were not enough of them to warrant concern. He required no assistance. President, this guy is utterly insulting. I cannot endure it, even if he could not tolerate it. He must contain himself. Matters on the basketball court should be settled with basketball. Tian Tao's voice was low, maintaining the last vestiges of the great king's dignity. Han Dong nodded slightly. This Tian Tao indeed possessed a certain brotherly demeanor, prompting Han Dong to regard him with newfound respect. They may have lost the game, but they must not lose their honor. Allowing his subordinates to engage in a brawl would mean losing both the game and their dignity. In the past, you must have thought invincibility was a lonely path. Han Dong chuckled. It seems it is not so lonely now, is it? Han Dong, you are remarkable. I shall remember you. You should forget me. Remembering me will likely bring you pain, Han Dong replied with a smile. Tian Tao said nothing and turned to exit the court. His followers trailed behind, each disheartened. The crowd parted like the sea, granting them passage. We won. Dongzi is incredible. He actually triumphed over the basketball ace. Wu Yuanda leapt forward and playfully struck Han Dong, his face beaming like a blossoming Persian chrysanthemum. Does this mean Dong Gu is the number one in basketball? Hong Tao grinned. Absolutely. Wei Shuqing watched Tian Tao's somewhat forlorn figure retreat, her feelings difficult to articulate. Regardless of the circumstances, senior Tian Tao was a hero of the sports academy, a basketball prodigy born once in a decade. Witnessing his devastating defeat was somewhat disheartening. Was he too weak? No, his opponent was simply too strong, so overwhelmingly powerful. It was the first time Wei Shuqing had seen someone so dominantly overpower Tian Tao on both offense and defense. On the offensive end, it was as though he strolled leisurely, effortlessly scoring, while Tian Tao could not defend against a single shot. On defense, he completely shut down Tian Tao, denying him even a single basket. The speed was electrifying, the leaping ability astonishing, and the athletic prowess monstrous. In the presence of Tian Tao, he appeared akin to a frail old woman. She could discern that Han Dong had not exerted his full strength. Had he done so, the degree of his prowess would have been truly formidable. I am Han Dong, he declared, the Han from Han Fizi and the Dong from east, south, north, and west. You will inevitably hear my name. Wei Shuqing recalled their first encounter in the cafeteria, where this young man had made such a proclamation. At that time, she had assumed he was merely boasting, much like the majority of suitors. In hindsight, her judgment was hasty. The name Han Dong would soon resonate throughout the campus. Not only would she hear it, but everyone would. If his words held truth, then his earlier request for her to be his girlfriend must also be genuine. With this thought, her gaze shifted towards Han Dong. Upon doing so, her brows furrowed and her eyes widened in surprise. She observed Song Xingchen and Rong Yufei approaching, eager to curry favor. Attempting to flirt with my man in front of me. Do they think I am easily intimidated? Thus, Wei Shuqing strode confidently, her long legs carrying her swiftly to Han Dong's side, a bottle of Gatorade in hand. You just finished a match. You should replenish your fluids and electrolytes, she said with a radiant smile. Thank you, Han Dong replied as he accepted the drink. Although he had not broken a sweat, he could not disregard the kind gesture. Nearby, Wei Shuqing's admirers watched the scene unfold, their hearts filled with a mix of envy and intrigue. When one blooms, butterflies will naturally come. As long as a young man is exceptional, one cannot fathom how proactive a goddess can be. Song Xingchen and Rong Yufei exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. They felt a tinge of regret for not having thought to bring Han Dong a bottle of water. Moreover, they were uncertain about the nature of Wei Shuqing and Han Dong's relationship. It had barely been a short time since the semester commenced. How had they become acquainted? They had never seen them together on the basketball court before. Was today a day of unusual occurrences? Wei Shuqing cast a sidelong glance at Song Xingchen and Rong Yufei. Song Xingchen merely smiled, choosing not to respond. However, Rong Yufei was unyielding, retorting, "You're also part of the physical education department. Shouldn't you comfort your senior, who has been defeated rather than fawn over the opponent?" Han Dong rubbed his nose, sensing the tension between the campus beauties. "You are being narrow-minded. Han Dong and I are friends, not rivals," Wei Shuqing replied, her demeanor icy. "What kind of friends?" Rong Yufei inquired, casting a glance at Han Dong. If they were indeed more than friends, she dared not overstep her bounds for fear of inciting Han Dong's ire. "During our first meeting, I mentioned wanting Wei Shuqing to be my girlfriend, but she thought I was just boasting and rejected me," Han Dong said with a smile. His candidness left Wei Shuqing feeling somewhat embarrassed. She yearned to clarify that she had not truly rejected him, yet pride held her tongue. Song Xingchen and Rong Yufei felt a pang of jealousy. It was not that they were particularly enamored with Han Dong. Rather, as fellow campus beauties, each possessing unique allure. They couldn't help but wonder why Han Dong had requested Wei Shuqing to be his girlfriend upon their first meeting, yet had not made such an offer to them. Did this imply that their own charms paled in comparison to hers? Yet, the truth was quite the opposite. The moods of men can often be elusive. Perhaps at that moment, Han Dong's hormones had reached a critical threshold. In the cafeteria, whether it was Song Xingchen or Rong Yufei, he might have expressed himself similarly. Timing is of utmost importance. When one is at their most exuberant, and you happen to be nearby, fortunate events are bound to unfold. The bullfighting competition concluded, yet the spectators remained. The spectacle of the three campus beauties vying for a male companion seemed far more riveting than the basketball match itself. Chapter 79. The Troubles of Master Han. "Han Dong, thank you. We shall go eat first," Qiao Qian said with a serene smile, finding the situation rather mundane, thus opting to withdraw first. "All right, go ahead." Han Dong naturally did not attempt to retain her. The fish in the pond suddenly clustered together, leaving this somewhat inexperienced pond master perplexed. One less fish equates to one less worry. The immediate concerns took precedence. The gazes of the three campus beauties swiftly converged on Qiao Qian's face. They had long been aware of this exceptionally talented junior. Even their collective presence could not overshadow her brilliance. Why did she express gratitude? Could it be that the conflict between Han Dong and Tian Tao arose because of her? The beautiful women, each possessing keen intellect, quickly discerned the truth. As Qiao Qian and her roommate made their way to the cafeteria, Qi Sitten whispered, Qiao, why must we leave? You are no less than the three of them. Weren't we originally headed to the cafeteria to dine?" Qiao Qian replied with an indifferent expression. "But Han Dong fought that battle for you. We could use gratitude as a reason to invite him to join us for a meal. If you leave like this, won't it benefit those three enchantresses? I am merely friends with Han Dong. You are overthinking it. You, my dear, are exceptional in every regard. Yet you are too laid back, never competing for anything. This may lead to significant losses in the future." Qi Sitten sighed and shook her head. Han Dong was indeed remarkable and handsome, a fact they had all witnessed today. Such a young man would undoubtedly attract the attention of many women. And even the three campus beauties had developed feelings. If Qiao Qian continued her nonchalant approach, what good could come of it? Qiao Qian chose not to pursue the matter further. Would she suffer losses? Perhaps. However, she genuinely disliked competing. She had always been this way. Even toys she adored. If others showed interest, she would willingly step aside. Moreover, she was not anything to Han Dong. He had never expressed a desire for her to be his girlfriend. It seemed that even someone as composed as Qiao Qian still cared about Han Dong's pursuit of Wei Shuqing. She had even taken a moment to observe Wei Shuqing, finding the senior utterly flawless, particularly her long legs that rivaled those of a Victoria's Secret model, truly captivating. No wonder Han Dong had fallen for her at first sight. Let it be, she thought. Fate is not something that can be forced. Gazing up at the distant clouds, Qiao Qian felt a twinge of melancholy. In the center of the basketball court, Si Yingchun quietly blended into the crowd and retreated. Was so-called top basketball player, merely a weakling. Internally cursing Tian Tao for failing to overshadow Han Dong and allowing him to flourish before the ladies, they, despite being from the same hometown as Han Dong, secretly wished for his downfall. Yet, the final outcome left them deeply disappointed. Han Dong not only triumphed but also soared to new heights, stepping over Tian Tao. Yu Li and Chung Yusin genuinely cheered for him. However, upon witnessing the three school beauties encircling Han Dong, they hesitated to approach. The school queens had embarked on their foray, causing even Xiao Qian to retreat. What were they in comparison? Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao gazed at Han Dong, surrounded in the center by the three captivating school beauties, their envy nearly overwhelming. This fellow, Dongzi, certainly inspired a peculiar kind of resentment. Han Dong, your life must be exhausting. Yesterday, you gallantly assisted Senior Song, and today you are infuriated on behalf of a junior. It seems you are constantly embroiled in conflicts for the sake of girls, Wei Shuqing remarked, her tone tinged with jealousy. Perhaps I have been too harsh. Senior Qingzi, you have not been indifferent towards me. Indeed, I was a bit abrupt the other day. I suppose I must play the mediator here. By the way, I am yet to learn your name. Would you be so kind as to share it? I am Rong Yufei. Which Rong? The illustrious one or the easy one? Han Dong's heart stirred. The easy one, with feathers for you and fragrance for Fei. You must remember it, Rong Yufei said with a charming smile. Could it be that you hail from the Rong family of Gusu? Indeed, my grandfather is the current head of the Rong family. Rong Yufei replied with a radiant smile. Han Dong's heart nearly skipped a beat. What a fortunate coincidence. Just when he pondered how to engage with the Rong family, fate had already brought a member of that very family to his side. Who would have imagined that the sisters he encountered at the Qianchuan waterfall were, in fact, two princesses from the Rong family, with the younger sister even being his schoolmate? Initially, Han Dong intended to play it cool, but upon learning of Rong Yufei's lineage, he resolutely made his decision. Senior Song, Senior Qingzi. I met Senior Yufei during the National Day holiday, though my schedule was hasty and I failed to inquire about her name. I have some questions that I hope she can clarify, so I would like to invite her to the cafeteria for a meal, if you do not mind. Shall we all go together? Though Han Dong lacked experience in fishing for compliments, he understood that the more one tries to conceal their intentions, the more likely they are to falter, and when that happens, explanations become difficult. It is far better to speak candidly. A gentleman is forthright, while a petty person conceals his motives. No need, I have promised to dine with my mother. You all carry on, Senior Song said with a bright smile. Taking her leave first. I too must join my teammates for a meal. Enjoy your time. Wei Shuqing also excused herself. They sensed Han Dong's sincerity. He indeed had matters to discuss with Rong Yufei. Astute women recognize the moments to engage and when to gracefully withdraw. Continuing to linger could likely provoke Han Dong's annoyance. Hence, they bid their farewells without hesitation. And what about us? Wu Yuanda gazed longingly at Han Dong, wishing to dine with Rong Yufei as well. Having shared skewers and beer with Senior Song last time had made them familiar. Today, being by her side, basking in the spotlight, felt exhilarating. Thus, Wu Fatty concluded that the best approach was to cling tightly to Han Dong's side and share meals with the school beauties. Such encounters would surely provide material for boasting later. What do you think? Han Dong squinted, two glimmers of menace flashing from his eyes. Shall see, let us leave, he commanded. Wu Yuanda comprehended instantly, while Han Dong sought to prevent them from becoming unwelcome company. He seized Hong Tao and darted away like a rabbit struck by an arrow. Coo 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 coo. Rong Yufei covered her mouth and giggled incessantly. Han Dong's friends were quite amusing as well. Chapter 80, Living Off Others. On the second floor of the cafeteria, the dishes were relatively exquisite and diverse, even featuring some renowned national snacks. Students from affluent families predominantly dined on this level. When Han Dong and Rong Yufei arrived together, they instantly captivated the attention of the majority. The combination of a sculpted handsome man and an ethereal beauty was simply breathtaking. Look there, that beautiful girl is Rong Yufei. Ranked among the top 3 on the 5 absolute list. She is truly exquisite, with an impeccable demeanor. It's clear she hails from a distinguished background. Indeed, she is the daughter of the illustrious Rong family from Suzhou. Claiming she is as wealthy as a nation would not be an exaggeration. And who is that man? With the illustrious Rong flower by his side, he must be feasting on the softest of lives. Since their appearance, the murmurs had not ceased. Han Dong, with his keen hearing, easily caught these remarks, merely smiling in response. It seemed that this Rong flower held a significant position in the hearts of her peers at Jiang University. The two chose a table for 2 by the window. Yufei, what flavors do you prefer? Today's meal is on me, Han Dong smiled. You must call me senior. Rong Yufei recalled the time by the Qianchuan waterfall when she had addressed him as little brother, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. She was in her 2nd year. While Han Dong was a freshman, she was indeed a senior. All right, Yufei. I told you to call me senior. Understood, Yufei. Rong Yufei felt defeated by this fellow. This meal should be my treat, as a token of gratitude for your assistance at Jishi. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. It would not be an exaggeration to call you our savior. That is too much praise. It was merely a small effort on my part. Han Dong replied with a smile. To you, it may be a trifling matter, but to us, it is a significant favor. My grandfather has always taught us to repay kindness and grievances in kind. The Rong family never forgets a benefactor. Very well. Let this meal be yours, Han Dong chuckled. It's just a meal. There is no need to contest over it. Rong Yufei inquired about Han Dong's preferred flavors and then proceeded to order at the counter. The surrounding students gaped, as though their mouths were stuffed with ostrich eggs. Goodness, he truly does live off others. He has managed to have the Rong flower treat him. Han Dong sensed the sentiments of the nearby students and thought to himself, I originally intended to treat her. She insisted on taking the bill. What can I do? Rong Yufei, who favored a light meal herself, ordered braised pork, hairy crab, steamed perch, and a plate of vegetables for Han Dong. There was also a clay pot filled with turtle soup. You just competed this afternoon. Eat more to replenish your energy, Rong Yufei beamed, pushing aside the bottle of Gatorade that Wei Shuqing had given her. This kind of drink is best minimized. It's better to have turtle soup to restore your vitality. You're quite attentive, Han Dong remarked. My grandfather says the same. How is your grandfather doing? He is doing well. Why do you ask? Do you know my grandfather? Rong Yufei blinked her large eyes. Her expression won a mild surprise. I don't know him. I was merely inquiring, Han Dong replied, slightly taken aback. Wu Qinglin suggested that old Master Rong might be facing health issues, which prompted the purchase of a millennium-old Ganoderma. However, Rong Yufei insisted that her grandfather was in good health. The onlookers, with their fragile hearts, were left shattered. Is there truly a divine presence in this world? Have there been familial disputes? Han Dong calmly savored the crab meat that Rong Yufei had peeled for him, utterly unfazed by the murderous glares surrounding him. Indeed, the crab roe was exquisite. In truth, your grandfather's actions were not misguided, Han Dong remarked, glancing at Rong Yufei. It is perilous for two such beautiful young women to venture into the mountains unprotected. Had he not fortuitously encountered them, one can only foresee their grim fate. Are you complimenting us? Rong Yufei appeared quite pleased. Han Dong rolled his eyes. Rong, the campus belle, you cannot possibly be oblivious to your own beauty. Do you require others' flattery? Your praise differs from that of others. Rong Yufei lowered her head, her eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans. I merely speak the truth, Han Dong responded. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her large eyes sparkling with emotion. This child certainly knows how to articulate her thoughts. Actually, my quarrel with grandfather wasn't due to his reprimand. I acknowledge that I was indeed rash and deserved the scolding. Rong Yufei paused before continuing. The reason for my anger lies with my sister. What happened to your sister? Han Dong recalled her mentioning dissatisfaction with her marriage. Dissatisfaction hardly suffices. It is utterly revolting. Rong Yufei exclaimed passionately. You must wonder how a woman like my sister could so easily embrace a man she barely knows. If you think her frivolous for this, you are mistaken. I do not hold such an opinion, Han Dong asserted earnestly. Good. Rong Yufei narrowed her eyes slightly. My sister is not actually my biological sister. She's my cousin from my aunt's side. My aunt and uncle tragically perished in an aviation accident, and grandfather took her in to raise her. She has always been exceptionally gifted, excelling academically throughout her education. Primary, middle, and high school, she was first in the entire city. Later, grandfather sent her abroad, where she pursued her doctorate, graduating with dual degrees at an age when others were merely completing their undergraduate studies. Han Dong was astounded. Who would have thought that the formidable sister was a veritable academic prodigy? It is often said that the fierce are devoid of intellect. Why then does she possess both beauty and brains? How unfair. Han Dong recalled Mu Wanji mentioning that the Rong family amassed their wealth through gold and jewelry. Although such affluent families often diversify their enterprises, the gold and jewelry industry remains their core. It is indeed impressive that the formidable sister manages the core industry of the Rong family. Contemplating such an outstanding woman who had extended an olive branch to him, only for him to foolishly decline it, left him feeling exasperated. Success and failure both stem from the same source. Having missed such a splendid opportunity, in future pursuits of fleeting romance, she may not be inclined to entertain his advances. Chapter 81. The formidable sister is also a woman with a captivating story. While the Rong family is a long-established aristocracy, like other family enterprises, they too face the issue of succession. Rong Yufei furrowed her delicate brows for her grandfather, a man of remarkable prowess, had seemingly not passed on his business acumen to his descendants. Neither the second nor the third generation is capable of standing alone. My sister has completely fulfilled my grandfather's expectations of an heir, yet she happens to be an outsider. When she was appointed as the vice president of the jewelry group, the family faced considerable resistance, and it was only my grandfather's resolute decision that quelled the disputes. On one hand, they enjoy the benefits earned by my sister, while on the other, they harbor reservations about her outsider status. There is a pervasive concern that once my sister marries and has her own descendants, will the Rong family name continue to prevail in Rong jewelry? Consequently, someone proposed a ludicrous idea to my grandfather to keep her within the Rong family. In modern society, marriages between cousins are frowned upon, but what if they are not direct relatives? Why not select a male cousin from my grandfather's brothers to marry my sister, thus resolving the issue? Future sons would still carry the Rong surname. In my view, this notion is utterly ridiculous, reeking of the fetid remnants of feudal society. I expected my grandfather to oppose it, but to my astonishment, he acquiesced. The most unsettling part was the chosen individual, my third paternal cousin, Rong Buyen. Although he is a Ritterni PhD like my sister, his character and talent are, to put it mildly, like a firefly attempting to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. What is even more repugnant is that everyone knows Rong Buyen is a scoundrel with a notoriously chaotic personal life. Forcing my sister to marry him is akin to pushing her into a fiery pit. Naturally, my sister vehemently disagreed, but my grandfather employed reason and emotion, invoking the moral obligation she owes to the Rong family's nurturing. As a person who values gratitude immensely, my sister found it nearly impossible to refuse in the face of my grandfather's earnest expression. Neither my sister nor I anticipated that you would reject such a proposal. This very act has led us to regard you with newfound respect. Compared to that scoundrel Rong Buyen, you embody the refined spirit of a modern-day Lu Xiaohui. You are truly Lu Xiaohui. Indeed, your entire family embodies that virtue. I have no desire to be a gentleman. I yearn to fulfill the desires that a rogue would seek. Han Dong gritted his teeth. What is your sister's name? It shouldn't be Damon, right? Han Dong suddenly realized that it indeed did not mean something bountiful. By the way, has she married your cousin yet? Not yet. My sister has yet to obtain the marriage license, so the wedding date must be postponed. Han Dong nodded, choosing not to comment further. After all, it is a matter of their family, and he felt it inappropriate to offer any judgment. Setting aside those troubling matters, Han Dong, I have a question I would like to pose, and I hope you will answer truthfully. Rong Yufei gazed at him with her striking eyes. You may ask, do you truly have feelings for Wei Shuqing? Do you wish for her to be your girlfriend? I believe that Senior Song possesses more grace than she does. There is an unspoken thought. I am no less than she. How should one explain such matters? Sometimes, it is simply the ambience that leads to certain moments. For instance, if your sister had actively invited me to share a splendid evening in the mountains of Jiaxi, do you think she would have done the same if we had encountered each other in Jiangzhou City? I understand now. This answer greatly satisfied Rong Yufei. It is not that Han Dong has an overwhelming affection for Wei Shuqing, but rather that the timing was fortuitous and Wei Shuqing happened to be present. Had it been her instead, Han Dong would likely have made an advance as well. I have a question to ask. Would you care to listen? Han Dong smiled. Of course, feel free to ask, he replied, sensing that Rong Yufei was intrigued by this exchange. The enjoyment of a game often hinges on the company one keeps. Have you heard of the Millennium Ganoderma? Han Dong gazed into Rong Yufei's eyes. Oh, I'm delighted to know that your sister has purchased it for a specific purpose, he said, his heart lifting. Indeed, I've been seeking the Millennium Ganoderma recently. Is it true that you, from the Rong family, have such a treasure, and that you've invited me to dinner merely to probe for information? Rong Yufei's expression remained impassive. Han Dong's demeanor faltered slightly. It appeared that the members of the Rong family were indeed formidable, and this seemingly innocent Miss Rong possessed an intellect that was anything but naive. Well, there's no need to be so tense. Even if that's the case, what does it matter? Rong Yufei smiled warmly, her demeanor softening like snow melting under the sun. My grandfather once said that human relationships are merely about mutual utility and pleasure. Having some value is certainly better than having none at all. Therefore, do not overestimate your significance in the eyes of others. That is not entirely true, Han Dong replied earnestly. I am genuinely pleased to have crossed paths with you again. Inquiring about information was merely a matter of circumstance. I trust you. Indeed, she continued, being young, I do not involve myself much in family affairs. You might want to ask my sister about the Millennium Ganoderma. If she is willing to part with it, that would be wonderful. I cannot ascertain her intentions regarding it, so I cannot speak for her. Rong Yufei's sincerity was evident. That's perfectly fine. I shall seek an opportunity to inquire with her, he responded. Their conversation shifted away from such matters, and they began to recount amusing encounters in the mountains of Zheshi, their laughter resonating with understanding. The surrounding onlookers gazed on with envy. Which training school did this handsome fellow emerge from? His charm is unparalleled, even managing to elicit laughter from the esteemed daughter of the Rong family, they mused. At times, the chasm between individuals can be greater than that which separates man from beast. As they conversed, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Rong Yufei often teased playfully while concealing her laughter behind her hand, each expression exuding charm. It was a delightful experience, perhaps the most enjoyable dinner Han Dong had ever had. Chapter 82. The truth is precious, but assumptions can ruin a lifetime. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. Their dinner concluded, and the sky outside had turned dark. Han Dong glanced at his watch, surprised to realize they had dined for an hour and a half. The other patrons on the second floor had remained with them throughout. Thank you for dinner. I had a wonderful time, Han Dong said with a smile. Me too, Rong Yufei replied, her smile radiant. The cafeteria's offerings are average. Next time, I shall take you to a finer restaurant. Next time, I will treat you. Lest I solidify my reputation as someone who relies on others, Han Dong said, glancing at the onlookers with a grin. Aha, Rong Yufei laugaligd fuli. You do care about others' opinions, after all. The opinions of others can be daunting. It is impossible not to care at all, he retorted. Very well. Next time you shall treat, she said with a chuckle. They are narrow-minded. Someone who drive a Lamborghini would never stoop to such a level. In the mountains of Zheshi, Rong Yufei had seen Han Dong's car. As two individuals emerged from the dining hall, they waved farewell by the playground, while the onlookers gradually dispersed. Just 2 days into the new semester, Han Dong, a freshman, had already accomplished several remarkable feats, causing a ripple of astonishment throughout the Jiang University campus. His name swiftly circulated among the students. Jiangzhou University, a prestigious institution with a century of history, has never been short of exceptionally talented individuals. Yet none have made an entrance as thunderous as Han Dong's. For him, the 3-kilometer trek was a leisurely stroll, merely a post-meal jaunt. In a dimly lit alley not far from the university, the flickering embers of cigarettes punctured the night with small holes of light. Wang Jun leaned against the wall, idly smoking, consumed by a sense of ennui. This animosity was relentless. Only by completely obliterating Han Dong could he quell the bitterness in his heart. The results of his investigation nearly caused him to faint with rage. It turned out that Han Dong possessed no extraordinary background, but was merely an exceedingly ordinary country bumpkin. His parents were farmers, and among his relatives, there were no notable figures, just a collective of grassroots individuals. The prestigious black card from Shenglong Entertainment that Han Dong held was reportedly a gift from Cui Hongji, the owner of Hongji Group, because Han Dong had supposedly cured his cancer. Wang Jun found this utterly absurd. How could a country lad, fresh from the rural outskirts, possibly cure a disease that left modern medicine at a loss? It seemed likely that Han Dong had learned the art of deception from local charlatans, exploiting Cui Hongji's desperation in a moment of panic, leading him to fall prey to a trick. Perhaps it was sheer luck, or maybe Cui Hongji was misdiagnosed and never truly ill. Regardless, fate had intertwined their paths, resulting in Cui Hongji's recovery and his misguided belief in Han Dong's abilities, thus rewarding him. Clearly, Han Dong was nothing more than a pretender, cloaking himself in the guise of authority. The thought of being so easily fooled by him, kneeling before Han Dong and calling him daddy, filled Wang Jun with shame and a desire for self-destruction. Consequently, his hatred for Han Dong intensified. No, he would make him repay this humiliation tenfold. Through intermediaries, he sought out several notorious local thugs, offering them a handsome sum to deal with Han Dong. Students from rural backgrounds often feared the infamous local ruffians. Wang Jun intended to utilize these local bullies to teach Han Dong a severe lesson, compelling him to kneel and call him daddy 100 times, capturing the moment on film to share with everyone present that very night. And did he think this would be the end? No, this was merely the beginning, just a taste of the interest owed. He refrained from informing his father. Now that he had matured, it was time to learn the art of vengeance on his own. The thugs demanded a hefty fee of 50,000 yuan for their services, a sum Wang Jun deemed reasonable for dealing with a mere student. He had engaged in similar exploits before. Students, appearing glamorous on the outside, would often cower at the slightest intimidation, and with a display of muscle, they would obediently kneel and comply. Wang Jun learned from a private investigator that Han Dong often walked through this alley, so they lay in wait, hoping for a chance encounter. The anticipation was excruciating. Everyone leaned against the wall, exhaling clouds of smoke. As dusk deepened, Shipai and his gang of lackeys grew increasingly impatient. Are you certain that the scoundrel will pass this way? Shipai glared at Wang Jun with a menacing expression. Wang Jun fell silent, acknowledging the possibility. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "He is coming." The ruffians jolted to attention, discarding their cigarette butts and peering outside. Is that him? Shipai asked for confirmation once more. There is no mistaking it. I would recognize him even in ashes. Wang Jun gritted his teeth. Brothers, let us go after him. With a baseball bat in hand and a cigarette dangling from his lips, Shipai swaggered forward, while his followers, walking with an exaggerated swagger, appeared utterly inept. The gang of thugs exuded an intimidating presence, causing the atmosphere on the street to plummet. Passers-by hurriedly avoided them. Han Dong, possessing exceptional eyesight, spotted the group as soon as they emerged from the alley. He recognized the ruffian with a snake tattoo on his arm, the very same Shipai who had been soundly beaten on the night when Zikai professed his feelings to Qiao Shi. It was evident that they were here for him again. However, Han Dong was undeterred by these miscreants. Instead of retreating like an ordinary person might, he boldly advanced towards them. Brothers, let us take down Snake Brother. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, the streetlight illuminated the face of the approaching figure, causing him to choke back his words, nearly suffocating in the process. Chapter 83. There are no fearless children. 1, 2, 3, march. Shipai suddenly shouted, marching forward with unwavering focus. The lackeys behind him were left bewildered. Aren't we here to rough someone up? Why are we marching? The pedestrians on the street were equally perplexed, unsure of what absurdity the thugs were up to this time. You stop right there. As they were about to pass Han Dong, he shouted. Shipai trembled in fear, nearly losing control. I wonder who it was. So striking and formidable that even the streetlight cannot obscure his brilliance. Why, it's you, Mr. Han. Shipai's face beamed, like a blooming chrysanthemum. What brings you here? Han Dong looked at him with playful mockery. Oh, I brought my brothers out for some physical training. After your last lesson, I decided to lead everyone toward a new path and contribute some positive energy to society. Shipai pretended to swing his fist in the air, almost moved by his own words. The lackeys behind him recognized Han Dong's face. They were the ones who had suffered at his hands previously, and they quickly grasped their leader's intentions. The thugs simultaneously expressed silent curses towards Wang Jun's family and the entire student body of Jiang University, lamenting, of all the people to provoke, why this harbinger of doom? Their greatest fear was Han Dong, yet Wang Jun was intent on confronting him. Do you take me for a fool? Han Dong's previously cheerful demeanor suddenly turned icy. What do you mean by this, Mr. Han? Seeing the shift in Han Dong's expression, Shipai felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Out for physical training, yet armed with a baseball bat, a baton, and a melon knife? If I'm not mistaken, you're lying in wait for me here, aren't you? Unable to muster the courage, even with tenfold audacity. I would not dare to confront you. Of course you would not, yet there are some who would. Han Dong cast a glance at the dimly lit alleyway. Come out. Cease your hiding. You're not a mouse, unfit for the light. Wang Jun emerged from the shadows, his gaze glinting with cold enmity beneath the street lamp. I was wondering who harbored such hatred for me. It turns out to be the young Master Wang from Antai Home. A smirk curled at the corners of Han Dong's lips, mocking. A rustic from the countryside dares to stir trouble in Suzhou. Do you not know the meaning of death? Having presumed to understand Han Dong's background, Wang Jun felt a surge of confidence. It seems you are the one unaware of how to write death, you coward. You are seeking your own demise. Do not drag us into it. Snake Skin, have you also been deceived by him? This rustic is adept at waving the tiger's skin as a banner. He surely claimed a close relationship with the formidable Lien Shenlong, did he not? Before Snake Skin could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Jun. Wang Jun was confident in his assessment, believing it explained why Snake Skin and his companions displayed such sycophancy towards Han Dong. This fellow has even managed to deceive someone as influential as Cui Hongji. It is no wonder he can manipulate the likes of Snakeskin. Snakeskin regarded Wang Jun as though he were a fool. Do I appear to possess such a low intellect? Do I blindly believe others' claims of closeness to powerful figures? I fear him because his strikes are truly painful. What connection does he have with Lian the Great? At that moment, a not-so-bright underling behind Snakeskin could no longer contain himself. Newly recruited and unacquainted with Han Dong's previous ferocity, he was unaware of the danger. We were supposed to come out and fight, seeing the target, yet hesitating to act is frustrating for this hot-headed junior. What's the big deal? He is just a college student. If you can't handle him, you might as well not be out here. recently relocated from another city and eager to establish his standing in this world. Coupled with an impulsive temperament and lack of common sense, he had not grasped the gravity of the situation. Such arrogance from this little brat. I will end you. He brandished a baton and charged at Han Dong, aiming a strike to his head. With a dull thud, the hefty underling suddenly vanished. A piercing scream echoed from a distance. The onlookers turned to see the underling sprawled over a trash bin 10 meters away, blood gushing from his mouth. What in the world is happening? Wang Zhen anxiously surveyed the surroundings. Humanity often harbors fear in the face of the incomprehensible. Did you not see? Allow me to demonstrate once more. Han Dong executed a lightning-fast kick, striking Wang Zhen on the rear. Wang Zhen soared into the air like a firecracker, emitting a high-pitched, delicate scream, flailing in midair before crashing into a garbage bin in a rather undignified manner. Two fools, one sprawled over a dry waste bin, the other over a wet one, both bleeding and splattering each other as faces. In the midst of spring's gentle waves and verdant grass, deep in the chill of dawn, they faced one another, adorned in crimson, a scene of romantic absurdity. Wang Zhen felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, a profound discomfort settling heavily between his chest and abdomen, rendering him in a state of unbearable agony. He longed to vomit, believing that expelling his very entrails would bring him some relief. It was no wonder that the likes of Sheppy recoiled from Han Dong as a mouse would from a cat. It turned out this man possessed formidable strength. With a single kick, he had sent someone flying 10 meters away, and the speed of his movements was almost imperceptible. His martial prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, why had the private investigator failed to uncover such information? Damn it, this society is rife with deceivers, filled with those who, having taken payment, neglect their duties. Please spare me, Great One, Sheppy pleaded, kneeling on the ground, clutching Han Dong's extended leg. Your reaction time is quite impressive, Han Dong remarked, glaring at him. Now, tell me, how much did Wang Zhen pay you? 500,000. Sheppy dare not lie. It seems my worth isn't high enough. No. This time I was careless. I didn't inquire about the target's name. Had I known it was you, I would have demanded at least 500,000. If not a million. A million? And you dare approach me? Such audacity. I merely meant to convey your worth, Mr. Han. Even if you offer me 1 billion. I would not dare trouble you. Just as Han Dong uttered Wang Zhen's name, a figure suddenly sprang up from behind a trash can, swift as the wind and lightning fast, leaping before Han Dong and seizing his other leg, exclaiming, Daddy. As onlookers focused their gaze, they were astonished to find it was Wang Zhen. Han Dong promptly spewed out the mouthful of mineral water he had just swallowed. Not again. Sheppy was equally taken aback. The two of them each grasping one of Han Dong's legs, exchanging incredulous glances. Chapter 84. Venturing further down the path of self-destruction. Kneeling and calling someone daddy was akin to a maiden entering the bridal chamber. The first time was painful, yet the subsequent occasions became less daunting. Wang Zhen experienced this firsthand. Having knelt before so many witnesses once, doing so again seemed trivial. What truly unnerved him was the sheer terror instilled by Han Dong's elusive leg technique. A mere brush had caused him such agony. If he were to receive a full beating, would he not be risking his very life? Such matters could not be reported to the authorities. Gathering a group of thugs to confront Han Dong would itself be illegal. His actions would be seen as self-defense, and any retaliation would be futile. To risk everything, yet remain powerless against Han Dong, was a bitter pill to swallow. One's choices, even if akin to excrement, must be ingested. You investigated me? Han Dong's piercing gaze scrutinized Wang Zhen from above. I apologize. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, treat me like a mere nuisance and let me go. Wang Zhen implored, nearly in tears. Yes, I did hire a private investigator to visit your hometown, he confessed, compelled to speak the truth. And I am a fool. I grew up relying on my father's influence, assuming others did the same. I never imagined you, with your extraordinary abilities. Forge your own path. So, what the textbooks describe about heroes rising from humble beginnings is indeed true. I have truly learned my lesson. I shall never again trouble you. Esteemed Father Han, this act was profoundly humiliating, akin to an adult reprimanding a child. Wang Zhen, however, dared not resist, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. I won't dare anymore, I swear. He then cast a glance at Han Dong, proclaiming, there will absolutely be no next time. If there is, curse my future wife to remain a virgin for life. The surrounding lackeys were left in utter astonishment. Goodness, Brother Snake, are you really betting that high? Get lost. Han Dong commanded in a low voice. The two ruffians clung to Han Dong's legs, bewildered. I said get lost. Do you not comprehend? Do you wish to be beaten further? Han Dong raised an eyebrow, feigning a kick. Yes, yes, we shall leave. Snakeskin quickly recovered, releasing Han Dong's legs and rolling onto the pavement. The lackeys, momentarily stunned, followed suit behind their leader, rolling with earnest effort and remarkable speed. Han Dong was utterly baffled. Can get lost be interpreted in such a manner? I am truly defeated by this band of fools. Wang Jun, somewhat more composed, rose from the ground, hunched his back, and vanished into the night. The onlookers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, were completely taken aback. They initially believed this young man would be bullied by that group of ruffians, suffering a beating, but to their surprise, he was formidable enough to turn those miscreants into mere clowns of a circus. The gazes of passers-by towards Han Dong were filled with awe. Han Dong, indifferent to the attention, strode away with long strides, continuing his leisurely stroll down the sidewalk. It was only after his figure faded from sight that the ruffians dared to rise from ground. Snakeskin promptly dialed his close friend Scorpion. Brother Scorpion, we've encountered trouble again. It was futile to come. It's that Han Dong from Jian University. Han Dong. A brief silence ensued on the other end of the line. Did I not warn you against provoking him? Scorpion's voice was tinged with a somber tone. It was a lapse in judgment. A client offered a high price to incapacitate him. Upon learning he was a student, I didn't even bother to inquire about his name. Who would have imagined that among the thousands of students at Jian University, he would be the target? Let it go. That lad is far too formidable. Even all of us together would not be enough to contend with him. Brother Scorpion, I believe we cannot simply let this matter rest. We are the dominant force in this area. If we do not remove this thorn, avoiding him will only diminish our reputation. What do you propose we do? I have researched Han Dong. He is merely an ordinary village boy with no significant background. The only thing he relies on is his martial prowess. If we could find an expert to incapacitate him, wouldn't that suffice? That is easier said than done. Where do we find such an expert? I have a distant cousin who has trained under a renowned martial artist since childhood and possesses remarkable skills. He enjoys boxing and has fought in the underground boxing scene in Jiangbei for 3 years without a defeat. He arrived in Jiangzhou half a year ago and has gained some fame in the local underground boxing circuit. We could enlist his help against Han Dong. However, my cousin only recognizes money, not people. I fear we may not be able to afford him. Snakeskin replied, his face troubled. Well, didn't you mention that a client wanted to have Han Dong incapacitated? Let him cover the cost. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Brother Scorpion, you're brilliant. Snakeskin exclaimed, his face lighting up. I will call Wang Jun right away. After hanging up, Sheppy immediately dialed Wang Jun's phone. I've already paid you. What do you want from me now? Wang Jun replied irritably. Another group of good-for-nothings who take money but deliver nothing. I'll ask you just one thing. Do you want to eliminate Han Dong? Of course I do, Wang Jun retorted. Increase the payment. Sheppy ground his teeth. What do you mean? Wang Jun's interest was piqued. You know Han Dong has no background. All he has is his skills. You pay, and I'll hire a true expert to take care of him. How much? Wang Jun's previously extinguished ambition was reignited. 200,000. I'll get you a genuine expert who can definitely incapacitate Han Dong. How do I know you're not just trying to fool me? We have a code among us, my friend. Last time you paid 50,000, and we didn't accomplish our task, so you're not obligated to pay that. Let us treat it as a deposit to the expert. Once the job is done, you pay the remaining 150,000. What do you say? It's a deal. Sheppy hung up the phone, clenching his fist with determination. This would surely come to fruition. Last he heard, Han Dong seemed to have cultivated external energy and reached the first level of postnatal martial arts. That's why he dominated the underground boxing scene and earned the nickname Wolf Slayer. No matter how formidable Han Dong was, he was still just a student. Could he truly compete with a martial artist who had faced life-and-death battles in the octagon hundreds of times? Chapter 85. Reunion with the sister-in-law. Han Dong couldn't care less about the thoughts of those insignificant people. In his mind, Wang Jun and Sheppy were not worthy adversaries. In the face of absolute strength, all petty characters were merely clowns. Just as he was savoring this thought, a WeChat voice call came in. To his surprise, it was the fierce sister. After letting the phone ring for about 10 seconds, Han Dong finally pressed the answer button. For a competent fish pond master, one should never rush to answer when a big fish calls. It's best to make them wait a bit, creating an impression of busyness or indifference. Only a sycophant would hastily answer the phone of their goddess, fearing she might hang up. Hello, Miss Daxia. He nearly blurted out the fierce sister's name. Hello, Han Dong. I just spoke with Yufei. She mentioned you ran into each other on the playground, and you're actually schoolmates. What a remarkable coincidence. What a load of rubbish. Handong hook lid. Yufei said you were looking for a Millennium Ganoderma? The fierce sister, straightforward as ever, skipped the pleasantries and got right to the point. Indeed. Professor Wu Qinglin mentioned that the Rong family has some in stock, so I thought I'd ask Yufei. May I be so bold as to inquire, Miss Xia, do you know what Old Master Rong intends to do with the Millennium Ganoderma? He simply asked me to buy it. He didn't disclose its actual purpose. I see. Is Old Master Rong in good health? Grandfather is well. Yes, just as he always is. Han Dong was at a loss for words. That is for the best. Thank you, Miss Xia. You're welcome. A life-saving grace is never forgotten. I hope you achieve your desires. It must be tiring on your business trip. Rest well. Good night. Good night. Exiting WeChat, Han Dong furrowed his brow. Both Aring Yufei and Sister D. 11ing remarked that Old Master Aring was perfectly fine, which left him quite perplexed. If he were indeed in good health, why the urgency to procure a millennium-old Ganoderma? Could it be that the old man dabbled in the art of cultivation? That seemed improbable. Since pondering over it yielded no clarity, he decided to set the matter aside and await a personal encounter with Old Master Aring to inquire directly. With silence enveloping the night, the following day at school, H&Ding noticed numerous students pointing and whispering as he traversed the campus, their eyes glistening with envy. It was evident that news of his impressive feat of toppling the basketball star and attracting the attention of the three prominent school beauties had spread. He had, albeit modestly, become a figure of note within the school. As evening approached, his cousin HNSHN called, inviting him to a celebratory dinner at their home, citing a joyous occasion. The mere thought of his voluptuous and enchanting cousin-in-law ignited a warmth within H&Ding. How absurd. Why did thoughts of his cousin's family always lead back to her? He internally chastised himself. Declining an invitation from WUND to join him for a meal at the cafeteria, H&Ding drove his Porsche to Bishuyuan. Upon arriving at door 602, he pressed the doorbell, contemplating whether SH&L Osh and WU were home, but refrained from intruding, uncertain of WU sentiments. Cousin HNSHN greeted him with a beaming smile as he opened the door. D-Ing-Qing, D-Ing-Z is here. Everything is ready. Let us eat. Cousin-in-law Ru-N-D-Ing-Q-Ing emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of sweet and sour fish. Adorned with a headscarf and an apron, she exuded a unique charm that rendered her captivating, even in such attire. Some women possess an allure that can captivate even when draped in rags, and she was undoubtedly among them. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, abundant with fish, shrimp, meat, and seafood. Wow, you have prepared such an extravagant spread. This joyous occasion must be quite significant. Let me guess, am I to expect a little nephew? H&Ding instinctively glanced at Ru-N-D-Ing-Q-Ing's midsection. H&SHN chuckled heartily. How could that be possible? Why not? Cousin D-Ing-Q-Ing instinctively attempted to clarify, but sensing her slip, she quickly fell silent. Enough of the speculation. The reason for your invitation today is that both your cousin and I have received promotions. And all of this is thanks to you. Thus, we must honor you, our great benefactor. H&SHN cheerfully uncorked a bottle of red wine, filling each glass. It was only then that H&Ding comprehended the true reason behind their celebration. This was all a result of his commendable mention of H&SHN at the commendation ceremony for acts of heroism, which had caught the attention of Mayor Kang. In essence, they were reaping the rewards of H&Ding's courageous act. Ru-N-D-Ing-Q-Ing had also advanced in her career, ascending from deputy editor to editor-in-chief, a promotion likewise attributed to H&Ding's impactful words. It was no wonder they were eager to include him in their celebration. His presence was essential in such an occasion. D-Ing-Z, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Ever since you came to study in GNGZHU, everything has gone smoothly for us. Your cousin and I owe much of our success to you. Let's raise a glass in your honor. Dongzi, I'm also deeply grateful to you. Let's raise our glasses together. Ruan Danqing rarely revealed a hint of a smile. Shanggu's sister-in-law, you are too polite. We are all family. There is no need for thanks. Han Dong lifted his glass, and the three clinked them together before downing the contents in one go. For him, drinking red wine was akin to merely sipping water. The meal was filled with joy and laughter. His usually reticent sister-in-law opened up this evening, her typically serious demeanor softened by a touch of laughter. Coupled with the influence of alcohol, her milk-like fair skin took on a rosy hue. Her face blooming like a peach blossom, charming yet not overly sweet, alluring without being vulgar, her every glance and gesture imbued with captivating grace. Chapter 86, The Purgatory Illusion. As the clock approached 9, Both Han Shan and Ruan Danqing showed signs of inebriation, while Han Dong felt little effect. As he neared the conclusion of his body refinement phase, his physique was becoming increasingly akin to that of a perfected pure yang body, granting him detoxification abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Alcohol had little impact on him now. Once he achieved the complete pure yang body, he would be impervious to toxins, rendering him immune to any poison in existence. Han Dong did not wish to squander the goodwill of his brother and sister-in-law. He had yet to inform them of his possessions, a house and a car, nor had he shared this news with his own parents. The sudden influx of wealth was overwhelming and difficult to explain, so he preferred to find an appropriate moment to gradually introduce the topic, allowing them to acclimate slowly. The three of them collaborated to clear the dining table, and Ruan Danqing remarked, "I will go for a stroll. You two can take a shower first." "I'll go first," Han Shan chuckled. "Sister-in-law, I'd rather not shower with Shangge. The thought of two men bathing together is quite an eyesore. Are we fighting with knives?" "I'm not asking you to shower together. There are 2 bathrooms in the house," Ruan Danqing replied, her large eyes blinking, long eyelashes fluttering. "But one of the bathrooms is yours," Han Shan said, his expression one of mild surprise. The household indeed boasted 2 bathrooms, yet the one attached to the master bedroom had always been exclusively for Ruan Danqing's use, never allowing anyone else entry. "You can use the outside one. Dongzi can use the one in the master bedroom. He is still a child, after all. Why be so particular?" Ruan Danqing maintained her composure. No, I insist on using the outside one. Shangge should use the master bedroom," Han Dong interjected, sensing the awkwardness of the situation. "The bathroom reserved for sister-in-law should certainly only be entered by Shangge. What would it mean for me to go in? That I'm still a child is something even a passing dog wouldn't believe. Those who were privy to the details knew me as Han 25. Would I go around announcing it? Truly absurd. It's no big deal. It's just a shower. If your sister-in-law says you should go, then go. You need to rise early for school tomorrow. Don't dawdle." Han Shan cast a glance at Ruan Danqing before taking his sleepwear and heading into the communal bathroom. Ruan Danqing found Han Dong a brand new set of men's pajamas and handed him a bath towel. "You can use the toiletries inside. There's a new toothbrush in the cabinet above the sink." "All right, sister-in-law." Faced with Ruan Danqing's sparkling eyes, Han Dong dared not look longer. Hastily turning away and entering the master bathroom. The women's bathing area was filled with a fragrant aroma reminiscent of orchids and musk, lingering in the air. On the clothes rack affixed to the wall, 2 delicate lace undergarments hung, causing Han Dong to glance away, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. It appeared that his sister-in-law had a preference for such intricate patterns. After hastily washing up and donning his nightwear, he stepped out almost immediately. Coincidentally, Han Shan emerged from the bathroom at the same moment. The 2 brothers exchanged wide-eyed looks, both feeling a touch of awkwardness. Han Dong found it puzzling that his sister-in-law permitted him, her brother-in-law, to enter her bathing area while denying access to his cousin. It struck him as rather peculiar. "Go on, get some rest," Han Shan urged hastily. "Do not dwell on it, you beast." Han Dong reminded himself promptly, to sever his wandering thoughts. He redirected his focus to the inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor. Inadvertently, he discovered a set of spells suitable for novice cultivators, which piqued his interest. This spell, named Purgatory Illusion, served as a form of mental assault. For advanced cultivators, one could conjure any desired illusion simply through their consciousness. However, as Han Dong was merely at the body refinement stage, his mental faculties, though superior to the average person, were still insufficient for executing high-level mental attacks. The Purgatory Illusion spell elegantly addressed this issue. By utilizing incantations along with the Spirit Void Ring, the soul of the target could be ensnared, subjecting them to an agonizing mental ordeal that left them yearning for transcendence. He deemed this spell exceptionally practical. In the modern urban milieu, particularly given his current lack of strength, many actions were inevitably fraught with risk. At the very least, he could not engage in illegal activities. The Purgatory Illusion conveniently resolved this dilemma. Should anyone dare to challenge his boundaries, he could freely subject them to a mental purgatory, allowing them to experience the deep-seated terror that emanates from the very essence of the soul. Some miscreants, a swift death would be too merciful. Once deceased, they would know nothing and suffer no pain. A fate worse than death, where one exists every moment enveloped in boundless fear, is indeed a far superior form of punishment. Lying on his bed with eyes closed in feigned slumber, Han Dong began to learn this spell. The incantation was not overly complex, being a transmission of enlightenment. It was firmly etched in his memory, and with the inherent understanding of the Golden Crow Emperor, he easily grasped it, standing upon the shoulders of giants. After mastering this spell, he resolved to find an unfortunate soul to experiment upon. Liao Xuezhi, the deceased, was the perfect candidate. Han Dong's consciousness entered the spirit void ring, materializing into reality. Liao Xuezhi emerged from the dark, frigid prison Soul Valley, only to see Han Dong grinning at him, nearly causing his spirit to dissipate in fury. "You little brat, how dare you come to see me? Why would I not? You have imprisoned me. This is illegal detention, and I shall sue you. I'll make sure you rot in prison. Ha ha, still think yourself the young master of the Liao family of Shenhaten, do you? You wretched soul." Liao Xuezhi momentarily froze. Indeed, he had perished. It was his soul that was imprisoned. His physical body had been maliciously lent to that impoverished Lu Jun, having been confined for so long. He often forgot the reality of his demise, or perhaps, on a subconscious level, he refused to accept it. A swirl of dark mist enveloped the air, as Liao Xuezhi's eyes turned crimson, glaring fiercely at Han Dong. The weight of his resentment was palpable. If unleashed, it would undoubtedly manifest as a malevolent spirit. TSK. Such stubbornness. Clearly, your punishment has been insufficient. Han Dong scoffed, uttering a series of incantations between clenched teeth. Suddenly, Liao Xuezhi's ethereal form vanished from sight. Chapter 87. Han Shan was once a hopeless sycophant. The purgatorial illusion could be adjusted like a microwave, and Han Dong, with a flick of his wrist, imposed a 3-year term on Liao Xuezhi. The wretched spirit endured 3 years of torment within the depths of the infernal realm. This method of psychological assault bore semblance to the trial of inner demons, capable of swiftly identifying the deepest fears lurking within the victim's heart and launching targeted attacks. In essence, whatever one feared most would be conjured, plunging them into a state of relentless terror. Liao Xuezhi was unafraid of humans, yet he harbored an intense dread of ghosts. Thus, the illusion conjured a myriad of horrifying specters, relentlessly pursuing him day and night, employing various postures and tactics to instill fear. As the 3-year sentence concluded, Liao Xuezhi finally emerged from the illusion. Han Dong remained where he was. A gleeful smile plastered across his face. For Liao Xuezhi, it had been 3 years. For Han Dong, not a second had been wasted. "You are a demon," Liao Xuezhi exclaimed, his voice trembling. Han Dong's smile was warm and innocent, yet it sent shivers down Liao Xuezhi's spine. It seems the lesson has not yet resonated deeply enough. Let's continue." With a mere wave of his hand, Liao Xuezhi, in sheer terror, crawled upon the ground, fervently bowing his head. "Ancestor, may I call you that? I beg you, spare me. I admit my wrongdoing in attempting to harm you in the mountains of Zhishi. But I am dead now. All grievances have dissipated. Please do not hold me to account like a vengeful spirit." In that moment, he finally surrendered completely to Han Dong, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Han Dong was aware that it was merely an illusion, yet Liao Xuezhi remained oblivious. To him, those scenes felt profoundly real, indistinguishable from reality itself. Observing the dark energy dissipate from Liao Xuezhi, leaving him as docile as a neutered kitten, Han Dong beamed with delight, reminiscent of a cunning fox that has feasted on a succulent chicken. Indeed, the purgatorial illusion was exceedingly effective. Even a villain as depraved as Liao Xuezhi could be rendered submissive. Henceforth, who would dare provoke? A casual imposition of a few years in purgatory would leave them yearning for relief, enduring a cycle of death and rebirth. Guaranteed, they would resemble a docile donkey, bowing low in submission. The crux of this method lies in the realm of psychological attack, an ungoverned territory, making it impossible to regulate. It is undoubtedly an essential skill for both domestic tranquility and adversarial encounters. While Han Dong diligently practiced his spells within the confines of his chamber, a situation unfolded next door. Ruan Danqing had just finished her bath and donned her night attire when Han Shan, wearing a sheepish grin, entered the room. "What are you doing?" "Leave." Ruan Danqing's expression grew cold. "Darling, please do not refer to me that way in private. You know the nature of our relationship." "Danqing." Han Shan gazed adoringly at her enchanting visage. "We have lived together for 3 years. Have my affections stirred not even a flicker of emotion within you? I understand that our marriage is a mere contract, a fade, yet the world evolves. Why must your sentiments remain stagnant?" "That is not possible," Ruan Danqing coldly remarked. "I believe it is essential for everyone to possess a sense of contractual spirit. I am aware that during those years, you were the most radiant belle of Jiang University, with suitors lining up from Jinji Lake to Han's Han Temple. I, hailing from a rural background, was the most inconspicuous among them. and you could never have taken a fancy to me. When we wed, our fellow classmates were utterly astonished, believing I had won over the most beautiful little cabbage in their hearts. They were perplexed as to why you would marry a poor fellow who is neither handsome nor affluent. Yet, they remain oblivious to the truth. You indeed did not harbor any affection for me. Your willingness to marry stemmed purely from the serendipity of my discovering your family's pressure for marriage. We both know this, so there's no need for repetition. Let us get to the point. Ruan Danqing's expression was frosty. Han Shan, I made it clear from the outset that there was no possibility between us. Had I known you held expectations, I should never have agreed to a marriage contract with you. Yes, back then, I was a poor boy and truly unworthy of you. However, the situation has changed. Your face now radiates with light. I have caught the attention of Mayor Kong and have ascended to a position of substantive authority within the Development and Reform Commission, a role that promises great potential. Soon, I shall rise to divisional, departmental, or even provincial levels, becoming a figure of distinction among men. I trust your family will no longer regard me with disdain. Perhaps one day, they may even rely on me for their livelihoods. The greatest barrier between us has vanished. Why do you refuse to reconsider your initial stance? Han Shan, you still fail to grasp the crux of the matter. If I truly minded your humble origins, I would never have agreed to marry you in the first place. The sole reason I do not wish to be with you is that I do not like you. It is as simple as that. But we are already married. Feelings can be nurtured over time. Many from the older generation have entered marriages without prior acquaintance and have thrived together. I cannot speak for others, but I cannot. If I did not like you from the beginning, no amount of time spent together would change my heart, Ruan Danqing coldly replied. Are you foolish? We have been together for 3 years. If feelings could have blossomed, they would have done so by now. Why wait until now? Do you have feelings for Dongzi? Han Shan suddenly inquired. What do you mean? Ruan Danqing was momentarily taken aback. Having cohabited under the same roof for 3 years, albeit without the essence of marriage, my understanding of you likely surpasses that of anyone else, Han Shan replied indifferently. The way you look at Dongzi, the tone you use when speaking to him, is distinctly different from how you interact with others. Especially considering your severe cleanliness obsession, you would never allow anyone to touch the restroom after you. Yet you tolerate him bathing inside. If that is not affection, then what is? I am not obliged to divulge my emotional landscape. It is a matter of personal privacy. The marriage contract was explicit. During our union, if either party develops feelings for another, the other is powerless to intervene and may choose to divorce immediately. Ruan Danqing stated coolly. Chapter 88. I laid it all bare. It seems my suspicions were correct. You have genuinely developed feelings for Dongzi. Han Shan's countenance darkened. We both emerged from humble beginnings. His circumstances are even less favorable than mine. Why is it permissible for him and not for me? Simply because he is handsome? Because he can fight? Or perhaps, due to his youth, you prefer the allure of tender grass to an old cow? With a sharp slap, Ruan Danqing was filled with unrestrained fury. Women are truly ruthless creatures, Han Shan thought, gritting his teeth. I have been with you for 3 years, almost willing to lay bare my heart for you. Yet I am deemed inferior to a mere stranger of a month. Ruan Danqing, you are just like the countless harlots on the streets, captivated by youthful and handsome faces. Do not dare to use love as an excuse. It is merely lust. Han Shan, it seems this is your true nature. All these years, your gentle demeanor and courteous manners were merely for my benefit. Now that you realize your hopes have been dashed, there is no need for pretense, is there? Even without marital affection, we once shared a bond of friendship. But if you speak thus, we cannot even remain friends. Please leave. I have already prepared the divorce agreement and shall proceed with the formalities tomorrow morning. From now on, bridges will remain bridges and paths will remain paths, and let us disturb each other no more. Ruan Danqing's expression, in fact, grew calm. Upon seeing her intent to divorce, Han Shan felt a pang of panic. What am I doing? I intended to muster the courage, fueled by a bit of alcohol, to establish a closer bond. Yet I ended up hurling insults instead. He never meant to inflict harm. The alcohol merely clouded his judgment. Every man, upon discovering that the goddess he has long revered has taken a liking to his younger brother, would experience an explosive shift in mindset. Jealousy truly can distort one's character. In organizational settings, the stability of family relationships has always been a crucial criterion for assessing candidates. And this is no secret within the system. You cannot morally bind me due to your ambitions. Ruan Danqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. If you truly care for Dongzi, divorcing me is certainly not a wise decision. What do you mean? Ruan Danqing was taken aback. Though our marriage is a fade, We have indeed obtained a legitimate marriage certificate to deter any aspirations from your family. Legally, you are my rightful wife, and in Dongzi's eyes, you are his cousin-in-law. Even if you divorce me, this fact will remain unchanged. Dongzi has been close to me since childhood. Our relationship is akin to that of biological brothers. If you were to divorce me, he would undoubtedly distance himself from you. I know him better than you do, so it is wise to trust my judgment. Ruan Danqing fell silent, momentarily stunned. If you choose to maintain our marriage, ensuring my career remains untroubled, I too shall reciprocate in kind. Han Shan had come to a realization. Despite 3 years of companionship, she had never developed feelings for him, and it was unlikely to happen in the future. Men must prioritize their careers. Now that he had secured a position under Mayor Kong, a bright future was within reach. He must seize this opportunity. Divorce was not an option. He had just been appointed to such a significant role in the Development and Reform Commission. How many eyes were watching? What would the leaders think if he were to divorce now? They would perceive him as fickle, someone who, upon achieving a bit of success, sought to change wives. Such a person would be deemed unworthy of further advancement opportunities. He understood Ruan Danqing's character. After such harsh words tonight, she would leave without hesitation. It now appears that the only person capable of keeping Ruan Danqing is her cousin, Han Dong. In what manner could this mutual exchange occur? Ruan Danqing's eyes narrowed. I could approach Dongzi and explain that I am unable to conceive. Thus, I require his assistance to continue our lineage. Though such arrangements are rare in rural areas, they do exist. Based on my understanding of him, he would likely acquiesce. This way, you need not divorce me and can still be with him. It is a mutually beneficial scenario. Get out. What nonsense is this? Ruan Danqing's delicate face flushed crimson, and with a swift kick, she sent Han Shan sprawling out the door, forcefully shutting it behind him. As a modern woman with a higher education, the notion of borrowing sperm is an affront to her dignity. Yet, subconsciously, she felt that Han Shan's assessment might hold some truth. If she were to divorce Han Shan, Han Dong might drift even further from her reach. Han Shan holds a significant position in Han Dong's esteem. Why would he undermine his brother? He adheres to his own principles in life. Ruan Danqing began to regret her initial decision to enter into a sham marriage. The most tragic aspect of life is when one encounters someone they genuinely cherish, only to realize they are unworthy of such a match. Perhaps Han Shan's suggestion is the only proposal Han Dong could accept. Wait, when did I ever say I like Han Dong? Why did I follow Han Shan's line of thought? Could it be that I truly... Ruan Danqing collapsed onto the large bed, covering her flushed face. After alleviating Liao Shueji's grievances through a rigorous practice session, she cast him back into the prison soul valley. With mastery over a new spell, he was exhilarated, counting hundreds of sheep before finally succumbing to sleep. Has my brother not eaten breakfast? Han Dong inquired, surprised as he glanced at his sister-in-law seated at the dining table. He had to attend to an urgent matter at work, Ruan Danqing replied calmly. She was aware that Han Shan had deliberately left to create an opportunity for her and Han Dong to be alone. Oh, that explains it, Han Dong said, taking a seat at the table. Ruan Danqing pushed a peeled boiled egg towards him. You're still growing, so eat more eggs and drink plenty of milk. Thank you. Sister-in-law, Han Dong smiled broadly. The two sat in silence, each focused on their meal. By the way, Dongzi, have you met any girls you fancy at school? Ruan Danqing asked casually. I have no plans to start a relationship just yet, Han Dong replied quietly. Of course, I shouldn't pursue a girlfriend. There are too many fish in the pond. I'll wait a bit longer. Indeed, you're only a freshman. Take your time, Ruan Danqing said, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor while secretly reveling in her own delight. After finishing their meal, Han Dong opted to ride with his sister-in-law to school. Having already concealed his own vehicle within the Lingshu ring the previous night, keeping it a secret for now. Throughout the journey, neither spoke. As an unusual atmosphere enveloped the car, Ruan Danqing pondered Han Shan's words, while Han Dong's mind was preoccupied with those 2 pieces of lace. Chapter 89. 2 Little Milk Tigers. For him, this distance was inconsequential. As I alighted from a vehicle and waved goodbye to my sister-in-law, I was about to take a step forward when, unexpectedly, an arm wrapped around mine. Dongye, a melodious call akin to that of a yellow oriole reached my ears, and before me appeared a charming face that could oscillate between playful pouting and radiant joy. With bright eyes and a captivating smile, it was none other than Lin Rong. How old are you, yet still so easily startled like a child? I teased, gently brushing my fingers across the bridge of her pert nose. What brings you to our school? Are you here to find me? Lin Rong scrunched her nose in surprise, her eyes sparkling with delight. You wish, I replied with a dismissive pout. The entrance to our school is a bit congested. I merely disembarked here temporarily. Lin Rong glanced at the recently departed Volvo belonging to Ruan Danqing and pouted. Donggu, who is that beautiful female driver? You're not being supported by a wealthy woman, are you? If you're attending school at this hour, you must have stayed at her place last night. Her imagination conjured up a multitude of inappropriate scenarios, causing a sensation akin to losing one's most cherished childhood toy. Get off me. I shot her a glare, exasperated. That is my sister-in-law. Nothing is as delightful as dumplings, and nothing is as fun as... Enough. My face turned a shade of green. How come today's youth are so knowledgeable, spouting such outrageous truths? Why are you so unkind to her? Lin Rong pouted, her expression a picture of feigned innocence. On the verge of tears. All right, enough of the theatrics, I retorted. If you could utter something appropriate for your age, I wouldn't be so harsh. Hee. Lin Rong's demeanor shifted dramatically as she smiled brightly. Then let me say something normal, Donggu. Lately, there's an older man who keeps following me. Do you think he has ulterior motives? What kind of older man? I furrowed my brow. Lin Rong's striking beauty undoubtedly attracted attention from all sorts of individuals. The saying goes, a beautiful woman often meets with misfortune, and sometimes being exceptionally attractive is not a blessing. Over there, I noticed a cane resting beside him. Are you certain he's following you? I asked, perplexed. Absolutely, positively sure. Lin Rong's expression turned anxious. Donggu, do you think he's the kind of pervert they often mention in the news? Those creepy older men seem to favor young girls. Fear not. He clearly has mobility issues and wouldn't be able to catch you if anything were to happen. Just run. He won't be able to follow. Relic, Dongyi. I will listen to you. Lin Rong nodded obediently. At the school gate, throngs of students passed by, all eyes fixed on us, which made me feel somewhat self-conscious. Alas, my time as a leader was still brief, and my composure hadn't yet thickened sufficiently. Lin Rong clung to my arm, reluctant to let go. Just as she was about to say something more, when a sharp voice pierced through the air, Lin Rong, let go of him. I turned in surprise to see a girl, also clad in the school uniform, glaring at us with a displeased expression. This girl was equally striking. With her short hair and eyes as clear as glass, she made an immediate and profound impression. The oversized uniform could not conceal her well-developed figure, which surpassed Lin Rong's, embodying the legendary youthful beauty with a mature allure. The young lady resembled a meticulously crafted porcelain doll. In stark contrast to the bright-eyed and fair-toothed Lin Rong, she presented an entirely different persona. Han Dong found her somewhat familiar, yet he could not place her at that moment. I told you to let go of Han Dong, do you hear? The porcelain doll's gaze was ablaze with fury. Do you recognize me? Han Dong curiously glanced at the girl. Of course, you've even touched my backside. Surely you haven't forgotten? With a thud, Han Dong nearly stumbled to the ground. What audacity these young girls have, he mused. The key issue was that he had never laid a hand on her, and her words were utterly irresponsible. If you keep babbling nonsense, I might just do it. Lin Rong sneered. My Donggu doesn't even know you. Keep talking like that, and I'll report you for defamation. Han Dong, don't you remember? Last time at the intersection of Renmin Road and Shitsi Street, I challenged you to a race, and you gave me a beating. It's you? Han Dong's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The exquisite porcelain doll before him was none other than the heavily made-up girl from before, dressed like a little delinquent. Without her makeup, she appeared as a completely different person. No wonder he found her familiar, yet unrecognizable. By the way, with your looks, why would you still wear such gaudy makeup? What's the difference between that and smearing dung on a masterpiece? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lian Xiao, a senior from Class 9 at Jiangda Affiliated High School. The porcelain doll beamed with a smile. You've investigated me? Han Dong furrowed his brow. He had merely taught her a lesson that day, without revealing his identity. Since she knew her own name, it was clear she had done some digging. I just looked up your name and number through your license plate. Nothing more. I merely wish to get to know you. Lian Xiao chuckled. My Donggu has no interest in knowing you. Lin Rong shot her glare. The two girls were widely recognized as the top beauties of their school, both seniors. And although they were not in the same class, they had always been in competition with one another. Lian Xiao quickly approached and adeptly wrapped her arms around Han Dong's other arm, sticking her tongue out at Lin Rong. You're so shameless, Lin Rong exclaimed, raising her leg to kick. You are the shameless one, Lian Xiao retorted without reservation, and the two engaged in a playful scuffle like two little kittens fighting over food. At that moment, the traffic light turned green, and the flow of vehicles surged forward. Ruan Danqing sighed, pressing the accelerator to speed away. Forget it. Han Dong is so handsome and exceptional. It is inevitable that he will attract admirers. How could she, as his sister-in-law, possibly manage that? The two girls clung to his arms, playfully wrestling, while Han Dong stood in middle, both amused and exasperated. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let us hurry to school. Let go. My Dong, good needs to go to school. Lin Rong fumed. You let go first, then I will, Lin Xiao countered obstinately. Han Dong focused his inner strength, applying a slight pressure, causing both girls to feel as if a current had surged through their arms, tingling and prompting them to hastily release their grip. Yuao, Dong Yi. Did you just use that legendary inner strength? How remarkable. It felt like being shocked. Lin Xiao clearly had some knowledge of martial arts. You understand martial arts? Han Dong was slightly taken aback. He utilized the mystical power of the immortal family fist, far superior to the so-called internal energy of mundane martial arts, yet fundamentally belonging to the same category. I did not fully comprehend it, but the sensation of your energy projection is remarkably similar to that of my father, who is indeed a master of internal energy. With her small, pouting lips, her voice rang clear like a mountain spring. Han Dong knew did. It seemed that Lin Xiao's father was a significant figure, which explained her audacious driving. An internal energy practitioner at the second level of postnatal refinement is undoubtedly a top-tier expert in the realm of mundane martial arts. You mustn't call him Dong Ge. He is mine, Lin Rong declared protectively, akin to a little dog guarding its food. I shall call him what I wish. What can you do about it? Dong Yi, Dong Yi, Dong Yi. If you keep calling, I shall strike you. I shall let you have just one hand. The two girls resumed their playful scuffle. Passers-by from the affiliated high school widened their eyes at this spectacle. The two renowned school beauties were seemingly vying for the affections of a boy. Oh heavens! Why is it that despite our daily adoration, the goddess never grants us a glance? Yet they are flushed and fervent over this young man. Truly, a most infuriating situation. Chapter 90. This new student is quite arrogant. Han Dong rolled his eyes, stretched his long legs, and departed. He instinctively glanced at the ornamental tree across from him, noticing that the limping beggar had already left. After cultivating, his senses were far more acute than those of ordinary individuals. Although he had merely caught a fleeting glance from that person, Han Dong sensed no malice towards Lin Rong. The reason behind the following remained unknown, so he chose to set such perplexities aside. After a prolonged tussle, the two girls noticed Han Dong had departed and ceased their playful battle, exchanging glances before turning away in distaste. As Han Dong entered the gates of Jian University, he received a WeChat message from Lin Rong. Lin, Dong Yi. That rude girl Yin Xiao said you touch her bottom. Is that true? Dong Zi touch? I merely smacked her bottom. Lin, oh? What do you mean? Thus, Han Dong recounted the incident of reprimanding Lin Xiao, narrating the events in a casual manner. Lin, well done, she deserves it. Dong Zi, he. Lin, Lin Xiao as bottom is indeed quite pert. Dong Gu, the feel must be delightful, no? Dong Zi. Lin, I suddenly don't wish to converse with you anymore. Goodbye. Dong Zi. Han Dong exited the chat interface and noticed a friend request notification. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Lin Xiao and promptly accepted. Ciao. Dong Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Dong Zi. The mindset of these affluent second-generation individuals is truly elusive. Despite having given her a sound thrashing, she bore no grudge and instead sought to acknowledge me as her brother. Could it be that this girl has a penchant for masochism? It seems there might be a hint of truth in that. Am I doomed? Could it be that I possess some perverse gene? Do not jest. I am destined to become the pure Yang, true immortal, the second Golden Crow Emperor. Such sordid matters are beneath me. Dong Zi, you look much more agreeable today. In the future, do avoid painting yourself to appear like a ghost. Ciao. Does today's look resemble the student girl series in your hard drive? Childlike face and that. Dong Zi, what absurd truths you speak. The young girls of today are undeniably clever, and one must wonder how she's aware of the series present on my hard drive. Exiting the WeChat chat, Han Dong wiped the sweat from his brow. Previously, it was said that the lowly had 3 treasures: a gentle voice, a soft body, and an ease of persuasion. However, it appears that these notions have become archaic, as today's lowly possesses even greater knowledge than the so-called Fujoshi. After school that afternoon, Shen Xinyun informed him via telephone that he was to attend a work meeting in the small conference room of the administrative building. As the vice secretary of the student union of the law school, his presence was indispensable. Han Dong had always found such meetings rather uninteresting. Yet his position required him to attend, if only to fulfill his obligations. Upon entering the conference room, he discovered a large round table surrounded by a full complement of attendees. Habitually, he sought a seat in the corner, but just as he was about to settle in, Shen Qinyun spotted him. Han Dong, what are you doing? Come sit here, she beckoned. All eyes in the room turned toward him. Han Dong touched his nose. It seemed he could no longer afford to hide away as he had in the past. He reflected that, previously, he had been an inconspicuous figure, able to blend in. But now, as the esteemed vice secretary, he stood one person beneath the leadership, with only Shen Qinyun able to keep him in check. The left side of Shen Qinyun was vacant, presumably reserved for him. Reluctantly, Han Dong made his way over and took a seat. Through Shen Qinyun's introduction, he learned that most of those present were officers of the student union. With autumn underway, numerous campus activities were on the horizon, such as the Autumn Sports Meeting, Autumn Basketball League, Football League, Intercollegiate Championship, Top 10 Singers Competition, and the Freshman Welcome Party, resulting in a significant workload for both the Student Union and the Youth League Committee. The Student Union, as an organization under the auspices of the Youth League Committee, essentially functions as a subordinate body. This also implied that Han Dong was the superior to these upperclassmen in the Student Union. Being a freshman himself, and having recently enrolled, he found himself elevated above this group of seasoned individuals, which led to a somewhat hostile reception as soon as he entered. "Oh, Vice Secretary Han, arriving late to your first meeting and making everyone wait isn't particularly courteous, is it?" remarked a tall boy with a face marred by acne. "And may I ask, who are you?" Han Dong shot him a sidelong glance. "Your superior has yet to speak. What gives you the right to interject?" "I am Mu Zhenju, the sports minister of the Law School Student Union," the acne-ridden boy replied in a deep voice. "He is also a key forward for our university's football team. Exceptionally skilled at playing," a female officer from the student union added. "Minister Mu, I would like to inquire about the scheduled time for our meeting," Han Dong responded, undeterred by the presence of these seasoned individuals. The message from teacher Shun indicated 4:50 p.m. It is now 4:52. When I entered, it was 4:49. Thus I was not late. We could have commenced normally, but due to your deliberate provocation, we have been delayed by 2 minutes. Let us not forget that everyone arrived here hungry, and your actions have inadvertently postponed our dinner by 2 minutes. I believe an apology is in order." The complexion of Mu Zhenju resembled that of a boiled liver. Shen Qinyun struggled to stifle her amusement. "I have received professional training and will undoubtedly refrain from laughter unless it is utterly unavoidable. This group of seasoned student council members are all quite headstrong, and their youthful teacher often finds it challenging to maintain authority. It will be beneficial for Han Dong to temper their arrogance. Principal Zhong is truly remarkable for appointing Han Dong as the deputy secretary. It is nothing short of a stroke of genius." Mu Zhenju, with his imposing stature and past accolades for the school, regards everyone with disdain except for the student council president, Shirley. To his surprise, he finds himself at a loss for words when confronted by a novice freshman, not known for his eloquence. He falls into Han Dong's verbal trap in just a few exchanges, making it appear as though he ought to apologize. "Han Dong, I believe I recognize you." The boy seated to the right of Shun Qinyun has short, tousled hair and dons traditional Chinese attire, exuding an air of sharpness. "You are Han Dong," and he feels somewhat familiar. Shirley, the president of the Law School Student Council, mentions his connection to Captain Shir of the Municipal Criminal Police. "That's my father," Shirley boasts, who is now the deputy director. Unbeknownst to him, his father's promotion stems from the decisive resolution of the 910 armor car heist, which Han Dong played an indirect role in. It all makes sense now. Han Dong nods in understanding. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon first seeing Shirley, for he bears a striking resemblance to Shi Guodong, the leader of the operation during the heist, and someone with whom Han Dong has interacted frequently, even exchanging contact information. Shi Guodong had also attended the commendation ceremony for bravery, where he presented Han Dong with a monetary award, leaving a lasting impression. Chapter 91, Establishing Authority. I have watched your impressive solo battle against 5 armed robbers. Your performance was truly commendable. I often ponder whether I could have acted as you did had I been on that bus. After countless rehearsals in my mind, I believe I could have risen to the occasion. Shirley's eyes gleamed with unshakable confidence. Not only is he the president of the Law School Student Council, but he also leads the Comprehensive Combat Club at our university. Few can rival his individual prowess. Shun Qinyun leaned closer to Han Dong, softly introducing him. This somewhat intimate gesture only heightened the animosity directed at Han Dong. Teacher Shun is universally acknowledged as the goddess among the student council members prior to her arrival. They would either concoct excuses to be absent or arrive tardily for meetings organized by the Youth League Committee. ever since Shun Qinyan joined. They scurry to meetings faster than rabbits, ensuring no one is ever late or absent. No one anticipated that Teacher Shun would be so close to this newcomer, especially Shirley, whose brows knitted together in frustration. While others were merely captivated by Teacher Shun's beauty, he had genuinely fallen for this goddess-like superior. Although she is a few years his senior, Shirley remains undeterred. The teacher-student dynamic poses no barrier to his pursuit of love. He believes that in terms of family background and personal attributes, he is more than a match for her. Thus, he is determined to win Shun Xinyan's affection. Witnessing his ideal partner whispering to another boy ignites a flame of jealousy within Shirley. Certainly, this surge of anger was directed at Han Dong. And so what? A smirk curled at the corner of Han Dong's lips. After merely practicing mixed martial arts for a few days, one believes they can confront 5 armed robbers. How utterly laughable. In such a perilous situation, there would be but 2 outcomes. Either one would cower in fear, frozen in their seat, or they would recklessly charge forward, only to be swiftly dispatched. His own prowess stemmed from the modest attainment of a pure yang physique, granting him extraordinary physical capabilities. You, a mere mortal, dare to compare yourself with me? Surely, you are lost in fanciful delusions. Thus, I wish to challenge you. Shirley's entire being radiated with combat fervor. His father often praised Han Dong's skills and courage in his presence, which had long since bred discontent within Shirley. Today, witnessing the closeness between Han Dong and Teacher Shun, Shirley could no longer conceal the formidable blade he wielded. The conference room erupted in astonishment. Is the first meeting of the new semester truly this exhilarating? The president of the Mixed Martial Arts Society and the chairman of the Law School Student Council daring to challenge a newcomer? Han Dong's exploits against a notorious bandit and his resolution of a grand robbery were likely known only among the freshmen. Many upperclassmen remained oblivious. Shirley was privy to this information simply due to his proximity to the source, his father. The student council members were unaware of the extent of Han Dong's abilities. In their minds, a mere freshman could not possibly surpass Shirley in skill. It would be wise for you to avoid further humiliation. Han Dong smiled nonchalantly. Huh, you may certainly try. Shirley laughed in indignation. I have never encountered such an audacious freshman before. And now here I stand. Time and place, you choose. I await your arrival at any moment. Captain Shur is a commendable man. I would not wish to bring shame upon his son. Therefore, let's forego this confrontation. Or perhaps we could settle it now on the playground. What do you say? The more Han Dong suggested this, the more infuriated Shirley became, ready to roll up his sleeves and engage. What are you two doing? Shen Qianyun interjected angrily. This is a meeting of the Youth League, not a gathering of ruffians where one can brawl at will. Shirley took a deep breath, refraining from retorting against Shun Qianyan. Han Dong continued to smile with an air of nonchalance. The officials in the room began to regard this freshman secretary with newfound respect. A 1-on-2 duel against the 2 most senior and esteemed figures of the student council, and he appeared to hold the upper hand. Teacher Shen also seemed to inadvertently favor him, their relationship evidently transcending the ordinary. Despite having known each other for quite some time, they had never witnessed Teacher Shen display such warmth towards anyone else. If there had been any initial skepticism regarding this freshman's appointment as Deputy Secretary of the Youth League, after these 2 exchanges, many officials had begun to reassess their opinions, particularly among the female officials present. Shirley's title as the most handsome in the student council was evidently at risk of being usurped. Han Dong's attractiveness had surpassed his by a significant margin. This newcomer was no lesser than those celebrated in the campus beauty rankings. One female official discreetly scribbled a note to her companion. I concur. He is indeed extraordinarily handsome. Moreover, he possesses both arrogance and dominance. Even Shirley could not suppress him. I have a penchant for such men, handsome and assertive. The glances of the girls inadvertently gravitated towards Han Dong, their eyes flickering with a fiery intrigue. Shirley noticed their reactions, which only served to further irritate him. The female cadre of the student council were all recruited by him, each possessing considerable charm. Deep down, they were akin to fish in his pond. Without such privileges, what significance would his position as president hold? Unexpectedly, with the arrival of Han Dong, the fish in the pond began to grow restless. One could only hope that in the end, Teacher Shun wouldn't be left empty-handed, nor would his harem disband. Let us commence the meeting. Time is of the essence, and the tasks are demanding. So please refrain from whispering among yourselves, Shirley advised, tapping on the table. From this point forward, Han Dong's involvement would be minimal. With Teacher Shun overseeing the proceedings, the senior students, seasoned in their roles, were well aware of their responsibilities. It was merely a matter of delegating tasks to the appropriate individuals. As a freshman, Han Dong lacked experience in such matters, often feeling lost. He merely needed to sit back and raise his hand when a vote was called. In essence, he would align with teacher Shun's stance, supporting her approvals and opposing her disapprovals, a foolproof strategy. It was evident that the president and vice president of the student council were in accord. With Han Dong providing stability, Shun Qinyun found the work progressed remarkably well, and the more troublesome members of the student council became notably subdued. No one dared to speak flippantly with her anymore. Neither Mu Jinju nor Shi Lei fared well, and the rest were even less fortunate. At some point, Shun Qinyun began to feel a strong reliance on Han Dong. His presence brought her comfort, while his absence left her feeling hollow and uncertain in her endeavors. This sensation made her uneasy, yet she found joy in it. Following an increase in efficiency, the meeting concluded swiftly. Fearing that Shun Qinyun might assign him additional tasks, Han Dong hurriedly slipped away. That rascal, he fled so quickly. Originally intending to invite Han Dong for dinner, Shun Qinyun discovered he had already left after packing up her computer, and she stomped her foot in frustration. "Hey, Han Dong," Shi Lei called out as he caught up with him outside the administrative building. "Is there something you need?" Han Dong replied, hands in pockets, casting a casual glance at him. "Are you running so fast because you're afraid of me?" Shi Lei inquired, a spark of challenge in his eyes. "No, I fear teacher Shun." Han Dong chuckled lightly. "Fear her?" Shi Lei was taken aback. "Aren't you two quite close?" "You've misunderstood. It's not her as a person I fear, but rather her persistence," Han Dong admitted candidly. Shi Lei choked on his breath in disbelief. "So, you can act like this too? You better decide when you want to have a showdown with me," he urged. "Let us duel, young man." Shi Lei felt that his inner frustrations could only be resolved through physical confrontation, ideally flattening the face of the man before him. "Apologies, but I'm busy," Han Dong said, turning on his heel and waving goodbye. Shi Lei watched him go, determined to ensure that he would confront this fellow in the arena. Otherwise, life would be unbearable. Chapter 92. This Wave in the Atmosphere. Wolf 2 stood at the entrance of Jiang University, arms crossed, his triangular eyes gleaming with a cold light. His real name was Langan Fa, born in a rural area of Jiangbei. From a young age, he apprenticed under the renowned Master Wang Zhenbei at the Huayang Eagle Claw School, where he studied the eagle claw technique. This individual possessed exceptional talent and was a prodigy in martial arts, quickly rising to prominence among the disciples of the Eagle Claw School. At the age of 20, he comprehended the profound essence of external strength, entering the first stage of his postnatal cultivation, thus stepping into the realm of true martial artists. By 21, he had developed a passion for combat sports, dedicating a year to mastering mixed martial arts and becoming proficient in various offensive and defensive techniques. At 22, he began participating in underground boxing matches in a city in Jiangbei, competing in 47 bouts within a year, remaining undefeated. This bloodthirsty individual struck ruthlessly, leaving his opponents with but one fate, a lifetime confined to a wheelchair. It was from this that he earned the moniker Wolf Slayer. From that point onward, he traversed the underground boxing arenas of several cities in Jiangbei, establishing a formidable reputation and amassing considerable wealth. 6 months prior, he incurred the wrath of a powerful figure in Jiangbei, compelling him to leave his familiar surroundings and journey south across the river to Suzhou in search of a livelihood. With his innate talent and prowess, he quickly dominated the underground boxing scene in Jiangzhou, flourishing remarkably. When his cousin, Sheppy, sought him out, he learned of a target, a mere student lacking experience. Wolf Slayer scoffed at the idea and promptly declined. However, when Sheppy mentioned a bounty of 200,000, Wolf Slayer's interest was piqued. Despite having earned a substantial sum over the years, his extravagant spending habits and lack of financial acumen rendered him nearly penniless. 200,000 would afford him a lavish lifestyle for some time, and the task seemed simple, just a few punches against an inexperienced student. Accepting Sheppy's 50,000 as a down payment, Wolf Slayer stipulated one condition. If he were to engage, he must be allowed to enter the octagonal cage. He was not foolish. Sheppy's intent was to incapacitate the student, ideally rendering him incapable of self-care. Within the confines of the cage, this was entirely feasible, as all participants signed a death waiver prior to competition. Even in the event of a fatality, it would be deemed unfortunate luck. Such acts of incapacitation were routine for him. It was hardly a matter of concern. After all, this was the essence of underground fighting, its inherent darkness. However, should he cripple someone outside the cage, the police would certainly take a keen interest, and the consequences would be dire. He relished his life and had no desire for incarceration. Thus, today, Wolf Slayer accompanied Sheppy to the entrance of Jiang University to issue a challenge. Although uncertain whether the young man would accept, he felt it necessary to make the attempt. Wolf Slayer, having spent years in life-and-death confrontations within the ring, emanated an aura of menace that instinctively caused students to steer clear of him. Even the mice scurrying by seemed frightened enough to hastily retreat along the walls. Consequently, within a 5-meter radius of him, no living creature dared to linger. As Han Dong exited the university gates, he immediately spotted Wolf Slayer. The man exuded a palpable aura of menace. It was evident he had taken lives. As a cultivator, Han felt no fear. It was said that martial artists could not contend with cultivators, no matter how formidable a martial artist might be. They were merely the lower tier of his food chain. Mr. Han, greetings, a young man in a tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses beamed, approaching with a wide smile. Han Dong felt a flicker of recognition, but hesitated to confirm. It's me, Sheppy, the young man quickly interjected. Han Dong nearly spewed out the water he had consumed throughout the day. What was going on? Fearless of heaven and earth, yet wary of the cultured rogue. A scoundrel in a suit, indeed a calamity for the world. Have you forsaken your life of mischief to become a real estate agent? Han Dong scrutinized him, finding it increasingly amusing. The idiom "a monkey adorned in a crown" was tailor-made for him. Nay, nay, Snakeskin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, showcasing his meager intellect. Having arrived at Jiangzhou University, a prestigious institution with a century-long history, he felt compelled to exhibit some civility. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Snakeskin, a temporary agent from Mr. Lang. I come on behalf of my employer, Mr. Wolf Butcher, to extend a challenge to you, Mr. Han. With a flourish, he presented a crimson invitation. It read, "We have heard of your esteemed reputation as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, possessing extraordinary skills and a profound sense of martial ethics. You are cordially invited this Friday at 9 p.m. to the octagonal cage beneath the Jingwu Boxing Gym on Sangzi Street to engage in a friendly exchange of martial techniques, to learn from each other and contribute to the grand celebration of the martial arts community in Suzhou." The signature Red Wolf Butcher, with the date inscribed below. How refreshingly unconventional to phrase an underground fight in such a manner. You truly are talent. It was composed by someone else. He added, "We mustn't be crude when dealing with a cultured individual like Mr. Han." Snakeskin chuckled nervously, anxious that Han Dong might decline. "Your name is Wolf Butcher?" Han Dong teased, glancing at Long Genfo. "I am a disciple of the Huayang Eagle Claw School, but Wolf Butcher is merely a nickname bestowed upon me," replied Lang. His voice slightly hoarse, akin to the sound of a shovel scraping against a concrete surface, quite unpleasant to hear. Han Dong, maintaining his composure, activated his spiritual vision to scrutinize Lang Gunfa's internal meridians. No true energy circulated within the Dantian. It seemed he was incapable of unleashing internal strength. At best a practitioner at the first level of acquired martial arts. In his leisure, Han Dong had researched various aspects of martial arts online, gaining a certain understanding of the subject. Drawing from the legacy of the Golden Crow Emperor, he concluded that the practice of martial arts was a simplified version of cultivation, a desperate measure for human practitioners in the wake of Earth's dwindling spiritual energy. The body refinement stage in cultivation corresponds to the external strength stage in martial arts, with the primary distinction being the manner of energy output. In simple terms, both represent electrical energy, yet the disparity between high voltage and household electricity is immense. If a cultivator in the body refinement stage can output energy akin to 100,000 volts, then the external strength of a martial artist equates to a mere 220 volts of household electricity. A clear dimensional disparity. I accept your invitation. See you on Friday night. Han Dong smiled, flicking the invitation. Entering the octagonal cage is splendid. It allows you to expel your waste without needing to visit the police, a most economical affair. Han Dong understood that Snakeskin and Wolf Butcher invited him for precisely this reason. Otherwise, they could have chosen any location for a scuffle. Coincidentally, he shared the same sentiment. You might think I am on the first floor, but in reality, I reside in the stratosphere. Snakeskin and Wolf Butcher exchanged glances, both detecting a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Yes, restrain your excitement. Do not let this pretty boy perceive it. Heaven forbid he becomes frightened and refrains from attending. Chapter 93. Do not hinder my path to wealth. Let me see what invitation you have accepted. A melodious voice, akin to a beautiful aureole emerging from the valley, resonated through the air as a hand swiftly snatched the invitation from Han Dong's grasp. Turning to behold the speaker, he found it was Shun Qinyan. What do you mean by entering the underground octagonal cage? Are you intending to engage in illegal fighting? Upon reading the invitation, her expression shifted dramatically. Han Dong placed a hand on his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. How could she have discovered this? It was indeed somewhat troublesome. It's merely a friendly sparring session with a martial arts acquaintance. Nothing akin to illegal fighting, he waved dismissively. Yes, just a friendly exchange, Snakeskin interjected. This is quite common among martial artists. Hey, aren't you the thug who bullied the flower-selling girl? What was your name again? Snakeskin? Don't think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, Shun Xinyan exclaimed, her eyes widening as she glared fiercely at Snakeskin. The expression on Han Dong's face was quite remarkable. It is often said that women possess the keen intellect of Sherlock Holmes. He had previously been skeptical. Now, however, he was genuinely impressed. Snakeskin's transformation was so drastic that even he, a cultivator, nearly failed to recognize him. Yet, Shun Xinyan saw through his disguise in an instant. Truly extraordinary. Whoever ends up marrying her must tread carefully, for any hint of infidelity will undoubtedly be swiftly uncovered. This is a perilous individual. Should I consider reeling him into my own domain? A thorough contemplation is warranted. Since we didn't fight, we have become friends, Snakeskin chuckled awkwardly. Don't flatter yourself. Han Dong could never befriend someone like you. Shun Xinyan shot a glance at Lang Tu. I see now. You were so thoroughly beaten that you sought out a skilled fighter for revenge, correct? But you're worried about legal repercussions if he gets hurt. So you devise this plan to lure him into the octagonal cage. In this way, if he is injured, it is merely a matter of skill, and you cannot blame anyone else. Lang Tu and Snakeskin exchanged glances. ISNT had said that beauty is often synonymous with a lack of intelligence. Why then does this woman, who resembles a celestial being, possess both beauty and sharp wit? Though her guesses may not be completely accurate, they're certainly close to the mark. Seeing the reactions of Snakeskin and Lang Tu, Shun Xinyan realized she had struck a chord. Do you see now? You foolish boy? She scolded, tugging at Han Dong's ear. They've dug a pit waiting for you to jump in. Understand? You must stay at school and go nowhere else. Illegal fighting is against the law and, more importantly, extremely dangerous. Do not presume that a few days of martial arts practice make you invincible. That is not a place for you. Do you understand? Understood. I want to go. All right? Han Dong winced, covering his ears while looking helplessly at her. In such moments, it was best to acquiesce, especially considering her role as a teacher. Who would dare to openly confess to a teacher their intent to engage in wrongdoing? In truth, he merely needed to feign humility and maintain his obstinate ways. He recognized that Shun Xinyan was concerned for his well-being, fearing he might fall prey to the malevolence of society. However, regarding someone like Lang Tu, the thought of harming a cultivator like him was utterly ludicrous. Moreover, it offered him no tangible benefit. But Lang Tu was a different matter altogether. Firstly, he is a martial artist at the first level of the acquired realm. Han Dong wishes to ascertain the true prowess of so-called external strength masters, to gain a general understanding of the combat capabilities of martial artists. Furthermore, he is well aware that individuals like Wang Zhun and Shi Pai will not rest until they seek revenge, such is human nature, unrelenting until the bitter end. Thus, he intends to deliver a decisive blow, ensuring that they are permanently incapacitated. Thirdly, and most crucially, Han Dong recognizes the immense stakes surrounding the underground boxing matches, where numerous affluent individuals seek thrill. It is anticipated that the majority will bet on Wolf Butcher, while Han Dong, as a mere student, is largely overlooked. Consequently, his odds will be exceptionally high. If he places a wager on himself to win, it could yield substantial profits. As for the possibility of victory, it is a foregone conclusion. A cultivator facing a martial artist of the same realm possesses an undeniable bloodline advantage, making any upset improbable. The thought of so many unsuspecting victims ready for harvesting makes Han Dong's excitement palpable. Teacher Shun, you are obstructing my path to wealth, he exclaimed. If not for your striking beauty, I might be truly vexed. Are you really not going? She pressed. A man must keep his word. Shun Xinyan tugged at his ear insistently. Indeed, a man must honor his word, Han Dong affirmed earnestly. I do not believe you. You must swear an oath. I swear. If I go without permission, may I never marry in this lifetime, he declared, secretly wishing to wed multiple partners and raise a large family of cultivators. Isn't that appealing? Now that's more like it. Shun Xinyan released him, casting a stern glance at Shi Pai. You two best leave at once. If you don't wish to end up behind bars, cease your schemes at Jiang University. Shi Pai glanced at Han Dong. anxious not to miss the opportunity. You must go. If you don't, our plans will be in vain. Wolf Butcher pulled him away, stating, Cousin, that brat claims he won't attend. Are we to return empty-handed? Rest assured. He will go, Wolf Butcher replied coldly. How can you be so certain? Intuition. Wolf Butcher possessed a primal instinct that had enabled him to evade lethal traps on several occasions. He trusted this instinct implicitly, which assured him that Han Dong would indeed participate. However, it also cautioned him that the anticipated earnings of 200,000 would not be as easily acquired as imagined. This student was far from simple. He sensed an ominous power lurking within Han Dong, something he had never encountered before. Nonetheless, Wolf Butcher remained confident. Countless formidable foes had succumbed to his iron fists, and he could not fathom losing to a youth barely past his teens. As Shi Pai and his companion ventured further away, Shun Qinyun exhaled in relief. Just as she was about to reprimand Han Dong once more, she noticed him sprinting away, having covered a distance of 200 meters in the blink of an eye. Not again, Shun Qinyun fumed. Why does he flee at the sight of me? Does he find me too old and uninteresting? She quickly chastised herself for such thoughts. After all, she was his teacher. One cannot help but reflect on the often fickle nature of humanity. The more readily available something is, the less we cherish it. The more unattainable it seems, the more it lingers in our thoughts. The more Han Dong runs away, the more she yearns to draw closer. Her mind is consumed with thoughts of how to prevent him from slipping away during their next encounter, contemplating methods to keep him by her side. Unbeknownst to her, this person gradually occupies a space in her heart. Chapter 94. The storm approaches. The sun rises as usual. The city operates in an orderly fashion. However, the underground world is rife with hidden currents. In truth, the Jingwu boxing gym serves merely as a facade, while the real profits stem from the octagonal cage in the lower level. The proprietor, Mr. Feng, is respectfully referred to as Sixth Master by all. The local magnate, Lian Shenglong, has shifted his focus towards entrepreneurship, engaging in dubious ventures less frequently. Sixth Master Feng, having risen through the ranks of lending, has amassed a cadre of followers, gradually establishing himself as a formidable figure. His influence on the streets subtly hints at surpassing that of Lian Shenglong. This underground boxing arena is currently his most valued source of revenue. Upon hearing from Lang Tu that a young master of ancient martial arts, Zhou Wu, was scheduled to enter the octagonal cage, Sixth Master Feng reacted as if a shark had sensed blood in the water. The prospect of an undefeated warrior, Lang Tu, facing off against an urban master of ancient martial arts was enough to heighten everyone's anticipation. He promptly canceled Zhou Wu's original match, replacing it with this new event. Subsequently, he updated the group announcement, disseminating this news to all members. The group erupted in excitement. Lang Tu's match is electrifying. I prefer watching him dismantle opponents. Who is this urban ancient martial arts master? Can anyone divulge some details? The announcement has his credentials. Take a look. Wow. His nickname is Dong Huang. That's rather juvenile, isn't it? After all, as a profession shrouded in secrecy, all participating fighters adopt stage names, with no one foolish enough to use their real names. When promoting to the public, Sixth Master Feng believed that bestowing Han Dong with an outrageous moniker would further elevate the bettor's expectations, amplifying the spectacle. After much contemplation, he settled on the name Dong Huang. The odds for Lang Tu remained at even, as his winning probability was exceedingly high, causing the odds to diminish. In contrast, the odds for the so-called Dong Huang, the juvenile, reached an astonishing 3-1. This meant that if one wagered 1 million on Lang Tu and he won, they would earn 1 million. Conversely, betting on Han Dong would yield 3 million upon his victory. Old Wang, who are you betting on? I'm definitely betting on Lang Tuesday. What about you? Of course, I'm choosing Lang Tuesday. I'm not some naive benefactor. Why would I give money to that old schemer, Feng? Essentially, this so-called client group is merely a betting community, encompassing high-net-worth individuals from several nearby cities. The members are either affluent or prestigious, and if certain names were revealed, they would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Among them is Cui Hongji, the CEO of Hongji Real Estate. This individual is notorious for his hedonistic and gambling tendencies, reveling in all forms of sensory stimulation. Naturally, he sought to partake in the excitement of the underground boxing matches. Noticing the lively exchanges within the group, he felt inclined to contribute his own thoughts. However, just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he was astonished to see it was Han Dong. Startled, he trembled slightly and answered the call. Mr. Han, this is Hongji. Is there a recurrence of my condition? His foremost concern is his health. Your condition is not severe. Simply take your medication on schedule. I sought you out for another matter, Han Dong said slowly. Speak, speak. He urged. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall exert myself to the utmost. You must have heard of the underground boxing matches at the Jingwu Boxing Gym, correct? Indeed, I have not only heard of it, but am also a member there. That's excellent. This Friday evening, I will participate in a match against Wolf Butcher. I am aware that such contests attract considerable betting. Hence I wish to entrust you with my wager. Huh? Are you the East Emperor they speak of? Yes. Mr. Han, how do you find leisure in such matters? I have my reasons. That is not for you to inquire. Just focus on your own tasks. Understood, Cui Hongji replied, not daring to challenge Han Dong. He found it peculiar. Given Han Dong's medical prowess, he should not need to resort to fixing matches for money. Cui Hongji speculated that Han Dong had perhaps signed some agreement to intentionally lose to Wolf Butcher, thus earning a commission and secretly commissioning him to bet on Wolf Butcher's victory, enabling him to profit doubly. Does a miraculous doctor lack funds? This truly baffles the mind. I have 70 million in my account. I will transfer it to you shortly, and you will place the entire wager on my victory. Excuse me? You mean you will bet on your own victory? Cui Hongji's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. A miraculous doctor indeed, one who plays by no ordinary rules. He could not fathom Han Dong's thoughts. Of course, if I do not bet on my own victory, would I wager on my opponent's? With someone as insignificant as Wolf Butcher, how could he possibly triumph over me? Han Dong replied brusquely. You need not transfer funds to me. I am a diamond member, and my maximum betting limit is 200 million, which does not require cash. Wagers can be placed directly using the limit. Given that you have 70 million, I will supplement it with 30 million to make a neat sum. Additionally, I wish to invest 100 million myself. What do you think, Mr. Han? Are you not afraid of losing? I have faith in you, Mr. Han. If you say you will win, then you shall certainly not lose. Cui Hongji harbored a blind confidence in Han Dong, a godlike figure capable of curing cancer, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Haha, then it is settled, Han Dong said, not indulging in further pleasantries, and promptly hung up the phone. Cui Hongji was not devoid of intelligence. It is no wonder he has built such a successful business. This time, he had indeed sought the right person. In industries shrouded in secrecy, large wagers necessitate personal introductions. Without membership, no matter the sum, one would be disregarded. Who knows if you're merely fishing? His initial intention was to consult Cui Hongji on how to place a bet. He did not anticipate that this fellow was already a member and could place wagers using his limit, which was fortuitous. After hanging up, Cui Hongji discreetly placed a 200 million wager on the East Emperor's victory. On the other end of the line, Feng Lui's eyes twinkled with delight. The real estate mogul is indeed wealthy. Cui Hongji, you are truly a great fool. However, individuals like him are scarce. There are still many betting on Wolf Butcher's victory. How could he continue to reap profits? Another operation is necessary. First and foremost, let us extol the remarkable prowess of Dong Huang, whose punch can shatter stone slabs. A prodigy unparalleled in the realm of martial arts. Admittedly, the notion of shattering stone is merely a promotional tactic, unbeknownst to them. Yet Han Dong is indeed capable of such feats. Furthermore, arrangements were made to subtly disseminate the news of Lang Tu's unfortunate car accident, which resulted in significant injuries. Concurrently, several photographs depicting Lang Tu's legs wrapped in blood-soaked bandages were circulated, seemingly by chance, through insiders. Initially, the majority of individuals placed their bets on Lang Tu's victory, with only a select few adventurous souls, unhindered by financial constraints, daring to wager on the underdog. However, as the news of Lang Tu's injuries began to spread, more and more individuals opted to bet on Dong Huang. Each believed they possessed insider knowledge that others were oblivious to, delighting in their perceived advantage. Chapter 95. A Gamble. Transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Wang Zhen felt he too had uncovered an advantage, feeling certain of victory. Upon confirming that Han Dong had agreed to engage in underground boxing, he promptly informed his father. Are you saying Han Dong has agreed to fight that Lang Tu in an underground boxing match? Indeed, father. But what gave him the edge? Wang Antai expressed some confusion. Han Dong is a master of ancient martial arts. He has previously vanquished 5 armed robbers, aiding the police in resolving a major bus heist. Even a dozen of those professional thugs would prove no match for him. Wang Zhen relayed all the information he had gathered to his father. You mean to say he is merely a rural boy, lacking any significant background, yet possesses formidable skills? Yes, quite so, Wang Antai responded approvingly. I have heard of this boxer Lang Tu, who seems to have never tasted defeat. Although Wang Antai had little interest in boxing, his extensive business dealings had exposed him to some knowledge in that arena. Indeed, Shipai mentioned that Lang Tu has maintained an undefeated record since his debut. Wang Zhan exclaimed enthusiastically, "Father, I believe we can reap considerable profits from this match." Do elaborate. Upon the mention of profit, Wang Antai was instantly invigorated. Despite Han Dong's exceptional skills, he was still a novice, lacking the experience that Lang Tu possessed from countless life and death battles, rendering him at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, Shipai had divulged a piece of insider information, revealing that they had released false news of Lang Tu's injury, tricking many into betting on Han Dong. In such circumstances, placing a wager on Lang Tu's victory would undoubtedly be a foolproof investment. Wang Antai furrowed his brow, pondering the feasibility of this plan. He had heard of Feng Liuye, who was even more cunning than Lien Shenlong of yore. Since Feng had disseminated false information regarding Lang Tu's injury, it was clear he was intent on securing a win in this betting match. Aligning with him should not lead to misfortune. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. If not now, when? Having recently secured a loan of 100 million from the bank, he resolved to stake the entire amount on this gamble. Should Lang Tu emerge victorious, they would profit a staggering 100 million, equivalent to 3 years' worth of their company's earnings. Wang Zhen was beside himself with excitement, as if this modest goal was already within grasp. The two had not once considered the dire consequences should Lang Tu lose. Wang Antai was not a member of the betting group. However, Wang Zhen had an acquaintance named Shepi, who was in turn acquainted with Lang Tu. Through this introduction, he passed the qualification review and was admitted into the group. He wagered 100 million, betting on Lang Tu to win. Lord Feng Lu observed the rapidly escalating betting amounts, remaining unfazed, as if he were leisurely fishing. Presently, it was evident that more individuals were betting on Dong Wang, suggesting that the previous 2 rounds of operations had taken effect. Should Lang Tu emerge victorious, he would reap substantial rewards. Conversely, if Dong Wang triumphed, he would lose everything, for Dong Wang's odds were 3-1. Nevertheless, how could the undefeated god of war, Lang Tu, possibly lose to an 18-year-old student? Such a possibility was utterly non-existent. Thus, Lord Feng Lu harbored no concern whatsoever. After placing his bet, Cui Hongji pondered for a moment before dialing his old comrade, Lien Shenlong. Lien, currently engaged in a game of chess with his daughter, answered the call from his old friend immediately. "What's up, brother? Is there something amiss?" Lien Shenlong inquired with a smile. "There's an opportunity for quick profits. Are you interested?" "Of course, if there's money to be made, do tell." Cui Hongji proceeded to outline the situation regarding Han Dong's participation in the underground boxing match. "You mean say he wagered 100 million on himself to win? He plans to invest 70 million, with 30 million being my contribution. At odds of 3-1, should he win, 100 million would transform into 400 million. Indeed, are you certain he could defeat Lang Tu? As a former leader, Lien Shenlong was well versed in the affairs of the underground world and was undoubtedly aware of Lang Tu's formidable reputation as the undefeated god of war. Do you recall the bus robbery incident in September? The individual who single-handedly took down 5 armed bandits was none other than Han Dong. Kui Ongji Baozid briefly. I have faith in him. A person who can cure cancer is not to be underestimated, if he claims to possess both medical and martial prowess. His martial arts must be commendable as well." After a few seconds of silence, Lien Shenlong replied gravely, "Brother, if you believe in Han Dong, then I believe in you. This is a high-stakes gamble. If we can bring Feng Lu to ruin, it would be immensely gratifying. How much will you wager?" 200 million, just like you." "Excellent." Cui Hongji was aware of the long-standing enmity between Lien Shenlong and Feng Lu. The former underground king had gradually withdrawn from the scene, while the newly ascendant monarch was eager to claim his place, inevitably leading to conflict. Confident in Han Dong's victory, it seemed prudent to involve his old brother in delivering a significant blow to Feng Lu. Lien Shenlong was not a member of the betting group. He directly called Feng Lu to place his bet, wagering on Dong Wang to win. Feng Lu's grin widened with delight. What could be more satisfying than having a sworn enemy willingly offer him money to spend? And not just a small sum, but 2 substantial wagers. He was convinced that Lien Shenlong would suffer a crushing defeat, likely losing the very crown of the underground king of Jiangzhou in the process. Truly, a double blessing had arrived. After concluding the call, Lien Shenlong noticed his daughter, Xiao Xiao, looking at him with curiosity. "Xiao Xiao, what are you staring at?" "Dad, I think I just heard you mention Han Dong's name. What's going on? Do you know Han Dong?" "Let me clarify. The Han Dong you speak of is a student at Jiang University's law school, correct?" "Yes, that's him." "Then I didn't know him." "How do you know him?" Lien Shenglong gazed at his daughter with a hint of suspicion. No fight, no acquaintance, he mused, deeming it unimportant. Lien Xiao, however, anxiously urged, you must tell me. What exactly is happening? He has agreed to enter the octagonal cage and participate in an underground boxing match. What? Han Dong is going to fight in an illegal match? When and where? Lien Xiao's large eyes widened, resembling the tiles of a mahjong game. Why are you so agitated? Lien Shenglong furrowed his brow. Oh, Dad. Lien Xiao pouted, clinging to her father's arm and playfully whining. Please tell me. Friday night, at the Jingwu boxing gym. I'll take you to watch it live, Lien Shenglong conceded, feeling utterly powerless against his cherished daughter. Great. Thank you, Dad. Lien Xiao planted a quick kiss on his cheek. The formidable figure of Suzhou City. His expression softened like a pampered Persian cat, squinting with delight. Lien Xiao's mind raced, perplexed as to why Han Dong would choose to participate in an underground boxing match. Was he in need of money? He could simply tell me. I would support him. She contemplated sending Han Dong a WeChat message, but ultimately refrained. Never mind. Women may hinder a man's resolve. With the impending battle, I shall not disturb him. I will cheer for him on Friday night. Chapter 96. Heir of Ancient Martial Arts Friday, 8 p.m. Jingwu Boxing Gym on Sangzi Street. Shirley donned nothing but a sleeveless sports tank and boxing gloves, relentlessly pummeling the suspended sandbag. He envisioned the bag as Han Dong's face, striking harder with each blow. The Jingwu Boxing Gym was conveniently close to his school, making it a regular training spot for him. Moreover, every Friday night, thrilling underground boxing matches drew crowds. In this world where shadows exist alongside light, reality has its own rationale for existence. Compared to sanctioned boxing bouts, underground fights are characterized by their raw brutality, bloodshed, and exhilarating excitement. The only rule, there are no rules. This lawlessness attracts a plethora of lonely, affluent individuals, as well as spirited youths like Shirley. Despite being raised in a police family, he was not blind to the gritty realities of life. Some gray industries could not be extinguished. They would inevitably rise again. Even if he informed his father and they launched a crackdown on this boxing gym, it would reopen elsewhere in a matter of days. It was better to observe quietly. Shirley was aware that tonight featured a fighter known as Wolf Butcher. This individual had moved from Jiangbei 6 months prior and had rapidly gained immense notoriety in the underground boxing scene of Jiangzhou. Spectators were drawn to his matches for his strength, ferocity, and bloodthirsty prowess. Remarkably, in these 6 months, Wolf Butcher had fought 21 matches without a single defeat. According to the gym's promotional material, the unfortunate opponent he was facing tonight was called Eastern Emperor, a rather juvenile moniker. What nonsense! An urban heir of ancient martial arts? What on earth is that? Shirley pondered, utterly clueless about the concept of ancient martial arts. In truth, Han Dong has never claimed to be a successor of ancient martial arts. Rather, it was others who, having witnessed a video of him displaying remarkable prowess on a bus, asserted that his skills did not belong to any existing martial arts school. His movements were as swift as an eagle and as agile as a leopard, embodying the ferocity of primal creatures, reminiscent of ancient martial disciplines. Consequently, the notion of him being an heir to ancient martial arts began to circulate, a characterization Han Dong himself did not dispute. Being labeled as a successor of ancient martial arts was certainly more palatable than proclaiming oneself a cultivator. What Han Dong did not foresee was that the master he had fabricated, Guang Lingzi, was gaining notoriety within a limited circle. The ability to mentor a disciple of Han Dong's caliber implied that the master was indeed formidable. As a result, some individuals began to discreetly visit Han Dong's hometown, seeking to pay homage at the Taoist temple on Qingfeng Mountain, in hopes of a serendipitous encounter with the ancient martial arts deity. Should the deity perceive their exceptional physique and recognize them as a rare talent for martial arts, they might impart some celestial technique, which would be nothing short of extraordinary. The once dilapidated temple suddenly found itself bustling with incense offerings, a development Han Dong could never have anticipated. After finishing his training, Shirley took a shower and changed his clothes before descending to the second underground level via a private elevator. This area, originally a parking lot, had been transformed into an underground fighting arena. At its center stood a massive octagonal cage, surrounded by tiered seating. Upon Shirley's entrance, he noticed a considerable audience already settled in the stands. The spectators were predominantly elegantly dressed, middle-aged men and women, though many young couples also occupied the seats, unabashedly displaying their affection. A segment of the crowd consisted of street toughs, who possessed an innate enthusiasm for such competitions. Numerous individuals were seen entering and exiting the small rooms behind the fighting ring. Shirley understood they were placing bets. Large wagers required entry into a group, while smaller bets could be made in a manner akin to purchasing lottery tickets. Simply pay and receive a ticket in that small room. Shirley was merely an admirer of the matches and did not partake in gambling. With an hour remaining until the event commenced, Shirley took out his phone to play a game to pass the time. As autumn brought forth numerous campus activities, Shun Xinyan found herself increasingly occupied, nearly forgetting about Han Dong's impending foray into underground fighting. One might wonder if Han Dong was foolish to agree to engage in such illegal bouts. Thankfully, she had intervened in time. Otherwise, he would surely have been taken advantage of. As a student, no matter how skilled he was, he could not possibly contend with the ruthless underground fighters. Are you certain he won? Sneak away? Wu Yu frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. No. He has sworn an oath. Shun Xinyan waved her hand dismissively. What kind of oath did he take? He declared that if he broke his promise, he would curse himself to remain a bachelor for life. This is bad. Han Dong will definitely go. Wu Yu's expression darkened. Why is that? Shun Xinyan retorted. You doubt his intelligence? Clearly, this child is trying to outsmart you. The notion that he will never marry. He could marry many. Our country does not enforce a monogamous system. Does it? Shun Xinyan blinked. Could he not marry, then divorce, marry again, and keep all his former and current wives at home? Ugh. Why am I even telling you this? It is not the crux of the matter. The crux is that rascal deceived you. He intends to participate in the competition. Despite her words, Shun Qianyun felt a twinge of anxiety. As she spoke, they had reached the 6th floor and stepped out of the elevator. Shun Qianyun and Wu Yu turned to see their neighbor, Wan Danqing. Being alumni of Jiangzhou University and living next door, they were well acquainted and shared a good rapport. Both women were aware that Wan Danqing was Han Dong's sister-in-law. Thus, Shun Qianyun recounted the situation in a hurried manner, exclaiming, Danqing, please call Han Dong immediately. As his sister-in-law, he is more likely to heed your words. You must prevent him from participating in that boxing match. I've seen that fighter, and he resembles a ferocious beast, exceedingly dangerous. He will undoubtedly come to harm. Do you know the exact time and location? Wan Danqing inquired with a furrowed brow, her own apprehension evident. What was the name of the boxing gym again? I have the invitation right here. Shun Qianyun retrieved the invitation from her bag. The two women eagerly leaned in, scanning its contents. Friday night at 9 o'clock, at the Jingwu Boxing Gym on Sangzi Street. Wan Danqing glanced at her watch. It was now 8:07 p.m. I must go stop him. This child truly does not make things easy. Shun Qianyun declared as she turned to head back to the elevator. Let us take my car, Wan Danqing said, hastening to follow. Wu Yu joined them in the elevator. Shun Qianyun and Wan Danqing, one a teacher and the other sister-in-law, appeared to have no connection to Han Dong. However, Wu Yu alone understood the profound bond they shared. Chapter 97. Indeed, women affect the speed at which I draw my blade. Sis, are you working late again? Lin Rong casually inquired once they were in the car. Yes, there is a particularly tricky case at hand. Lin Fu replied nonchalantly. What case? That is not your concern. Focus on your studies and improve your math grades. That is the path you should follow. Oh, Lin Rong made a face at her sister's back. Lin Fu concentrated on driving, choosing not to engage further. Lin Rong prepared to scroll through her phone to pass the time. Upon powering up her device, she noticed an unread message on WeChat. It was from Lian Xiao. Although the two girls often competed from afar, they maintained each other's contact information. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in countless battles. Keeping an eye on her rival's social media was far better than being oblivious. Lian Xiao had sent a voice message, which Lin Rong promptly opened to listen. Lin Taiping, do you know that Dongge has a match tonight? Lian Xiao often teased Lin Rong because her own development was ahead of the curve, while Lin Rong was within the normal range, even giving her the nickname Lin Taiping. Stop with the nonsense. It is far too late for Dongge to have any match. The sea can accommodate all rivers. One must be broad-minded. Thus, Lin Rong reciprocated with a nickname for Lian Xiao. Lian, you're on. You think you can rattle me? Not a chance. I don't even trust your punctuation, Lin Rong said, even as she hurriedly sent a WeChat message to Han Dong. Brother Dong, do you have a match tonight? What does it start and where? Quickly dialing the number. The call went straight to voicemail. Shortly after, Lian Xiao sent another message. Humph. I have no intention of indulging your mentality. It's at 9 o'clock. At the Jingwu Boxing Gym on Sangzi Street. Come and see for yourself if I am lying. Sister, let's change direction and head to the Jingwu Boxing Gym. Lin Rong said eagerly. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was already 8:23. and time was indeed tight. What are we going there for? Lin Fu asked, taken aback. That little brat Lin Xiao said Brother Han Dong has a match tonight. A match? Brother Han is fighting in underground boxing? Lin Fu exclaimed. Underground boxing? Lin Rong echoed in astonishment. The owner of the Jingwu boxing gym, Feng Lu, was the organizer of underground fights. If Han Dong was competing there, it undoubtedly meant he was engaged in illegal boxing. The last time the police apprehended several drug dealers, they had gradually unraveled their network. Feng Lu was likely the mastermind behind the operation. The police were already aware of Feng Lu's underground boxing activities and the gambling associated with it. But to avoid alerting him, they had not acted against him yet. This was why, upon hearing that Han Dong was competing at the Jingwu gym, Lin Fu instantly deduced he was participating in illegal boxing. That is unacceptable. Underground boxing is far too dangerous. We must hurry to stop him, Lin Rong exclaimed anxiously. Just as they reached the intersection, Lin Fu turned the steering wheel to the right, and the car sped onto the detour towards Sangzi Street. In the previous bus hijacking incident, Han Dong had saved Lin Rong, and later he had rescued Lin Fu in the men's restroom at Haipai. Both sisters owed him a great debt of gratitude. Like Lin Rong, Lin Fu did not wish to see Han Dong in peril. Although his martial arts skills were remarkable, the individuals involved in underground boxing were feral, ruthless, and merciless, fighting for their lives every second. This was fundamentally different from legitimate combat sports. A young man, just starting university, filled with ideals, rules, fairness, and justice, was utterly unaware of the brutality of the underground world. In recent days, Han Dong had shown no signs of distress. He continued with his routine, eating and sleeping as usual, completely devoid of the urgency one would expect before a significant match. Approaching the time of the fight, he had even engaged in a game with Hong Tao and Wu Pongzi. As the hour drew near, he finally tidied himself up, donned his sports attire, and drove towards Sangzi Street. At this hour, the roads were relatively clear, and he arrived in about 10 minutes. Han Dong believed he was stealthy and unnoticed, but when he parked and approached the entrance of the Jingwu boxing gym, he was taken aback. 5 women stood on the steps, glaring at him with unfriendly expressions. In truth, both groups were surprised to encounter each other at the entrance. Among them, Wu Yu and Lin Fu were somewhat familiar with each other. Their interactions between forensic experts and criminal police were certainly frequent. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they quickly realized they were both there for Han Dong. Ruan Danxin gazed at the 4 stunningly beautiful women of varying ages and distinct temperaments, maintaining an outward composure while feeling an inner turmoil. This young lad, having only been in university for a little over a month, had already attracted such a plethora of exquisite beauties. What would the future hold for him? Once again, the proposal mentioned by Han Shan resurfaced in my mind, causing my cheeks to flush slightly. Perhaps it is indeed time to give it a thoughtful consideration. Good evening, everyone. Han Dong flashed a broad smile, revealing 8 pearly whites. We're not well. The ladies chimed in unison. The essence of life lies in joy. A stern countenance is hardly appealing. Han Dong's smile deepened further. You little rascal. Are you trying to outwit me? Shun Xinyan playfully tugged at his ear, feigning anger. Did you not swear to me that you wouldn't come? What brings you here again? Lin Rong cast a discontented gaze at Shun Xinyan's hand, feeling somewhat displeased. Why should she be the one to pull Han Dong's ear? Dongzi, have you encountered any difficulties? If you're short on funds, do not hesitate to speak to your brother and sister-in-law. Why engage in such perilous activities? We are your only family in this city. If anything troubles you, consider discussing it with us instead of shouldering it alone, Ruan Danxing said softly. Sister-in-law, you are overthinking. I'm neither facing difficulties nor lacking money. The sole reason I agreed to participate in the competition is to broaden my horizons and teach a lesson to those who persistently seek to trouble me. As a promising university student, what do you hope to gain from this? Some experiences are better left unencountered, for they may lead to irreparable consequences. Haven't you heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat? Shun Xinyan shot him a furious glare. Lin Rong grasped Han Dong's arm firmly, tugging him outward as she pouted. Brother Dong, you must not go. Underground fighting is far too dangerous. Han Dong turned to Wu Yu. Ever since that fateful night at Chuanshan Waterfall, she had not been in touch with him. After such a long separation, memories of the enchanting moments in the tent flooded his heart with warmth.